signals a gravestone doji and a shooting star hinting at bearish pressure, but we also have an inverted hammer signaling some potential buying interest. We're watching closely as sellers are stepping in after rejecting those higher prices. It's a make or break moment. If we see a strong push through resistance, it could spark a breakout, but if we get a rejection here, expect the bears to capitalize on this momentum. Volatility is visibly contracting, so traders will want to keep an eye on any potential shifts as that consolidation gets tighter. This is the kind of environment where quick decisions will matter as the market could swing either way rapidly. Alright, we're at a critical juncture here with SOL at $127.88, right up against that resistance at 128.33. The gravestone doji and shooting star are hinting at some bearish pressure, and with two red candles in a row, the bears are definitely trying to take control here. However, that inverted hammer suggests buyers are stepping in, so we might see a fight for dominance. The momentum seems to be reversing, and while it's contracting, that could lead to a quick breakout if bulls can muster some strength. If we see a push through that resistance with volume picking up, it could signal a strong move up. But if we get a rejection at this level, it could be time to consider exiting before we test that support around 127.11. Keep a close eye on those next candles. We're sitting right at that resistance of 128.33, and it's getting tense. The last few candles show bearish momentum with that gravestone doji and shooting star signaling potential selling pressure. Buyers tried to step in with that inverted hammer, but it's important to note the overall tone is reversing with the last 5 minutes showing a slight drop. Price is consolidating here, and although it's a long position from 127.63, we need to be careful. If we see a clean break above resistance, we might ignite some momentum, but right now, all eyes are on whether sellers will continue to reject these higher prices. This one's heating up. Let's see if we get that breakout or if the bears take control. Alright folks, we're right at that crucial resistance point of 128.33, and the tension is palpable. The last 3 candles tell quite the story. We've got that gravestone doji indicating sellers really rejecting those higher prices, coupled with a shooting star, adding more bearish pressure. However, don't forget that inverted hammer on the last candle. It's hinting at some buying interest trying to push back against the bears. With the volatility contracting here, it looks like we're in a consolidation phase before the next big move. If we break through that resistance decisively with a surge in volume, we could see a nice rally. But keep an eye out. If we fail once more at this level, it could trigger some selling pressure. It's a pivotal moment. We're right up against that resistance at 128.33, and it's getting tense. Just printed a gravestone doji followed by a shooting star. That's 2 solid bearish signals indicating sellers are rejecting these higher prices. We did see an inverted hammer earlier, suggesting some buying interest, but with the last couple candles closing red, it looks like the bearish momentum is building. Keep an eye on how price reacts around this level. we might see a sharp reversal or a break to the upside. The pressure's on. We're sitting right at that resistance of 128.33, and it's crucial we see how sellers react here after that gravestone doji and shooting star. That's a strong bearish signal. Price action has been bearish with two red candles back to back, but we did just see that inverted hammer, hinting at some buying interest. With the consolidation in play, all eyes are on this resistance zone. A breakout could switch the momentum, but if rejection happens, we could see a fast drop down to support at 127.11. This is a pivotal moment. Alright, folks, we're seeing some bearish momentum as we just printed two red candles in a row here, pushing us down from that recent peak. Price is hanging around 128 flat, but you can feel the sellers are stepping in. We're approaching that support zone at 127.11, watching closely for potential bounce or further weakness. If we break below that, it could trigger more selling, but here at 128, let's see if the bulls can show some fight. Might be looking for an entry if they can reclaim that upward pressure, but for now, it's looking shaky. Alright, we've got SOL sitting at 128, and it's looking like we're in the green here, up $10.85 on our long position from 127.63. The last three candles show one green, followed by two red, definitely indicating some bearish momentum trying to creep in. Despite the recent dip of about 0.22% in the last 5 minutes, we're still holding above that critical support at 127.11. But momentum is waning and volume is just around average, so we need to keep an eye on this. With resistance looming at 128.33, we might see some struggle if price tests that level. Let's see if buyers can step in and keep us bouncing off support. Alright folks, we've got a real back and forth here with SOL. Price is currently sitting at 127.97 with a bearish momentum creeping in. Those last three candles have us on edge with one green followed by two red. The action is slowing down, and it feels like this move might be fading as we approach our support level at 127.11. We're hanging right around that 65% mark in the range, so all eyes are on how this reacts as it heads into the support zone. The RSI is sitting neutral at 50, but with the MACD showing a slight negative divergence, it's crucial we keep our wits about us. Will the buyers step in for a last-minute rally, or are we going to see further selling pressure? It's a tight game. Alright, we're sitting pretty with a nice profit of $9.95 here, holding our long position from $127.63 while the price is at $127.96. The last three candles are showing bearish momentum with one green and two red, but we're still making our way towards that target. The price is hanging around here, not exactly ripping, but we're in a tight squeeze with the momentum down and nearing that support level. Watch for any signs of a bounce. If we can hold above $127.11, we might pick up some steam again. Keep your eyes peeled. We're sitting pretty in the green here with our long from 127.63 currently at 127.96, pushing a profit of $9.95. As for the chart, I'm seeing those last three candles, one green followed by two reds, signaling that bearish momentum is creeping in. Right now, this setup presents a risk-reward ratio that might be a bit shaky, especially with the price still lingering near resistance at 128.33. Traders will need to keep an eye on the next move. If we can't hold above that support level at 127.11, we could see further downside pressure. Alright, folks, We're watching some serious consolidation here with volume just flatlining. It's practically dead at a 0.0x average. This lack of momentum could be a real concern as we sit here with 3 red candles stacking up. The buyers are showing hesitance, and with that volume trickling down, this move is losing steam. If those sellers step back in, we might see a further test of that support at 127.30. Keep your eyes peeled, we need a surge in volume to ignite this market again. Alright folks, we're seeing a bit of a reversal here as momentum shifts. The last 3 candles have been red, indicating bearish pressure, while price is trading at 128.09. It's interesting to note that with that contracting volatility, this consolidation might be building up for a stronger move, either a breakout or a drop. The RSI is sitting at 52, suggesting we're not in overbought or oversold territory, so buyers might still have some fight left in them. It's crucial to watch how this plays out, but right now, the action feels like it's fading, despite us holding a profitable long position. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we approach that target. Alright, folks, we've got some action brewing here as SOL is currently sitting at 128.11. The last 3 candles have been red, showing some clear bearish momentum, and we're testing that support level at 127.30. It's crucial to see if buyers step in here or if we break down. The price action is a bit sluggish, with volatility contracting as we consolidate. We've got a tight range with 64% up to resistance at 128.33, but with momentum reversing, we may see a bounce any moment now. Keep an eye on those nearby levels, this could turn around quickly. We're sitting pretty in the green here with our long position. But the last 3 candles have painted a bearish picture, all red, signaling some fading momentum. Price is currently consolidating around 128, and it's critical to keep an eye on that support level at 127.30. If we break down through there, we might be in for some trouble. Right now, though, the price is holding firm as buyers step in, but we need to see some volume pick up to validate any bullish reversal here. We're seeing a bit of bearish pressure here with those last 3 red candles, and the volume's been dead like a flat line, indicating not much appetite for movement right now. Price is sitting right at that key support level of $127.30, and we might see some buyers stepping in to defend it. Watch carefully, if we break that level, it could signal further downside. We're seeing some bearish momentum with 3 red candles in a row, but keep an eye on that support at 127.30. It's crucial right now. Price is tightening up in this range, suggesting we could be coiling for a potential breakout. However, if we can't hold above 128, we might see further selling. With volatility contracting, it's all about whether the bulls can step in and push back to that resistance at 128.33. We're in the green here with a solid profit of $11.45, feeling pretty good about that. The last 3 candles have been red, indicating some bearish momentum, but we're currently testing that support level at 128 while holding our long position. It looks like momentum might be reversing, which could mean a potential breakout if we get some buying pressure. Watch closely as we approach that resistance at 128.33, a solid push through could lead us to our target. We're seeing some bearish momentum here with those last 2 red candles, but look at that green candle just prior, it's trying to hold ground at $127.83. We're currently profitable at plus $8.75, but with the momentum reversing and volatility contracting, buyers are really going to have to step in aggressively to avoid a test of support at $127.30. The RSI is hanging at 54, indicating there's still potential left, but it's a waiting game now. Let's see if we can sustain this level and push back toward that resistance at $128.33. This could turn into a critical moment. Alright, here we go. We're sitting pretty with a nice profit of $6, currently long from 127.65 at 127.80. But hold on, the last 3 candles show some bearish momentum, 2 red and just 1 green, so we've got to watch this carefully. Price is coiling up here, indicating consolidation with volume really flat, almost dead in the water. We're right in the middle of the range, looking to test that support at 127.30. Momentum seems to be reversing, but with the RSI at 54, we could see buyers step in. Let's keep our eyes peeled, this could go either way. We're sitting pretty in the green here, with our long from 127.65 now at 127.82, locking in just under $7. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum, even though we had a little red in the mix, which might be a sign of an early profit-taking pullback. But here's the real kicker, volatility is expanding with those bigger candles, suggesting that we're either gearing up for a breakout or a fade. Right now, we're testing that key resistance level at 128.33, and with momentum reversing direction, I'd keep an eye on how price reacts here. Will we break through or pull back? Let's stay sharp and watch closely. We're seeing a nice expansion in volatility here, with these bigger candles indicating a rise in participation, and price is responding by pushing up against that resistance level at 128.33. The question is, can we break through or will we get rejected? Our longs are still in the green, but we need to see some follow through to really capitalize on this momentum shift. The reversal in direction is looking promising, and with 2 of the last 3 candles being green, it seems the bulls are trying to take control, but we need to stay vigilant as we're still within the range. Price just bounced off support at $127.30 and is pushing up towards that $128.33 resistance. We're seeing 2 green candles in a row, which is a good sign for bullish momentum, but the last one was a bit weaker, watching for any signs of exhaustion here. If buying pressure holds, we could see a strong test at resistance, but keep an eye out for any quick reversals. We're seeing some solid bullish momentum here with those last 2 green candles, but watch closely as the price is sitting at $127.69. It's coiling up and could be gearing for a breakout or a pullback. The momentum is starting to shift, so traders need to stay sharp. If it breaks through resistance at $128.33, we might just rip higher. Keep an eye on those bigger candles, volatility's expanding, which means something's brewing. Alright, folks, we're watching this one closely. The last few candles show some bullish momentum trying to push us higher, but with that recent red candle, we need to see if it holds support at 127.65. If we can break through 128 with conviction, we might see a fast move up, but if it starts to fade here, we could get pulled back. Stay alert. We're underwater on this one, currently down $2.25 as price is testing that support zone. We've got a bit of volatility kicking in with those bigger candles, and the last few moves are hinting at a potential coiling action as momentum looks to reverse. Keep an eye on this, bulls might just be gearing up for a bounce. We're looking solid, sitting pretty in the green with a nice $4.55 profit on our long. But, oh boy, the momentum is definitely reversing here as we just saw those 2 red candles and a bearish Mariposa pattern indicating strong selling pressure. Volume is dead, only a fraction of average, and that shows us buyers are really struggling to step in right now. As we consolidate here, keep an eye on that support at 127.30, if we break through, the bears may take full control and we could see a deeper pullback. Right now, we're twiddling our thumbs a bit, watching for signs of life or if we get pushed down into that support zone. Alright, folks. We just saw a bearish Marubozu followed by a bearish engulfing pattern, and things are looking tough for the bulls here. The last few candles have been showing some strong selling pressure as we've dipped into that bearish momentum, but we're still holding onto our profitable long position at $127.84, sitting pretty with an extra $7.75. However, volume is dead as a doornail, only at 0.1 times the average, indicating that traders are waiting on the sidelines and not committing just yet. With the price flirting around $127.78, we're edging closer to that key support at $127.30. Watch closely, if we break that, it could trigger a bigger sell-off. The momentum is reversing direction, but this consolidation could mean a build-up for a potential move. Let's see if the buyers step back in or if the bears keep pressing down. We're seeing a little bounce here at $127.84, but the last three candles tell a different story, with that recent bearish Marubozu and engulfing pattern showing strong selling pressure. Volume is dead, just a fraction of the average, which suggests this move could be coiling rather than gaining steam. We're hanging around that support level of $127.30, but momentum is clearly reversing, and the price action looks like it's struggling to hold any gains. Traders are definitely on edge as we watch this consolidation. A breakout or breakdown could be imminent. Stay sharp. Alright, folks, we've got a tight battle on our hands as price hovers around $127.78. We're currently profitable, sitting on a gain of $5, but the last three candles have been quite bearish, with a strong bearish Marubozu and a bearish engulfing pattern weighing on us. Sellers are showing serious control here, and that dark cloud cover pattern isn't helping our cause either. Volume is dead, barely a whisper at just a tenth of average, indicating this consolidation might be a pause before the next move. Price is testing that critical support level around $127.30. Definitely need to keep an eye on that. If the bears keep pushing us down, we could be looking at a painful drop. Alternatively, if buyers step in, we need to watch for a breakout towards resistance at $128.33. Stay alert, traders, this action could turn on a dime. We're currently sitting pretty with a nice profit of $6.95 on our long position from $127.65, even as the last few candles show bearish momentum, with that bearish Marubozu and bearish engulfing pattern dominating the chart. The price is hovering around $127.82, tantalizingly close to that support level at $127.30, where we really need to see buyers step in or risk getting pulled down further. Volume is practically dead right now, only at 0.1x average, so this consolidation could mean a big move is coming either way. If we can hold above this key level, it might set us up for a bounce, but with those sellers in control, we'll need to watch closely for any signs of reversal. Alright, we're in a profitable position, sitting at a nice plus 95 cents as we ride this out. But the last three candles are painting a bearish picture, with that strong bearish Marubozu and engulfing pattern, indicating sellers are taking charge. Price just dipped below $127.70 and volume is absolutely dead right now, only 1/10 of the average, which suggests there's not a lot of conviction behind this move. We're testing that support level at $127.30, and with the momentum reversing, we need to keep an eye on whether buyers step in here or if the bears will push us down further. If we start to see some volume kick in on a bounce at support, that might offer an opportunity to ride it back up. For now, we're consolidating, and every tick counts. We're seeing some serious selling pressure, with that bearish Marubozu and bearish engulfing pattern dominating the last few candles. Bears are firmly in control here. Volume is dead on arrival, which isn't helping the bull's case as we test that $127.30 support level. It feels like price is coiling for a move. Bulls need to step in quickly or we might see a deeper drop here. Right now, we're seeing the momentum fading a bit with that bearish engulfing and evening star pattern in play, which has traders on edge. Price just pulled back to hold above our entry at $127.65, but it's clear sellers are stepping in, pushing us back from that resistance at $128.33. Keep an eye on support at $127.32. If it breaks, we could see more downside pressure. Alright, folks, we're hanging tight in our long position here at $127.65, sitting pretty with a nice profit of 15 cents. But we've got some mixed signals on the chart. The last three candles show a bullish momentum with two greens, but watch out for that bearish engulfing and evening star pattern that just formed, definitely a warning sign that sellers might be stepping in. Right now, price is consolidating and starting to coil, which often indicates a potential move is brewing, but that momentum is fading. It's a precarious situation, especially with support at $127.32 looming below us. Let's keep a close eye on these next few candles. Volatility could be on the way. Alright, folks, we're looking at some interesting action here. We're sitting nicely in the green, up a sweet 15 cents on our long, but the momentum is fading after two green candles. It's like the bulls are losing steam. The bearish engulfing pattern just rolled in, along with that evening star, signaling potential trouble ahead. Price just dipped to $127.69, and given that we're approaching resistance at $128.33, we need to be cautious. This might be shaping up to be a fade setup rather than a breakout. Watch closely as sellers are clearly stepping in. The market could turn on a dime. Let's see if buyers can regain some strength here. We're watching that bearish engulfing and evening star play out, signaling a potential reversal here. Momentum is fading hard as we sit at the cusp of $127.70, with volume still normal but not helping bulls right now. If we see a solid push below support, that could trigger a quick exit. Otherwise, we're looking for any bullish signs to hold. Alright, folks, we're seeing some interesting action here on the chart. Price has been coiling tightly, and those last few candles are showing some indecision. Two greens followed by a red means we might be at a tipping point. The bearish engulfing and evening star patterns are flashing bright signals that sellers are stepping in hard, and that could shift momentum dramatically. We're sitting right below resistance at 128.33, and while we're profitable right now, the fading momentum suggests the bulls are struggling to push through. Watch closely. A break below support at 127.32 could signal a swift move down. This is shaping up to be a high-stakes moment, folks. We're sitting pretty in the green here at plus $0.15, just holding steady at $127.65. But watch out, we just saw a bearish engulfing pattern followed by an evening star, signaling that sellers might be gearing up to take control. The last three candles had some bullish momentum, but now the move's losing steam and volume is just normal, so there's not much urgency behind this rally. Keep an eye on the support at $127.32. If we start drifting down, we could see some real pressure. We're sitting pretty in the green here, with our long from 127.65 netting us a nice profit of 15 cents. However, the last few candles have shown some bearish signs with that bearish engulfing pattern and evening star formation. The price just dipped slightly, down 0.16% in the last 5 minutes, and we're seeing that momentum weaken. It looks like price is coiling with buyers trying to hold that tweezer bottom at support around 127.32, but with volume high and the momentum fading, we need to watch closely. Are the sellers about to take control, or can buyers step back in and reverse this trend? Keep your eyes peeled. Price just pulled back to support at $127.32, and buyers are stepping in hard. Those tweezer bottom candles are holding strong, signaling that this level is holding for now. But let's keep an eye on that bearish engulfing pattern looming overhead. It could shift momentum back to the bears if we don't hold above the support. Alright, folks, we're facing a bit of a tug of war here as that bearish engulfing pattern is looming large, and we've just seen an evening star flash on the chart, definite warning signs for bulls. But hang on, the tweezer bottom has held strong, and buyers are stepping in, suggesting support at $127.32 might keep the bears at bay for now. With momentum fading downward, it's crucial we watch for any signs of reversal. Price action will dictate our next move. We're sitting pretty in the green here at $127.72, up $2.95 on our long position. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum with 2 green followed by 1 red, but we've just spotted a bearish engulfing and an evening star pattern looming over us. The volume's been high, spiking just now, indicating some serious action in play, but momentum is fading with that last candle pulling back. Right now, we're hovering close to support at $127.32, which could see buyers stepping in if it holds, but we'll need to keep our eyes peeled for a potential rejection at resistance around $128.33. Keep an eye on those wicks. If we see another tweezer bottom forming, that might just give us the push we need. Let's see if buyers come back strong or if sellers are ready to take control. Volume just spiked, indicating some serious action brewing. Despite our profitable position, the bearish engulfing and evening star patterns are looming large, signaling potential trouble ahead as momentum fades. Bulls need to step up if they want to keep this move afloat, otherwise, we could see a test of that nearby support at 127.32. Alright folks, we're in a solid position here with our longs at $127.72, sitting pretty in the green, up about $2.95. However, we're seeing some bearish patterns flash on the chart. Both a bearish engulfing and an evening star signal a potential trend change, which has the bears looking to take control. We just had a volume surge, that could indicate a showdown as we approach resistance at $128.33. The last few candles show bullish momentum, but with the current downward drift, we might be testing support around $127.32 shortly if these sellers continue to press down. Let's keep an eye on that. We're hovering at 127.72, and it's a mixed bag with 2 green candles followed by that bearish engulfing we just saw. Momentum is definitely down, and it's testing that support at 127.32. The bears are definitely pushing back after that tweezer bottom, which had some hopes of support. With the volume surging, we could see a fierce battle here. Sellers are coming in strong, and if we break through that support, things might get dicey. Keep an eye on the next few candles. A quick rebound could send us right back to that resistance at 128.33, or we might be heading for a deeper pullback. This is a make or break moment. Alright, we're currently sitting pretty in the green here, profitable at about $2.95. Watch out though, we just had that bearish engulfing and evening star pop up, signaling potential trouble ahead. Price is pushing down a bit with momentum fading as we approach that support level at $127.32. If we can hold this level and bounce back with some momentum, we might see a solid recovery, but if sellers keep pushing, that could turn our green position red in no time. Keep an eye on how the next candle behaves. A break below that support could trigger a quick exit. Alright, we're sitting pretty in the green here with our long position, and we're right at support at 127.59, watching for a crucial bounce. The last three candles show some bearish momentum with two reds, but now it's all eyes on whether buyers can step in and lift us back up. If we break this support, we could see a rapid drop, but if the bulls rally, we might just push back up towards that resistance at 128.33. The volatility is contracting, so we're in a tight range here. Let's see if we can get some action. Alright, folks, we're right at support, holding at $127.59, and the tension is palpable. The last three candles show a bearish trend with one green candle trying to fight back, but right now, it's all about this critical level. Price is hovering, and we could be facing a bounce or a breakdown. Both scenarios are hot right now. Just keep an eye on how these bulls respond here. If they can step in and push through, we might see a reversal. But if the bears take control, we could be in for a dip. The consolidation is tightening, so we're ready for fireworks. Let's see how this plays out. Alright, folks, we've got the price holding firm right at that support level of 127.59, and it's crucial to see if buyers step in here for a bounce. The last three candles show bearish momentum with two red candles in a row, but we are currently sitting nice and green on our position at 127.74. The volume is all but dead right now, which means this consolidation could either build up for a big move or fizzle out. Keep an eye on how the next few candles form. If we see that bullish reversal start to kick in, it could be a swing back up toward resistance at 128.33. Let's see if the bulls can regain some strength. Alright, folks, we're at a critical juncture here as price hovers at support around 127.59. The last few candles have been pushing us into bearish territory, but now we're locked in this consolidation zone. The RSI is at 47, so we're not overbought or oversold, and the MACD is holding negative, indicating we might see a reversal if buyers step in. With volatility contracting, it looks like we're primed for a move. Will it be a bounce off support, or are we gearing up for a breakdown? This is the moment to stay sharp. Keep an eye on the next few candles. A surge could change. Price is dancing right at that support level of 127.59, and we're seeing some indecision in the market. With those last two red candles, bears are trying to push down, but buyers are stepping in to hold the line. We're watching closely for a bounce here. Will we find strength to rally back towards that resistance at 128.33? Alright, we're sitting at support right now, and the candles are telling a story. That last green candle has some life, but those two red ones prior are casting shadows on the momentum. Price is testing this critical level at $127.59, and every second counts here. With volatility contracting, we're in a bit of a tug of war, but it looks like the market is gearing up for a decisive move. Are buyers going to step in, or are we going to see a breakdown? Time is ticking, and the market's holding its breath right now. Can we see a bounce off support? Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, here we go. We're sitting pretty with our long position from $127.65, and currently, we're in the green at $127.74, racking up a profit of $3.75. Now, price is testing that crucial support level at $127.59. It's a make or break moment. Buyers need to step in here if we want to see a bounce. The last three candles are showing bearish momentum with two red ones, but we're at support with a chance for a reversal. If we can hold this level and see a quick spike, we could be looking at a nice breakout. But right now, it feels more like a watch and wait scenario as volatility is contracting and the market consolidates. Keep your eyes peeled. We're sitting pretty in the green here with our long, but we need to keep a close eye on this support at 127.59. The last few candles suggest bearish momentum is trying to push us down, and with the RSI hovering around 48, it's a tight spot. If we get a bounce here, it could set us up for a nice breakout, but if that support gives way, we might face a fade setup. Watch those candles closely. Alright folks, we're at a pivotal moment here. Price is testing that support at $127.59, and we've just seen a green candle after two reds could be a sign of a potential bounce, but we need to see it hold strong. The momentum is shifting, though, and those bearish vibes from the last candles have us on alert. With volatility contracting, we're seeing some consolidation. Traders are weighing their options. Keep an eye on this action as we look for a decisive move. Will buyers step in and push it back up, or is a breakdown looming? This could get interesting. Price is hovering right at support, and I'm watching the wick action on this current candle. It's a pretty tight range so far, not a lot of conviction from either side, and the last few candles have had some decent sized wicks, so we're seeing some probing from both bulls and bears, but nobody's really taking control just yet. This could be a coiling effect, waiting for a spark to get us moving in one direction or the other. The bearish momentum from those last two red candles seems to be fading, and we're seeing a bit of a reversal in momentum, which is interesting, given our current price action. The lower wick on the last candle is also a good sign. It suggests buyers are still present and defending this level. We're underwater on this one, sitting at $127.59, just a touch below our entry. Price is testing that support level hard, and with the last few candles showing bearish momentum, the market feels like it's coiling for a decisive move, either a bounce or a breakdown. The low volatility suggests traders are waiting for the next big tick. We need to see some action soon. We're in the red here at $127.59, watching closely as the price is testing that support level hard. With two red candles in a row, the bears are applying pressure, but we're on the edge of our seats. Are we about to see a bounce off support or a breakdown to new lows? The volatility is contracting, indicating caution, but this could flip either way fast. Okay, we're hanging tight here at support, but we're definitely underwater on this one, sitting at a loss of 625. The last three candles show a mix, with that green one trying to hold, but two reds hinting at bearish momentum. The RSI is floundering around 48, indicating a bit of indecision, while the MACD is still in the red. All eyes are on how this plays out. Are we going to see some buyers step in for a bounce, or is this breakdown going to push us even lower? It feels like we're in a bit of a holding pattern right now, so let's see if the bulls can muster some strength here before we get pushed down further. Alright, folks, we're right in the thick of it as price hovers at support around 127.50, but it's looking shaky. We've got a single green candle followed by two red ones, that bearish momentum still looming heavy here. As we wait for a bounce or a potential breakdown, keep your eyes peeled because this could shift any second. While the volatility is contracting, signaling a consolidation phase, we know that can precede a breakout or breakdown. Traders are on edge, and the low volume isn't helping. It's just dead in the water right now. If we break this support, it could lead to some serious downward action. Let's see if the buyers can step in before it's too late. Alright, folks, we're watching this price action closely as it's holding right at that critical support level of $127.59. We just had a little bounce off that zone, but the last few candles have been lackluster, one green followed by two red. Clearly, bearish momentum is trying to make its mark here, and with volatility contracting, it looks like we're in a tight consolidation phase. We need to see if buyers can step in and push us back up from here, or if the bears will take hold for a breakdown. Keep an eye on the next few candles. A decisive move could set the tone for our next play. Alright, folks, we're currently in a bit of a tricky spot here with Solana at 127.50. We're underwater on this one, down about $5.85, and that evening star pattern is definitely raising some red flags. With the last few candles showing bearish momentum and two red ones in a row, the pressure is mounting. We're right at that key support of 127.49, and we're holding our breath to see if buyers step in for a bounce or if we'll break down further. The momentum is reversing, and with the RSI at 41, there's not a lot of buying strength right now. If we break below support, it may be time to cut losses, but if we can find some strength and rally back past our entry point, we might just turn this around. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, folks, we're facing some tough action here as we're still underwater, sitting at $127.50, down about $5.85 on our long. The last three candles are showing some bearish momentum, with that evening star pattern signaling potential trouble ahead. Just look at the price action. We're right at that support level of $127.49, but it feels like the sellers are gaining the upper hand as we're watching for a potential breakdown. Volume's pretty low too, which isn't helping. It feels like this move is fading rather than accelerating. Keep your eyes peeled, because any bounce here could be critical for us to regain some ground. Alright folks, we've got some action on the chart here. We're currently sitting at $127.50, just a hair above that key support level at $127.49. The last few candles show a bearish momentum with that evening star formation signaling a possible reversal, definitely keeping an eye on that. The price has pulled back, and we're right at that support, so it's crucial to see if buyers can step in here and push it back up, or if we're going to see a breakdown. Watch for that next candle. Will it bounce off support or will we break through? This is a critical moment for our long position. We're sitting right at support, $127.49, and this is crunch time. If we see a solid bounce here, it could shift that momentum back into our favor, but if we break down, we might be in for a rough ride. With that evening star pattern on the chart, bears are looking strong. We need to see buying pressure fast to reverse this trend. Alright, folks, we're seeing some strong bearish momentum here with that evening star pattern flashing a warning sign. The last few candles have been red, and it looks like sellers are stepping in hard, pushing price down as we test that critical support at 127.49. With RSI hanging around 41, momentum is definitely fading, and we need to keep our eyes peeled for any potential breakdown below this level. We're definitely in the red at the moment, down about $11 as price just slips to 127.36. The last three candles show two reds backing up this bearish momentum, and we've got an evening star pattern signaling a potential trend change. Watch closely as we hover right at support. The key here is whether buyers can step in and reverse this move or if we're about to see a breakdown. Momentum is clearly shifting to the downside, so we need to be cautious. We're sitting underwater right now, down $26 on our long position from 127.60. The bears are fully in control with three solid red candles and that strong bearish Maribozu telling us they mean business. We're right at that support level, so eyes are peeled. If we get a bounce here, it could be a quick recovery, but if we break down further, we might need to reassess. The volume is sluggish, which means any move might not have the juice to sustain it, so we have to be cautious. Alright, we're currently facing some serious bearish pressure here with those last 3 candles all red. That bearish Marubozu is telling us the sellers are in control, but we're right at that support level of 127.43. It's critical now to see if buyers step in for a bounce or if this breakdown continues, especially with that fading volume just a trickle compared to the average. Momentum seems to be shifting as we hover around 127.24. We need to keep a keen eye on this to see if we can establish a recovery or if it's going to get worse. Alright folks, we're watching the chart closely here as price is testing that critical support at $127.43, and it's looking tense. We've got 3 straight red candles in the rearview mirror, and just moments ago, we saw a bearish Marubozu, signaling strong selling pressure from the bears. Price is currently sitting at $127.06, and with momentum reversing, we're anxiously waiting to see if buyers can step in and mount a defense at this support level. If they can't hold it, we could see a swift breakdown, but if there's a bounce, we might have a chance to recover some ground. Keep your eyes peeled, it's do or die for the setup. Alright, folks, we're sitting in a tough spot here with Solana at $127.13, and unfortunately, we're underwater on this one, down about 23 bucks. That last 5-minute candle is a strong bearish Marubozu, showcasing solid selling pressure, and it's all red for the last 3 candles, definitely bearish momentum dominating here. We're right at that support level of $127.43, so the tension is palpable. Will we see buyers step in for a bounce, or are we gearing up for a breakdown? The price is coiling tightly, suggesting some indecision, but with 3 red candles in a row and no volume to support a reversal, I'm cautious. Keep an eye on how this plays out as we approach that support. We're currently underwater on this long position at $126.90, hoping for a bounce off that crucial support at $127.43. The last 3 candles have been nothing but red, and we can see that bearish Marubozu suggesting strong selling pressure. Price is right at the support level, so we're on edge here, watching closely to see if buyers step in or if we break down through that level. If we see a solid green candle with volume starting to pick up, that could be our cue to stick around, but for now, it's all about that bounce. Alright, folks, we've got 3 red candles in a row here, and that bearish Marubozu is screaming strong selling pressure. Price just dipped to our support level at 127.43, and it's critical right now. Are we going to see a bounce or a breakdown? The momentum is reversing, so we need to keep our eyes peeled for any signs of buyers stepping in. The volume is totally dead right now, only at 0.2 times the average, which isn't helping our case. It's all about that support right now. Let's see if it holds. We're seeing a bearish Marubozu candlestick pattern, which is a strong indication of selling pressure, and with the last 3 candles being red, it's clear the bears are in control here, but what's interesting is the momentum is reversing direction, which could be a sign that the selling pressure is starting to exhaust itself, and I'd like to see how the next candle develops to gauge if we're going to see a bounce or a continuation of the downtrend. Alright, folks, we're right in the thick of it. We're currently in the red, down about 70 bucks as we watch this price slide from our entry at 127.34. The last 3 candles are all red. It's a classic bearish momentum here with that Marubozu pattern signaling strong selling pressure. Now, we're testing support at 126.38. This is a critical moment. Price just tapped that level, but it looks to be struggling to hold. We need to see some buyers step in here to avoid a breakdown. Watch the price action closely. If we don't see a bounce soon, we could be in for a rough ride. We're underwater on this one, sitting at a loss of $64 as price continues to slide down to 126.42. Those three red candles and the three black crows pattern are screaming bearish continuation, and with momentum accelerating downward, it feels like we might be in for more turbulence. Buyers are clearly backing off, and we need to keep an eye on that support at 126.30, a breach there could send us further into the red. Oh boy, we're definitely underwater on this one at a loss of $60. The last three candles are all red, and we've got a strong three black crows pattern signaling continued selling pressure. Price just tested that support at 126.30, and with bearish momentum accelerating, it's looking shaky. We need to watch for any signs of a bounce here, but with those candles expanding and the move still gaining speed, it's tough to feel optimistic right now. If we don't see some buyers stepping in soon, an exit might be necessary to cut losses before the slide deepens. We're underwater on this one, down about $60 as we watch these three black crows paint a bearish picture. Price has been bleeding for the last 20 minutes, and right now, it's accelerating down with volume surging, indicating aggressive selling. Looks like the bears are in control, and with candles ripping through support without any signs of a bounce, we might want to consider cutting our losses soon or waiting for a potential reversal if it can hold $126.30. Keep an eye on that support, it's crucial right now. We're seeing some serious action here as the price continues to drop, reinforcing that bearish momentum with three straight red candles. The last few minutes have really ramped up the selling pressure, pushing down nearly 0.5% just in the last 5. This is a classic case of three black crows, and with volume surging like this, it looks like the bears are firmly in control. Alright, we're in the thick of it here with a strong bearish push as the last three candles are all red, confirming that three black crows pattern. The bears are definitely in control, and with that surging volume, it's telling us traders are getting serious about the sell-off. Price is accelerating down, and we're currently sitting at 126.08, feeling the heat as we drop towards support. I'm watching closely for any signs of a reversal, but with this momentum, we could be in for a rough ride. Keep an eye out for any bounce opportunities. Alright, folks, we've got a serious downturn happening here as the last few candles paint a clear picture of bearish control. With that three black crows pattern locking in, sellers are really dominating and we're seeing accelerating momentum to the downside. The RSI is sitting at 27, indicating we might be oversold, but there's no hint of a bounce just yet. This market is looking heavy. Watch for any potential reversal signals, but right now, it's all about that downward pressure. We're seeing some serious selling pressure here with those three red candles lining up, definitely not what we wanted. The bears are dominating as the volume surges, pushing this move further down. It's clear that the sellers are in control, and we need to watch closely for any potential bounce. This could get volatile, so stay sharp. Alright, we're deep in the red here, down $96 and feeling the pressure from these three red candles in a row. The bearish momentum is undeniable with that three black crows pattern, and as we look at the price action, it's accelerating downwards with volume surging over 3 times the average. It's critical to watch for a bounce here. We need buyers to step in soon or we could see this push break through that support at 126. If we don't get a reversal soon, we might consider cutting losses and looking for a better entry point. Right now, it's all about the action on this 5-minute chart. We're watching intense selling pressure here as we just hit that support at 126.08. The last three candles have been a brutal downtrend, with that bearish Marubozu and the ominous three black crows signaling bears are in full control. Momentum is accelerating downward, and with that RSI sitting at 22, we're definitely oversold, but this looks more like a fade setup rather than a breakout. Will buyers step in here at support, or are we set for another leg down? All eyes on this next candle, it's make or break time. Price is pushing down hard, testing that support at 126.08 with serious momentum behind it. We've got a bearish Marubozu and three black crows on the chart. The bears are definitely in control here, and with three red candles in a row, we're feeling that selling pressure. Right now, it's all eyes on whether the support level can hold or if we're in for a breakdown. We're underwater on this one, sitting at 126.15 with a loss of around 81 bucks. We've just seen three nasty red candles in a row, and those bearish patterns, bearish Marubozu and three black crows, are really driving the momentum down here. Price is testing that support at 126.08, and with the selling pressure accelerating, it's looking like the bears are firmly in control. We need to keep a close eye on this level. If we break it, things could get dicey. We're really feeling the heat here as price is testing that critical support at $126.08. The last three candles have been all red, showing strong bearish control with that bearish Marubozu and the ominous three black crows pattern looming over us. Right now, volume is low, which might indicate a lack of conviction in the sell-off, but momentum is clearly accelerating down. We're on the edge of our seats. Will buyers step in for a bounce, or are we heading for a breakdown? Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, we're about 10 seconds away from this next candle closing, and it's been a tough ride. We're underwater here, sitting at a loss of $120.25. The bears have been relentless, highlighted by that strong bearish Marubozu and the ominous three black crows pattern, signaling sustained selling pressure. Looking at these last few candles, they've consistently pushed us lower, and momentum is accelerating down. It's not looking great as we test that support at 126.08. Will it hold or break? Volume remains low, which suggests this move might not have a lot of firepower behind it, but it also means we need to stay alert for any signs of a bounce. Let's see how this next few minutes play out. We're underwater on this one at $125.68, down about $120. This move is clearly accelerating down, with that bearish Marubozu and three black crows locking in those sustained sellers. We're right at that support level of $126.08. Will buyers step in here, or are we set for a breakdown? Alright folks, we're deep in the action here as the price is currently sitting at 125.44, and it's looking rough for our longs, now down 139 bucks. Three consecutive red candles and that bearish Marubozu pattern are screaming that bears are in control, no doubt about it. The momentum is definitely accelerating downwards, and we just saw a slight clench at support around 126.08. Can buyers step in here, or is this going to break down further? Volume is pretty low, only at 0.3 times average. This could mean the bears are getting exhausted, but we need to see some aggressive buying to confirm a bounce. Right now, we're holding on tight, hoping for a spark to turn it around. Otherwise, we're eyeing that support level closely. This is a pivotal moment. Will we see a flicker of hope, or are we heading for a deeper dive? Stay tuned. We're seeing a strong bearish continuation pattern unfold with those three black crows, and the momentum is definitely down. Price action is getting squeezed right at the lows of this move. The RSI is deeply oversold at 19, which could suggest a potential bounce, but the MACD is still showing some selling pressure. The question is, are we due for a mean reversion, or is this just a brief pause before further selling? The candle wicks are getting longer, indicating some indecision, and the selling has been relentless over the last few candles. We're seeing some serious bearish action here, folks. The last few candles are showing a clear downtrend, and that three black crows pattern isn't helping our longs either. Price just slid down to that support level at 125.48, and with volume surging at 2 times the average, it's heating up. We're definitely on edge here. Now, it's a make or break moment. Will buyers step in and push for a bounce, or are we going to break down through support? With the RSI sitting at 19, it's looking oversold, but momentum is still clearly down. Keep your eyes glued to that support level. We need a reaction soon. Alright, we're right at that key support level of $125.48, and the pressure is on. With 3 consecutive red candles and the 3 black crows pattern flashing, bears are firmly in control, pushing us down as we sit in the red here. We need to see if buyers are going to step in and defend this support, or if we're going to break down further. The momentum is definitely bearish, as evidenced by the recent -1.21% move over the last 20 minutes. This is a critical moment. Will we bounce, or are we set for a deeper dive? Keep your eyes peeled. We're sitting underwater right now, as those 3 red candles really hammered us down. The price is currently testing that support at $125.48, and it's crucial whether it holds or breaks. This is the moment to watch closely. The bearish momentum is strong, but we've got that RSI sitting oversold at 19, indicating a potential bounce could be brewing if buyers decide to step in. Keep an eye on this setup, it could turn in an instant. We're watching a tense moment here, as price is sitting right at support with that 3 black crows pattern in play. The bearish momentum is strong, and with volume surging, it looks like sellers are not backing down. It's make or break at this level. Will we see a bounce or a breakdown? Keep your eyes peeled. We're currently underwater on this one, holding a long position from $126.99, and it's tough to watch as we're down $129.35 here at $125.55. Those last 3 candles have been brutal, showing a strong bearish continuation, with the 3 black crows pattern setting the tone for this action. With the price testing support around $125.48, we're on the edge. Will buyers step in for a bounce, or is this breakdown inevitable? The momentum is clearly down, and with volume surging, it's like the market is screaming for direction. Keep an eye on how this plays out. We need a solid reaction from this support level. Alright, folks, we're on a knife edge here, as price is testing that critical support at $125.33. We've got 3 solid red candles in a row, and that bearish Maribozu confirms strong selling pressure. Bears are definitely in control here. With the momentum pushing down and the RSI sitting oversold at 17, we could see a potential bounce, but it's looking shaky. If sellers continue to dominate, we might break through the support and drive even lower, so definitely keep your eyes peeled for any signs of a turn. As we sit right at support, the pressure's on. The last 3 candles are all red, and with that bearish Marubozu and 3 black crows, it's clear the bears are in control. We're looking for a bounce here, but if it breaks down, we might see some quick selling down to new lows. Alright, it's tense here as we're hovering right at that support level of $125.33 after 3 back-to-back red candles. The bearish Marubozu and 3 black crows are showing strong seller control, and we're feeling the pressure. Price just ticked down to $125.53, and the momentum is firmly down, but I'm keeping an eye out for that bounce. If we get a solid reaction off support, it could spark a quick reversal, but with volatility contracting, the market looks like it's consolidating for now. Bears are definitely in command, so we need to stay alert. Alright, folks, we're sitting in the red here with our long position from 126.99, currently at 125.53, down a hefty $131. The last 3 candles have been pure bears, just painting those red bars without any respite. We're right at that critical support at 125.33, and it's make or break time. Are the bulls gonna step in and hold this level, or are we just gonna see another breakdown? With that bearish Marubozu leading the charge and those 3 black crows signaling sustained selling, it's tough sledding for the buyers right now. But keep your eyes peeled. The RSI is oversold, hinting at a potential bounce here if the bulls can muster up some courage. We're watching this like a hawk. It could turn around or continue to slide, and either way, we need to be ready. Alright, folks, we're currently looking at some serious bearish momentum here. 3 red candles in a row, and that bearish Marubozu is screaming that the sellers are firmly in control. Price just dipped down to support at $125.33, and we're on the edge. Will we find a bounce or breakthrough? The volume is dead, which suggests the selling might be running out of steam, but keep your eyes peeled. This could turn quickly. We're right at that critical level, and with the RSI sitting at 17, it's definitely oversold. Could that trigger some buyers stepping in? Let's see if we can break this consolidation trend with a quick move off support. Alright folks, we're looking at some serious bearish action here. The price just dipped down to $125.62, and we're currently underwater on this long position. Our last entry was at $126.99. Ouch, that's a loss of $123.05. What's key here is that we've just seen a bearish Marubozu close, signaling strong selling pressure. Just look at those 3 red candles in a row. Momentum is definitely down, and with that volume ratio sitting at just 0.2x the average, it feels like traders are sitting on their hands, waiting to see if the support at $125.33 can hold. We're right at that critical point. Will buyers step in for a bounce, or are we headed for a breakdown? Stay tuned. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL here at 125.75. Eyes on the charts as we've got 2 green candles in the last 3, but we just printed that red candle, which is a little concerning. The hammer pattern suggests buyers are stepping in, but we need to see some strength to break out of this consolidation. It looks like momentum is trying to reverse, but with volatility contracting, things are a bit tight right now. We've got to keep an eye on the support at 125.33, a bounce here could set us up nicely for a push back up towards that resistance at 128.33. Staying sharp as we ride through this tightening range. Alright, folks, we're currently underwater with our position, sitting at a loss of over $100. We've seen a nice hammer pattern form, indicating that buyers are trying to step in after that selling pressure, but the momentum seems to be reversing here. The last three candles gave us two greens and a red, hinting at some bullish momentum, but with price currently stuck around 125.83, that consolidation is starting to feel a bit heavy. We need to watch closely. Are the bulls going to break free, or is this a fade setup waiting to pull us back down towards support? The pressure's on as we approach the next critical moments. Alright folks, we're currently stuck in a bit of a consolidation phase here, trading at $125.83 after our recent long entry. We just saw a hammer candle form, indicating buyers are stepping in after some selling pressure. That's definitely a good sign. But right now, the candles are showing fading momentum as we hover just above support. With two green candles in a row, there seems to be some bullish interest trying to break through, yet we're not seeing the volume needed to confirm this move. The market's tightening up, and traders will be itching to see if we can break out of this range or if it's just a tease before heading lower. Let's keep our eyes peeled. The next few candles will be crucial for direction. Alright, folks, we're watching a tight consolidation here as price hovers around 125.88. Two green candles showed some bullish momentum, but that last red candle suggests we hit a bit of selling pressure. The hammer pattern indicates buyers tried to step in after the dip, so we might be coiling for a potential breakout if the volume can pick up. Right now, it's dead quiet. Keep an eye on the next few candles. This could spring into action if buyers gain confidence. We've just seen a hammer form on the last candle, indicating that buyers are stepping in after some selling pressure, pushing us for a potential reversal here. However, we are still underwater at the moment, currently sitting at 125.83. With the price just above support at 125.33, we need to see that buying momentum kick in to push us closer to break even. Alright, folks, we're in a bit of a tight spot here as price is currently sitting at 125.83 after a last-minute dip. We just saw a hammer candle signaling a potential bullish reversal, showing buyers are trying to step in after some selling pressure. However, the volume is dead, which tells us this move might lack the conviction we need for a solid breakout. We're sandwiched between support at 125.33 and resistance up at 128.33, with the market caught in this consolidation phase. The last few candles have shown two green ones followed by a red, suggesting some indecision. Bulls need to show more strength to break through that resistance, or we could see another pullback. It's a critical moment. We're seeing some low volume here at 0.6x the average, indicating that this move is lacking strength, which isn't great for our long position. The recent tweezer top pattern suggests that we might be hitting strong resistance at $128.30, and with momentum reversing direction, it could be challenging to break through. The consolidation is tightening up, so traders are likely waiting for a clearer signal before making their next big move. Let's keep an eye on that volume. If it doesn't pick up, we might see further downside here. Alright, the tension is building as we're watching those candles. We just registered a tweezer top which has confirmed resistance at $128.30, that's a clear rejection we need to be wary of. The last three candles show two green and one red, suggesting a flicker of bullish momentum, but it's like the price is coiling tightly, indicating we're in a consolidation phase. Volume is low, barely at 0.6 times the average, so any strong push could surprise us, but right now, it feels like the bulls might be losing steam. We need to keep a close eye on that support around $125.33, as it looks like it's going to be a critical level in the coming moments. Alright, we're currently sitting at 125.84, and we're underwater on this position, hoping for a bounce to get us back to break even. Notice that tweezer top pattern coming into play, that resistance is clearly holding strong, as we've seen price reject the same level twice now. The last couple of candles showed some bullish momentum, but with that low volume and tightening volatility, it looks like we're entering a consolidation phase. If we can't break through that 128 resistance soon, we might see further downside action. Keep an eye on that support at 125.33, a drop below could spell trouble for us. Alright, folks, we're watching some interesting action here. The last few candles are giving us a bit of a mixed bag with two greens and that single red one, but the momentum is starting to reverse on us. We're testing that tweezer top pattern, which signals some resistance right at $128.30, definitely a level to keep an eye on as buyers are struggling to push through. Right now, we're seeing some consolidation with volume trailing at just 0.6 times the average, which isn't exactly telling us the bulls are ready to charge. It looks like volatility is contracting here, so we might be in for a bit of a wait-and-see game. We're sitting near support at $125.33, and if sellers start to make a move, we could see some action down there. Let's keep those charts locked in. We're creeping up right now, testing that resistance at 128.30, but there's that tweezer top looming over us, signaling potential trouble ahead. The bulls pushed hard with those last two green candles, but we're in a tight spot with momentum reversing and volatility contracting, definitely a nail biter. Watch for a break or a rejection here, it could swing either way. We're still underwater on this one, holding our long at 126.75 and hoping for a reversal. The last few candles have been bullish, but we've hit that tweezer top, and its clear resistance at 128.30 is holding strong. Price is contracting here, and buyers need to step in soon, or we might see a deeper pullback toward support at 125.33. We're seeing some serious resistance at 128.30 as that tweezer top is confirmed, but right now, price is pulling back to support at 125.33. With momentum reversing and volatility contracting, we're in a tight spot here, waiting for a bounce to hold that level and kick back up. If it breaks down, we might have to rethink our strategy, but if buyers step in at support, we could see a nice rally back toward that resistance. We just saw a tweezer top formation, and that resistance at 128.30 is holding strong as price pushes back down. The last few candles are showing some fading momentum, and with volume sitting low, it's looking like we could be testing that support at 125.33 soon. Eyes peeled here, any break below could get hairy. We're watching a sluggish market right now, with volume dead at just 1/10 of the average. This low volume indicates that traders are hesitant, likely waiting for a clearer direction before making any moves. The recent bearish candles aren't helping as momentum seems to be fading. We're in a consolidation phase, and this lack of excitement means we might not see a significant breakout anytime soon. Price has just dipped under the 125.70 mark, so we need to see some fresh buying interest to shake things up. Price is definitely coiling here, tightening up as we hover around that $125.80 mark with bearish momentum playing out in the last few candles. The two red candles just before this one suggest sellers are still in control, but watch for any signs of a buyer push, they could spark a quick reversal out of this consolidation. It's a tense moment, and a breakout could come any second. We're currently underwater on this one, sitting at a loss of over $100. The last few candles show a bearish trend, with two red candles pushing us down while we struggle to maintain above that $126 mark. Price is really testing that support zone, and with volatility contracting, we could see a tighter squeeze here. Keep an eye out for any signs of reversal, especially since the RSI is sitting oversold. It might just be a matter of time before buyers step in. Alright, we're underwater on this long position, sitting at 125.95 and watching that bearish momentum unfold with the last two candles red. Price is hugging that support at 125.33, and if we can see a bounce here, we might just salvage this. But if we break through, we could be in for a rough ride, with the next focus on the lower levels. We're currently sitting in the red, down $71, and that comes as we've seen a couple of red candles alongside just one green, indicating some bearish momentum here. Price action is looking sluggish, with volume barely ticking up. It's dead in the water at just 1/10 of average, and that's not inspiring confidence for a strong move. Now, we're inching towards that key support level at 125.33, and with the momentum reversing, we could be testing that support soon if these selling pressures continue. Keep an eye on that next candle. If buyers don't step in, we might drift lower here. Alright, folks, we're underwater here on our long at 126.12, down 69 bucks. The last three candles tell a bearish story with that lone green candle in between two reds. We're seeing some serious consolidation as volatility fades, and volume is practically non-existent, only at 0.1 times the average. Right now, the market is really tightening up. We need to see some momentum pick up to break this bearish trend and give us a fighting chance. If buyers don't step in soon, we could see a test of that support at 125.33. Keep an eye on whether price can hold its ground or if we slip further. We're seeing some serious fading here with those last two red candles. Price just slipped beneath 126 and the volume's dead, nothing backing this move. Consolidation is the name of the game right now, with momentum reversing but no buyers stepping in to push us back up. Let's keep an eye on that support at 125.33, we need a bounce soon. Alright, we're facing some bearish momentum here as those last two candles dipped into red, and it looks like the price is struggling to hold on. Volume is dead, barely a pulse at 0.1 times the average, definitely not a good sign for a reversal here. The bulls need to step in quickly or we might see a deeper pullback towards that support at 125.33. With volatility contracting, it's all about waiting to see if buyers can ignite some action, but right now, it feels like a solid fade. Alright, folks, we're watching a real tight spot here. Price just dipped down to $126.27, and it's been a rough go with two red candles in a row indicating some serious bearish momentum. It looks like we're consolidating with volatility contracting, so we might see a breakout soon if buyers decide to step in. With the last few moves showing a slight downward trend, we're hoping for some buyers to jump in and push back toward that support level. It's a nail biter as we hold on, wondering if bulls will find the strength to flip this momentum. Keep your eyes glued here, anything can happen. Alright, we're seeing a bit of a pullback here as price is consolidating within that range, but those two green candles show bullish momentum still holding strong. The Mariposa tells us bulls are trying to take control, but we need to be cautious with volume hanging dead. A surge would confirm this rally. Watch for a break above 126.50. If we can clear that, it might be the trigger to get back in the green. We're seeing a bit of a pullback here after that strong bullish Mariposa candle, which is not entirely surprising given the accelerating momentum had to take a breather at some point, and now we're watching to see if this momentum can reassert itself. But what's really catching my eye is the wick action on these last few candles. We've got some pretty long upper wicks on the green candles, which could be a sign that the bulls are getting a bit overextended, and if we start to see some longer lower wicks, that could be a sign that the bears are starting to gain some traction. Price is currently hovering just below the entry point, and we've got some bullish momentum with those last two green candles, but the lack of volume is concerning. We need to see some buyers step up and push this higher, or we could be in for a rough ride. Bulls are trying to take control, but without that volume backing it up, they might struggle to break through resistance at 128.13. Alright, we're currently underwater on this long at $125.93, down about $75, but bull signals are in play. The last three candles show some bullish momentum, highlighted by a strong bullish Marubozu, signaling that buyers are stepping up. We've seen a slight uptick in the last 5 minutes, almost a 0.1% gain, which suggests there's potential for a breakout. However, with volatility contracting, it's looking like we're coiling for a decisive move. Let's keep an eye on that momentum as we approach our resistance at $128.13. We're testing that support level at $125.33 as momentum accelerates up. Bulls are pushing hard with that bullish Marubozu indicating strong buying pressure. If we can break through the resistance at $128.13, we could see some serious upside. It's a high risk, high reward scenario here. We're definitely in the red here, down about $76, but there's some bullish momentum with two green candles in a row. The price is currently at 125.92 and we're coming off that bullish Marubozu pattern. Looks like the bulls are trying to take charge. However, we've got low volume right now, so this move could be losing steam. It feels like we're consolidating, so we need to keep an eye on any sudden breakouts or rejections as we inch closer to that resistance at 128.13. This is a critical moment. Let's see if the momentum can carry us through. We're sitting underwater on this long position at $125.91, down 77.50. The last few candles show bullish momentum, but with volume so low, this move might struggle to maintain its strength. I'm keeping a close eye here. If we can break above that $126 level and see some buyers step in, we could flip this around quickly, but right now, it's a waiting game. We're sitting right at that pivotal support level of 125.33, just waiting to see if buyers step in or if we get a bounce to the downside. The last few candles show some bullish momentum, with two green ones leading the charge, but that red candle might be a bit of a concern. The bullish Marubozu indicates strong buying pressure, so we could see an attempt to push through to the next resistance at 128.13 if the bulls keep their foot on the gas. Momentum is definitely accelerating, so let's keep an eye on those buying levels to see if they hold. We're seeing some consolidation here, folks, as the price is holding just above that support at 125.33. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum with two green followed by red, but the move is definitely fading as we approach that resistance at 128.13. The RSI is sitting in oversold territory, which could set the stage for a bounce, but right now we need to see some stronger commitment from the bulls to break out of this sideways action. Keep an eye on this price, it's a tense moment. Alright, folks, we're watching a tight game here with Solana. Price just dipped to 125.72, and we're still feeling that pressure, currently in the red on this long position. We're seeing those two green candles followed by a red one, so there's a hint of bullish momentum trying to assert itself, but it's reversing direction right now, indicating a consolidation phase. With that RSI sitting at 29, we're definitely in oversold territory, so keep your eyes peeled for a potential bounce off that support at 125.33. Can the buyers step in here to hold the line? Or will we fade back further? It's a critical moment. Looks like we're in a consolidation phase here, with those two green candles giving us a hint of bullish momentum, but that last red candle could be signaling a fade. The price is hanging tight just above that support zone, and with momentum reversing, we might see this test that crucial level in the next few minutes. Keep your eyes peeled, this could turn either way in a hurry. Alright, folks, we're in a bit of a tight spot here with SOL pulling back to 125.79, and momentum is reversing direction. Bulls are struggling to regain control as we see some consolidation taking place, making it a tricky game. If we can hold above support at 125.33, we might have a chance to see a push towards that resistance at 128.13, but right now, it's all about holding steady. Alright, we're sitting in the red here, down 88 bucks on our long from 126.81. The last three candles show some bullish momentum with two green, but that recent red candle is shaking things up. Prices are hovering around 125.77, and with momentum reversing, we could be testing that support level at 125.33. We're consolidating right now, and with volatility contracting, it's do or die here. Will buyers step in to hold this support, or are we going to break down? Keep your eyes peeled, it's going to get spicy. Alright, folks. We've seen a bit of a pullback here at $125.77 after a slight bounce earlier, but we're currently underwater at $88.60, hoping for a shift soon. Price action shows two green candles followed by a red one, but the momentum is reversing direction, and volatility is contracting, indicating consolidation. We're right above support at $125.33, and if we can hold here, we might see buyers step in for a push towards that resistance at $128.13. Keep an eye on those candles, they're coiling tightly, and we're primed for a breakout or breakdown. Alright, folks. Price is currently flirting with that support level at $125.33, and with our long position still in the red, it's crucial we see a bounce off this area. The last few candles show bullish momentum, but we're really testing buyers' resolve right now. If we can break above that $126 level, we might shift the odds back in our favor, but for now, the volatility is fading, and it's a waiting game. Alright, folks, we've got some action brewing here as price is currently holding at 125.83, but we're underwater on this one, hoping for a bounce to get us back to break even. The last few candles show a bullish flicker with two green and one red, but let's not forget we're still in consolidation mode with volatility contracting. Currently, we're hovering beneath that resistance level at 128.13, and there's some decent support at 125.33. If bulls start flexing their muscles, we might just see a push towards that resistance, but right now, momentum looks like it's reversing direction. Keep an eye on volume as it's normal, but we're looking for an uptick to fuel any potential breakout. Let's see if we can get that push we need. Price just dipped back to $125.89, and we're consolidating here with that dead volume, only a quarter of the average. We're caught in a tight range, but with two green candles in the last three, bulls are making a push. Watch closely, if we hold here, we might be gearing up to test that resistance at $128.13. We're currently watching a tense moment here as price is flirting with that key support level at $125.33. The last few candles gave us two green and one red, showing some potential bullish momentum, but volume is absolutely dead right now, only a fraction of the average. We're in a tight consolidation, and with momentum reversing direction, we need to keep an eye on whether buyers step in at support, or if they fade away, leading us further down. It's a critical moment for the bulls to hold this line. We're seeing a bit of a tug of war here at 125.85 as the last few candles have shown 2 green and 1 red, hinting at some bullish momentum trying to strengthen. However, the recent price action hasn't exactly been thrilling, with the last 5 minutes barely ticking up a measly 0.03%. We're currently consolidating, and it's clear the volatility is contracting. Traders are sitting on their hands with volume dead at 2/10 of the average. Price is holding above support at 125.33, but we need to see the buyers step in and push this one back towards that resistance at 128.13. Let's keep our eyes peeled for a strong breakout or a reversal. Alright, folks, we're sitting at $125.81 and unfortunately, we're underwater by about $85 here. The last 3 candles showed 2 green and 1 red, hinting at some bullish momentum, but it's looking like that momentum is fading with this recent pullback. Price just hit a wall at $126, struggling to maintain that upward push. We're still a ways from that resistance at $128.13, and with volatility contracting, it's a bit of a game of patience right now. We're testing that crucial support around $125.33, and if we can hold it, buyers might step back in. But keep your eyes peeled. If we break below support, we could see a sharper decline, and that's definitely a signal to consider exiting. For now, it's a wait-and-see scenario as we navigate this consolidation phase. Alright, folks, we're seeing some action on the candles with 2 green followed by a red bullish momentum trying to build, but it looks like it may be hitting a brick wall here just at that resistance level. The last few minutes are showing that price is consolidating and potentially reversing direction. Bears are pushing back, and we're getting tight, but that oversold RSI at 29 might signal that buyers could step back in if we get a spark. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get interesting. We're seeing a bit of a tug of war here as those last 3 candles show some bullish momentum with 2 greens followed by a red. However, price is currently sliding right down to our support at 125.33, and we need to be cautious. Volume has completely dried up, just a ratio of 0.2x average, so it feels like things are consolidating rather than breaking out or pulling back hard. This lack of action could point to a potential move brewing, but for now, it's a waiting game while we watch these candles unfold. Alright, folks, we're coming into a critical moment here. The price just dipped to 125.78, and we are currently in the red at a loss of $87. We're seeing a bit of fading momentum as our last few candles reflect mixed signals, 2 green followed by a red, indicating potential indecision. Despite that bullish effort, volume is absolutely dead right now, just a fraction of the average, suggesting this consolidation could be more of an exhaustion pattern rather than coiling for a breakout. We're right at that low end of our range, and with momentum waning, we need to be ready. The bulls better step up soon or we could see further declines. Keep your eyes peeled. We're seeing a bit of a stall here as price is pulling back from our long entry at 126.81. The last 3 candles show some bullish action, but we're facing fading momentum as the volume is dead quiet. Not much conviction behind this move, and it's consolidating just under our recent high. Keep an eye on that support at 125.33. If we break down and test it, it could lead to a deeper retracement. Alright, the price just dipped down to 125.74, and we're definitely feeling the heat here with our position sitting in the red. We've had 2 green candles recently, but with that red candle showing up, it's clear that bullish momentum is fading fast. We're also testing that key support level around 125.33, so all eyes should be on how it holds up here. If it breaks, we could be in for a rough ride, but if buyers step in and push us back up, we might see a bounce towards that resistance at 128.07. Keep your eyes peeled, a lot is riding on this next move. Alright, folks, we're watching some tight action here as price is currently sitting at 125.74, and we're in the red with a loss of about 91 bucks. We've seen two green candles followed by a slight pullback, but momentum is definitely fading as we see this consolidation playing out. Right now, we're testing that key support level at 125.33, so it's crucial to see if buyers step in here to hold this line. The RSI is sitting at 28, indicating we might be oversold, but with volume so low, this could just be a fade setup rather than a breakout. Let's keep an eye on how this plays out in the next few minutes. We just saw a couple of green candles, but that last red bar is pulling us back down while we're still underwater on this position. Price is drifting around 125.74 and momentum looks like it's losing steam here. We're in a tight consolidation phase with volatility contracting, so traders are sitting on their hands, waiting for a breakout or breakdown. We're still a decent way from that resistance at 128.07, but a bounce off support at 125.33 could get us back in the game. Let's keep an eye on these candlesticks as they form, they could shape the next move. Alright, folks. We're watching this 5-minute chart closely as SOL is currently sitting at 125.80, just a hair above support at 125.33. The last few candles showed two green and one red, indicating that while there's some bullish momentum, the price action is really beginning to fade. Those candles are tightening up, and it feels like a coiling action might be setting us up for a breakout, but that recent volatility is contracting, which tells me that the market's holding its breath. If we can break through that resistance at 128.07, we could see some fireworks, but for now, we're in a consolidation zone, waiting for the next big move. Alright, folks, we're in a bit of a tight spot here as price is consolidating around 125.80. The last few candles have shown some bullish attempts but momentum is fading fast, and the volume is practically dead, not the best sign for a breakout. If sellers step in, we could see a test of that support at 125.33 soon, the bears are lurking. Keep an eye on this, it could get tense. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL hover around 125.74, and it looks like the momentum is fading here. We just had two green candles followed by that red one, but with volume dead as a doornail, it's tough to get excited. We're in a bit of consolidation at the moment, and that's squeezing us in a range currently sitting in the red and hoping for a turnaround. With the price hovering above support at 125.33, we need to see some bullish action soon or we could really test those lower levels. Gotta keep our eyes peeled for any signs of life. We're seeing some serious dead volume here, folks. It's a ratio of 0 to average. That weak buying interest is keeping the momentum bearish, and with the last three candles showing a Maribozu, bears are clearly in control. Watch for any signs of life, but right now, it feels like we're stuck in consolidation with that pressure pushing us further down. We're looking at some bearish momentum here as we just spotted that bearish Maribozu candle formation, signaling strong selling pressure, and the bears are definitely in control. The last three candles have painted a picture of weakness with one green and two red, and we're seeing volume at a standstill, just dead market activity. Price is hanging around 125.80, testing that key support level of 125.33, and momentum is accelerating downwards. If we don't see a reversal soon, it might be time to reassess our strategy, especially with that RSI sitting in oversold territory at 28. What's your game plan, viewers? There's always opportunity in the tape. Alright folks, we're looking at some intense action on the 5-minute candles for SOL. We've got a bearish Marubozu on the chart, signaling strong selling pressure with bears firmly in control. The last 3 candles tell the tale of bearish momentum, with 1 green but 2 red, pushing us down to 125.70 on lackluster volume, just dead trading out there. Now, we're sitting in the red on our long position from 126.81, currently down about 94 bucks. Price is testing that key support level around 125.33, and with momentum accelerating down and volatility contracting, it looks like we're consolidating here, folks. Keep your eyes peeled for a bounce or a potential break. Big decisions coming up. We're seeing some serious pressure here on SOL, with that bearish Marubozu signaling strong selling as we dive towards support at 125.33. The bulls are looking shaky with accelerating down momentum and our position currently in the red. Let's see if we can hold above that crucial support level. The RSI is oversold at 28, so a bounce could be just around the corner. Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're watching some intense action here on the 5-minute chart for SOL, currently sitting at 125.71. The price is really feeling the pressure, as we've just seen a bearish Marubozu pattern, showcasing that strong selling momentum. Bears are definitely in control here, and with 2 red candles in a row, it looks like they're digging their heels in. We've got our position long from 126.81, but at this moment, we're hanging on to a loss of 95 bucks. The PNL is looking grim, and with the price coiling around the support level of 125.33, it's a critical moment. Will we break down through that support or find some life and push back up? Make sure to keep your eyes glued to the candles. This could go either way. What do you think? Are we due for a bounce or just getting the last gasps before a deeper drop? Folks, we're seeing some real bearish momentum here on SOL at 125.67. That last 3 candles tell the story. 1 green, but the last 2 are a bearish Marubozu, showcasing strong selling pressure. And let's talk about that volume. It's absolutely dead, sitting at 0.0 times the average. With no heavy hitters stepping in, the bears are clearly in control as we approach that key support level at 125.33. The price is accelerating down, and with volatility contracting, it looks like we might be in for more consolidation. Keep your eyes peeled on the charts because things could get interesting if that support gets tested. We're seeing accelerating momentum to the downside. Bears are firmly in control here, and that bearish Marubozu candle is a strong indication of selling pressure. The fact that we're not seeing any significant bounce off the $125.33 support level is concerning, and with volatility contracting, it's like the market is coiling up for another potential leg down. Price is testing the lower end of this range, and a break below support could really get things moving, so let's watch how this plays out. We're seeing some serious bearish pressure with that bearish Marubozu flashing on the chart. The last few candles show the bears are really in control, and with volume dead in the water, this looks more like a fade setup than a breakout. RSI is hovering in oversold territory at 28, so keep an eye out for possible exhaustion, but right now, those selling forces are pushing us lower.
Welcome to the trading floor. Markets are looking interesting today.
Alright, folks, we're heading into some key action here. We've just seen that 5-minute candle close with a bullish Marubozu, which is a strong indicator that buyers are stepping in, despite the last couple of candles showing some bearish momentum. The volume, though, it's been dead, just not seeing the participation we need yet. The price is definitely coiling here around 125.80, with those last 3 candles showing that pesky bearish momentum. But wait. We've got a bullish Marubozu on the chart, indicating strong buying pressure, and a piercing line suggesting buyers are stepping in. It'll be interesting to see if the momentum shifts as we approach that support level at 125.33. This could be the moment for a breakout or a deeper dive. Alright folks, we're watching some intense action on SOL as it just dipped back to 125.80, but let's focus on what's really interesting here. We've got that bullish Marubozu showing strong buying pressure, suggesting that the bulls might just be gearing up for a push. Coupled with the piercing line pattern, it looks like buyers are stepping in, trying to take control after a bearish sequence. Even though we've seen 2 red candles in the last 5 minutes, the momentum is trying to shift direction, and with the RSI hanging around 30, it's a textbook indication that we might be oversold. Trust me, if this momentum can hold and the buyers really come in, we could see a nice reversal here. What do you think? Are the bulls going to make their move, or will we see more pressure to the downside? Let's keep our eyes on the chart. Wow, we've just seen some interesting price action here with SOL hovering at 125.80. The last few candles have painted a bit of a bearish picture, but check this out, we've got that bullish Marubozu forming, signaling strong buying pressure, plus that piercing line suggesting buyers are really pushing back. Even though we're in the red right now, the potential for a reversal is right in front of us. With volume looking dead as a doornail, it's crucial to keep an eye on that momentum shift. Are the bulls finally about to take control here? This will be exciting to watch. Alright, folks. We're in an interesting spot with SOL hovering around 125.80, and it looks like we just saw a bit of a reversal taking shape here. The last 3 candles have been a mixed bag with 1 green showing some life, but those 2 red candles earlier point to that bearish momentum, definitely a tug of war going on. However, those candlestick patterns are giving us something to consider. We've got a bullish Marubozu indicating strong buying pressure and a piercing line signaling that buyers are starting to push back. It looks like those bulls are trying to gain some control here. Now, with our position in the red at -86, we're right in the thick of it. With the RSI hanging around 30, we could be due for a bounce, but will it hold? That's the big question. Keep an eye on these next few candles. Are we accelerating or fading in this momentum push? Let's see how this unfolds. Alright folks, we've got some action here as SOL is hanging around that 125.83 level, but check it out, last 3 candles showed a bit of a mixed bag with 1 green and 2 red. We're feeling some bearish momentum, but hold on, we just spotted a bullish Marubozu and a piercing line on the chart, signaling strong buying pressure and a potential reversal. We're definitely testing that support at 125.33, so keep your eyes peeled. We're currently in a long position from 126.81 and sitting at about $88 in the red. Let's see if those bulls can start pushing through and reverse this momentum. We just saw a bearish 3-candle sequence here, with 2 red candles lining up against that green one. Price is currently testing that support level at 125.33 as momentum seems to be reversing and volatility is contracting. This could mean we're coiling for a potential breakout in either direction. Watch closely, the RSI is sitting at 31, indicating we might be oversold, which could fuel a bounce back if buyers step in. Let's see how this develops. We've just seen some bearish momentum on these last few candles, with one green and two red right in a row, definitely not what we wanted to see. Price is currently sitting at 125.77, and it's showing a bit of a reversal in momentum, but let's not count ourselves out just yet. With volume nearly non-existent, we're in a consolidation phase, just really quiet here, which can be tricky. Remember, we're holding a long position from 126.81 and currently taking a hit of $88 in the red. We're approaching that key support level at 125.33. Will it hold? And hey, if you're enjoying the analysis and want to stay updated, hit that notification bell. Don't forget, we're using cutting-edge AI technology to refine our trading strategy. Let's see how this plays out. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL hovering around 125.85, and it's been a bit choppy with those last three candles, one green but two red, signaling some bearish momentum. The volume's been dead, barely moving off the average at a 0.0 ratio, making it tougher to see any excitement in this trade. Right now, we're testing that critical support at 125.33, and with the RSI sitting at 31, we're definitely oversold, but the MACD at 1.19 tells us momentum might be reversing. Since we're currently in the red, down $88 on our long position from 126.81, we need to keep a close eye on whether this consolidating action leads to a breakout up to that resistance at 127.88 or if we continue to fade. It's do or die time. What do you think? Can we find some buyers here, or are we leaning towards more downward? Alright folks, we're watching SOL at 125.85 and it looks like we're in a bit of a tight spot here. The last three 5-minute candles show one green and two red, clearly revealing bearish momentum flickering on our screens. We've got some serious consolidation going on with volume dead as a doornail. It's practically a ghost town on the volume bars. With price coiling and that RSI at 31, we're right on the brink of something. Will we see a reversal or is this momentum just exhausted? We're testing that support at 125.33, which could be a critical level to watch. And remember, our position is currently sitting in the red, down $88 from that entry at 126.81. Let's buckle up and see if we can break out of this muddled range. And here we go, folks. We've got SOL sitting at 125.84, and it's been quite the ride over the last few candles. The last three 5-minute candles show one green followed by two red, indicating some bearish momentum creeping in. We're currently in the red on our long position, down $82.65, and the volume is dead in the water, just not a lot of action here with a ratio of 0.0 times the average. The RSI is sitting at 31, so we may be oversold, but it looks like momentum is reversing direction as we approach the support level at 125.33. If we break that, it could be a fade setup, but keep an eye on that resistance at 127.88. Remember, volatility is contracting, which means we're consolidating right now. It's that tight range on the chart. Let's see if it can break out or if the sellers. And we just saw some bearish momentum with those last three candles, one green, two red, pushing us down to 125.84. The volume's practically dead, so it's looking like a consolidation zone here, and the pressure's on as we're testing that support level at 125.33. Our long position is sitting in the red, down about $82, but hang tight because the RSI is hovering at 31, indicating we might be oversold here. If you're enjoying the action, let us know in the comments, and remember, we're running an AI-powered trading bot that's crunching the numbers behind the scenes. We're really tightening up here, folks. SOL is currently sitting at 125.84, but we've got some bearish momentum going with the last three candles showing one green and two red. The volume is dead, not helping us out here, while the RSI is dipping at 31, signaling we might be oversold. We're in the red on our long position, down $82 right now at 126.81, but we're testing that key support level at 125.33. If we can hold above that support and start to reverse, there's potential to catch a bounce back toward resistance at 127.88. The risk reward right now seems tricky. Reward is up to resistance while risking a further dip below support. Stay tuned, folks. If this momentum shifts, we could be in for a ride. Alright team, we're seeing some bearish momentum here as we've got one green candle followed by two reds on those last three 5-minute candles. Price is currently sitting at 125.63, right near our support level at 125.33, where it could find some buyers stepping in. Volume has been absolutely dead, barely registering at 0.0 times the average, which might lead to some consolidation here. With the momentum shifting and volatility contracting, it's a waiting game now. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit that notification bell so you can catch every moment of the action as our AI technology continues to guide us through these trades. Let's see how this plays out. We just saw those last three candles set us up beautifully with a dragonfly doji and a hammer, indicating strong bullish reversal signals. It's a pivotal moment as we approach that key support level at 125.33. Buyers are looking to step in. With momentum still up and a bit of volume backing it, we might just see a test on the way to resistance at 127.88. We just saw a dragonfly doji appear, a strong bullish signal indicating buyers rejected those lower prices. That's followed up by a hammer, showing the buyers really stepped in after the selling pressure. Not to mention, we have a tweezer bottom confirming support at that $125.33 level, so things are looking interesting here for a bounce up. Momentum is definitely up, but with our position currently in the red, we're down about $98 at the moment. We need to keep an eye on that resistance at $127.88, as we look for a potential breakout. If you're enjoying this action, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and join the community for more live updates. Alright, folks, we're right back in it as we see those last few candles showing some bullish momentum. The last three candles are telling a story: two green and one red, with that dragonfly doji signaling strong buying pressure stepping in to reject those lower prices. We just caught a hammer on the charts as buyers are really trying to hold their ground after some selling pressure. And let's not forget that tweezer bottom, that's a solid confirmation of support holding at $125.33. With this action, it looks like the bulls are stepping up to the plate, but we've got some distance to cover before we hit that resistance at $127.88. Keep your eyes peeled, this could turn into a fantastic rally if the momentum keeps up. Looks like we just saw that bullish Maribozu candle, which is indicating strong buying pressure from the bulls. Price is coiling around that $125.69 level, but with that low volume and the RSI flirting with the oversold territory, it could be a signal of exhaustion rather than a big breakout. Keep an eye on. We're coming up on the last few minutes here with SOL currently at 125.77. Price action has been bullish lately with those two green candles, and we just spotted a bullish Maribozu forming indicating strong buying pressure and the bulls really taking control right now. However, we've got this low volume coming in at 0.3 times the average, which could suggest a bit of coiling action. Are we setting up for a breakout or is this just a temporary pause? We're testing that support level at 125.33 with resistance looming around 127.88. Keep a close eye on the next few candles, they could really tell us where this momentum is heading. We're seeing a bullish Marubozu on the chart, indicating strong buying pressure with those last two green candles pushing us up. However, momentum is starting to reverse, and with the last few moves showing a slight dip, the bulls better watch out for that key support at 125.33. Will price coil up for a breakout towards the resistance at 127.88, or is it facing exhaustion? Let's keep an eye on those next candles. Alright folks, we're diving into the action here on SOL at 125.78. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum with that strong bullish Marubozu pattern indicating the bulls are definitely in control. But hold on, the volume is pretty low, only about 30% of the average, which means we might not get the follow-through we want. Now, looking at our position, we're sitting in the red at minus 94.50. The chart is reversing direction with momentum shifting, and we're right there at that 14% mark of the range. If we can break above that resistance at 127.88, things could start heating up. Keep your eyes glued to those candles, everyone. Alright, folks, let's dive into the last few minutes of action here as SOL sits at 125.76. The last three candles delivered two solid greens with a bullish Marubozu pattern stepping in strong buying pressure suggesting the bulls are really trying to take control. But over the last 5 minutes, we've only seen a slight uptick of plus 0.07%, showing that momentum is still a bit shaky. Volume is low at 0.3 of average, which could mean we need a catalyst to really spark some excitement. Keep an eye on how these next few candles are forming. We might be staring down at either a breakout to test that resistance at 127.88, or a potential fade if this bullish momentum can't find its footing. What do you think? Will the bulls rally or will we see a reversal? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Alright folks, it's getting spicy in the last 5-minute stretch here. We've got a bullish Marubozu forming, which is a strong sign of buying pressure. Looks like the bulls are taking a stand. The last three candles gave us two greens and just one red, showing that momentum is still in their favor. But hold on a sec, volume is low at just 0.3 times the average, which has me wondering, are we coiling for that breakout move or are we just running out of steam? Price just dipped slightly, down to 125.63, we're still under pressure here, but those bulls are fighting back. Let's watch closely to see if they can push through and regain the upper hand. We just saw a strong bullish Marubozu candle, which suggests that buyers are really stepping up here at $125.63. Despite that, we've got a bit of a fight going on, as the last few candles show mixed momentum with two green and one red, and we're still under pressure at $125.65. Volume's low, only hitting 0.3 of the average, so we need to keep an eye on that. With our position sitting in the red at minus 98 bucks and the RSI cooling off at 32, we need a solid breakout past that resistance at $127.88 to really feel confident about this trade, or we might start considering an exit if momentum doesn't pick up. What are you all thinking? Are we holding strong or cutting our losses here? Let me know in the chat. Alright folks, we're watching some action on SOL here at 125.56, and it looks like we've got a solid bullish Marubozu candle showing strong buying pressure. The bulls are trying to take control, but there's a bit of a tug of war happening with that last red candle in the mix. Volume is a little on the lighter side, sitting at just 30% of average, which could indicate that we're not seeing the acceleration we'd like. We're testing that support level at 125.33, and with the current momentum reversing direction, we need to keep an eye on whether this push can hold or if it's going to fade out. If you're enjoying the insights, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Let's see if the bulls can keep this momentum going. Alright folks, We're looking at some interesting price action here on SOL as it hovers around 125.50. The last 3 5-minute candles have shown a bit of a bearish momentum with one green followed by two red, but check this out, we've just confirmed a tweezer bottom which suggests there's some bullish potential brewing at this support level near 125.33. However, with volume sitting at just a fraction of the average, it's definitely a dead zone right now, no big buyers stepping in to push the price up just yet. It feels like we might be fading into the close unless we see some significant buying pressure come in. Watch that support closely, folks, it's make or break time for the bulls. As we look at the last 3 candles, it's clear the bearish momentum is holding steady, with 2 red candles in a row, but we're seeing that tweezer bottom pattern forming, suggesting support has been confirmed at $125.33. Volume is practically non-existent, just a whisper at 0.1x the average, definitely not the action we want to see. Momentum is flat, and with the RSI sitting at 32, we could be bracing for a potential reversal if buyers decide to step in here. Keep an eye on that support level. We're seeing some interesting action on the 5-minute candles with SOL currently at 125.60 as it tries to hold that tweezer bottom pattern, a classic signal of bullish support. The momentum's been flat and we've just witnessed 2 red candles in a row, but it's important to note that we have confirmed support at 125.33, which could be the lifeline for this move. Volume remains pretty dead right now, just 0.1 times the average, which tells us the bulls might be biding their time before they take control. Will we coil for a breakout or are we running out of steam? Keep your eyes peeled because this could turn on a dime. Let's see how it plays out. Alright folks, we've got some action happening here with SOL sitting at 125.60, and it's looking a bit rough after those last 2 red candles. We've got bearish momentum, but check this out, a tweezer bottom just formed, signaling a potential bullish support level at 125.33. That's something to keep an eye on. We're still holding a long position from 126.73, and with our current P&L sitting at -$102, it's all about finding that bounce off support. If you're enjoying the stream, make sure to hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of the action. Let's see if this support level holds. The bearish momentum is still in play, folks, with 2 red candles in the last 3, but we're holding just above that key support level of 125.33, and I've got my eye on that tweezer bottom pattern. It's a bullish signal, but we need to see some follow through. Our long position from 126.73 is still in the red, down $108.35, so we're waiting for a bounce to get back to break even. The RSI is looking oversold at 32, which could be a sign that this move is due to fade, but for now, it's still a slow grind downwards. Alright folks, we're coming up on some interesting price action here with SOL sitting at 125.27. The last 3 5-minute candles have shown us some bearish momentum with 2 reds and 1 green, definitely something to keep an eye on. But check this out, we've got a tweezer bottom pattern forming, which is a bullish sign as it suggests support is holding strong at this level. Now, while the momentum feels flat and the volume is practically non-existent, that support at 125.33 is critical right now. If we can hold above that, we might see a bounce back up towards resistance at 127.88. So, are we going to see this reversal take shape, or is the selling pressure going to keep fading? Let's stay tuned. Alright folks, we're looking at some interesting price action here on SOL. Over the last 3 candles, we've seen a green one followed by 2 reds, hinting at some bearish momentum, but check this out, we've got a tweezer bottom forming, which can indicate a potential reversal with support holding strong at 125.33. The price is coiling here, and with that momentum being flat, all eyes are on whether the buyers can step in and push it back up. It's a tight range, currently sitting around 125.27, down about 10 cents from our entry at 126.66. Let's watch this closely for any signs of life as we approach that critical support. Alright, Folks, we're sitting at a critical juncture with SOL trading at 125.27, right at that support level we've been watching closely. The last 3 5-minute candles have shown us some bearish momentum, with that strong bearish Marubozu indicating the sellers are definitely in control. But here's where it gets interesting, the RSI is sitting oversold at 27, meaning we might be due for a bounce here. If we see a quick reversal from this level, we could be looking at a solid risk/reward setup. Keep your eyes peeled for a potential shift as volatility is expanding and those candles are getting bigger. Whoa, folks. We just witnessed a sharp dip down to $125.08, and the bears are flexing their muscles strong with that bearish Marubozu pattern. We're talking serious selling pressure here. Those last 3 candles have painted a bearish picture, and the momentum is definitely not in our favor right now. But take note, the volume is low, half the average, which might mean that while the sellers are in control, not everyone is jumping on this downtrend just yet. It looks like we're right at the support level, and we're holding our breath to see if buyers step in for a possible bounce, or if we're heading for a further breakdown. Whatever happens next is going to be intense. Keep your eyes glued to the chart. We just witnessed a bearish Marubozu forming as the last 3 candles turned red, strong selling pressure taking hold here at $125.07. The bears are firmly in control, and with the price testing that support level, all eyes are on whether we can hold or if we're set for a breakdown. Volatility is expanding, so expect some fireworks in the next few minutes as the momentum shifts. Alright folks, we are zeroing in on some intense price action here as SOL is hovering right around support at $125.26. The last few candles have painted a bearish narrative with that strong bearish Marubozu indicating heavy selling pressure. Definitely the bears are in control at the moment. But wait, we're sitting right at that support level, and with volatility expanding, it can tip either way. Will we see a bounce off this level, or are we gearing up for a breakdown? The clock is ticking, and traders are on the edge of their seats. Keep those eyes peeled, anything can happen in these final moments. Wow, we just saw a strong bearish Marubozu pattern here, indicating that the bears are really in control right now. The last 3 candles show some serious selling pressure, and it looks like we've hit that support at 125.26. With volume sitting at only half the average, we could see a bounce if buyers jump in, but with momentum shifting and volatility expanding, these bigger candles could spell trouble for anyone holding a long position. Are we going to see a bounce here, or will this breakdown continue? Keep your eyes peeled. Oh, we're getting some serious bearish pressure here on SOL as we hover around that 125 range. The last 3 candles are showing us 1 green, but those 2 red candles signal that momentum is definitely fading to the downside. We're currently sitting in the red on our long position from 126.43, about $118 down right now. The volume is practically non-existent, a real ghost town out there, which is adding to this coiling effect. With that RSI at 31 and MACD showing a slight uptick, it feels like the market is in a consolidation phase, possibly just waiting for a catalyst to either break down or spring up toward that resistance at 127.53. Keep your eyes peeled. Are we about to coil for a move, or are we just exhausted? This is going to get interesting, folks. We're seeing some serious bearish momentum here, with those 2 red candles putting pressure on the price at 125.28. Volume is completely dead, practically non-existent, not the ideal environment for a breakout, folks. At this point, it looks more like a fade setup as we approach that support at 124.91, keep an eye on it. We just saw a bit of bearish momentum here, with two red candles in the last 5-minute stretch, pushing us down to 125.23. Volume has been dead, hardly any action on the tape, so we're really in a consolidation zone. With that RSI sitting at 31, we're definitely in oversold territory, but right now, it feels more like this move is accelerating down than fading. Keep an eye on that support at 124.91, it could be a crucial level if we keep falling. Alright folks, we're staring down a tough situation right now with SOL, currently sitting at 125.23, and we're in the red with a loss of $120 on our long position from 126.43. The last few candles have been showing some bearish momentum, with two reds in a row, and we're now testing that critical support level at 124.91. With volume at basically nothing, it's no wonder we're seeing this consolidation. If the bears keep accelerating down, we could see a breakdown below support, which would definitely put us in a tough spot. Key insight here, keep an eye on that support. If we break it, we might get some serious downside. If it holds, we could see a bounce back up to resistance at 127.53. Let's see how this plays out. And we're back, folks. It's a tense moment as SOL is currently sitting at 125.23, and we've just seen two red candles in a row, which is adding to that bearish momentum. The pressure is on as we approach key support at 124.91, and with volume dead in the water at a ratio of 0.0, there's definitely a lack of enthusiasm from the buyers. With our position deep in the red by about $120, are we going to test that support, or can we find some way to hold off the selling pressure? It's looking like a consolidation phase here, so keep your eyes peeled for any sudden moves. Either way, it's a nail biter. We're looking at some serious lethargy in that volume, folks, with the ratio sitting at a dead zero. This tells us traders are sitting on their hands, not committing to any big moves, which is typically a sign that the market's in a consolidation phase. As we just saw those last three candles showing two reds and only one green, it's clear that bearish momentum is taking over, and with volume this low, we could see whipsaw action before any decisive direction emerges. Keep your eyes peeled, this environment can be tricky. We're seeing that bearish momentum really accelerate here as SOL battles with the pressure at 125. The last couple of candles have painted a clear picture: buyers are fading, and the volume's practically non-existent, showing no conviction. With volatility tightening up, it's looking like a tense consolidation before something has to give. Watching closely for a breakout or breakdown. Alright folks, we're seeing some serious contraction in volume here, 0.0 times the average, which is a clear signal that traders are sitting on the sidelines. This dead volume could be a precursor to a bigger move, but for now, we're stuck in a bearish momentum with those last two red candles showing selling pressure. Keep your eyes peeled, this market could break out in either direction once the volume picks up. Alright folks, we've got some action happening on the chart with SOL sitting at 125.20. The last few candles have painted a bearish picture. Check out that bearish Maribozu signaling some strong selling pressure. The bears are clearly in control right now. Volume is absolutely dead, no significant interest to drive this price action, and we're seeing momentum starting to reverse. With the RSI at 30, we might be testing some buying interest soon, but for now, it's consolidation central. If any buyers step in, we could see a bounce off that support at 124.91. Let's keep an eye on these next candles. A break above that resistance at 127 could mean a shift in momentum, but right now, it's looking a bit heavy. Stay tuned. We're seeing some serious selling pressure here, folks, and that volume is absolutely dead, 0.0 times the average. With that bearish Maribozu on the chart, the bears are definitely in control, pushing our long position further into the red. It's a tough moment out there, and it looks like traders are waiting for the right moment to break this consolidation. We're seeing a strong bearish Marubozu candlestick pattern here, folks, indicating the bears are firmly in control, and with the last two candles being red, the momentum is certainly bearish. Price is fading fast, currently sitting at 125.21, and we're in the red, down 122.25 on our long position. This could be a critical moment. Will we see a reversal, or will the selling pressure continue to push us towards that support level at 124.90? 1. Alright, folks, we're seeing some serious action here as SOL is currently trading at 125.16. The last 3 5-minute candles show 1 green and 2 red, signaling some bearish momentum, with that bearish Marubozu pattern really emphasizing the strong selling pressure. What's particularly interesting right now is the volume. It's dead, indicated by a ratio of 0.0 times the average. That lack of volume is suggesting indecision in the market. Bears are clearly in control, but without volume backing it up, we could see some choppy action ahead. We're sitting at that critical support level of 124.91, so eyes are peeled to see if it holds. With volatility contracting, we might just be on the edge of a move. Will it break or bounce? Stay tuned. We've got a bearish Marubozu on the chart, which shows strong selling pressure with bears firmly in control. Price is testing that key support at 124.91, and with that last candle turning red, it looks like this move is fading rather than accelerating. Keep your eyes peeled as we watch for any potential reversal signals. Things are heating up. Alright folks, we're in the thick of it here with SOL at 125.27, and the last 3 candles are painting a bearish picture. We just saw a strong bearish Marubozu, signaling that the sellers are definitely in control right now, pushing us right down towards that support level at 124.91. Momentum is reversing as we watch the price consolidate, but it's worth noting that the RSI is sitting at 30, indicating we might be oversold. Keep an eye on those levels because a bounce from support could spark some buying interest. If you're enjoying the action, don't forget to hit that notification bell to stay updated on all our trades and insights. We're seeing some serious bearish pressure here, with that bearish Marubozu pattern suggesting that the sellers are firmly in control. The last 3 candles have definitely set a tone, with 1 green but followed up by 2 red, signaling that momentum is shifting against us. With the price hovering just above that support level at 124.91, it looks like we could be gearing up for a test of that support, especially with the RSI sitting at 30. Keep an eye on those next moves because if we break below, we could see more selling come in strong. What do you think? Are we going to hold this level, or will the bears take us lower? Wow, we've just seen a bearish Marubozu on the chart, signaling some strong selling pressure as the bears really take control here. Those last 3 5-minute candles show 1 green but 2 red, and with the volume dead at a 0.0x ratio, it looks like sellers are definitely making their mark without much resistance. We're testing that support level down at 124.91, and with our position currently sitting in the red, we're feeling that pressure at 125.24. That PNL of -$119 isn't what we like to see. This move seems to be fading, and with the momentum reversing direction, we really need to watch for any signs of a turnaround. Keep your eyes glued to the charts. We're seeing some serious bearish momentum here as that last 5-minute candle has closed red again, pushing us down to 125.24. With that bearish Marubozu pattern forming, it looks like the bears are really in control, and we might be getting ready to test that support at 124.91. The volume is super low right now, indicating a lack of conviction in the market, which is not great for our long position here. We're sitting in the red, down $119, and with that RSI sitting at 30, we could see a reversal, but it's tough to say with the current consolidation. Keep an eye out as we approach that key support. We're seeing a bullish engulfing pattern develop, and despite a little red candle in the mix, the buyers are definitely pushing back hard. With the last few candles showing that bullish momentum, it's looking like price might be coiling for a move up towards that resistance at 126.50. However, volume remains dead with a ratio of only 0.2 times the average, so we need to keep an eye on whether this consolidation can really break out or if it's just exhaustion setting in. We're getting some action here on the 5-minute candles with SOL sitting at 125.35. The last 3 candles tell a story: 2 green and 1 red, which is indicating some bullish momentum despite the recent dip. Look at that bullish engulfing candle, buyers really overwhelmed the sellers there, and now we've got a piercing line suggesting that buyers are pushing back even more. However, volume is pretty light with a ratio of only 0.2x average, which means we're in a bit of a consolidation phase. Our long position is currently in the red, down $107.25, so we're definitely keeping an eye on that key support at 124.91. If we break above 126.50, we could see some fireworks. Let's see if these buyers can rally and push us back into the green. We're watching some bullish momentum here with that solid bullish engulfing and a piercing line pattern giving buyers a foothold. The price has been hovering around 125.30 while consolidating, which could set us up nicely for a potential push toward that resistance at 126.50. However, with volume trailing off at just 0.2 times the average, we need to keep an eye on whether the buyers can maintain this momentum as we test those key levels. We're seeing some strong bullish momentum here with that bullish engulfing pattern and the piercing line signaling buyers are stepping in. The last 3 candles paint a solid picture, but with that volume still dead, it's hard to gauge if this move is really accelerating or just a brief spike before fading. Watch as we test that key resistance at 126.50, could be a pivotal moment if the buyers hold. We're watching some interesting action here on SOL at 125.35. The last 3 candles show a nice bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, and we've just seen a bullish engulfing pattern take shape. Buyers are really coming in strong here. That piercing line signals they're pushing back against sellers as well. With the price hovering just above support at 124.91 and resistance looming at 126.50, we've got a tight range here at 21%. The momentum is reversing, but with volatility contracting, we could be in a consolidation phase. Keep an eye on that breakout potential. What's your take? Are we looking at a breakout or a fade setup? Let's hear your thoughts. Alright folks, we're diving into some action here on SOL at 125.33. The last 3 5-minute candles are showing 2 green and 1 red, indicating some bullish momentum, especially with that strong bullish engulfing pattern we just saw. Buyers really overwhelmed the sellers there. We're also noticing a piercing line, which is another bullish reversal signal, suggesting buyers are pushing back. Right now, price is consolidating and testing that support level around 124.91, hovering at about 21% of the range to resistance at 126.50. As we keep an eye on this price action, it's crucial to note that we're seeing some contracting volatility, which means the market is setting up for a potential breakout. So, keep those eyes peeled, we might see a move soon. We're seeing some interesting action here as SOL is trying to gain traction around this $125.31 mark. The last 3 candles painted a bullish picture with 2 green and just 1 red, indicating that buyers are stepping in. The momentum is definitely leaning upward, but we're currently holding in that contraction zone, meaning it's all about patience and timing right now. We might be on the verge of a breakout if we can push through that resistance at $126.27. Traders are eyeing this closely. Will we see the bulls take charge, or will it fade back to support? This is the moment to stay alert. If you're loving the action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and join this trading community. Alright, folks, we're seeing some solid price action here as we've got 2 green candles in a row, but the volume tells a different story. It's hanging right around average, suggesting that the bulls are trying to push through, but without that surge, it feels like we're in a bit of a tug of war. This consolidation phase might be keeping traders on their toes. Let's see if we can break out or if we'll fade back towards support. Alright, folks, we're seeing some serious action here as we're hovering just above that key support at 124.91. The last few candles show bullish momentum, but with those RSI readings down at 34, we could be setting up for a consolidation breakout or a slip back to support. Keep your eyes on that volume. It's normal right now, but a surge could ignite this price. Alright, folks. We're looking at some interesting action here as the last 3 5-minute candles show a bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red. The price is currently hovering around 125.23, still feeling the impact of that recent momentum shift. Now, what's key here is the consolidation we're witnessing. The volatility is contracting, which means the market is tightening up, and we could see some explosive moves ahead. Could be a breakout or a breakdown. Keep your eyes peeled, because if we can break through that 126.27 resistance, we might just fuel this bullish trend further. Let's stay sharp. We're looking at some interesting price action here on SOL, currently hanging at 125.25. The last few 5-minute candles have shown bullish momentum with 2 solid greens followed by a slight pullback. That red candle might just be a healthy consolidation before the next push. The momentum is definitely up, but with volatility contracting, it feels like we could be coiling for a breakout rather than exhausting. Traders are holding their breath here as we inch closer to that resistance at 126.27. Keep your eyes peeled for any surprise moves. The tension's building. Folks, we're seeing a real test of strength here. Price is coiling like a spring, getting ready to unleash a move, but the question is, which direction will it break? The bullish momentum from the last few candles is still intact, but our position is in the red. We're down $124. Can we bounce back from this, or are we exhausted, running out of steam? The next few candles are gonna be huge. Will we see a reversal or a continuation of this sideways action? We're seeing some bullish momentum with those last 2 green candles, but the price is still hovering around that $125.25 mark, just testing that support zone. With a little more push, we might see a breakout towards that resistance at $126.27, but holding onto this long position is risky with the current P&L in the red. A solid break above $126 could change the game, but we need to monitor closely. This consolidation could mean the next move is brewing. Alright folks, we've got some action brewing here with SOL trading at 125.33. The last 3 candles have shown some bullish momentum, 2 green and just 1 red, indicating potential strength as we move forward. We are currently sitting at a key support level of 124.91, which is crucial for maintaining that upward trend. Now, volume is holding steady right around average, but don't sleep on that contracting volatility. The market is in a bit of a consolidation phase, so this could lead to a breakout if we push past that resistance at 126.27. Let's keep an eye on the RSI, which is a bit low at 34, and the MACD showing positive momentum at 0.41. These indicators are hinting at a potential for a fresh push. So, the big question is whether we'll test that resistance soon or see some fading back towards support. What are your thoughts? Are we about to make a bold move or? Here we go. The last few candles are looking interesting with 2 strong greens and 1 red, forming a bullish Maribozu that indicates the bulls are asserting some control here at 125.29. However, momentum is reversing just as we hit that key support level at 124.91. We've been watching this consolidation, and with volatility contracting, it's a nail-biter whether we're setting up for a breakout or if the pressure will fade back down. The traders are feeling the heat as we're not seeing much volume to push this one forward. It's do or die here. Are we going to charge up towards resistance at 126.27, or will sellers step in and cause a drift? Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're looking at some exciting action on the chart. We just spotted a bullish Mariposa pattern, which indicates strong buying pressure. Bulls are definitely in control right now. The last three candles have been pretty interesting too, two green coming in hot after that last red candle, suggesting that bullish momentum is trying to push us back up. However, the volume's been pretty stagnant, not giving us much support as we hang around 125. We're currently testing that key support at 124.91. If we can break through resistance at 126.27, we might just see a breakout. Keep your eyes on these candles as they form, this could get interesting. Alright, folks, we're looking at some interesting price action here on SOL as it's currently sitting at 125.23. We've got a strong bullish Mariposa candle lighting up the chart, which indicates that the bulls are feeling confident and in control right now. Even though we had a little red in the last 5 minutes, the overall momentum is still showing some bullish tendencies. Now, let's keep an eye on that resistance level at 126.27, if we can break through that, we might see some fireworks. Just remember, we're in a bit of a consolidation phase right now, which can lead to some explosive moves. Can the bulls hold that momentum and push higher? That's the million-dollar question. Keep your eyes peeled. We just saw a beautiful bullish Mariposa forming on the chart, signaling that the bulls are really trying to take control here. We're witnessing some bullish momentum with two green candles, even though the volume is a bit dead right now. It looks like traders are playing the waiting game as the price consolidates. What are your thoughts on this setup? Drop your comments below. We're seeing a bullish Mariposa take shape here on the 5-minute chart, indicating strong buying pressure with the bulls firmly in control. The last three candles have shown a nice little dance, with two green and one red, but we are still in a tight consolidation phase with the volatility contracting. Momentum is starting to turn here. Could we see a breakout soon? With the current P&L in the red, it's crucial to keep an eye on how this plays out. If we can break through that key resistance at 126.27, it could trigger some serious buying. What do you think, traders? Are you feeling the shift? Alright, folks, we're sitting here at 125.20 with SOL, and the last few candles have shown some bullish momentum with that strong Mariposa pattern, indicating the bulls are really trying to take charge. But hold up, volume is absolutely dead. It's like a silent game in the fourth quarter. We need to see some life in those volume bars to confirm this move. Currently, we're in the red at -$123, and with that RSI sitting at 32, it's getting spicy. Are we going to hold this support level at 124.91, or will we finally break through it? The tension is palpable. Let's see if we get a surge in volume to push us back up towards that resistance at 126.27. Stay tuned, this game is just heating up. Price is definitely coiling up here, with that bullish Mariposa signaling strong buying pressure. The last few candles have shown a bit of consolidation, but the lack of volume is holding us back. We're at a crucial moment. Let's see if the bulls can break through that $126 resistance or if we're just exhausting ourselves here in this tight range. Alright, folks, we're looking at some serious bearish momentum on this 5-minute chart with the last three candles showing one green followed by two red. Price is hanging around 125.20, and that's definitely putting pressure on our long position, currently down $122.25. With the RSI sitting at 33 and that MACD at 0.35, We're seeing those indicators signal some weakness as price is testing towards that support level at 124.91. It seems like we're consolidating as volatility contracts, so keep an eye on this, because a break below support could lead to a steep drop. Let's see if we can hold through this tough stretch. We're seeing some bearish momentum here with those last 3 candles, and it looks like price is coiling just above that support level at 124.91. The RSI is flirting with oversold territory, which could trigger a bounce, but with our long position sitting in the red, we need to watch closely. Will we see a breakout, or is this consolidation just a setup for further downside? Alright folks, we're looking at SOL trading at 125.26, and it's been a rough ride here with 2 red candles in the last 15 minutes, indicating some solid bearish momentum. Just a heads up, we're currently down $122 on our long position from 126.43, so definitely a sticky spot amidst this consolidation. We're testing that support level at 124.91, and with the RSI sitting at 33, we might be nearing an oversold condition. What do you think about this trade setup? Are we due for a bounce, or is that resistance at 126.27 going to keep holding? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We've got a risky setup here with SOL currently hanging around 125.20, down on the day with bearish momentum showing in those last 3 candles. With support at 124.91 and resistance looming at 126.27, the risk-reward ratio looks tight as we're already in the red, holding onto that long position from 126.43. Time to keep an eye on that RSI dipping to 33, if it can't find support soon, we might have to re-evaluate. Oh, we're seeing some interesting action here as we're right at that support level of 124.91, folks. The momentum is definitely bearish, and those last few 5-minute candles aren't helping, 1 green, but 2 red followed by fading volume, just not the strength we'd like to see. Now, the price is sitting just below 125.21, and with the volatility contracting, it looks like we're in for a period of consolidation here. Keep your eyes peeled, because if we break that support, we might see a sharper decline. On the flip side, any bounce back to resistance at 126.27 could offer a decent risk/reward setup. Let's watch closely. Alright folks, we're watching a tricky situation here with SOL trading at 125.20. The last few candles have shown a bearish momentum with 1 green candle sandwiched between 2 reds, indicating some selling pressure. We're currently testing that crucial support level at 124.91, so keep an eye on that as we might see some action if it breaks. Volume is virtually non-existent right now, sitting at a mere 0.1 times the average, which means traders are sitting on their hands. Don't forget, we're using an AI-powered trading bot to strategize our moves, so drop your thoughts in the comments and let's get that conversation going. We've just seen a little dance on the charts here, with 1 green candle followed by 2 red candles, signaling some bearish momentum creeping in. Price is currently testing that $125 level, just above support at $124.91, but with volume absolutely flat, it's looking like the market is in a bit of a holding pattern. The volatility is contracting, suggesting a consolidation phase might be forming as traders decide their next move. Keep your eyes peeled, this could either lead to a breakout or a deeper pullback. We're seeing some consolidation here as we approach that key support level at 124.91. The last few candles have been showing some bullish momentum despite the recent red, but with volume dead and volatility contracting, it might be wise to wait for a decisive break above 126.27 before adding to this position. If we can't hold that support, it could be time to re-evaluate our strategy. Price action is still holding above 124.91 support, but we're seeing a bit of a struggle to gain traction, and that last red candle is a concern. Volume is still pretty dead, only at 0.1 times average, so we're not getting any real conviction here. What's your take on this setup, folks? Do you think we're due for a bounce or a breakdown? We're seeing some interesting price action here on SOL at 125.05, with those last three candles showing 2 green and 1 red, definitely some bullish momentum in play. However, this dead volume at a ratio of 0.1 is raising some eyebrows. It feels like we're in a consolidation phase rather than staging for a breakout. We're right at that support level of 124.91, so eyes are on whether we can hold that or if we're coiling up for a possible move. Remember, if we break that level, we could see a swing toward resistance at 126.27. Let's see how this plays out. Alright, folks, we've got an interesting situation developing here with SOL trading at 125.14. The last three candles are showing some bullish momentum with 2 greens and 1 red, but the price is currently hanging tight, barely moving in the last 5 to 20 minutes. We're testing that support level at 124.91, and it's crucial to see if we can hold above that mark. There's definitely a consolidation phase going on, and with the current price action, it feels like the momentum is fading rather than accelerating. Traders are holding their breath, watching for any signs of a breakout towards that resistance at 126.27. Let's see if we can get some volume to kick in and push this thing back up. Alright, folks, we're right in the thick of it at $125.06, and those last three candles are showing some bullish momentum with 2 greens and 1 red. But hold your horses, volume is just dead at a mere 0.1 times the average, so we're not seeing the energy we need to break through that resistance at $126.27. Right now, we're hanging on, dipping into that support zone at $124.91, which is just a stone's throw away. Keep an eye on those candles. With the momentum potentially reversing, we might just test that support level hard. Let's see if the buyers step in or if we'll fade down a bit further. Stay tuned. Alright, folks, we're hovering around that support level at $124.91 with SOL currently trading at $125.12. The last three candles showed bullish momentum with 2 in the green, but this recent red candle just reminded us that the bulls have some work to do. Volume is dead only at 0.1 times the average, so there's not a lot of conviction backing this move right now. We're also seeing some contracting volatility, signaling that the price action is consolidating. That means traders are waiting for a catalyst to either break through that resistance at $126.27 or test the support level. If we can get a strong push from here with some volume, it could help us pull out of the red. Keep an eye on that support, it's a crucial make or break point right now. Alright, folks, the action is heating up here as we're sitting right at $125.15, and momentum is starting to reverse. We've seen 2 green candles followed by 1 red, but volume is really dead right now, just a fraction of the average. It feels like we're caught in a bit of a consolidation phase, which often precedes a breakout. Now, the key insight here is that we're approaching that critical support level at $124.91. If we break below that, things could get tricky. Let's keep an eye on how the price interacts with that support as we navigate these choppy waters. Here we are, folks, right at the critical juncture as price is testing that support level at 124.91. The last 3 candles are showing us a bearish momentum with 0 green, and we've just seen a dodgy pattern indicating some serious indecision in the market could be a setup for a reversal, or we might see a breakdown here. Volume is sitting low at just 0.4 times the average, and with the momentum accelerating downwards, this is a nail-biter. Keep your eyes peeled to see if we get that bounce from support or if it's going to slice through. And if you're digging the action, don't forget, we're powered by some cutting-edge AI trading technology. What are your predictions? Will we hold this level or break below? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We're seeing the last few candles paint a bearish picture with that momentum really accelerating down, and now we're testing that critical support level at 124.91. The market's caught in a bit of indecision with that dodgy formation, but the red candles aren't letting up 3 in a row with low volume. Will we see a bounce here, or will the bears push us through this support? Stay tuned. Here we are, folks, just watching this action unfold on the 5-minute candles. We've seen 3 consecutive red candles, and now we're right at that critical support level of 124.91, definitely an area to keep an eye on for a potential bounce or a breakdown. We just saw that dodgy candle form, signaling some market indecision. Could this be the calm before the storm? Volume is pretty low right now, only at about 0.4 times the average, which isn't giving us much confidence in the momentum as it's accelerating down. If you're enjoying the stream and want to stay updated, don't forget to hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of this thrilling price action. Alright, folks, we're watching some serious action here with SOL right at the support level of $124.91. The last 3 candles have been all red, showing that bearish momentum is still very much in play. We've got a doji forming, which is a sign of that market indecision. Will we see a bounce or a breakdown here? The momentum is really accelerating downwards, and with the RSI sitting at 30, we're flirting with that oversold territory. Keep a close eye on this as we approach the support. The market could make a significant move in either direction. And hey, if you're enjoying the insights and want to stay updated, don't forget to hit that notification bell. We're powered by some cutting-edge AI technology that analyzes these patterns in real time, so you won't want to miss a beat. We're seeing some serious actions on the chart as price is testing that crucial support at 124.91. We've got 3 solid red candles in a row, and that last doji shows a bit of indecision. Could be a setup for a reversal or more downside. The momentum is definitely accelerating down, and with that RSI in the oversold territory at 30, it's make or break time for our bulls. Are we coiling for a big move, or is the selling pressure just too strong? Keep your eyes on that support. A bounce here could change the game. Alright folks, we're watching a critical moment here as SOL is testing that support level at 124.91. The last 3 candles have been a steady stream of red, showing us that bearish momentum is still alive and kicking. The doji pattern we just saw indicates indecision, and with the momentum accelerating down, it's going to be key to see if buyers step in here at support or if we're breaking down through it. Keep your eyes peeled for the next few minutes. This could be a pivotal turnaround or a further slide. We're right at support here, folks, testing that $124.91 level as the last 3 candles have painted a bearish picture with no green in sight. That doji indicates some indecision, so keep an eye out. This could either bounce back or break down further. With momentum accelerating downwards, it's a nail-biter moment. Are we about to see a reversal or a continuation of this fading trend? We're sitting right at that support level of $124.91, and the bears are really putting the pressure on with 2 red candles in a row. The volume is dead, so we're not getting any confirmation from buyers yet. If we see a bounce here, we could get a nice little rally, but with momentum fading, we need to be careful. This could be a setup for a breakdown instead. Keep your eyes peeled, it's do or die time. We're right at that crucial support at 124.91, and the tension is palpable. With 2 red candles leading us here, the momentum is definitely fading, and it looks like players are getting nervous. This is a critical moment. Are we set for a bounce back or a breakdown? RSI is sitting at 30, indicating we're oversold, but the MACD is flat, showing no real strength behind any moves. Keep your eyes peeled as this consolidation plays out, we could see a sharp move either way soon. Alright folks, we're coming up on a pivotal moment here at the $125.16 mark as SOL is testing that critical support at $124.91. The last three candles show bearish momentum, one green, two reds, which isn't the best sign for our long position locked in at $126.36. We've got momentum fading fast, and those volume bars are looking pretty dead right now, definitely not what you want to see in a breakout scenario. This could turn into a breakdown if we can't hold in these final moments. Keep an eye on that support, it's do or die time for us. Let's see if we can bounce back, or if this price action takes us lower. We're testing that key support level at 124.91, price is literally bouncing off it right now. Let's see if we can get some momentum off this bounce or if we're gonna see a breakdown. The last few candles have been pretty bearish, but this could be our chance to turn it around. The momentum's been fading, moves losing steam, but a strong bounce here could change the narrative. Can we get a reversal candle to start building some upside momentum? We just saw price testing that crucial support at 124.91, and it's hanging on by a thread after two red candles in a row. Momentum is definitely fading here, you can feel the energy in this consolidation, and it could go either way. We're currently holding a long position from 126.36, and we're in the red by $130, so we're really watching for a bounce here. If you're enjoying the action, don't forget to drop a comment and let's keep the conversation rolling. We're sitting at a critical juncture here with SOL at $125.04, right at support. Those last three candles tell a story, one green amid two red, and it looks like momentum is clearly fading as we test this key level. With our long position from $126.36, we're feeling the heat at a loss of $130.65. The volume? Almost non-existent, making this a nail-biter as we watch for a potential bounce or a breakdown. This price action is definitely slowing down, and all eyes are on whether this support can hold. Alright folks, we're back on the 5-minute candles, and SOL is currently testing that critical support level at 124.91. The last three candles show one green and two red, signaling some bearish momentum here while the price is struggling to hold above that support. With the momentum fading and volatility contracting, it's a pivotal moment. Will we see a rebound or a breakdown? We're currently sitting in the red on our long position from 126.36, down about $129. RSI is sitting at 30, indicating that we might be oversold, so there's potential for a bounce. What do you think about this setup, traders? Are you expecting a reversal or will we break down further? Let's get that chat rolling. We're seeing SOL at 125.21, right smack at that critical support level of 124.91. The last few candles painted a picture of bullish momentum, but those tweezer tops are telling a different story. Resistance confirmed as price tests those highs again. And don't forget about that spinning top, indicating some serious indecision here. With the RSI hanging around 31 and our position sitting in the red, this is a nail-biter. Will we bounce off support or break down? And remember, we're using an AI-powered trading bot to navigate this wild ride. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Alright folks, we're locked in on SOL trading at 125.20 as we sit right at that critical support level of 124.91. The last three 5-minute candles show 2 green and 1 red, signaling a bit of bullish momentum, but we've also got that tweezer top pattern hanging over us. Those two rejections at the same high are definitely something to watch. With volume holding at a ratio of 1.2 times average, we're seeing some action, but it's flat, like the momentum here is holding its breath. This is the moment of truth. Are we going to see a bounce off that support, or will we break down through it? Our long position is feeling the heat right now at a loss of $122.25, so it's sweat time, folks. Keep your eyes glued to the chart. We're sitting right on support at 124.91, and the pressure is on. With a tweezer top formation up there rejecting that resistance at 126.27, it's a nail biter for sure. The volume's been normal, but that RSI is cooling down at 31, signaling potential indecision. Are we coiling for a breakout or just losing steam? Keep your eyes peeled, this could turn in a heartbeat. Here we go, folks. We're sitting right on that support level at 124.91, and the tension is palpable. Those last three candles showed some serious indecision with that spinning top pattern, but it looks like the bulls are trying to step in after that tweezer bottom signal. Will we see a bounce off support, or are we headed for a breakdown? Buckle up. Alright, folks, we're locked in on SOL, currently sitting at 125.11, and it's been a mixed bag for the last few candles, 2 green but 1 red. That bullish momentum is battling against a tweezer top pattern we just spotted, signaling some resistance at 126.27. We're right at support now, testing that critical level at 124.91. This is a moment to see if we can get a bounce or if the bears are going to take control. Volume's been pretty normal, just slightly above average, so let's keep an eye on that as we head into the next few minutes. Alright, folks, we're sitting at 125.11, and it's a tense moment here with price testing that crucial support level at 124.91. The last three candles showed 2 green and 1 red, signaling some bullish momentum, but those tweezer top and bottom patterns are painting a clear picture of indecision here. With that spinning top forming, we could be in a coiling situation, waiting for a breakout or breakdown. The bears just rejected the high twice, and now all eyes are on whether it holds that support or falters. If we see some serious buying pressure, it could be a thrilling bounce, but a slip below could lead to more selling. Let's see how this plays out, traders. Keep your screens locked in. We're diving into the action with SOL hanging around that crucial support level of 124.91. The last three 5-minute candles show a bit of a mixed bag, 2 green, but that pesky red candle adds some tension. We've got a tweezer top at play, confirming that resistance at 126.27, but the bulls aren't out yet. That spinning top indicates a real tug of war here, and with the price sitting right on the support, we're watching closely for either a bounce back or a potential breakdown. Is it coiling up for a big move, or are we just seeing exhaustion? It's a nail biter, folks. Let's see how it plays out as we watch these candles unfold. Alright folks, we're in a tight spot here with SOL trading at 125.06. The last three candles painted a bit of a mixed bag, but we've seen 2 greens followed by a red, which hints at that bullish momentum, though keep your eyes peeled. What's really interesting is that tweezer top formation we've spotted, signaling strong resistance at 126.27. It's definitely a game of cat and mouse with that price, as we're hovering right at support, waiting to see if we get a bounce or a breakdown. Now, don't forget, while you're watching, hit that notification bell to stay updated. We're using some cutting-edge AI technology to give us an edge in this action. Let's see how this plays out. The tension is building. Alright folks, we're down here at support, testing that crucial $124.91 level. This could get interesting. With 2 green candles followed by a red, we're seeing a little indecision in the market, but the momentum is still leaning downwards. The RSI is sitting at 32, hinting at some oversold conditions. This could set us up for a potential bounce. Keep your eyes peeled. If we can hold this support, we might just see a rally back toward that resistance at $125.91. But if the price breaks down, well, things could get dicey. What are you thinking, chat? Are we gearing up for a breakout or playing it safe for a fade? Alright folks, we are right at that critical support level of 124.91, and the tension is palpable. The last few candles showed a bit of bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, but right now, we're flirting with that support, watching for a potential bounce or a breakdown. The volume is practically ghosting us at a dead ratio of 0.1 times average, which tells me traders are holding their breath. We're currently long from 126.30, sitting in the red at 124.93, down about 150 on the PNL. Alright folks, we're at a critical junction here with SOL trading at $125.03, just testing that support level at $124.91. The last 3 candles show some bullish momentum, 2 green and 1 red, which suggests buyers might be stepping in, but we need to see a bounce off that support to confirm. Right now, volume is absolutely dead, sitting at just a 0.1x average. That lack of activity could indicate indecision in the market, as we're seeing volatility contracting and the price kind of just hanging around. We're currently in the red on our long position from $126.30, and our PNL is down $146.05. If you're enjoying the action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and keep those fingers crossed for a rebound. Alright, folks, we are sitting right at that critical support level of 124.91, and the tension is palpable. The last 3 5-minute candles showed some bullish momentum, with 2 green and 1 red, but right now it's testing that support. Will we see a bounce or a breakdown? The volume is dead, clocking in at just a fraction of the average, so we've got to keep an eye on that. Low volume can mean low conviction. Our momentum is down, and volatility is contracting, so we're in a consolidation phase here. What do you think about this trade setup? Are you expecting a bounce back, or do you think the bears will take over? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. Alright folks, we're at a crucial moment here with SOL holding right at support at 124.91. Those last 3 candles show us 2 green, but that red one indicates a little uncertainty creeping in. We're currently down on our position at 125 flat, feeling that heat with a loss of 138, and volume is practically whispering at a ratio of 0.1 times the average. Definitely a fade in action. Now, with RSI sitting at 32, we're flirting with the oversold territory, which could signal a potential bounce. But all eyes are on whether we break that support or find a little springboard. If we can maintain this level, it could be the moment we see the momentum shift. Let's keep watching for that pivotal move. We're testing that key support level at 124.91, and the price is bouncing off it for now, but the momentum is still down, folks, and that's a concern. The RSI is looking oversold at 32, could be a sign of a potential reversal, but we need to see some real buying pressure to get out of this consolidation phase. The MACD is also showing some bearish signs with that reading of 0.26, so we're watching closely to see if we'll get a bounce or a breakdown from here. We just experienced a major volume surge as those last 3 5-minute candles show 2 green ones with bullish momentum flickering in and out. We're currently holding around 125, a critical area as we approach that resistance at 125.88. With the volatility expanding and those candles getting bigger, we might be looking at a potential breakout setup here, but we need to be careful as the momentum looks like it's reversing direction. Keep your eyes peeled on that support at 124.72, it's going to be crucial in the next few minutes. What are you all thinking, breakout or fade? Let me know in the chat. We're seeing a volume surge here, with the price pushing back into that $125 range, which is exciting. The last few candles are showing some bullish momentum despite a slight red candle, and it looks like traders are really stepping in with that high volume, about 1.6 times the average. With the price testing near that $125.10 level, we could be setting up for a breakout if it can hold above $125.25. Keep an eye on that support at $124.72 as well, it could be the key to maintaining momentum here. Let's see if they can break through that resistance at $125.88. Alright folks, we've got an interesting scenario unfolding here with SOL at 124.81, and it's looking like we're gearing up to test that support at 124.72. The last three candles gave us two solid greens amidst one red, which hints at bullish momentum trying to regain strength, but we've seen a momentum reversal starting to creep in. And wow, that volume surge is notable, 1.6 times the average. This tells us traders are active and could be looking to push this price action one way or another. With volatility expanding and those candles getting bigger, we could see some exciting moves in this range. Buckle up. We're seeing a surge in volume here, folks, with a ratio of 1.6 times the average. That's a strong indicator that traders are moving in on SOL, which is currently hanging out at 124.25. The last three candles show a bullish momentum with two green, but we just hit a little red. Could this be a momentary pause? We're currently sitting in the red on our long position at 126.15, down $236, but we're just about to test that support level at 124.72. Watch out for that resistance at 125.88 as the momentum seems to be reversing direction. Can the buyers step in? And remember, folks, hit that notification bell to stay updated on our AI-powered trading bot technology guiding these moves. We're seeing an interesting setup here with SOL trading at 123.74. The last three 5-minute candles show two green and one red, hinting at some bullish momentum despite that recent red candle. The volume is really kicking in, hitting 1.6 times the average, which could mean buyers are stepping up here. We're testing that key support at 124.72 while the price is currently sitting at 123.66. Just a little short of our long position entry at 126.06. With momentum reversing and volatility expanding, I'd be watching closely for any signs of a breakout towards that resistance at 125.88. If we can hold support and flip that momentum, it could be an exciting opportunity to add to the position or at least tighten up risk. How are you all feeling about this action? We're seeing some real action here with those last three candles, two green and one red, suggesting bullish momentum is trying to fight back. But with price currently at 123.75, just under that key support at 124.72, we need to watch for a potential coiling move here. With the volume surge and expanding volatility, this could get exciting. Will it break through or fade back? Stay tuned. We're seeing some serious accelerating momentum to the downside here, folks. That bearish Marubozu is telling a clear story of strong selling pressure, and price is now testing that critical support at 123.75. With an RSI at 18, we're in oversold territory, but with those bigger candles, it's anyone's guess if we'll see a bounce or a breakdown. Stay tuned. Alright, folks, we're really testing that support at 123.75 right now. With that bearish Marubozu signaling strong selling pressure, the bears are definitely in control, and it's looking a bit shaky for our longs. If we break through that support, we could see a deeper move down. Keep an eye on the last few candles. The momentum is accelerating as we're down over 1% in just the last 5 minutes. This is a crucial moment. Will we bounce or break further? Let's see how this plays out. We've just seen a strong bearish Marubozu pattern take control here, signaling some serious selling pressure. The last 3 candles have been a rough ride with that green one trying to hold the line, but the bears are relentlessly pushing it down, currently sitting at support around 123.75. It's a critical moment. Will we see a bounce or a breakdown? All eyes on the chart. We're really seeing the bears take control here, folks. That bearish Marubozu on the chart is showing strong selling pressure, and with the last couple of 5-minute candles leading us down, it's clear momentum is accelerating. We're sitting right at that support level of $123.75, and any break below could send us further south. Keep your eyes peeled for a potential bounce here, but with that volatility expanding and the selling pressure we've just seen, it's definitely looking like a fade setup. What are your thoughts, team? Are we about to see a reversal or a continuation down? We're coming in hot with a risky setup here, folks. The bearish Marubozu just confirmed that selling pressure is strong, and with RSI sitting at 18, this thing is seriously oversold. Could we see a potential bounce? Just remember, with the risk of a breakdown below support at $123.75, the potential reward isn't coming without some serious risk. Keep your eyes glued to the chart. Alright folks, the last few candles are showing us a bearish trend with that bearish Marubozu pattern screaming strong selling pressure. We just tested that critical support at 123.75, and with momentum accelerating downwards, we're definitely on edge here. Our long position is now at a loss of $300, and with price sitting at 123.65, we're feeling the heat. The RSI is sitting at a crazy oversold level at 18, so we might be primed for a bounce if those buyers step in. But we'll need to watch closely. One more dip could signal a breakdown here. Keep your eyes on this action, folks. If you're enjoying the excitement, don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more live trading updates. We're testing that key support level at 123.75, and with momentum accelerating downward, it's looking a bit dicey. The RSI is sitting at 18, signaling we're oversold, but that bearish Marubozu indicates the sellers are firmly in control here. If we can't hold this support, we might see further downside action, but if we bounce, resistance at 125.88 is the target to watch. We're looking at some serious bearish momentum here as we've just filled that bearish Marubozu pattern, indicating strong selling pressure. Bears are definitely in control. Price is right on the support level at 123.75, so all eyes are glued to the charts here. Are we going to see a bounce, or will we break down further? With our long position from 126.06 sitting in the red at $321, it's getting tense. The last 3 candles have been red, and momentum is accelerating down, so traders need to be sharp right now. Will this support hold, or is a fade setup in play? This is the moment to watch. We're at a critical junction here with SOL testing that support level at $123.42, just a few cents away from a potential breakdown. The last 3 5-minute candles have shown some bearish momentum, and with the last 15 minutes down over 1%, we're feeling the weight of that selling pressure. Our long position from 126.06 is currently in the red, hanging at a loss of $312, definitely not where we want to be. That RSI is screaming oversold at 17, so we could see a bounce if buyers step in, but right now, that momentum is accelerating down. Keep an eye on how this plays out as we either hold this support or see a further breakdown. It's a nail biter, folks. Alright, folks, we're really in the thick of it with SOL right now, sitting at $123.56 and testing that critical support at $123.42. The last few candles have painted a bearish picture with one green and two red, and momentum is definitely accelerating downwards. We're watching closely. Will we see a bounce off that support, or is a breakdown imminent? Volume is quite low at just 0.3x the average, so it's a bit like the calm before the storm. Are traders laying low, or just waiting for the right moment to strike? Keep your eyes peeled, because if that support gives way, it could get ugly fast. Alright, folks, we're sitting right at that key support level of 123.42, and the price action is looking heavy. We just saw that last 5-minute candle close in the red, extending our bearish momentum. 2 red candles before that really put pressure on the buyers. Volume's been dead, just 0.3 times the average, which adds to the struggle here. We need to keep our eyes peeled. Are we going to see a bounce off this support, or is the price going to break down? Right now, it feels like this move is accelerating down, so it's going to be interesting to see if buyers step in or if we continue this descent. Alright folks, we're in an intriguing spot here with SOL sitting at $123.27, right at that critical support level of $123.42. We've seen some bearish momentum with the last 3 candles showing 1 green and 2 red, indicating sellers are still in control. The volume is seriously lacking right now, coming in at just 0.3 times the average, which is telling us there's not much strength behind these moves. We're at a tipping point. Will we see a bounce here, or is a breakdown imminent? Remember, we're currently long from $126.06, sitting in the red with a $352.75 loss. The momentum is accelerating down, so all eyes on these price action dynamics. Are we looking at a breakout setup here, or is this a fade scenario? Let's stay tuned and see how the next few minutes unfold. Alright, folks, we're watching that support at 123.42 closely as price dances right on it. The last 5 minutes have seen momentum accelerating downward, and we've got 2 red candles in a row, so it's looking bearish. Volume is dead, too, at just 0.3 times the average. Definitely not the confidence we want to see for a bounce. Will it hold, or are we seeing the beginnings of a breakdown here? It's crucial to keep an eye on those next ticks. Alright folks, we've got quite a scene unfolding here as SOL is battling at 122.92. The last 3 5-minute candles have been nothing but red, showing that strong bearish momentum with that 3 black crows pattern setting in, signaling continued selling pressure. We're seeing a significant volume surge right now, 2.5 times the average, pushing those sellers hard. Right now, we're testing that support level at 122.85. If that cracks, we could be in for a bigger move down. Momentum is firmly down, and it looks like traders are definitely leaning into this bearish activity. Stay tuned as this action heats up, and don't forget to hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of this intense trading action. We're seeing some serious selling pressure here, folks, with those 3 black crows signaling sustained bearish momentum. Price is currently testing that support level at 122.85, and with the downward momentum, it's looking more like a fade setup rather than a breakout. If this support holds, we could see a bounce, but right now, bears are in control. We're seeing some serious action on the SOL chart as those last 3 candles just slammed us with a bear train, 3 red candles in a row, and that 3 black crows pattern is screaming bearish continuation. Price is currently hanging around 123.27, and we're down $349 on that long position from 126.06. The momentum is definitely leaning down hard, and we're testing that support level at 122.85. If we slip below that, things could get really dicey. This is shaping up to be more of a fade setup unless we can muster up some bullish strength. What do you think, viewers? Are you seeing any signs of a reversal? Alright, folks, we're witnessing some serious action here with SOL plummeting down to 123.10 right now. The last 3 candles have all been red, and it's clear that we're dealing with a powerful 3 black crows pattern, signaling that selling pressure is really ramping up. With volume surging at 2.5 times the average, those sellers are not holding back. Looks like they're testing that key support level at 122.85, and if it breaks, we could see even more downside. Keep your eyes peeled as the bearish momentum is definitely in play right now. This is where the traders are really feeling the heat. Wow, we just saw a massive surge in volume, hitting 2.5 times the average. This is some serious selling pressure as the bears take control, especially with those 3 black crows on the chart indicating strong bearish continuation. We're testing that support at $122.85 now. If it breaks, it could get ugly fast. Keep those eyes on the candles. Alright, folks, we're deep in the action here with SOL currently at 123.16. The last few candles are painting a bearish picture, completely dominated by the red 3 blacks crows lining up perfectly, indicating some strong sustained selling pressure. We're seeing momentum clearly pointing down, and look at the volume surge. That 2.5x average tells us traders are really stepping in hard on the sell side. We're testing that support level at 122.85 right now, and with that RSI hitting oversold territory, are we setting up for a potential bounce, or are we going to break through? Grab your popcorn, this is getting intense. Alright, folks, we're watching some intense action here as SOL is currently at 123.16, and it's looking like the bears are in control. The last 3 candles show no green in sight, just 3 solid red ones, and that 3 black crows pattern is screaming for attention. We've got bearish momentum all around, and with that volume surging at 2.5 times the average, the sellers are really stepping in. Now, the price is fast approaching that critical support level at 122.85. Will we hold here, or will we break through? The tension is palpable, and with our long position currently in the red at 362.75, we're definitely feeling the heat. The RSI is showing oversold conditions, but that hasn't turned the tide yet. This could be the moment we need to watch closely. We've got a serious situation unfolding here with SOL as we're still chasing that downtrend. The last 3 candles have all been red, confirming the 3 black crows pattern. This is a strong signal of sustained selling pressure. We just saw the price slide down to around 123.30, and with the momentum firmly in the bearish camp, this isn't looking pretty. Position-wise, we're feeling a pinch in the red at about $345. With support sitting close at 122.85, all eyes are on that level. If we break through, it could lead to further selling. But keep an eye on that RSI, it's oversold right now, so there's potential for a bounce if buying pressure steps in. Will we see a reversal, or will the bears keep running? Let's see how this plays out. We're looking at a tight risk/reward here, folks. With support sitting at $122.85, we could see a bounce back if buyers step in, but a drop below that and we might really start to feel the heat. Resistance is way up at $125.85, so the potential upside could be significant if we can break this bearish momentum. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, folks, we've got quite the scenario unfolding on the chart here. The last few candles are painting a bearish picture, 1 green, 2 red, indicating that momentum is definitely fading. We're seeing a contraction in volatility, which usually means the price is coiling up for a potential breakout, but with that fading momentum, it's tough to call. What's really interesting is that the RSI is showing oversold conditions at 15, while the MACD is hanging around that 0.52 mark. This suggests there might be some buying pressure lurking beneath the surface, but with volume sitting at half of average, it's tough to get a read. Are we gearing up for a bounce off that support level at $122.85, or are we just waiting for that inevitable breakdown? This is gonna be a nail biter. Keep an eye on these candles as we see if they can defy the bearish trend or if we're going to see further consolidation. Alright, folks, we're seeing a bit of a tug of war here on the chart. Price is currently hanging tight at 123.55, and it looks like it's trying to coil after those 2 consecutive red candles. The fading momentum is definitely a concern, but remember, low volume like we're seeing right now can indicate consolidation before a potential breakout. The last few moves have shown a slight downward drift, but that oversold RSI suggests there could be some buying interest lurking beneath the surface. Keep your eyes peeled. Are we gearing up for a surge, or is the exhaustion getting the best of us? The tension's palpable. Alright folks, we're in the thick of it right now. Just checking out those last few candles, we had 1 green one, but it's been followed by 2 red, showing that bearish momentum really has a grip on this action. And look at that volume, it's low, only half of average, which tells us traders are a bit hesitant to step in. Right now, price is hovering just above that support level at $122.85, and with momentum fading, it feels like we could be gearing up for a potential test here. Will the bulls step in to defend support, or are we going to see another push lower? Keep those eyes glued to the charts, it's a nail biter. We're seeing a potential stall in this downtrend. Price just bounced off 123.50, could be a temporary hold, but we're still in the red on this long position, down to $76. The low volume isn't giving us much conviction one way or the other, it's a wait and see game right now. If we start to see some buy-side interest and volume starts to pick up, that could be the spark we need to get out of this consolidation and back on track. Alright, folks, we're currently watching SOL hovering around 123.80, and it's clear that the last few candles haven't been too kind. 1 green and 2 red indicate some bearish momentum. The price is pretty much fading, and with that low volume at 0.5 times average, it's like the crowd has thinned out a bit. We're testing that key support zone at 122.85. If we break that, it could open the floodgates for more downside. On the flip side, the RSI is indicating oversold conditions, which means we could see some buyers stepping in. Keeping an eye on the MACD at 0.52, across there might just give us a glimpse of potential bullish action. Let's see if it can hold up or if we're looking at more consolidation ahead. We're watching some bearish momentum here, folks. The last 3 candles have shown us 1 green followed by 2 red, signaling that sellers are stepping in. Price is sitting at 123.79, and it looks like we're edging closer to that crucial support level at 122.85. With volume dropping down to half of the average, it's getting a bit quiet out there, but don't let that fool you. Volatility is contracting, indicating potential consolidation. Are we about to test that support? Keep your eyes peeled because this action could heat up any moment. Alright, we just witnessed a bullish Marubozu, indicating strong buying pressure with bulls firmly in control, but volume is low, so caution is key here. We're currently testing that support level at $122.85, and with the RSI sitting in oversold territory at 26, a bounce could be imminent if buyers step in. Watch closely as we could see a reversal, but it's crucial to manage this long position wisely since we're currently in the red. What do you think, folks? Are we about to see a turnaround or will it keep fading? Alright folks, we're watching a crucial moment here as the last few candles have shown some bullish momentum with that strong bullish Maribozu signaling buying pressure. The price just dipped slightly, but keep an eye on the RSI at 26. It's extremely oversold, which could set us up for a reversal here. If these bulls can hold this momentum, we might just see a push toward those resistance levels at 125.81. Let's see how this action unfolds. Alright folks, we're seeing some bullish momentum here with that bullish Maribozu signaling strong buying pressure. Despite the overhead resistance looming at 125.81, this consolidation could set the stage for a nice breakout if the bulls can maintain control. Keep an eye on how this plays out as we're definitely in a pivotal moment here. Alright folks, we're deep into the action here with SOL at 123.72. The last 3 5-minute candles have shown some bullish momentum, with 2 in the green and just 1 red, and we've got a strong bullish Maribozu pattern forming. This is telling us the bulls are really trying to take charge here. However, we've just seen a slight dip of about 4 basis points in the last 5 minutes, and while it seems we're consolidating, volume is on the low side, sitting at just 40% of average. Definitely something to keep an eye on. We're currently holding a long position, but at $23 in the red, definitely feeling the pressure. Let's see if we can bounce back toward that resistance level at 125.81. The bulls need to step up to keep this momentum rolling. What do you think? Should we ride it out or look for a reversal? Let's keep those comments coming. Alright folks, we're looking at some interesting price action in the last few candles here. We've just identified a strong bullish Maribozu, signaling that the bulls are firmly in control right now despite the recent dip. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum, but volume is pretty low, about 0.4 times the average, suggesting a bit of caution in this upward movement. With the volatility contracting, it looks like we might be entering a consolidation phase. The market is definitely testing the resolve of these buyers. Keep an eye out, because if this momentum can hold and volume picks up, we could see a breakout attempt. What do you think, traders? Are we set for a breakout, or could this fade into some sideways action? Let me know in the chat. We just witnessed a bullish Maribozu forming on the 5-minute chart, signaling some strong buying pressure as bulls are definitely asserting their dominance here. Despite that bullish momentum with the last 2 candles closing green, we're still seeing a bit of a contraction in volatility, which suggests a potential consolidation phase ahead. Right now, we're holding a long position from 125.94 and currently sitting at 123.51, so we are definitely in the red, down $279. Definitely not the ideal scenario. The RSI is sitting at 26, indicating we're oversold, which could set us up for a bounce if buyers step in soon. We could see that $125.81 resistance come into play. Let's keep our eyes peeled for the next couple of candles. That price action will be crucial. We just saw a bullish Maribozu on that last candle, which shows strong buying pressure, but volume is still low at just 0.4x average, meaning this bullish momentum might be struggling to gain traction. The price is currently testing that $123.70 level, as we see momentum reversing direction. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Is this move going to accelerate or fade as we approach that support at $122.85? Let's see how the next candles unfold. Alright folks, we're seeing some electrifying action here with SOL at 123.77. The last 3 candles have shown some solid bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, suggesting that buyers might be stepping in. And look at that, a tweezer bottom has formed, confirming support at that crucial level of 122.85. Now, let's talk volume. It's surging at a ratio of 2.1 times average, indicating that something's brewing here. Are we coiling for a breakout or perhaps getting exhausted? With volatility contracting and the price currently in a bit of a consolidation phase, we need to keep a close eye on the next few candles. Will we break through that resistance at 125.75, or will the sellers take over? Let's see what happens next. We just saw that tweezer bottom pattern form, indicating some solid support at $122.85. Price is bouncing off that level with bullish momentum creeping back in, and things are heating up as we approach that resistance at $125.75. Are we gearing up for a breakout here, or could it just be a temporary fade? Keep your eyes peeled. Alright folks, we're in the thick of it here as we watch SOL dance around that recent support level at $122.85, and I gotta say, the last few candles show a pretty intriguing story with a tweezer bottom pattern forming. That's a bullish sign and definitely something to keep our eyes on as we've seen that support hold firm. Now, while we're currently holding a long position at $123.77, we're feeling the heat as we're in the red right now, down about $250. But don't count us out just yet. With the RSI sitting at 24, we've got an oversold signal, and if this momentum reversal materializes, we could be in for a nice bounce. Watch those next candles closely. If momentum truly shifts, we might see some buyers step in aggressively. Are you feeling like this is a good entry point, or would you prefer to wait for a clearer signal? Let's keep the conversation rolling. Wow, we're seeing some exciting action here. The last few 5-minute candles are giving us a nice bullish vibe with 2 greens and that hammer of a red one trying to test our resolve. That tweezer bottom pattern is holding strong, indicating support has been confirmed at that $122.85 level. Now, look at that volume surge, a whopping 2.1 times the average. This indicates traders are stepping in with conviction, which is exactly what we want to see if we're expecting this momentum to reverse. With the momentum shifting and volatility tightening up, it looks like we could be setting up for a breakout. Keep your eyes on those candles, folks, because this could get really interesting. Whoa! We've just witnessed a significant volume surge, registering at 2.1 times the average, which indicates some serious interest here. The last 3 5-minute candles show bullish momentum with 2 greens and that tweezer bottom pattern giving us confirmation of support at $122.85. We're seeing a potential reversal brewing as volatility contracts for this tight consolidation phase. Keep an eye on how the price interacts with the key levels. This setup could be primed for a breakout, or the momentum could fizzle out. Let's see if that pressure breaks through resistance. Alright folks, we've got some action unfolding here on the 5-minute chart for SOL, currently sitting at 123.84. The last 3 candles tell an interesting story. We've had 2 greens, but that one recent red has thrown a bit of cold water on the bullish momentum. But here's the kicker, we've got a bearish Mariposa pattern popping up, indicating strong selling pressure, and it looks like the bears are really starting to take the reins here. With the momentum fading and volatility contracting, we're seeing some consolidation. This is definitely something to keep an eye on. Remember, we're currently in the red with a position from 125.94, so here's hoping for a bounce back. Let's see if we can pierce through that support around 122.85 on this next move. Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're watching some serious action on SOL right now as it sits at 123.83. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum with two greens, but don't let that fool you. We just spotted a bearish Marubozu and a dark cloud cover pattern, signaling that the bears are pushing back hard. In the last 5 minutes, we saw a slight dip of 0.11%, and that momentum is definitely fading. Keep an eye on that. We're approaching support at 122.85, and with our current position down 198, it's time to watch closely. That RSI is screaming oversold at 28, so will we see a bounce or more downside? And remember, we're leveraging our AI-powered trading bot to navigate this market. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Let's go. The volume is telling us that this move isn't getting a lot of conviction, it's just a trickle, not a flood. With a ratio of 0.8 times average, it's normal but not impressive. We're seeing some fading momentum here, and with the volatility contracting, it's like the market is taking a deep breath, consolidating before its next move. The price action is hovering around 123.80, still in the red, and that bearish Marubozu candle from earlier is still weighing on my mind. Can we hold this level or are we going to see more selling pressure? Alright, folks, we've got some action here on SOL as it's currently sitting just under 124, and the last few candles are showing some bearish momentum with that bearish Marubozu and the dark cloud cover pattern. Sellers are definitely flexing their muscles, and we're seeing some strong selling pressure push this price down. We're also down about 0.1% in the last 5 minutes, and that momentum is fading. It looks like sellers are trying to take control. With support sitting at 122.85, we're right in the danger zone. Will we test that support next? The volume is holding steady but below average, so keep an eye on those buyers. Are they going to step back in, or will the bears continue their grip? It's a nail biter right now. We're seeing some serious selling pressure here as that bearish Marubozu just formed, signaling the bears are firmly in control. With the momentum fading and that dark cloud cover pattern, it looks like we're set up for a potential fade rather than a breakout. Keep an eye on that support at 122.85, if it breaks, we could see some fireworks. Alright, folks, we're coming off a bit of a roller coaster here with SOL. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum with two greens, but we've just seen a powerful bearish one, both a bearish Marubozu and a dark cloud cover signaling strong selling pressure. We've got bears taking control right here. Volume's normal, but it's contracting, suggesting we might be in a consolidation phase. You know what that means. We're testing that support level at $122.85, and if it holds, it could set up a bounce. But right now, momentum is fading, and we're definitely feeling it in our P&L at $205.35. Keep your eyes peeled as we approach that support. It's make or break time. Let's see if we can turn this ship around. We just saw a dragonfly doji and a hammer emerge on the chart, indicating buyers are trying to step in and reject those lower prices. The last few candles have been a bit choppy with that bearish momentum, but we could be setting up for a reversal here. Keep an eye on how this plays out as the momentum is flat, but those bullish patterns suggest the buyers might not be done yet. Alright folks, we're looking at some interesting price action on SOL at 123.50. In the last 3 candles, we've seen a dragonfly doji and a hammer pattern forming, suggesting buyers are stepping in after some bearish pressure. That's a classic bullish reversal signal, but momentum is still flat, and we're stuck in consolidation here. Now, we're currently long from 125.79, and it's a tough spot because we're sitting with a loss of $240. The key insight here? Watch for a break above that dragonfly doji and hammer combo. If we get some buying volume, we could see a push back toward those resistance levels. But until then, we need to see something change on the momentum front to make a strong case for either exiting or adding to this position. Keep those eyes peeled. Looks like we're seeing a bit of a tug of war here as the candles are struggling with bearish momentum, but don't count the bulls out just yet. That dragonfly doji and hammer formation could signal a potential reversal, but right now, momentum feels pretty flat. With the position in the red, we're keeping a close eye on how buyers respond to that consolidation. Can they step in and turn this around? Alright, folks, we're in the thick of it as SOL is currently sitting at 123.37, and just look at those last three candles, one green amidst two red, signaling some bearish momentum here. However, don't overlook that dragonfly doji and hammer pattern we've got forming. That's a bullish reversal signal. The buying pressure is starting to step in after that selling, but man, volume is dead right now, just a big old snooze fest at 0.0 times the average. We're also seeing some flat momentum, and volatility is contracting, which usually hints at a storm brewing, so keep your eyes peeled. And hey, just a reminder, this is all being driven by our AI-powered trading bot, so drop your thoughts in the comments. How do you see this playing out? Let's get the conversation rolling. Alright, we're seeing some action here on SOL at 123.42, but momentum is looking flat with those last three candles showing a dragonfly doji and a hammer, definitely signs buyers are stepping in after some selling pressure. With volume dead and a tight range, it's a real battle between support at 122.85 and resistance at 125.36. If we can break out above that resistance, it could ignite some buying, but for now, it's all eyes on that support level. Alright, folks, we're right in the action here with SOL currently at 123.42 and showing some mixed signals. We just saw a dragonfly doji and a hammer pattern pop up, both indicating bullish reversals. Buyers clearly stepped in to reject lower prices, which could be a spark for some buying momentum. But let's keep an eye on that support level at 122.85, it's crucial as we navigate this tight range. With the price still holding around 39% of the range, we could be setting up for a potential bounce if buyers can gain some traction here. It's a tense moment, and with momentum flat, we could see a breakout soon. Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're watching some interesting price action on SOL here. The last three candles show a mixed bag with one green and two red, but don't sleep on that dragonfly doji and the hammer pattern we've got in play, both hinting at a potential bullish reversal here. Buyers have stepped in to reject those lower prices, so we might be setting up for a fight. The momentum is flat right now, and we're consolidating, which tells us traders are on the edge waiting for a breakout. Keep your eyes peeled, because with that RSI hanging near 30, we could see a turnaround if buyers decide to jump in and push us back up towards that resistance at 125.36. Let's see if the bulls can take control. Alright, folks, we've got some action here as SOL is trading at $123.41, and we're definitely feeling some bearish momentum with the last three candles showing one green and two red. However, let's not overlook that bullish dragonfly doji and the hammer pattern suggesting buyers are stepping in after that selling pressure. The price is currently settling into a tight range with volume pretty much dead, which usually signals consolidation. Traders are waiting for a breakout in either direction. We're still holding our long position from $125.79, so let's see if those bullish signals can push us back into the green. Stay tuned. Things could heat up as we approach that support at $122.85. We're seeing some serious bearish momentum here with three consecutive red candles, and the three black crows pattern is definitely sending a strong signal of continued selling pressure. Just in the last 5 minutes, we dipped another 6 basis points, and the RSI is screaming oversold at 26. It looks like this momentum is reversing, but for now, our position is still in the red at a loss of $233. Let's keep an eye on that support level at $122.85 as we navigate through this consolidation phase. What a ride. Alright, folks, we are deep into bearish territory here with SOL dropping down to 123.61. That last 5-minute candle just closed red, and we've seen a consistent 3-candle formation called the 3 black crows, signaling strong selling pressure. The volume is almost non-existent at just 0.2 times the average, so we're not getting the buying enthusiasm we need to reverse this trend. Now, we're hanging onto that key support level at 122.85. If we break below that, it could get rough, but the RSI is dipping into oversold territory at 26, so we might get a bounce if buyers step in. Is this a breakout setup or a fade? With the current momentum reversing and volatility contracting, it looks more like we're in a fade setup, but let's keep our eyes peeled for any signs of life.
Scanning for opportunities, analysis in progress.
We're seeing a strong bearish continuation pattern with those 3 black crows, and the momentum is still against us, folks. Price is currently at 123.58, and we're in the red, down to 29.50 on our long position. The big question is, will we test that support level at 122.85, and with the RSI oversold at 26, we might see a bounce, but for now, the bears are in control. As we look at this chart, it's clear we're in a tough spot here with that 3 black crows pattern indicating strong bearish momentum. This bearish continuation could lead us to test that support at $122.85, it's a key level that we need to watch closely. Interestingly, even with this momentum, volume's been dead at just 0.2 times the average, suggesting the selling pressure could be waning. If we can hold above that support, we could see a reversal, especially with the RSI sitting at 26, putting us in oversold territory. Keep your eyes peeled, this setup has potential for a risk/reward play if we bounce. Alright, folks, we're watching some intriguing price action here on SOL as it sits at 123.59. The last 3 candles have shown some bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, but that volume is dead on arrival, just a ratio of 0.0 times the average. We're testing that support level at 122.85, and with current momentum reversing direction, it's like a tug of war here. Is this a breakout setup or a fade setup? You've got to think about that resistance looming at 125.36. With volatility contracting, we might just be in for a period of consolidation. It's getting interesting. What do you think, viewers? Are we gearing up for a move, or is this just a little pause before fading back? Let's keep an eye on it. We're seeing some interesting action on SOL right now, currently sitting at 123.60. The last few candles have shown bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, but volume is dead. This is crucial as it indicates a lack of conviction behind the moves. We're testing that support level at 122.85, and with the RSI chilling at 30, we might just be set up for a potential reversal. However, since volatility is contracting, this feels more like a fade setup unless we can get some serious volume to push us back toward resistance at 125.36. As it stands, we're in the red with a position long at 125.79, down $227. Let's see if we can catch a break and turn this around. If you're following along, keep those eyes on the chart. We're seeing a little bullish momentum with the last 3 candles showing 2 green and 1 red, but volume is absolutely dead right now, hovering at a ratio of 0.0 times average. We're currently long from 125.79, and while we're in the red with a loss of about $224, we're testing that support level at 122.85. What do you all think? Are we about to see a reversal here, or are we just consolidating before another push? Drop your thoughts in the chat. We're seeing some bullish momentum with 2 green candles in the last 5-minute stretch, but that red candle might just be a little pullback before the next surge. The volume is pretty much non-existent, so it looks like we're in a consolidation phase, and that RSI is sitting right at 30, definitely a critical spot. We're about to test that support at 122.85, if it holds, we could be gearing up for a breakout. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, folks, we're in the thick of it as SOL sits at 123.62. The last 3 candles show some bullish momentum with 2 green ones, but watch out for that 1 red candle that might be hinting at a slight reversal here. We're seeing volume really die off, barely making waves at a ratio of 0.0 times the average. We're coiling tight around that support level at 122.85, and with price about 31% up the range, it feels like we're in a consolidation phase, but hey, this could either lead to a breakout or a fading momentum. The RSI is sitting at 30, indicating we're near oversold territory, while the MACD is showing that slight bullish divergence at 0.77. Keep your eyes peeled, the chart is gearing up for something, either a snapback or a fall. Let's see what unfolds in this 5-minute time frame.
We just saw a little bit of bullish momentum with those last 2 green candles, but the red candle in between is a bit of a concern. Volume is dead in the water right now, making those moves feel a bit hollow as we're consolidating around that 2360 mark. Looks like we're testing that support level at 122.85. If it holds, we could see a reversal, but keep an eye on those indicators. RSI is at 30, signaling we're in oversold territory. Alright folks, we've got some action unfolding on the 5-minute chart with SOL currently sitting at $123.55. The last 3 candles have shown bullish momentum, with the last 2 green, but we just saw a small pullback in the latest candle. Now, looking at that volume. Yikes, it's dead in the water, barely budging at a ratio of 0.0x average. We're in a tight range, sitting at 31% from support at $122.85 and resistance up at $125.36. As we're feeling that momentum reversing, it's critical to note that volatility is contracting, indicating a potential consolidation phase. Are we gearing up to test that support level? Stay tuned,
Welcome to the trading
because
floor.
if we break
Markets
below
are
that,
looking interesting
it could
today.
get choppy. Let's keep a close eye on those next candles. They'll tell us where this price action is headed.
Alright folks, the energy is building here as we're watching SOL at 123.56, and it's been a show of bullish strength. Those last 3 candles are all green, and we've just spotted a bullish Marubozu and the 3 white soldiers pattern, signaling strong buying pressure and a sustained push from the bulls. But don't get too comfortable, because while we're in the red on our long position right now, those momentum indicators hint at a potential reversal. Volume is really low, almost dead, so it's going to be crucial to see whether we can break through that resistance at 125.34 or if we're setting up for a fade. Right now, we're sitting at 34% in range, holding steady above our support at 122.85. If you're watching this action, keep your eyes peeled, it could be a breakout setup if orders start flooding in. Let's see if the bulls can keep this momentum rolling. Alright, folks, we're witnessing some intriguing price action in SOL right now, sitting at 123.58. The last 3 5-minute candles are all green, a solid bullish momentum, highlighted by that bullish Mariposa pattern. It's a strong signal showing that buyers are stepping in hard. But let's talk volume right now. It's dead, barely hitting 0.0 times the average. This low volume amid strong buying pressure suggests a lack of conviction behind these moves. Bulls may be in control, but if volume doesn't pick up, we could see some fading action here as traders might hesitate to jump in. We're also testing that key support level at 122.85 as we're consolidating, and with the momentum reversing, it gets all the more critical. Keep an eye on those indicators, they could tell us if this bullish run can sustain itself. We're seeing a solid bullish push here with 3 green candles and that bullish Mariposa signaling strong buying pressure. But hold up, momentum is reversing direction, and with volatility contracting, we might be on the edge of a consolidation phase. Keep an eye on that resistance at 125.34, if we break through, the reward could be significant, but right now, we've got to be cautious given the RSI is dipping down to 32. Alright folks, we're seeing some bullish action here with those 3 green candles and that strong bullish Mariposa pattern indicating buyers are really stepping up to the plate. Now, we're approaching that resistance level at 125.34, which could be a key area to watch for potential profit taking. If the momentum keeps up, we might just break through, but keep an eye on the consolidating volatility. Let's see if it can pick up steam. Alright, folks, we're looking at some serious bullish momentum on these last 3 candles with nothing but green. The price action is currently at 123.55, and we just had a bullish Mariposa flash across the screen, indicating strong buying pressure. The bulls are definitely in control right now. We've also got the 3 white soldiers pattern shaping up, signaling a strong continuation of this bullish trend. But keep an eye on that resistance level at 125.34 because we've got a bit of a challenge ahead if we aim to push through. And hey, I want to hear from you all. How are you feeling about this trade setup? Are you seeing the same bullish prospects? Let's get that chat rolling. We're seeing some serious bullish momentum here with those last 3 candles lighting up green, and look at that bullish Mariposa followed by the 3 white soldiers. These patterns are screaming strong buying pressure. However, we've got a bit of a twist as we're currently in the red on our long position, sitting at 123.68, down about 221 bucks. The market's definitely showing some bullish intent, but with volatility contracting, we might just be in a consolidation phase. Will this momentum accelerate towards that resistance level at 125.34? Keep your eyes glued to the chart, folks. We've got a real battle on our hands with SOL sitting at 123.77 after some mixed signals. The last 3 5-minute candles show 2 green ones lined up nicely, but that one red candle flashed a bit of uncertainty. And check this out, we've got a hammer forming, signaling that buyers are clearly stepping in after some selling pressure. That's bullish. However, the volume right now is a bit subdued at only 0.7x the average. That tells me we need a little more juice to really push this momentum forward. We're hovering just above that support at 122.85, and with resistance looming at 125.31, it's going to be crucial to see if we can build up enough energy to test those highs. It's a tense moment, folks. Let's see if the bulls can take charge. The volume's telling me this move is lacking some serious conviction. It's a low volume push, only 0.7 times the average, not exactly the kind of firepower you'd expect from a bullish reversal. That hammer pattern we saw a few candles back was a nice wake-up call, but the lack of volume behind it is making me wonder if this is just a faint pulse or a real heartbeat. The momentum's reversing, but it's going to take some real buying pressure to get us out of the red and back on track. Alright, folks, we've got some interesting action developing here. The last three 5-minute candles show a bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, and that hammer pattern is indicating buyers are stepping in after that selling pressure. We just saw price holding around 123.83, and it's trying to bounce off that support at 122.85. The momentum is starting to reverse, but the volume is still pretty low, at just 70% of average. It's a bit of a mixed bag right now, a tug of war between buyers and sellers, and it'll be exciting to see if those bulls can push through and close stronger in the next few candles. Keep an eye on this chart, it's heating up. Alright folks, we're seeing some interesting action on SOL here at 123.77. The last three 5-minute candles show 2 bullish green candles followed by a red one, suggesting a bit of bullish momentum is trying to kick in. And wouldn't you know it? We just spotted a hammer pattern, a classic bullish reversal. Buyers definitely stepped in after that selling pressure, which is a promising sign. Now, as we test that support level at 122.85, keep an eye out for that resistance at 125.31. If we break through, there could be some upside ahead. The momentum is reversing, and with this pattern forming, it's shaping up to be an exciting moment. Let's see if these buyers can carry that momentum forward. Alright folks, we're looking at some interesting action on SOL right now. We've just seen a nice bullish hammer pattern forming in the last few candles, signaling that buyers are stepping in despite the selling pressure. The last three 5-minute candles were 2 greens and 1 red, hinting at a potential momentum shift. We might be gearing up for a test of that key support level at 122.85. Currently, we're sitting at 123.64, and while we're still in the red on our position, momentum is starting to reverse, so keep an eye out for any sudden moves. If we can hold above that support, we could see some buyers flocking back in to re-establish control. Don't forget, if you're enjoying the stream, hit that like button and subscribe to stay in the action. Alright folks, we just saw that bullish hammer formation and 2 green candles in a row. Buyers are stepping in, but we're still holding at 123.61. With support at 122.85 looming close, it's going to be interesting to see if the bulls can push back and test resistance at 125.31. This is the moment where we need to see if we break out or if we're gonna fade into that support level. We just saw a decisive move in the last few candles, with that hammer pattern signaling buyers stepping in after some selling pressure. It looks like this bullish momentum is trying to hold, especially with 2 green candles in the mix. Right now, price is hovering around $123.66, but we're very much in the red at $223.20 on our long position from 125.79. We're getting closer to that key support at $122.85, so keep an eye on how the price reacts there. It feels like it might be coiling for a move, but we need to see more volume to confirm the strength. Let's see if it can push back towards resistance at $125.31. Alright folks, we're down to the wire here with SOL hanging around 123.66 as those last 3 candles have shown us a bit of bearish momentum with 1 green and 2 red. It looks like that momentum is slowing, but you can feel the tension in the air as we approach that critical support at 122.85. Remember, we're currently sitting in the red here, down $223 on our long position from 125.79. The volume is pretty much non-existent, at just 1/10 of the average, but that might be a good sign. Fewer players means less noise. Are we setting up for a potential breakout, or is this just a fade waiting to happen? Keep your eyes glued, anything can happen in these final moments. Alright, folks, we're seeing a bearish trend here on the 5-minute candles, with one green and two red indicating some pressure. Price is currently sitting at 123.75, and our long position from 125.79 is in the red at $213. Now, with the support level at 122.85, we're really testing the waters to see if buyers can step in and hold this level. The momentum might be accelerating up, but with volume dead at just a tenth of the average, we need to keep a close eye on this. Will the bulls show up to defend that support? Let's see how these next few minutes play out. The last few candles are showing some serious bearish momentum with one green and two red, definitely not what we want to see, especially with our long position. Volume is absolutely flat right now, not giving us any support to push back up. We're sitting at 123.64, and it feels like the price is kind of creeping downwards instead of accelerating up like it needs to. It's crunch time, we need to see some buyers step in or else we might just slide right through that support level at 122.85. Keep your eyes glued to that action. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here at $123.67, and it's been a bit of a rough patch with the last three candles showing some bearish momentum. The last 5 minutes ticked down by about 0.18%, and we're seeing volume drift lower just a 0.1x ratio of average, which really isn't ideal for any breakout. Now, we're sitting just above that critical support at $122.85, and with the current momentum starting to accelerate up, we could see a bounce attempt here. But we really have to keep an eye on that resistance at $125.22, that's the level we need to breach for a solid risk/reward setup right now. If we can manage to flip back up, it could mean a great opportunity to recover from that red position we're sitting in. Let's see if we can catch some action here, as this chart is definitely at a pivotal point. How are you all feeling about this? Alright folks, we're staring down the barrel of an interesting setup here on SOL as it sits at a critical price point of 123.76. We've just seen a mix of candles, with that last one green but two preceding it flashing some bearish momentum. The volume is pretty dead right now, only about 1/10 of the average, so the lack of interest might be weighing heavy on this one. Now, we're testing that support level at 122.85, and with the RSI hanging low at 34, it's clear the momentum is accelerating up but not without its challenges. Are we looking at a breakout or a fade here? If this can hold above that support and gather some volume, we might just see a turnaround. Let's keep our eyes peeled as we navigate through this price action. Alright folks, we're diving into some action with SOL at 123.72. The last three 5-minute candles show some bullish momentum, with two green and one red, signaling that bulls are trying to take control here. We've got a bullish Mariposa pattern shining through, indicating strong buying pressure. Even though the volume has been dead, with the ratio sitting at 0.0 times average, the price is tightly coiling. Consolidation is evident. We're testing that critical support level at 122.85, and the bulls need to hold that to keep this momentum alive. Right now, all eyes are on whether this move is going to accelerate towards resistance at 125.21 or if we're going to see it fade back down. Let's keep that chart in focus and see how these next few candles develop. Alright, folks, we're checking out the action on SOL, currently sitting at 123.72. The last three 5-minute candles are showing some bullish momentum with two strong green candles and one red, highlighting that the bulls are really trying to take control. We've got a bullish Mariposa pattern here, which signals solid buying pressure. The bulls are definitely in the driver's seat despite the recent dip. However, we're facing some dead volume right now, which could mean a consolidation phase, Traders are waiting for a breakout or a breakdown. Keep an eye on that support level at 122.85, a bounce from there could give us the push we need, but it's all about whether these buyers can step up and keep the momentum going. Alright, folks, we're seeing some interesting action on SOL as it's just tested that support level at 122.85. The bullish momentum is trying to regain control after those last two green candles, but with that Mariposa pattern, the bulls are clearly showing up. We're currently sitting in the red at 123.61, and it's all about whether we can break through resistance at 125.21. Keep an eye on this price action. A push through that level could trigger some serious buying pressure. The bulls are trying to step back into the ring with that bullish Mariposa, showing strong buying pressure despite our current position being in the red. With $123.81 holding firm, this setup offers a potential bounce back towards resistance at $125.21. If the buyers can seize the momentum, we could see a nice recovery. Watch closely for any shift in this consolidating price action, it could be the spark we need. We're witnessing a strong bullish Mariposa here, indicating some solid buying pressure despite that last red candle. The bulls are clearly trying to take control, but with momentum reversing and volatility contracting, it's a game of patience right now. Keep an eye on this next candle. It's crunch time to see if we can push back towards that resistance at 125.21. Alright, folks, we're approaching an interesting moment here with SOL at $123.91. Those last three candles showed a lot of potential momentum, especially with that bullish Mariposa pattern signaling strong buying pressure. Looks like the bulls are trying to step up. Despite a slight pullback, we're just seeing a minus 0.10% change over the last 15 minutes, but the real story is the volume. It's been almost non-existent. We're in a bit of a consolidation phase here, and with volatility contracting, it's a waiting game. Eyes on that support level at $122.85. If we hold above that, we could see a fresh push. Now, let's keep our eyes peeled as we navigate these waters. This game isn't over yet. The last few candles are showing some strong bullish momentum, especially with that bullish Mariposa indicating the bulls are clearly in control here. However, we're seeing a bit of a dead volume situation, which suggests this might be a coiling setup rather than an outright breakout. With price testing that support at 122.85, all eyes are on whether it can hold before we see a decisive move. Alright, folks, we've got some action heating up as we're watching SOL right now at 123.80. In the last 5 minutes, we just caught a green candle, but prior to that, we had two red ones showing some bearish momentum. However, hold on tight, we just spotted a bullish Mariposa pattern, which tells us the bulls are stepping in and taking control here. Now, we're lingering near that support level of 122.85. That could be a key moment for the bulls if they want to push this higher. And with the momentum still pointing up, it'll be interesting to see if they can break through that resistance at 125.21. Let's keep our eyes peeled for some decisive action. Alright, folks, we're looking at some action on SOL as we're currently sitting at $123.80. Just above that key support level at $122.85. The last few candles show a little bearish momentum with one green and two red, but we did see a bullish Mariposa pattern flash on the chart, indicating strong buying pressure kicking in. Even though the last 5 minutes showed a slight uptick of 0.21%, the volume is pretty low at just 0.3 times the average, which might signal that the bulls are waiting for more conviction to break through that resistance at $125.21. Let's keep a close eye as we navigate this range. Momentum is still in our favor. Alright folks, we've got some action brewing here with SOL currently at 123.88. The last 3 5-minute candles showed us one green followed by 2 red, which indicates a bit of bearish momentum creeping back in. But hold on, check this out. We just spotted a bullish Marubozu, signaling strong buying pressure and that the bulls are trying to take control. Despite being in the red on our position down 179.50, there's momentum building, especially with the uptrend noted over the last 15 minutes. It's going to be interesting to see if we can break away from this bearish vibe and capitalize on that bullish sentiment. Will we see a breakout from here, or will it turn into a fade? Let's keep our eyes glued to that chart. We've got some interesting action unfolding here as we just witnessed a bullish Marubozu, signaling strong buying pressure despite that recent bearish momentum with 2 red candles. The price is holding just above support at 122.85, and with low volume at 0.3 times the average, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Are we looking at a potential breakout toward resistance at 125.21, or could this be a fade setup? All eyes on the next few candles. Alright folks, we're watching some intriguing price action here as SOL is currently trading at 123.87. The last 5 minutes have been choppy, with a little uptick of plus 0.21%, but that follows 2 red candles which suggests some bearish momentum creeping back in. Now, here's where it gets interesting. We've just spotted a bullish Marubozu on the chart. This indicates strong buying pressure. It looks like the bulls are attempting to take control despite the recent resistance. However, keep in mind the volume is pretty low at just 0.3 times the average, which tells me that this buying pressure might lack conviction. Watch closely as we navigate through this. We're nearing that support at 122.85 and the momentum is up, but with this volume, we need to see some serious buyers step in to sustain this rally. Let's see if the bulls can pick up the pace. Alright folks, we're zeroing in on some interesting action here as SOL is currently sitting at $123.89 after that bullish Marubozu candle lit up the chart, signaling strong buying pressure. It's clear the bulls are trying to take control, but with those last 2 red candles, they're facing a bit of resistance in momentum. Keep an eye on that RSI at 40, it's kind of hovering in a precarious spot. If it can edge up, it might rejuvenate the buying interest. We've got some compelling drama unfolding here. Let's see if the bulls can muster the strength to break through and make a push toward that $125.21 resistance level. Stay tuned. Alright, folks. We're sitting at $123.83 with a bullish Marubozu on the chart, indicating strong buying pressure, but our position is feeling the heat down $187.50. With resistance looming at $125.20, we've got a potential reward of about 1.37 if we break through, but we need to keep an eye on that consolidating volatility. It's a risky game, but the bulls are showing determination. Let's see if they can push us back into the green. We're seeing some interesting action on the 5-minute chart. The last 3 candles show a bullish Marubozu pattern, indicating strong buying pressure, so the bulls are definitely in control right now. We've had a bit of a tight range, with that last 5-minute move being a slight dip of only 0.01%, but overall, the last 15 minutes have shown some positive momentum. This consolidation could be gearing us up for a breakout. Will we see the price push toward that resistance at 125.20, or are we going to test support at 122.85 next? It's a nail-biter at this stage. If you're liking the action, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Alright, folks, we're sitting at $123.82 with our position currently in the red, but the last 3 5-minute candles are showing some bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red. We're looking at a bullish Mariposa pattern here, which suggests strong buying pressure, definitely a good sign for the bulls taking control. Now, the volume is pretty dead at the moment, barely registering at a ratio of 0.0 times the average, and that's telling us we're likely in a consolidation phase. With resistance looming at $125.20, it's critical we see a breakout soon. Watch for those candles to push upwards. Key insight here, we're currently testing that support level at $122.85, so all eyes on that as we navigate this tight range. Let's see how this plays out. We're seeing a bit of a reversal in momentum here, folks, and price is fading from the recent highs, currently trading at 123.66, we're in the red by 203.50, not a great spot for our long position. The last few candles have been a mixed bag, 2 green and 1 red, but that bullish momentum seems to be waning, and with volume as dead as it is, I'm not convinced we've got the juice to blast through resistance at 125.20. We're hovering around 40% of the range, and I think we're more likely to test that support level at 122.85 than make a push for the highs. Let's see how this plays out. We've got some bullish momentum here with 2 green candles followed by a red one, but the volume is pretty dead at just 0.1 times the average. Price is testing that support level at $122.85, and with the RSI sitting at 38, we're hovering in oversold territory. The momentum is shifting, so it'll be interesting to see if we can bounce back towards that resistance at $125.20. We just saw two green candles trying to reignite some bullish action, but that red candle threw a little cold water on the momentum. Volume is looking pretty dead at just a fraction of the average, so we need to see some buyers step up to push through that resistance at 125.20. What's everyone thinking about this pullback? Drop your thoughts in the chat, and if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Alright, folks, we're at a pivotal moment here with SOL trading at 123.69, and we've got some mixed signals coming out. The last three candles showed two green, one red, indicating some bullish momentum, but with that recent 5-minute drop of 0.07%, it looks like we might be fading rather than accelerating. Volume is practically non-existent right now, just a ratio of 0.1 times the average, which tells me we need some action to shake things up. We're approaching that support level at 122.85, which could set the stage for a bounce, but it's crucial we keep an eye on whether the bulls can put some pressure back on. Let's see how this unfolds in the next few minutes. We've got some bullish momentum brewing with 2 out of the last 3 candles green. But watch out, volume is dead only at a 0.1 ratio of average, which isn't great for this rally. We're testing that support at 122.85, if it holds, we could see a bounce, but if not, it could get rough. What do you all think? Is this the setup for a reversal, or are we about to fade? Let us know in the chat. Alright folks, we're in the thick of it here with SOL currently sitting at 123.73, and the last few candles are showing some bullish potential with 2 greens and 1 red. But hold on, there's a slight dip in momentum as we just ticked down a touch. Now, we're still profitable on the longer picture, but currently in the red at a loss of 187.50 from our entry at 125.70. That's right, we're looking at that support level at 122.85. This could be key if we start testing it. Oh, and by the way, if you're enjoying the action today, don't forget to hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on any trades. And let's not forget we're leveraging some cutting-edge AI technology to analyze this price action in real time. Stay tuned. Alright, folks, we're seeing some interesting action here with SOL at 123.70. The last few candles are showing a bit of bullish momentum, but that recent red candle might just be a breather or a sign of exhaustion. With price coiling near that support at 122.85, we could be gearing up for a serious move. Everyone's eyes are on that resistance level at 125.20. We're watching some interesting action on SOL here, folks. The last 3 candles have shown some bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, but it looks like momentum is reversing direction just as we approach that support level. We're currently sitting at 123.72, and while we're in the red on this position, don't count us out yet. The RSI is hovering. We're watching some intriguing action on SOL right now, folks. As we're sitting at $123.69, the last 3 5-minute candles have given us a mix of a spinning top, indicating a real stalemate. Neither bulls nor bears are taking control. Momentum is reversing, and we've got a bit of consolidation happening here, and let's not forget, we're currently in the red at a loss of about $199.50 from our long position at $125.70. The candles are telling a story, and with that indecision in play, it's going to be interesting to see if we can break through that support level at $122.85, or if the buyers will step in for a reversal. If you're enjoying this breakdown, don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments and smash that subscribe button to keep up with our AI-powered trading strategies. Let's see how this unfolds. We're looking at some indecision here with that spinning top on the last candle. Price is hovering at $123.70, and it's been a bit of a struggle with that bearish momentum over the last 3 candles, holding 2 reds and only 1 green. We're pretty much testing that support around $122.85, and with the volatility contracting, it looks like the market is coiling up for a potential move. Keep an eye on whether we break down or find some strength to push back up toward that resistance at $125.18. Are we going to see a reversal, or is this just the calm before the storm? What do you all think? Alright, folks, we just dipped into a tricky spot here with SOL at 123.68, and man, look at those last three candles, two red ones dominating the scene. We're seeing a spinning top develop, indicating some serious indecision in this market. It's like neither the bulls nor bears are finding their footing. The momentum is definitely reversing, and with that RSI sitting at 38, it looks like the pressure's on. We're consolidating with volatility contracting, which can lead to a big move if the bulls can rally. Now, our AI-powered trading bot is navigating this tight range, making sure we're on top of any action. If you're enjoying the stream and following our journey, drop a comment below and let us know what you're thinking about this setup. Alright, folks, we've got some indecision brewing on the chart with that spinning top pattern forming. The last three candles tell a tale of two sides battling it out, with one green candle followed by two red ones showing bearish momentum. Price is currently sitting at 123.60, and volume's really been on the low side, literally dead at a 0.0x ratio compared to average. We're seeing some potential consolidation here as volatility is contracting. Traders are starting to look for signs whether we're going to break this bearish trend or if we'll see a reversal. Keep an eye on that RSI at 38, it's flirting with oversold territory. Let's see if the bulls can come back and give us some excitement or if the bears are going to take the reins fully. Alright folks, we're watching this 5-minute chart on SOL, and things are looking a bit tricky. The last few candles are showing some indecision with that spinning top pattern, no clear winner between the bulls and bears. Price is currently dipping, holding at 123.75, and we've got some bearish momentum pushing back after that small rally. One key insight here is the contracting volatility, which typically signals a tightening range before a potential breakout. If the bulls can find strength here, we might see a reversal, but right now, it feels like we're still catching our breath. Keep an eye on the action as we test that $122.85 support if this momentum continues to fade. We're seeing some indecision here with that spinning top on the last few candles, and momentum is definitely reversing direction. The bears are pushing hard, and with volume dead as a doornail, it's looking more like a fade setup rather than a breakout. Keep an eye on that support at 122.85, if it holds, we might just see a bounce, but right now, the sellers are in control. Alright, folks, we're looking at SOL trading at 123.74 right now, and we've got some interesting action this last 5-minute candle, but it's been a mixed bag. The last few candles show a bit of bearish momentum with one green and two red. That spinning top is telling us there's some real indecision in the market right now. Volume is practically non-existent, which usually means we're in a consolidation phase. We're currently in the red on our long position, down nearly $200, and that RSI sitting at 38 isn't helping much either. Coming up to that support level of 122.85, we've got to keep an eye on it. If we break down through that, it could be time to consider hitting the exit button. What are your thoughts? Would you hold for a potential bounce or cut losses if we hit that support? Let's see how this plays out. We're seeing some serious action on SOL as those last three candles have all turned red. We're down here at 123.74, and the momentum tells a story of bears in control. Volume is dead in the water, only hitting 0.3 times the average, so it feels like we're stuck in a coiling pattern, waiting for a breakout or a breakdown. With support sitting tight at 122.85, Traders are watching closely to see if it holds or if we're heading further south. If it breaks that level, we could be looking at some more serious downward movement. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get interesting. Alright folks, we're in the last few minutes here, and it looks like SOL is really trying to find its footing but is stuck in a downtrend. 3 consecutive red candles and 0 green is painting a bearish picture, and the volume is anemic at just 0.3 times the average. It's clear that sellers are dominating here. We're sitting right at that critical support level of $122.85, which could either hold or crack, so keep your eyes peeled. The RSI is sitting around 36, so we might just be in a fade setup here, rather than a breakout. If that support breaks, it could lead to more selling pressure. Can it hold? We'll find out shortly. We're seeing a really tough spot for our long position, currently in the red by $202, and the risk reward is starting to look a bit unfavorable as we're only $21 away from our entry at 125.60, but we're still 32% away from our support level at 122.85. One key insight here is that the RSI is looking pretty bearish at 36, which could indicate we've got more downside potential, and with the MACD at 0.2, it's not giving us a whole lot of hope for a reversal just yet. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL here at 123.49, and it's been all red for the last 15 minutes. Bearish momentum is strong, but let's dive into the candlesticks. With 3 consecutive red candles, we're clearly seeing the sellers in control, but they're not being backed by a ton of volume, just a dead ratio of 0.3 times the average, which suggests a lack of conviction behind this move. As we approach that key support level at 122.85, it'll be critical to see if buyers step in. If they don't, we could see a sharper decline. Keep an eye on those candles, will they hold or break? That's the burning question right now. Alright folks, we've got some bearish momentum heating up here on SOL, and those last 3 candles sure tell the story with no green in sight. The price is now sitting at 123.53, down from our entry at 125.50. We're currently holding a long position that's in the red, a solid $216 right now. Now, we're currently testing that support level at 122.85, if that breaks, we could see further downside. The momentum is definitely not in our favor right now, and with a risk/reward setup like this, we've got to keep an eye on how the market reacts. Will buyers step in here, or are we going to see another leg down? Stay tuned. Alright, folks. We're diving into some serious action here with SOL trading at $123.48 and those last 3 candles showing some bearish momentum, 0 green, 3 red, and it's got us feeling the pressure. We just flashed a gravestone doji and a shooting star, both signaling sellers are stepping in and rejecting those higher prices. But hold on, we do see an inverted hammer forming, hinting that there could be some buying interest trying to push back. We're currently hanging tight just above support at $122.85, but with momentum fading, it looks like we've got a serious test on our hands. Will buyers step in, or are we gearing up for a fade setup? This is going to be an exciting few minutes. Keep your eyes on those candles. Whoa. We just witnessed a strong push to the downside with those last 3 candles all showing red. Bearish momentum is definitely in play here. We're dealing with a gravestone doji and a shooting star that are signaling some serious rejection of higher prices, and it looks like sellers are firmly in control right now. The last 5 minutes saw a slight dip of about 0.11%, and with volume hanging low at just 0.4 times the average, it seems like this move is fading, definitely losing steam as we approach that critical support level at 122.85. Keep an eye on that. If we break through, we could see more selling pressure. Looks like the bulls are trying to make a stand with that inverted hammer forming, but it's gonna take some serious buying interest to turn this around. Alright, folks, we're back with some intense action on SOL, currently sitting at 123.59. The last three candles have all been red, and it's clear we're seeing some bearish momentum here. We've just flashed a gravestone doji, 1, and a shooting star, 2, which are both strong bearish signals, signaling that sellers are really rejecting those higher prices. We're down about 0.11% in the last 5 minutes alone, and volume is pretty low at 0.4 times the average, indicating weak participation. We're testing that critical support level at 122.85, and with our position currently in the red, we're down $210 from our long entry at 125.50. The AI's been tuning this strategy, and as the momentum fades, it's crucial we watch closely. If you're enjoying the action here, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and give us a like. What do you think will happen next? Will we hold? And we're back with some intense action on the SOL chart. The last 3 5-minute candles have painted a pretty bearish picture with all red showing up, signaling that sellers are in control. We just saw a gravestone doji flash, a classic bearish reversal pattern, which suggests sellers are rejecting those higher prices. Price has been fading here, slipping about 0.11% in the last 5 minutes, and volume is looking low at just 0.4 times the average, giving us a slight pause in momentum. We're getting closer to that key support level at $122.85, so eyes are glued on whether buyers will step in or if we're heading for a test down. Let's see how these next candles play out. We're seeing some low volume here at just 0.4 times the average, which isn't ideal for this bearish momentum. The last 3 candles have all painted red, and with that gravestone doji, 1, flashing, it's clear sellers are rejecting higher prices. We're testing that support at 122.85, and with the fading momentum, we're going to need some serious buying interest to turn this around. We're seeing some serious bearish action here with the last 3 candles all red, and that's confirmed by our strong bear run, 1, pattern. Price just tested the low of $123.31 and is hovering close to support at $122.85, which is going to be critical in the next few minutes. That gravestone doji, 2, suggests sellers are firmly in control, but we've spotted some interest with that inverted hammer, 3, showing up, possibly hinting at a reversal if buyers can step in. Keep an eye on that volume, it's low right now, just 0.4 times the average, which could mean this current momentum is fading fast. What do you think? Is it time to hold tight or look for a bounce? We just saw a tough stretch for SOL, with the last 3 5-minute candles all flashing red, showing that bearish momentum is really taking hold. The strong bear run, 1, is in full effect, and we just witnessed a gravestone doji, 2, signaling that sellers are rejecting those higher prices. We're bumping up against the support at 122.85, and considering how momentum is fading, it could be a pivotal moment here. Keep your eyes peeled as we navigate these treacherous waters. We just saw that strong bear run, 1, kick in, and momentum is definitely fading as those sellers rejected higher prices with that gravestone doji, 2, hanging on the chart. But wait, there's a glimmer of hope with that inverted hammer, 3, popping up, suggesting some buying interest might be creeping in. Let's keep an eye on that support at 122.85. It's make or break time. We just flashed a bearish Marubozu, 1, on that last candle, showing strong selling pressure as bears continue to dominate the setup. With 3 straight red candles and a strong bear run, 2, in play, momentum is definitely accelerating downwards. Looks like our long position at $125.40 is feeling the heat right now at $123.17, sitting at a loss of $256.45. This market is tough. We've just seen 3 consecutive red candles, and they are painting a bearish picture with that bearish Marubozu, 1, leading the charge. The sellers are firmly in control here, with strong bearish pressure pushing us down towards that support level at $122.85. Volume is on the lighter side, only at half the average, but the momentum is accelerating downwards, definitely something to keep an eye on. With the current position still in the red, down about $269, it's a tense moment for traders watching closely. Let's see if the bulls can step in and find some strength soon, or if this trend continues. We just flashed a bearish Marubozu, 1, here on the 5-minute chart, and it looks like sellers are really in control with 3 consecutive red candles. With momentum accelerating down, we need to keep our eyes peeled on that support level at 122.85. What do you all think about this current trade setup? Are you seeing potential for a bounce or more downward pressure? Let's hear your thoughts. We're seeing some serious bearish momentum here with 3 consecutive red candles, and that bearish Marubozu, 1, is showing strong selling pressure. The volume's been on the lower side, but those sellers are in complete control, dominating from the open with that bearish belt hold, 3. We're testing that support level at 122.85, and the momentum is really accelerating down, definitely a critical moment. If you're enjoying the action, don't forget to drop a comment below, we love hearing from you. Alright folks, we're diving into some intense bearish action here on SOL, currently sitting at 122.96. The last 3 5-minute candles have been a sea of red, no green in sight. We just had a bearish Marubozu, 1, flash, which indicates strong selling pressure and the bears are firmly in control. We're seeing a strong bear run, 2, with 5 consecutive bearish candles, and it looks like this momentum is accelerating downwards. Volume is on the lower side right now at half the average, which means the selling pressure is still present, but not overwhelming, so keep an eye on that. As we edge closer to support at 122.85, it'll be interesting to see if the bulls step in or if the bears will keep dominating this chart. Stay tuned, we're in for an action-packed few moments. We're looking at some serious bearish momentum here on SOL, folks, with the last 3 5-minute candles all red. That's a bearish Marubozu, 1, showing that the bears are in complete control, and let's not ignore that strong bear run, 2, we've got 5 consecutive bearish candles, really emphasizes the downside pressure. We're currently sitting at 123.04, down from our entry at 125.40, with a red position of 271. Volume is low, only half of the average, but with momentum accelerating down, we're testing that critical support level at 122.85. Is this a breakout setup or a fade setup? With all this bearish activity, it feels more like a fade setup, as sellers continue to dominate. Keep an eye on that support. If it breaks, we could see more action to the downside. We're testing that key support level at 122.85, and the momentum is accelerating downward, so the risk of a breakdown is looking more likely by the minute. The strong bear run, 1, pattern is still in play, indicating a high probability of further downside, which could put our long position in an even tougher spot, currently sitting at a loss of $269. The RSI is oversold at 28, but until we see some bullish action, that's not offering much comfort, and the MACD is still bearish, so the risk/reward is skewed heavily to the downside right now. Alright, folks, we're deep in it with SOL currently sitting at 122.96, and it's been a tough stretch. We just saw 3 red candles in the last 15 minutes, and we're looking at a strong bear run, 1, with no green in sight. Bearish momentum is definitely accelerating. Now, the volume is low at just 0.4 times the average, which tells me there's not a lot of conviction behind this move. Traders might be waiting for that bounce off our support at 122.85. We're right at that crucial level, and if it breaks, it could get ugly. Remember, we're long from 125.40, and right now, we're in the red at -276. The RSI is showing oversold territory at 28, so there's potential for a bounce if buyers decide to step in. Keep your eyes peeled. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Will we hold at? Alright, folks, it's crunch time. We're looking at SOL currently sitting at 122.88, and watch out because we're right at support. The last 3 candles have been all red, highlighting that strong bear run, 1, with 5 of the last 5 candles pushing us down hard. Momentum is really accelerating to the downside, and with volume at a low ratio of 0.4x average, we need to see if we can hold this support level at 122.85. We're in the red here, down to $89 on our long from 125.40. This is a real test for the bulls. Are we going to bounce back or see a breakdown? Stay tuned. We're witnessing a strong bearish run here on SOL, with 5 red candles in a row. This is a classic strong bear run, 1, signaling some serious downward momentum. Currently, we're testing that key support level at 122.85, and with this accelerating momentum, the pressure is really on. Volume is quite low at just 0.4 times the average, which could mean we might see a spike if we get a decision here. Are we going to bounce off support, or are we primed for a breakdown? The RSI is sitting at 28, indicating that we're oversold, but with momentum pushing hard in the downward direction, it's a tense situation. If you're looking for an entry here, you might want to wait for confirmation of a bounce off support, ideally on increasing volume. On the flip side, if it breaks through that level, it could be a swift exit for those in the long position. Keep your eyes glued to this action, folks. We're really feeling the pressure here on SOL with those last 3 candles all in the red, giving us a strong bear run, 1, on the chart. 5 bearish candles in a row. Momentum is definitely accelerating down as we test that critical support level at 122.85. The volume is low at just 0.4 times the average, which suggests not a lot of conviction behind this move. Traders may be waiting to see if we can hold that support or if we're headed for a breakdown. Watch closely, this could get interesting. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here at 123.14, and it's a tense moment as we've just hit that support level at 122.85. We're staring down the barrel of a potential bounce or a breakdown, which could set the stage for some serious action. The last few candles have been telling a story, with a strong bear run, 1, taking shape. 4 of the last 5 candles bearish, really pushing that momentum down. We're also seeing a spinning top, 2, in the mix, showing some indecision as the bulls and bears battle for control. Volume's been pretty low, just at 0.6 times the average, which isn't giving us a lot of strength behind these moves. Keep an eye on that fading momentum. It's losing steam, and we need to see if it can recover. Buckle up, everyone. Alright folks, we're looking at some exciting action here on SOL with price currently hovering at 123.15 as it tests that critical support level at 122.85. The last few candles have painted a bearish picture, with a strong bear run, 1, kicking off a solid downward trend, and it seems like momentum is fading, that move is losing steam. Just a moment ago, we flashed a spinning top, 2, signaling some indecision in the market. Neither bulls nor bears are taking control right now. With volume low, eyes are glued to that support level. Will it hold, or are we about to see a breakdown? If you're watching the chart, pay close attention. A bounce here could set up an opportunity if the bulls decide to step back in. Keep those fingers ready, it could be a pivotal moment. Alright folks, we're diving into some intense action with SOL sitting at 123.11. Over the last 5 minutes, we've seen a slight bump of 6 basis points, but in the last 15, it's been a steady fade, down 15 basis points. The momentum is clearly fading here as we've just flashed a strong bear run, 1, with 4 out of the last 5 candles bearish, definitely indicating strong downward pressure. Now, here's the crucial part, we're right on that support level at 122.85. Are we going to bounce off it or see a breakdown? Volume remains low at 0.6 times the average, which could mean we're in for a quieter ride unless that breaks. If you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Let me know in the chat, are you thinking we're going to hold at support, or is it time for a new low? This is where the action is. We're at a crucial moment here with SOL testing that support level at $122.85, it's either going to bounce back or break down through it. The last few candles are showing us a strong bear run, 1, and that momentum is definitely fading alongside low volume. We're seeing mixed signals with that spinning top, 2, indicating indecision in the market right now, but the pressure is on the bears. Keep a close eye here. If we break that support, it could accelerate the downtrend, but a bounce could give us a shot at reclaiming some ground towards resistance at $124.03. It's a nail biter for sure. What are you thinking, viewers? Is it time to hold your positions or cut losses? We're sitting at that crucial support level of 122.85, and the last 3 candles show some serious bearish momentum with that strong bear run, 1, flashing on the chart. The momentum is fading, but can we see a bounce here, or is the setup ready for a breakdown? All eyes on this price action as it coils tight. 123 is the new battleground. Alright folks, we just saw a bit of a mixed bag with the last 3 5-minute candles, 1 green, but then 2 red, setting up some bearish momentum right now. We've got a strong bear run, 1, in play here, with 4 out of the last 5 candles showing that downward pressure. We're currently sitting right at support around $122.85, and the momentum is definitely fading. Let's see if buyers can step in for a bounce, or if we're looking at a potential breakdown here. With the RSI sitting at 30, we're flirting with oversold territory, which could signal a reversal. Now, if you're enjoying the action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and give us a like. What are you all thinking? Will we find that bounce off support or continue to drift lower? Let's hear your thoughts. Alright, folks, we're deep into the action here on SOL, trading at $123.04. The last few candles have been telling a bearish story with 1 green and 2 red, giving us a strong bear run, 1, signal definitely strong downward momentum in play. Just a heads up, volume's been low at 0.6 times the average, which is not helping this move, it's fading and losing steam. We're currently at that key support level at $122.85, it's make or break time. Are we going to see a bounce back here, or is that breakdown looming? Keep your eyes on the chart because this could get spicy. Remember, with those indicators showing an RSI at 30 and MACD at 0.16, we could see some indecision ahead after this bearish pressure. Here we go, folks. We're seeing some real action on SOL at 122.81. The last 3 candles painted a picture of bearish momentum with 2 red candles and only 1 green, and we just flashed that strong bear run, 1, pattern, indicating some serious downward pressure. Volume is really low right now, only at 0.4 times average, so we might be in for some consolidation here. The bearish Harami, 2, pattern just popped up, hinting at potential buying momentum weakening, definitely something to keep an eye on. With our current position at a loss of $224, the market is feeling tight. If we see a decisive break above that resistance level at 124.03, it might be time to reassess. But if we continue fading, I'd be itching to pull the trigger on a quick exit. What's everyone thinking? Any thoughts on what would tip you towards entering or exiting this trade? Let's keep. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL at 122.72, and it's looking a bit shaky with that strong bear run pattern. 1. We just detected 4 out of the last 5 candles are bearish, indicating some solid downward momentum. We also have that bearish Harami pattern, 2, forming, which suggests buying momentum is weakening, so it's definitely a time to be cautious. The volume is still low, well below average at just 0.4 times, so that tells me traders are a bit hesitant. We're currently holding a long position from 125.12, and we're down $240 right now. If we can't hold this support at 122.85, we may need to rethink our strategy here. Keep an eye on that resistance at 124.03, if we can't get past that, we might be in for another leg down. How are you all reading this action? Would you be looking to add or exit? We're in a bit of a pickle here at $122.72, coming off the back of a strong bear run. 1, 4 of the last 5 candles have been bearish, really pushing that downward momentum. The last 3 5-minute candles have been 2 red and 1 green, indicating some shaky price action. Volume is pretty low right now, just 0.4 times the average, and it looks like the momentum is reversing direction, but we're still holding our long position from $125.12, currently down $242. With support looming at $122.85 and resistance at $124.03, we're definitely in a consolidation zone. Are we coming up on a potential fade setup here, or could there be some hidden buying pressure? Keep an eye on those candles, anything could happen. We're seeing some bearish momentum take hold in the last few candles, folks, with 2 red candles in a row, and if we take a step back, we've got a strong bear run, 1, pattern unfolding, indicating strong downward momentum. The price is currently testing the $122.74 level, and with the low volume, it's looking like a consolidation phase. Volatility is contracting, and we're seeing a bit of a reversal in momentum, but for now, the bears are in control. Alright folks, we're right at that critical support level of $122.70, and this is a make or break moment. We've got 2 green candles showing some bullish momentum, but that last red candle has put us on edge. Volumes holding steady at around 0.8 times average, meaning there's not a lot of heavy action pushing us one way or the other. Now, the momentum seems to be reversing direction, and with the RSI sitting at that crucial 30, we could see a bounce here if buyers step in. Watch those candles closely, we might be setting up for a breakout, or we could see a breakdown if it can't hold this support. And hey, if you're enjoying the stream, smash that subscribe button. What are you guys thinking? Are we gonna bounce off this support, or could this be a sign to reevaluate? Let's hear your thoughts. We're sitting right on that support level at $122.70, and it's crunch time. Will we see a bounce or a breakdown? With the RSI flirting with 30, we could be primed for a reversal. However, the contracting volatility suggests traders are holding their breath. Keep a close eye on that resistance at $124.03, a breakout there could shift the momentum back in our favor. Alright, folks, we're seeing some interesting action here with SOL bouncing right off that support level at 122.70. The volume is coming in at a normal level, just 0.8 times the average, which suggests we're in a bit of a consolidation phase right now. This means traders are really weighing their options, and we're watching closely for a bounce or a potential breakdown below that support. The RSI is sitting at 30, indicating we're oversold, which could hint at a reversal. Let's keep our eyes peeled on this price action, especially as we're testing this critical support right now. We just hit that key support level at 122.70, and the candles are showing some bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red in the last 3 5-minute intervals definitely indicates potential for a bounce. However, with volume at just 0.8 times the average, we need to watch for any signs of acceleration versus fading here. The volatility is contracting, meaning traders are holding their breath. Will we see a breakout towards that resistance at 124.03, or are we gearing up for a breakdown? Stick around, this is getting interesting. Alright folks, we're right at that critical juncture watching SOL hovering around support at 122.70. The last few candles have shown a bullish momentum with 2 greens leading into a red, but we're really testing this support level. Remember, as we see the price sitting at 122.39, we need to watch closely for a bounce here or the potential for a breakdown. Volume is chugging along at about 0.8 times the average, so we're in a bit of a consolidation phase, definitely a time to pay attention. The RSI is flirting with that 30 mark, indicating we're in oversold territory, while our MACD is barely in the positive at 0.18, suggesting momentum is shifting. Now, for the risk/reward setup, if we break below support, we're looking at potential further downside, but if we bounce back, there's a solid resistance at 124.03 waiting to be tested. So, the stakes are high. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here at $122.27, and it's sitting right at that support level of $122.70. Now, looking at the last 3 candles, we see a bit of bullish momentum with 2 green ones followed by 1 red, but we need to keep a close eye on this price action. The volume is sitting at a normal level, around 0.8 times the average, which suggests that while interest is steady, it's not explosive right now. This consolidation phase indicates that traders are either waiting for a definitive bounce off that support or potentially a breakdown. With our RSI at 30, we might be seeing signs of oversold conditions, and that MACD is leaning towards a bullish crossover. If we can hold this level, we could be primed for a nice recovery. Let's see how this plays out. Alright, we're seeing some serious bearish momentum here with the last 3 candles all in the red, and that's driving us deeper into the current position at 122.41. We just flashed a strong bear run, pattern, indicating that sellers are definitely in control, with 4 of the last 5 candles pushing lower. Now, we're currently testing that key support level at 122.22. This is a critical point to watch for a potential bounce or a breakdown. The volume is sitting low at a ratio of just 0.7 times the average, so we might be in for some consolidation as we stabilize here. With RSI sitting at 26, we're definitely in oversold territory, and that MACD at 0.29 shows us the downward momentum is still strong. Hey, community. What do you all think of this setup? Are we poised for a bounce here, or are we heading lower? Let's get those thoughts in the chat. If you've. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here as it's currently testing that critical support level at 122.22. The last 3 candles have been a tough ride, all red, showing some solid bearish momentum with the strong bear run, pattern in play. It's looking like sellers are really stepping in here as we've got a minus 0.10% drop in the last 5 minutes and overall it's still accelerating down. Volume is pretty low at just 0.7 times the average, which is contributing to that contracting volatility we're seeing. Let's keep our eyes peeled for whether we get a nice bounce off this support or if it's going to break down. Don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. How are you reading this situation? Alright folks, we are watching a significant moment here with SOL testing that key support at 122.22. The last 3 candles have all been red, and we've been hit with a strong bear run, 1, showing some real bearish momentum. Volume is low, just 0.7x the average, which could indicate a lack of conviction as we approach the support level. If we do see a bounce here, it could provide a solid opportunity for a reversal, but if that support breaks, we could see some quick acceleration to the downside. Keep your eyes peeled, this is the moment of truth for SOL. What's everyone thinking? Are we ready for a bounce or is it time to brace for a breakdown? Alright, folks, we're diving deep into this chart action as we sit at $122.74 on SOL. The last 3 5-minute candles have all been red, showing a bearish momentum that just won't quit, and we've got that strong bear run pattern, 1, lighting up the charts with 4 out of the last 5 candles in the red. We're right at that key support level of $122.22, so this is pivotal. Are we going to see a bounce here or will we break down further? Remember, volume has been low at just 0.7 times the average, so there's not a lot of firepower behind this move yet, but the downward momentum is definitely accelerating. And hey, if you're loving these live insights, make sure to hit that notification bell so you don't miss any action from our AI-powered trading bot technology. Keep your eyes glued to the screen, it's about to get intense. We're seeing some serious downward pressure on SOL here, currently sitting at 122.67. The last 3 candles have been red, and it looks like we've got that strong bear run, 1, pattern on display with 4 out of the last 5 candles pushing lower. It's relentless. Now, while the volume is a bit low at 0.7 times the average, it suggests that while selling might be strong, it's not a full-blown panic yet, which could mean a potential consolidation. But we're at that critical support level of 122.22. Will we see a bounce, or are we gearing up for a breakdown? As we approach this support, keep your eyes peeled, because our position is currently in the red at $239, and momentum is definitely accelerating down. Buckle up, folks, this price action is heating up. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here as it just hit that critical support level at $122.22, and let me tell you, it's a nail biter. We've seen 3 consecutive red candles, and right now we're looking at a strong bear run, 1, with that bearish momentum really kicking in. The price is contracting a bit, but with the RSI sitting at 26, we're in oversold territory, signaling a potential bounce. This could get interesting. Now, considering our position is currently showing a loss of $237.85, I'm looking for any signs of reversal here. If we get a nice bullish engulfing pattern, 2, off that support, it might be time for a re-evaluation of our exit strategy. But if we break down below $122.22, that's a clear signal to cut losses and move on. Keep your eyes peeled. We're seeing some serious bearish momentum on SOL right now with those last 2 red candles, and it looks like the momentum is shifting as we speak. Just a smidge under $122.90, but those signs of consolidation could mean something's brewing. The RSI is sitting at 34, suggesting we might be oversold, so keep an eye on that reversal potential. If you're vibing with this AI-powered trading bot technology we're using, let us know in the comments how it's been for you. We're seeing some bearish momentum here with those last 3 candles, 2 red ones and just 1 green. The price is currently testing that support level at 122.22, and volume is dead at 0.3 times the average, which tells us traders are waiting for a clear direction. Keep an eye on that RSI sitting at 34, it's in oversold territory, but we need to see if it can gain some strength. And hey, don't forget to hit that notification bell so you won't miss any of these live trading sessions, powered by our cutting-edge AI technology. We're seeing a real battle here, folks, as price coils between 122.22 support and 124.03 resistance, and I've got to say, the lack of volume is deafening, just a trickle of activity, only 0.3 times the average. It's like the market is holding its breath waiting for the next move. The momentum's reversing direction, but the volatility's contracting, so we're in this tight consolidation phase, and I'm wondering, is price coiling for a big break or is it just plain exhausted after that last push? The RSI's at 34, MACD's at 0.30, so we're getting some mixed signals here. Alright folks, we're sitting at $122.72 with a bit of bearish momentum as the last 3 candles show 1 green and 2 red. It looks like we're testing that crucial support at $122.22, which is the level to keep an eye on. Volume is pretty dead right now, sitting at just 0.3 times the average, signaling some serious consolidation. With the RSI creeping down to 34 and that MACD at 0.30, we might be in for a reversal, but we could also see more downside if that support doesn't hold. Remember, we're currently long at $125, and we're feeling that $241 hit in P&L. It's crunch time. Let's see if we can hold this range or if we'll dip below support. The tension is palpable. Alright, folks, we've got some action brewing with SOL at 122.71. The last 3 5-minute candles show a bit of bearish momentum, with 2 red candles dampening the spirits. The volume's been pretty lackluster, sitting at just 30% of the average, definitely a consolidation phase here. Now, we're hovering around that critical support level at 122.22, and with the momentum reversing, a bounce off that level could ignite some buying interest. Keep a close eye on that. If we break through and hold, that's a signal to possibly reassess our strategy. Right now, we need to navigate these waters carefully. What do you all think? Are we going to see a rebound or a further fade? We're seeing a bit of a fade here as the momentum is accelerating down despite those last 2 green candles, which gives us a mixed signal. Volume is dead at just 0.2 times the average, indicating traders are cautious. Keep an eye on that support level at 122.22, a break could intensify this downward pressure. Alright folks, we're seeing some interesting action here on the 5-minute chart for SOL. The last 3 candles have shown some bullish momentum with 2 greens and just 1 red, but momentum is starting to accelerate down. We're currently testing that key support level at 122.22, and volume has been dead, just a meager 0.2 times the average. That means traders are sitting on the sidelines as we get this tight consolidation with a possible breakout looming. Keep an eye on that resistance at 124.03. If we can break through there, it could spark some serious buying interest. Let's see how this plays out. Alright, we just saw a few interesting moves on the 5-minute chart for SOL, currently hanging around 122.75. Although we have 2 green candles building some bullish momentum, the last red candle hints at some potential weakness as the price looks to test that support level at 122.22. Volume is pretty dead right now, just a fifth of the average, which is showing us that there's a lack of conviction behind these recent moves. Plus, we're seeing momentum accelerating to the downside, suggesting the market's still in consolidation, definitely something to keep an eye on. Are we going to break that support or bounce back? It's going to get interesting. We're looking at some interesting action on SOL right now. Those last few candles show some bullish momentum with 2 green, but just a slight pullback in the last 5 minutes, which isn't shocking with volume still hanging around that dead level. The price is coiling here, and with our current position not too far from support at 122.22, it's a crucial moment. If we break that support, we could see a quick move to the downside, but if we hold, we might just ignite a squeeze towards that resistance at 124.03. Keep your eyes peeled, it's a tightening market here. Alright folks, we've got a nail biter here with SOL currently sitting at $122.74, and those last 3 candles have shown us 2 green and 1 red, indicating some bullish momentum. Could we be gearing up for a reversal? But hold on, the momentum is really accelerating down, and with volatility contracting, this feels more like a consolidation squeeze than a breakout. We're eyeing that critical support at $122.22, a bounce there could be the signal we're looking for, while any push towards resistance at $124.03 will definitely get the adrenaline pumping. With our current RSI at 35, we're dipping into oversold territory. If we can get a nice bullish reversal pattern forming on the chart, that could shift our strategy. Hang on, traders. This one's still cooking, let's see how it unfolds. Alright, folks, we're looking at some intriguing action on the SOL chart here. The last 3 5-minute candles show 2 in the green and 1 red, which might hint at some bullish momentum trying to assert itself despite a slight dip in the last 5 minutes. We're currently testing that support level around 122.22, and if we stay above that, it could set the stage for a potential breakout towards the resistance at 124.03. The momentum is accelerating down, but let's keep an eye on those wicks and see if buyers step in. That's the thing about these consolidation phases, sometimes they can lead to explosive moves. Stay tuned as we navigate this price action. What a scene we've got here with SOL, as price is currently dancing around 122.94. We've seen 2 green candles firing off just before the last red one, showing that we're still holding some bullish momentum, but it's starting to get tight with that contraction in volatility. Volume's been pretty normal, so it's interesting to see that buying pressure hasn't surged yet, which usually indicates traders are waiting for the next move. We're sitting at about 36% in the range, and with our current position being in the red, we're definitely feeling the heat, down $215. Keep an eye on those last few candles, as we might be gearing up to test either support at 122.22 or push for that resistance at 124.03. Anything can happen in these final minutes. We're seeing some interesting price action here on SOL. The last 3 candles have created a bit of a bullish momentum with 2 green sticks and only 1 red, but it looks like we're experiencing some consolidation right now. We're hovering around 122.91, not far from that support at 122.22, and while the volume is normal, it feels like traders are waiting for the next big move. And don't forget, if you're enjoying the live stream, hit that subscribe button and give us a like. What are your thoughts on SOL's movement today? Are you anticipating a breakout or a further test of that support? Let's hear from you. We're seeing some interesting action here with SOL. It's holding steady around 122.98, but that bearish push just hit resistance at 124.03. The momentum is flattening out, and the price is definitely coiling. Looks like it's gearing up for a breakout or a pullback. Keep your eyes peeled, this consolidation phase could lead to some explosive moves either way. Alright folks, we're watching SOL sitting at 123.06, and it's got a bit of bullish momentum with those last two green candles. However, the volatility is contracting, which means we're in a consolidation phase right now, definitely a key moment with some potential for a breakout. We're still holding our long position from 125, currently looking at a loss of $202 and change. The RSI is hanging around 38, suggesting we might be due for a bounce if we can break through some resistance. Keep an eye on those candles, the market could shift rapidly. Let's see if we can turn this around. We just saw a quick bounce from that $123 level, and it looks like we're trying to build some momentum here as we've had two green candles in the last three, signaling potential bullishness. The price is currently sitting at $123.14, just a tad closer to that resistance at $124.03. With our position being in the red by almost $200, it's crucial to keep an eye on that support level at $122.22, as we want to hold above it to prevent any further downside. Looking at our risk-reward setup, if we can break through $124.03, it unlocks some serious upside, but we're still facing some flat momentum with that RSI dipping low at 38. Stay alert as we're consolidating here. It's a classic waiting game. If you're riding this wave with us, keep those eyes peeled. We're seeing some bullish momentum with those last two green 5-minute candles as we hover around 123.16. With the price testing that support level at 122.22, the pressure's on to see if we can break through that resistance at 124.03. The AI-powered trading bot is on standby, constantly adjusting to the market's rhythm, so let us know your thoughts in the comments. We're watching some thrilling action on SOL, currently sitting at 123.89. Over the last three 5-minute candles, we've seen two green and only one red, so that bullish momentum is really trying to push through. The last few minutes have shown a strong bull run, with 4 out of the last 5 candles bullish, indicating solid upward momentum. However, we've got that resistance looming at 124.03, while we're testing support at 122.22 below. The position is currently in the red, down 75.40, but keep your eyes peeled. Are we coiling for a big breakout, or has this momentum started to fade? Let me know your thoughts in the chat. We're seeing a slight pullback here, price just dipped to 123.37, but the bullish momentum from those last two green candles is still intact. The question is, will this move start accelerating again, or is it fading out? The RSI is sitting at 38, which is still relatively neutral, but that MACD is trying to cross over. Let's see if it can gain some traction and push this price back up. We're seeing some exciting action on SOL right now, currently sitting at 123.71. The last three 5-minute candles show two green and one red, which is building some nice bullish momentum. Plus, We've just flashed a strong bull run, 1, with 4 of the last 5 candles pointing up, indicating strong upward momentum in the market. Volume is on the lower side, just half of the average, which is something to keep an eye on as we approach that resistance level at 124.03. With momentum starting to reverse, how do you all feel about this current trade setup? Are we ready for a push past resistance, or are we just testing the waters? Drop your thoughts in the chat. We're seeing some interesting action on SOL right now, as those last 3 candles show 2 green ones and 1 red, hinting at bullish momentum. We just flashed a strong bull run, 1, with 4 of the last 5 candles in the green, but keep an eye out, as the momentum is starting to reverse here. Volume is still low, sitting at half the average, but with resistance looming at 124.03, this could be a critical moment. Alright folks, we're seeing some interesting action as we're currently testing that resistance level at 124.03. With that strong bull run, 1, in play, there's definitely bullish momentum in the air, despite us hanging slightly in the red. The key here is whether we can break through and hold above that level. It could set up a nice risk/reward scenario if we get some follow through. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get exciting. Looks like we're seeing some bullish momentum here, with the last 3 candles showing 2 green and just 1 red. The chart's giving us a strong bull run, 1, signal, with 4 out of the last 5 candles showing strong upward action. But hold on, we're currently in the red with our long position from 124.73, sitting at 124.24, down about $43. Now, even though the momentum is shifting, the RSI sits at 46, which suggests we might be coiling for a potential move rather than being exhausted. Let's keep an eye on that resistance at 124.03, if we can break through that, we could see some exciting action unfold. Alright folks, buckle up because we've got some action brewing. We just saw a strong bull run, 1, flashing on the chart with 4 out of the last 5 candles showing bullish momentum. That's some serious upward energy pushing through. Now looking at the immediate price action, we're currently dancing right around that $124.09 mark, trying to hold steady after that recent dip. The bulls are making a push, but it's going to be interesting to see if they can break through that resistance at $124.03. With momentum reversing direction, we could see some exciting fireworks here in the next few minutes. And hey, if you're enjoying the vibes and the action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button so you can keep riding this wave with us. The volume's sitting low at half of the average, which means the buying pressure isn't as strong as we'd like to see for this bullish momentum. Even with that strong bull run, 1, showing 4 out of the last 5 candles green, we need more juice from the volume to sustain that momentum. Let's keep our eyes peeled. If we can get a volume spike, it could signal a real breakout. We're watching some exciting action here on SOL at 123.91. The last 3 candles have shown bullish momentum, with 2 greens and 1 red, and we just flashed a strong bull run pattern, 1, in the last 5 candles. That's some serious upward movement. However, the volume is low, just half of the average, which could suggest we're seeing some quiet accumulation as we inch closer to that resistance level at 124.03. Keep an eye on that momentum as it seems to be shifting direction. Our current position is in the red at -65.70. Let's see if we can break through that resistance or if we'll be testing support down at 122.22. We are in the thick of it, folks. SOL just hit that key resistance at 124.48, and we're watching closely for a breakout or rejection here. The last 3 5-minute candles have been absolute beasts: 3 green lights with a bullish Marubozu, 1, and the 3 white soldiers, 2, indicating strong buying momentum. Momentum is really accelerating up, and even though we're currently holding a position in the red, the bullish pressure is undeniable. With volume at a normal level, there's still room for this price action to push further. Will we see that breakthrough, or will the bears step in? Buckle up, because this action is heating up. And what a thrilling moment we have here. SOL is currently sitting at 123.71. Folks, we're watching some serious bullish momentum here with the last 3 candles all green. We just printed a bullish Marubozu, 1, showing strong buying pressure and the bulls are definitely in control. And don't forget that we've got the 3 white soldiers, 2, pattern forming 2, signaling sustained buying pressure. This is compelling action. We're testing that resistance at 124.48 right now, so keep an eye out for a potential breakout or rejection. Volume is holding steady at a normal level, so if we continue this acceleration, we might just push through. The RSI is sitting at 62, hinting we have some room to run. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, we're looking at some serious bullish momentum on SOL right now. The last 3 5-minute candles have all been green, and we just flashed a bullish Marubozu, 1, indicating that the bulls are firmly in control. That's followed up by the 3 white soldiers, 2, pattern, showing strong continuation for this uptrend. We are currently testing resistance at $124.48, and if we can break through there, it could lead to a massive breakout. Keep your eyes peeled as we approach that key level. The momentum is accelerating upwards, and this could get exciting fast. If you're enjoying the action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Alright, folks, we've got a classic showdown here as SOL approaches that critical resistance level at 124.48. Those last 3 5-minute candles have been a sight to see, with 3 green ones building up some serious bullish momentum. We just flashed a bullish Marubozu, 1, signaling that the bulls are really in control, and that's backed up by the 3 white soldiers, 2, formation we're seeing. That's strong bullish continuation right there. We need to keep our eyes glued to the action as we test this level. Are we set for a breakout, or will we see a rejection? The momentum is accelerating up, and with that normal volume supporting it, there's a lot of fire under this rally. Let's see if these bulls can push through. It's do or die time. Alright, folks, we've got some serious price action unfolding here on SOL. Currently sitting at 123.54, and those last 3 5-minute candles tell a story of bearish momentum with 1 green and 2 red. That's not what we're looking for. We've just confirmed an evening star and a 3 inside down pattern, which indicates a strong bearish reversal. That trend change looks likely. We're currently in the red with that long position from 124.58, down about 86 bucks. The momentum is clearly reversing, and we're testing the support level at 122.22. With volume holding steady at normal levels, it looks like the market might be fading here rather than accelerating. Keep your eyes on that support level. If it breaks, we could see this slide further down. Stay tuned for more updates. And if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We're seeing some significant action on SOL as it just slid down to 123.41, and it's not looking too pretty right now. With our last 3 candles showing 1 green followed by 2 red, we're definitely feeling that bearish momentum. Check this out, we just flashed an evening star, 1, and a confirmed 3 inside down, 2, pattern, signaling a potential trend change on the horizon. As we sit in this position at a loss of $105, it's clear the momentum is reversing. The price is testing that key support at 122.22, and if it cracks, we could see further downside. Let's keep a close eye on the next few candles. This is where the action really heats up. Whoa, folks. We're seeing some serious action on SOL as it just dipped to 123.67, and the last 3 candles are telling a bear's tale with 1 green and 2 red. The evening star has flashed loud and clear. This is a strong bearish reversal pattern, and the 3 inside down has confirmed those bearish vibes. We're staring down the barrel of that support level at 122.22, and the momentum is definitely reversing as we speak. Volume is holding steady at average, but with that bearish momentum, traders are eyeing a potential fade here. The risk/reward seems tricky. You've got support below, but this volatility could swing either way. Keep your eyes peeled for any price action around 124.50 as a point of resistance. What's your take, viewers? Are you thinking about taking advantage of this setup with these bearish indicators? We're seeing some bearish momentum take hold here, folks, with that evening star and 3 inside down pattern flashing on the chart, and the last 2 candles are definitely telling a story of selling pressure. Momentum is reversing direction, and we're now facing a test of the lower end of this range, with support down at 122.22 looming large. What do you guys think? Can we hold above this key level, or are we in for a bigger pullback? Let's hear your thoughts. Alright, folks, we're seeing some serious bearish momentum here as SOL is currently sitting at 124 with those last 3 5-minute candles showing 1 green and 2 red. The evening star and 3 inside down patterns are flashing a strong signal that a reversal could be underway, which spells trouble for our long position. As we approach that key support level at 122.22, it's crucial to keep an eye on how price action interacts with that barrier. And with volume hanging steady at that 1-to-1 average ratio, we might not see much strength trying to push back up unless something changes dramatically. This market is definitely testing the waters. Will buyers step in, or will sellers continue to fade? Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're watching SOL right now, and it's shaping up to be a pivotal moment. We've got a bearish evening star pattern flashing on the chart, along with the 3 inside down pattern confirming that downward momentum. That's telling us the sellers are stepping up their game here. The last 15 minutes have seen a slight fade of about 0.5%, while the last 5 just ticked down another 0.28%. Volume is sitting at average levels, but with these bearish patterns emerging, we need to be on high alert. Support down at 122.22 is looking like it could be tested soon. If this price action keeps up, we might see a serious challenge to that level. How's that for excitement? If you're enjoying the stream and want to keep up with this action, make sure to smash that subscribe button and join our trading community. We just saw the last 3 candles flash some bearish momentum, with that bearish Harami cross signaling a potential reversal. The buying pressure is definitely weakening as we test the support line, and with volume holding slightly below average, it feels like this move is fading fast. Watch closely as we navigate through these choppy waters. This could tip either way. Alright, folks, we've got some action on the chart as we roll through these last few candles. The last 5 minutes showed a slight dip of about 4 basis points, and we're seeing that bearish momentum confirmed with the recent bearish Harami cross. That's a strong signal for a potential reversal on the horizon. We're also witnessing some fading buying momentum, which could spell trouble for those long positions. The volume's been tepid at 0.7 times the average, indicating that traders might be waiting for a clearer setup before jumping in. This is definitely one to keep an eye on as we sit around that $124 mark, looking for signs of life or further weakness as we test support at $122.22. Buckle up, it's getting interesting. We've got some serious bearish momentum here on SOL with that bearish Harami cross flashing, indicating potential for a larger reversal. The last three candles, one green sandwiching two red, tell us buyers are fading, and that momentum is truly losing steam. Volume sitting at 0.7 times the average, so not a ton of fuel behind these moves, which is telling. As we hover around that support level, risk/reward is tightening up, especially with our current position struggling. It might be wise to watch for any signs of a breakout or a reversal, as those candle patterns suggest we could be testing support soon. Keep your eyes peeled, this 5-minute chart is heating up. We've got a classic scenario unfolding here as price struggles at 123.84, and just when you think it might break, we're seeing a bearish Harami cross flash on the chart, definitely a strong reversal signal. The momentum is fading, and those last two red candles are telling a story of potential exhaustion. Keep an eye on those volume bars, they're averaging out as the market tightens up. Will this coiling action give us a breakout, or are we gearing up for a deeper retracement? Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're seeing some interesting action on the chart here. With SOL trading at $123.77, we just registered a bearish Harami cross pattern, signaling potential for a strong reversal. You can't ignore that doji forming right inside the previous bullish candle. This is a classic setup showing buying momentum is starting to wane. And just look at those last three 5-minute candles, one green and two reds, indicating bearish momentum creeping in. The volume sitting at a normal ratio of 0.7x average as we consolidate here, but don't let that fool you. Contracting volatility often precedes a bigger move. We're currently teetering above that critical support at $122.22, and with our position around 74% of the way to resistance at $124.50, the next few minutes are going to be crucial. Can we hold above that support, or will the bears take over? Stay tuned. We just saw some heavy action on the 5-minute chart for SOL, and it's not looking too hot right now. Those last three candles are painting a bearish picture with that bearish Harami cross signaling potential reversal, and we've got two red candles in a row. Price is currently testing the support at 122.22, and with the momentum really fading, it seems like buyers are hesitating. The volatility is contracting, suggesting we might be in a consolidation phase. Are we gearing up for a breakout, or are we setting up for a fade here? With resistance looming at 124.50, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled to see if buyers make a stand or if sellers take control. What do you think? Will we see a bounce off support, or is it lights out? Alright folks, we're looking at some serious bearish momentum here with that 3 inside down pattern confirmed on the chart. The last three candles gave us a green, but those two red candles are weighing heavy on the action. Price is currently sitting at 123.64, just a stone's throw from that key support level at 122.22. We're seeing some real seller dominance since the open, capped off by that bearish belt hold pattern. If this continues, watch for a potential test of support as we track the movement closely. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, folks, we're looking at some serious bearish momentum right now with SOL trading at 123.63. Those last three candles tell a story. We've got one green, but two red preceding that, indicating a push from the sellers. The recent candlestick patterns are painting a bearish outlook with that 3 inside down confirmed alongside a bearish belt hold, definitely a strong signal that the bears are taking control from the jump. We're inching dangerously close to that support level at 122.22, which could be pivotal if this momentum continues. The RSI is hanging around 51, and the MACD is at 0.11, indicating we're in that consolidation zone while volatility contracts. If you're enjoying the analysis, don't forget to drop a comment and let us know your thoughts. Let's see how this plays out. We could be in for a ride. We're seeing a bit of a bearish take here as the last 3 candles have put pressure on the price, confirming that 3 inside down pattern. The volume looks pretty dead at just a fraction of the average, not the excitement we want to see driving these moves. With that bearish belt hold pattern kicking in, sellers are clearly in control, forcing the price down to $123.54. Alright folks, we're back in the action with SOL at 123.70, and what a wild ride we've had with these last few candles, 2 red ones and only 1 green, signaling some serious bearish momentum. We just confirmed a 3 inside down pattern along with a bearish belt hold, and that's definitely painting a picture that sellers are in control right now. Currently, we're holding a long position from 124.58, but we're in the red at -67.50 as the momentum continues to fade. The last 5 minutes didn't do us any favors, dropping 0.11%, and we're sitting right near support at 122.22. With overall volatility contracting, it looks like we're in a bit of a consolidation phase. Now, thinking about risk/reward here, if we break that support, we could see this thing tumble further down, while on the flip side, if we bounce back up towards 124.50, there could be some potential. Alright folks, we're diving into some intriguing action on SOL at 123.58. The last 3 5-minute candles show us a green followed by 2 red, which is painting a pretty clear picture of bearish momentum right now. We've got a confirmed 3 inside down pattern and a bearish belt hold. It's like the sellers have taken control and are pushing this price lower. As the candles flicker, we see volatility tightening up, indicating some serious consolidation here, but with our long position from 124.58, we're currently feeling the heat at -$90. What do you all think about this current setup? Is it time to hold tight or look for an exit? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. Alright, folks, we're seeing some serious bearish momentum here as SOL just confirmed that 3 inside down pattern, definitely not what we wanted to see. The last few candles suggest sellers are in control, and with that bearish belt hold, it looks like they're not backing down. Price action is coiling tight, but the momentum is leaning down. We need to keep an eye on that $122.22 support as we ride this out. Alright folks, we're deep into the action here as we watch SOL teetering at 123.66. The last 3 5-minute candles painted a bearish picture with 2 reds in a row, and that 3 inside down pattern just confirmed a bearish reversal. Sellers are definitely dominating, and you can feel that momentum fading right away. We just saw a bearish belt hold indicating a strong open, and with price now slipping down to 123.71, we're looking at some serious pressure. It's clear we're testing that support level around 122.22. If it cracks, the sellers might really take over here. Let's keep an eye on that RSI hanging around 51, it could tip either way. Stay sharp, this could get interesting. Alright, folks, we just saw a bit of turbulence here on SOL as it swayed down to 123.60. We've had 2 red candles in a row, confirming that bearish momentum is taking hold, especially with that 3 inside down pattern and the bearish belt hold giving sellers the upper hand right at the open. Volume is pretty muted at the moment, just a fraction of the average, definitely showing us that traders are hesitant to jump in. Looking at our support level of 122.22, we might find a bounce there, but with momentum leaning down, we could see a test of that key level. Keep an eye on the action, a break below that support might seal our fate here. Alright folks, we're seeing some serious action here on SOL as it currently sits at 123.08. The last 3 candles show a strong bear run, and it's been a tough few minutes for the bulls with no green candles in sight. We've got a spinning top forming, indicating some indecision in the market. Definitely something to keep an eye on as we test that support at 122.22. The momentum is reversing direction, so it'll be interesting to see if the bulls can muster up some strength here. Remember, if you're enjoying the insights, hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of this live action. Let's see how this unfolds in the next few minutes. Price is fading here, testing the lower end of this range, and we're seeing a clear lack of conviction from buyers with volume running at just a tenth of average. The chart is painting a bearish picture with that 3 inside down and bearish belt hold pattern, suggesting sellers are in control. If we break down through 122.22, that's our next key support level, and a failure to hold there could accelerate this downturn. Alright, folks, we've got a strong bear run on our hands here with the last 3 candles painted red, signaling some serious downward momentum. But hang on, we just flashed a spinning top. Talk about indecision in the market, as neither the bulls nor the bears seem to have full control right now. Our position is currently sitting in the red at a loss of $108, but let's see if this consolidation can turn around as we approach that support at $122.22. And remember, we're using AI-powered trading bots to analyze these moves. Your thoughts on the trend? Drop those comments in. Alright folks, we're diving right into the action here as SOL is currently sitting at 123.28. The last 3 candles have all been red, showing some serious bearish momentum. We've got a strong bear run on our hands with 4 of the last 5 candles in the red, which is definitely keeping the pressure on. Just a quick note on volume, it's pretty low right now, only about 40% of the average, so that's indicating some consolidation. The price looks to be in a bit of indecision territory. That spinning top on the last candle tells us that neither the bulls nor the bears are making a decisive move. Can we expect an acceleration or are we fading here? The momentum seems to be reversing direction, but it's hard to tell with this low volume. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled for a breakout or a continuation here. Stay tuned. We're seeing some low volume here, only 0.4 times the average, which tells us the bears are in control but not with heavy conviction. This lack of buying interest could mean a bigger pullback is in play, especially with those 3 red candles and a strong bear run. Watch how this plays out as we approach that support level at 122.22, it's going to be crucial to see if we bounce or break. And we're back, with SOL currently sitting at 123.14, but it's been a rough ride in these last 3 5-minute candles with no green in sight, just a strong bear run taking over. The last 5 minutes gave us just a whisper of a gain, only up 0.01%, but that's hardly enough to turn the tide with 3 straight red candles lining up. There's a spinning top forming in the mix, a classic sign of indecision, not quite letting the bulls take the reins while bearish momentum pushes lower. It's a classic case of consolidation here, and with volume sitting low at 0.4 times the average, it looks like traders are holding their breath, waiting for a breakout either way. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, we may see some action soon. We're into the thick of it here, and it looks like SOL is under quite a bit of pressure. The last 3 candles have all closed red, showing a strong bearish run with no signs of backing off just yet. That spinning top just formed, indicating some indecision in the market. Are the bulls ready to step in, or are the bears still in control? We're currently sitting at 123.23, testing that key support level at 122.22. And with our position sitting in the red at about $127, it's a nail biter. Let's see if we can find some buying pressure to turn this momentum around. We're seeing a strong bear run here with 3 red candles piling up, pushing that price down to 123.34. But hold on, check out that tweezer bottom forming at support around 122.22, this could be the spark we need. With momentum accelerating down, we're either coiling for a possible bounce or this might be the exhaustion phase, definitely keeping an eye on that support. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here at 123.25, and things are looking pretty grim with 3 consecutive red candles. That's a strong bear run with heavy downward momentum, and it's clearly evident that the sellers are in control right now. But hold on a second, we've also got that tweezer bottom forming, which has held support at 122.22. Could we see a potential bounce? Right now, our position is a bit rough, down about 111 bucks, so we're looking for any signs of life. The RSI is hovering at 44, indicating we're not completely oversold just yet, which means we could see some action soon if buyers step in. Keep an eye on those next few candles, they could be pivotal. We're in a tough spot here on SOL, folks. Last 3 5-minute candles showing no mercy with all red and a strong bear run dominating the price action. We just held that support at $122.22, flashing a tweezer bottom. Could this be the turnaround we're looking for? The momentum is definitely accelerating down, but let's see if the AI Tunes strategy can guide us through this. If you're enjoying the excitement, don't forget to hit that notification bell, and let's keep riding this wave together. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL here at 123.38, and it's been 3 consecutive red candles hammering down with a strong bearish run. The last 5-minute action shows a bit of a fading momentum, but we've just confirmed a tweezer bottom at that support level of 122.22. That's a flicker of potential bullish reversal amidst this bearish pressure, but with volume basically dead at 0.1 times average, we're not seeing any real conviction behind it. Now, we're sitting at 41% from support to resistance, and that downward momentum is really accelerating. Keep an eye on this next candle because we're at a critical point here. Are we going to bounce off support, or are we going to continue this bearish trend? Let's see what happens. Whoa. We just placed a new buy order at 125 for that dip. With the price bouncing off that support at 122 and holding steady, it looks like we're banking on a potential reversal here. But watch out, we've got bearish momentum with those last candles flashing red, and we're currently in the red at 110 bucks. Can we catch a bounce and get that profit back? Let's see how it plays out. We've just crossed into some intriguing territory with the SOL price action, currently sitting at 123.35. The volume's been practically dead, just 1/10 of the average, signaling a lack of conviction in the sell-off. This bearish momentum is evident with 3 consecutive red candles and a strong bearish run, but hold on, check out that tweezer bottom we spotted. It's affirming support at 122.22, which could be a key level to watch if we're looking for a bounce back. Right now, we're in the red, down about $110 on our long position from 124.58, but we're keeping an eye on the indicators. The RSI is hovering at 44, suggesting we might be getting oversold. Could this lead to a reversal? Let's see how this unfolds. What a wild ride we've had, as SOL just hit $123.09, and the last 3 candles have been a sea of red. Bearish momentum is strong right now. We're seeing a solid bear run, with 4 of the last 5 candles in the red, but hold on, we've also confirmed that tweezer bottom at $122.22, which could be key support. Volume has been practically non-existent, folks, sitting at just 0.1 times the average, so we need to watch carefully for any potential breakouts. With support holding at $122.22, there's a chance we could see a bounce back. Will it happen? Remember, we've got those open orders sitting at $121.50, just waiting for the price action to shift. If you're enjoying the ride, make sure to smash that subscribe button. What's your gut feeling on this setup? Are we heading back up, or will this bear run continue? Drop your thoughts in the. Alright folks, we're in the thick of it. SOL is currently sitting at 123.29 and we've got some mixed momentum here. Over the last few candles, it's been a bit of a bear run with 4 of the last 5 printing red. That's some serious downward pressure, and we just saw that volume drop off a cliff, an absolute snooze fest. Now, our recent buy just filled at 123.34, but we're still holding open orders at 123.03 and 121.50. Keep an eye on that support at 122.22, if we break below, it could get ugly. And don't forget, we're using our AI-powered trading bot to help us navigate these tricky waters. Let us know your thoughts in the comments. Are you feeling bullish or bearish on this one? Let's hear it. We've got some action heating up here as SOL is currently testing the $123.50 mark, right off that recent bearish momentum. With 4 out of the last 5 candles flashing red, we're seeing a strong bear run, a serious downtrend that's tough to ignore. Current momentum is definitely fading, and the RSI is hovering around 47, suggesting we're not quite oversold yet. Keep an eye on that support at $122.22 because if it breaks, we could see a further drop. This price action is consolidating, so it's critical to watch these candles closely. Any breakouts or breakdowns could mean big moves ahead. Stay tuned, folks. We're seeing some real bearish momentum with 4 out of the last 5 candles in the red, and price is currently coiling around that key support level of $122.22. The bears are definitely holding the upper hand as we test those lower levels, but let's keep an eye on this consolidation. Could it mean a breakout soon, or are we just exhausted? With our long position still in the red, it's a tense moment here, watching closely for any signs of recovery. We just saw 3 consecutive green candles, but the volume is still dead as a doornail, not exactly screaming acceleration here. This might be more of a consolidation phase as we hover around that support zone. Keep an eye out. If we can clear that resistance at 124.50 with some force, we could see some serious action. Whoa. We just saw a new buy order placed at $125.35. That's a clear move to capitalize on this bullish momentum, as it's been 3 straight green candles. With price bouncing around the low end of our position, traders are looking to get filled at those strategic support levels, aiming to ride this wave back up toward resistance at 124.50. Let's see if this push can give us the traction we need. Alright folks, we've got some intriguing action unfolding here on the 5-minute chart. Those last 3 candles have all flashed green, showing a solid bullish momentum, but let's not forget we're also in a bit of a consolidation phase with that volatility contracting. The AI just kicked in, adjusting our strategy parameters. This could shift the game. We're seeing a slight uptick, but those volume bars look pretty dead, so it's crucial to keep an eye as we test this $124 resistance level. If we can break through that, it could signal a nice opportunity to add to our position. Right now, it feels like we're in a wait-and-see mode while we watch for that momentum to pick up again. What do you think? Should we hold tight or look for the exit if this bullish action starts to reverse? Let's keep the conversation going. Here we go, folks. We just watched 3 consecutive green candles here on the 5-minute chart, but the volume is looking quite dead, like a ghost town. Looks like we're testing some key levels right now as we sit at 123.71, right in that sweet spot between support at 122.22 and resistance up at 124.50. Now, our current position is in the red, down about $70, but we're watching that momentum closely. With that RSI sitting at 52 and the MACD dipping into negative territory, it feels like we could be coiling up for a potential breakout. It's a tense game here. Are we gearing up for a move, or are we just exhausting ourselves? Stay tuned, the energy is palpable. Alright folks, we're seeing a real mix of action here on the chart. The last 3 5-minute candles have all been green, signaling some bullish momentum. However, volume is dead in the water with a ratio of 0, so we need to watch if this buying pressure can sustain itself against that resistance at 124.50. We're currently long from 124.58 and sitting at 123.79, which puts us in the red about $71 down. The RSI is hovering around 52, indicating we're in a bit of a neutral zone, while MACD is slightly negative at -0.19. As we approach support at 122.22, that could be a key decision point. If we see a bounce there, it might trigger a potential entry on that lower buy order at 121.50, but we'll need to see some volume pick up to confirm that momentum. What do you think, folks? Are we ready to? We're seeing some bullish momentum with the last 3 5-minute candles all flashing green, but watch out, volume is dead at a ratio of 0.0 times the average. We're sitting right in that 63% range as we approach resistance at 124.50, and with the RSI at 52, it feels like a potential breakout setup is brewing, but that consolidating volatility could just as easily lead to a fade. Keep your eyes peeled as we navigate these key levels. Alright folks, we just saw a tactical shift as that sell order moved down from 125.27 to 124.60. Looks like we're resetting our strategy here, possibly taking advantage of that bullish momentum we've been seeing with 3 consecutive green candles. The market's been consolidating, and with the volume still low, it could mean we're gearing up for a breakout or a reversal shortly. Now, remember, we're currently holding a long position from 124.58, and at this moment, we're in the red by $76. With support sitting at 122.22 and resistance knocking on the door at 124.50, it's going to be crucial to watch how price reacts to these levels moving forward. This is live trading, things can change in an instant. Let's keep our eyes peeled. And just like that, folks, we've got some action as a sell order moved down from 125.50 to 125.20. That's a tactical shift right there. Looks like someone's getting aggressive with their price targets. Are they expecting a bounce off that resistance at 124.50? We've seen 2 green candles pushing momentum up, but this sell order could put a bit of pressure on the price as we sit at 123.74 right now. Still in the red on that position though. Let's see if it can hold above support at 122.22. Volume has been pretty dead, so we'll want to watch for any signs of a surge as we approach that key level. Let's keep our eyes peeled, action is heating up. Alright folks, we're watching some interesting price action here as SOL is currently sitting at 123.67. The last 5-minute candles painted a mixed picture with two green and a red, but overall we've got bullish momentum building up. Now, here's the kicker, volume is absolutely dead right now, only at 1/10 of average. It's classic consolidation as volatility is contracting, but momentum is still accelerating up. With support at 122.22 and resistance looming at 124.50, the chart is on the edge. Is this a breakout setup or a fade setup? I'd lean towards a breakout if we can push through that resistance zone. Keep your eyes peeled, because if we do, we could see some serious fireworks. What do you think? Is anyone looking for a play here? Alright folks, we're watching SOL at 123.55, and it's been a bit of a roller coaster recently. Those last 3 candles show 2 green and 1 red, which is giving us a bullish momentum vibe. We just saw a nice little spike there, but the volume is still dead as a doornail only at 0.1 times average. We're approaching that support level at 122.22, and you know what? This could definitely be a breakout setup if we can push through that resistance at 124.50. The momentum's accelerating, but we're in a consolidation phase, so keep your eyes peeled. Those recent trades could signal some big moves ahead. What do you think, folks? Breakout or fade? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. We're watching some interesting action on SOL as it battles just below $124. The last few candles have been painting a bullish picture despite a tiny pullback in the last 5 minutes. We just ticked down on that red candle after a brief bullish surge, but the momentum seems to be accelerating upwards with 2 green candles prior. The critical insight here is that we're dancing right around that support level at $122.22, which could provide a solid bounce point if we dip down. Keep an eye on this. If we break down through that support, it could trigger some serious selling. On the flip side, if we clear that resistance at $124.50 with volume coming in, we could see a nice rally. What do you think? Are we going to hold this level, or are we heading for that next support test? Alright, folks, we're seeing some interesting action on the 5-minute candles. The last few candles show 2 green ones and then a little setback, but that bullish momentum is still holding strong. Price is currently testing $123.50, and with that last red candle, it's almost like a false break before we pushed right back up. What's crucial now is that we're keeping an eye on that support at $122.22. If we can bounce off that level, it could set the stage for a nice rally. And don't forget, the momentum is accelerating up, which could signal more buyers stepping in. Let's see if we can break through that $124.50 resistance in the next few minutes. It's getting tense in here. We're sitting tight at 123.52 and eyeing that resistance at 124.50, which is crucial for this bounce. With support sitting at 122.22, the setup offers a decent risk/reward ratio here, especially with bullish momentum building. If we can hold above that support zone, we might just see the price start ripping up toward resistance. Alright folks, we're seeing some action here on the charts. We just ticked down 0.16% in the last 5 minutes, and the momentum is shifting with that bearish belt hold pattern making its presence felt. Sellers are really taking charge right now, dominating that open and pushing us lower. Volume's been normal, but keep an eye on that support at $122.22, it might just be the line in the sand for today. The RSI is sitting at 48, indicating that we're still flirting with neutral territory, but with that momentum reversing, it's anyone's game. With these conditions, the risk/reward is starting to shift. If we can hold above that support, this could set up a bounce higher, but if the pressure continues, we might see deeper pulls. Let's keep our eyes glued to the action here. We're watching some intriguing price action here on the 5-minute chart for SOL, with two green candles following that recent red one. It looks like bullish momentum is hanging in there, but volume is definitely a concern, just a whisper at 0.1x the average. The last 5 minutes showed a slight dip of 0.07%, but over the last 15 and 20, we saw some nice gains of 0.32% and 0.45%, respectively. Now, let's talk about that momentum. It's accelerating upwards, which is a positive sign even with the current consolidation. The RSI is sitting at 54, so we've got some room to move. What do you all think about this trade setup? Are you feeling bullish or bearish on SOL right now? Drop your thoughts in the chat. What a moment we're witnessing here as SOL just dipped down to 123.50. The last three candles have painted a bearish picture, with that bearish belt hold pattern taking center stage. Sellers are firmly in control right now. We're seeing that momentum is reversing direction, and with those two recent red candles, it's clear the pressure is on. We filled at 123.34, but let's keep an eye on that support level at 122.22. Can it hold? Volume is sitting at a normal level, but we're definitely in the red right now, at about $96 down. Will the buyers step in, or are we going to see further selling? This is shaping up to be a critical moment. Price is fading here. We just got a red candle and the momentum is reversing. That bearish belt hold pattern is definitely worth noting. It's a strong bearish signal and we're seeing sellers dominate from the start, and with our position in the red, we're looking at a loss of $86. Let's see if we can bounce off this level or if we'll continue to test that support at 122.22. Alright folks, we just saw some interesting action in the last few candles. The volume is sitting a bit below average at 0.8x, which tells us there's not a ton of conviction behind this bearish momentum we're seeing. The price dipped about 0.16% in the last 5 minutes, and we just flashed a bearish belt hold pattern, definitely showing that sellers are taking control right out of the gate. With that consolidation taking shape, it looks like we're testing that support at $122.22. If it holds, it could provide a bounce opportunity, but if we break through, we may see those buy orders at $121.50 come into play. It's a nail biter, so stay tuned. As we examine the action, it's clear we're seeing some bearish momentum here, with the last three candles showing one green and two red. That bearish belt hold pattern really illustrates how sellers have taken control right from the start, putting some pressure on that support at $122.22. Now, let's talk about that risk/reward setup currently. If we break down past support, we'd be looking at a significant downside, but if we hold and make a bounce, we could potentially target that resistance at $124.50. With momentum reversing and volatility contracting, we might be gearing up for a decisive move soon. Keep your eyes on those levels, traders. We're seeing some interesting action on the chart right now as SOL is currently sitting at 123.71. The last 5 minutes have been a bit rough, with that bearish belt hold pattern flashing loud and clear. Sellers really took control right from the opening bell. We just wrapped up two red candles in a row, and momentum is definitely reversing direction, but watch for that support level at 122.22. It could be the battleground if the bears keep pressing. Volume is normal, but with the signs of consolidation, we might be seeing a critical moment where a breakout or breakdown could come into play. What do you think, folks? Are we about to see a shift, or are the sellers still dominant? Let's keep our eyes peeled. Alright folks, we're watching SOL dance around 123.65, and it looks like it's in consolidation mode. The last three candles showed us a mix with two red and one green, definitely some bearish momentum trying to creep in. We're sitting in the red on our long position, down about 83 bucks, but there's still potential here as we're testing that support at 122.22. Now, we've got open buy orders waiting to fill at 123.04 and 121.50, so keep an eye on those key levels. With the volume hovering around half of the average, it's not exactly explosive action, but it suggests that traders are cautious and waiting for that next big move. Are we seeing signs this move is fading? The low volume combined with those recent red candles suggests a slowdown, but remember, we're holding our ground around that support area. Let's see if this momentum can pick back up. Things are heating up as we're just watching the last three candles, where we saw a green followed by two reds, definitely showing some bearish momentum here. We just flashed a bearish engulfing pattern, and with volume at half the average, traders are being cautious. Looks like we're testing that crucial support at $122.22, so keep your eyes peeled. If that breaks, we could see a serious shakeup. And hey, if you're digging the action, don't forget to hit that notification bell for all the updates from our AI-powered trading bot technology. We're seeing some low volume here at a point of consolidation, only half of average, signaling a lack of conviction in this push. The last few candles are hinting at bearish momentum, but with our support level nearby at $122.22, we may see some buyers step in. The RSI at 52 is neutral, but any hint of bullish action could swing this tide quickly. Alright, folks, we're looking at some serious action here on the 5-minute chart. SOL just ticked down to 123.64, and we're currently holding our long position, but we're in the red, down about 84 bucks. Those last three candles have shown us some bearish momentum, with two reds and just one green, indicating that sellers are still having their say. Now, keep an eye on that support level at 122.22, it's crucial we don't break below it. The AI-powered trading bot we're using is fine-tuning its strategy as we speak, which could lead to some exciting adjustments. If you've got thoughts on this, drop them in the comments. Let's hear what you're thinking about this consolidation phase. We're watching SOL at 123.66, and it's been a bit of a roller coaster lately. We just got filled on that buy order at 123.34, but we're still feeling the pinch, currently in the red by $71. The last three candles have shown some bearish momentum here, with two reds and just one green, indicating some hesitation in the market. We're sitting right in the middle of the range at 67%, which tells me we're testing that support level at 122.22. If we break through there, we could see a further fade, but if we hold, it might be time to rally back up to that resistance at 124.50. The volatility is contracting, suggesting we might be gearing up for a break either way. What are you thinking, traders? Are you ready to add to the position if we see a bounce, or are you waiting for a clearer signal to exit? We've just seen the last few candles struggle, two red ones in a row hinting at some fading momentum here at $123.71. Price is testing that support line at $122.22, and we really need to hold above it to prevent further downside. This consolidation is making traders nervous, they're waiting for a breakout or a breakdown. Alright, folks, we've got some interesting action unfolding here as SOL sits at 123.74. The last few 5-minute candles are leaning bearish with one green and two red, which tells us the momentum is dipping. And wow, we just hit that support level at 122.22, will it hold? Volume is absolutely dead right now, a mere 0.1x the average, signaling some serious consolidation, and with that RSI sitting right at 50, it's a tug of war between buyers and sellers. We're currently in the red on our long position from 124.58, down $81. It's a crucial moment. Are we gearing up for a breakout or just setting up for a fade? Let's keep an eye on those indicators, especially that MACD hovering at -0.52. Alright folks, we're looking at some interesting action here with SOL at $123.78. The last three candles show a mix of momentum with one green and two red, indicating a bearish trend right now. We're seeing a bit of consolidation as volatility is contracting, and volume is pretty much dead at a mere 0.1x average, definitely not the kind of spike we want to see heading into resistance at $124.50. We're positioned at a significant 62% in this range, but we just saw a slight dip of 0.01% over the last 5 minutes. The momentum is shifting, and it's key to keep an eye on that support level at $122.22. If we break through that, we could see more significant action. RSI holding steady at 50 and MACD showing -0.52. Those are neutral signals, but can they hold up? Let's watch this closely. Alright folks, we've got some interesting action here on SOL as price hangs out at 123.85 after that recent bearish momentum with two red candles in a row. We're inching closer to that support level at 122.22, which is crucial to watch, as a break below could signal more downside. Now, let's talk volume, or should I say the lack thereof. It's absolutely dead at just a tenth of the average. That's definitely signaling some consolidation as volatility contracts, which could lead to a big move one way or the other. With momentum reversing here and sitting at that mid-range of 62%, we're in a bit of a waiting game. What do you think? Are we about to see a breakout or a breakdown? Let's keep our eyes peeled. We're in a tight spot here with SOL at 123.78, and it looks like this price action is consolidating. The last three candles are telling a bearish story with one green and two reds, showing that momentum is definitely fading here. On top of that, volume is dead, only a ratio of 0.1 compared to the average, which isn't giving us the push we need. We're holding at that 62% range, getting a little close to that support level at 122.22. If we break down through that, it could trigger some selling pressure. On the other hand, if we bounce off, we might see a reprieve before reaching that next resistance at 124.50. It's a tough call right now, definitely a fade setup in the making unless we can see some bullish action. Keep your eyes glued to that chart. Alright, folks, we're watching SOL here trading at 123.73, and it's a bit of a mixed bag on the charts. The last few candles have shown some bearish momentum with one green candle sandwiched between two red ones. It seems like we're really testing that support at 122.22, while the price is currently hovering around 62% of the range towards resistance. Volume is practically non-existent right now, sitting at a mere 0.1 times the average. This is what we call a dead market. Is it consolidating, or are we just waiting for something to happen? With that slight dip of 0.01% in the last 5 minutes, it's looking like this move is definitely fading. Let's keep our eyes peeled for any sudden volume surges that might bring some action back into play. We just had a buy order fill at 123.34, but unfortunately, that hasn't turned the tides for us just yet, as we sit in the red by about $81. The last few candles are showing us some bearish momentum, with two red candles back to back, signaling potential exhaustion. Volume is practically dead right now, only hitting 0.1 times the average, and we're testing that support at 122.22, which is crucial for a bounce. With price coiling here, traders are definitely watching closely. Will we see a pop off this support or breakthrough? We're hovering around 123.57, still in the red by 90 bucks, and I'm watching to see if we can regain some of that lost ground. Momentum is still accelerating upward, but we need to see some follow through. The last 3 candles have shown some bullish momentum with 2 greens and a red, but volume is still lagging at half the average, so I'm not convinced we've got the conviction to break through resistance at 124.50 just yet. As we're currently sitting at 70% of the range, I'm keeping a close eye on support at 122.22, wondering if we'll test that level or hold steady here. Alright folks, we're on the edge of our seats here as SOL is currently sitting at 123.66, but we've got some action happening in the last few candles. The last 3 have given us 2 green and 1 red, signaling some bullish momentum as we inch closer to that resistance at 124.50. Our long position from 124.58 is feeling the heat with a current loss of around 82 bucks, but the momentum is indeed accelerating upwards right now. Looks like we've got some buyers stepping in, and just a reminder, we're holding a couple of open orders below that could definitely add to our position. If you're watching closely, keep your eyes on that support level at 122.22, if we can hold that range, we might just see some more upside here. And we're back, folks. We just filled that buy order at 123.34, adding to our long position, but it's been a bit of a wild ride with the current price sitting at 123.67. Looks like we're in the red right now, down about 81 bucks. We're seeing bullish momentum as we just closed 2 green candles, but watch out for that resistance at 124.50. Will it hold? What do you all think about this setup? Drop your thoughts in the chat. We just saw some bullish momentum as we're coming off that recent red candle, but it looks like the current price is holding steady around 123.72. The momentum is definitely accelerating upwards. Keep an eye on that resistance at 124.50, we might just charge right through it. Remember, we're still in the red at minus $77, but those last 2 green candles are giving us hope. Let's see if we can build on this. Alright folks, we're watching SOL right now as it sits at 123.64. Looks like we just had that recent buy filled at 123.34, adding a little fire to our momentum here. The last 3 candles show 2 green and 1 red, definitely bullish signs as we're riding that momentum higher. Now, keep an eye on our support level at 122.22, we might get a bounce there if we test it. Meanwhile, we're currently holding a long position from 124.58, so yes, we're sitting in the red by about 79.20. But don't count us out just yet, that momentum is picking up speed and the RSI is looking pretty healthy at 53. What do you think about this current trade setup, folks? Are we going to break through that resistance at 124.50? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. Alright, folks, we're looking at some exciting price action here with SOL at 123.75, and things are heating up as we've just seen 2 green candles amidst that red one. Momentum is definitely leaning bullish. Our last filled buy order came in at 123.34, while we've got some open buy orders waiting at 123 flat and down at 121.50. Now, looking at our position, we're currently sitting in the red with a loss of 74.70. But don't count us out just yet, because we've got that key support level down at 122.22, and if we can hold above that level, there's still a shot at hitting that resistance at 124.50. The momentum is accelerating up, so let's keep our eyes glued to this chart. Can we break through? Time will tell. We're seeing some action on the SOL chart as price hovers around 123.77. The last few candles have shown bullish momentum, 2 green and 1 red, but volume is looking a bit sleepy at just half of the average. This low volume could be a sign of uncertainty. Traders might be waiting for a clearer signal before making their next move. We're still holding the position from 124.58, and while we're currently in the red at 72 bucks, there's still potential with those open orders down at 123.04 and 121.50. Let's keep an eye on that support at 122.22. If we can hold above that, we might see some fresh legs. Alright, we're diving into some exciting price action here with SOL sitting at 123.77. We just saw that bullish belt hold pattern develop, signaling strong bullish sentiment right out of the gate. However, we're in a tricky spot with our position showing a loss of $72.90, so we've got to keep our eyes peeled. We're moving through a consolidation phase with volume extremely low, only at 1/10 of the average, definitely not the kind of energy we want to see right now. As we bounce around the support at 122.22, we're eyeing that resistance level at 124.50. If we can break through, there's potential for some profit recovery, but we need to see that momentum pick up and volatility expand. Buckle up, this could get interesting. We're sitting at a crucial moment here, testing that support level at $122.22 as it holds its ground. The bullish belt hold pattern is giving us a glimmer of hope, but with volume just dead in the water, we need to see some buyers step in to change the game. If we can push through resistance at $124.50, we're looking at a solid risk-reward play, but right now, it's all about patience as we navigate this consolidation. We're seeing some interesting action here as we've confirmed that bullish belt hold pattern, which usually spells good news for buyers. But don't let that low volume fool you, this could be consolidation ahead of a breakout. We're still hovering near that support level at $122.22, and if it holds, we might just see a surge towards resistance at $124.50. Let's keep an eye on how these next few candles develop. We're seeing that bullish belt hold pattern play out, showing strong buyer dominance right out of the gate. Price is testing the support at $122.22 while momentum is nudging towards a potential reversal. This could be a great spot for some fresh legs if we break through that resistance at $124.50. If you're liking the action, hit that subscribe button and join the community for more live trading thrills. We just saw that price test the resistance at 124.50, but it's holding steady right now at 123.65. Check out that bullish belt hold pattern. Buyers have been dominating early in this action. If you're enjoying the play-by-play, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and let us know in the chat, what's your take on this consolidation? Alright folks, we're seeing some interesting action here with SOL trading at 123.57. The last 3 5-minute candles gave us a nice bullish momentum with 2 greens and a single red, highlighting that buyers are still trying to make their mark. We just flashed a bullish belt hold earlier, definitely a strong indicator that the bulls are in control from the opening, but we're still facing resistance at 124.50. Now, let's keep an eye on that support level at 122.22, if we hold above that, we might see the momentum shift further. And remember, we're running on an AI-powered trading bot that utilizes advanced strategies to maximize our opportunities. Tell us your thoughts in the comments. How are you reading this chart? Alright folks, we're keeping an eye on SOL as we just saw a bullish belt hold pattern flash on the chart. Buyers really came in strong from the start of that last candle, and it looks like we're picking up some bullish momentum despite that last red candle. Volume has been pretty quiet, only at a ratio of 0.1x average, so watch for that to kick up as the price flirts around $123.60, testing support at $122.22 and eyeing that resistance at $124.50. Now, I'm curious, what do you think about that bullish momentum? Will it hold? If you're enjoying the action, be sure to smash that subscribe button and let's keep the momentum going. We're seeing some bearish momentum with those last 2 red candles, but the price is now testing that key support level at $122.22. The volume is really low right now, which could indicate a tightening range ahead of a potential breakout or breakdown. If it can hold above support and the bulls step in with increased volume, we could see a nice rally back towards that resistance at $124.50. We're sitting at 123.52, and boy, the last few candles have given us a mixed bag, one green, but two reds showing that bearish momentum. Looks like we're approaching that key support level at 122.22, and given our position is currently in the red by about $84, all eyes are on that level to see if it holds. Now, despite the dead volume, we've got some interesting action here as momentum seems to be accelerating upwards. The RSI is sitting at 51, so we might be building some pressure for a potential bounce. If we can see some buying interest come in, we might just test that resistance at 124.50. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get spicy. Alright, folks, we just saw a mixed bag on the last 3 5-minute candles with one green and two red, indicating some bearish momentum trying to creep in. That last candle had a bit of a wick on top, suggesting some selling pressure right around the 123.60 mark. Looks like we're testing that key support level at 122.22, and with the momentum accelerating up, it's going to be interesting to see if buyers step in to hold that line or if we fade further down. Remember, we're currently holding a long position from 124.58, and while we're in the red right now, the RSI is sitting at 51, which could signal some potential for a bounce back. Let's keep our eyes peeled on how this plays out as we approach that support level. The volume is practically non-existent right now, signaling that traders may be sitting on their hands as we consolidate in this range. With the last 5 minutes ticking down, we're seeing some bear momentum trying to push us down, but keep an eye on that support level at $122.22. If we can hold that, we might get a bounce. Remember, we've got that long position from $124.58. Let's see if this momentum can turn around. Alright folks, we just saw that price dip a bit below 123 on those last few candles, and it's showing some bearish momentum with two reds in a row. The volume's been dead, barely registering, and we're sitting in the red with a bit of a rough spot at -$99. It's crucial to be watching that support at 122.22. If we crack below that, it could get a little shaky. Let's see if it can turn this around. We're seeing a tightening range here, price is coiling between 123.50 and 123.20, just waiting for a spark to make a move, and with momentum accelerating up, despite the bearish candles, it's looking like a potential squeeze play. The RSI at 51 is also hinting at a possible reversal, so we'll see if this consolidation is just a pause before a bigger push. Our long position is still in the red, down $99, but we're holding steady, just 25 cents off the recent lows, so a bounce here could get us back in the black. Alright folks, we're looking at some serious action here on the 5-minute chart for SOL. Just saw two red candles flash, indicating bearish momentum, but it looks like this market is starting to consolidate. We're currently testing that key support level at 122.22, which could be a critical pivot point for a potential bounce. We're just holding tight with our long position, but what do you all think about this current trade setup? Are we seeing the calm before a storm, or do you think we need to brace for further downside? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. We're looking at some serious action here as SOL just hit $123.40, and it's been a bit of a roller coaster with that last 5-minute candle showing a slight dip. But hold up, we've seen a hammer pattern flashing on the chart. This typically signals a bullish reversal, so buyers might just be stepping in after that selling pressure. We're currently testing that key support level at $122.66, and with bearish momentum still accelerating, it's anyone's game. Keep your eyes peeled. If we can bounce off this support, we might see some upward movement. Let's see if those buyers can take control. Alright, we're seeing some interesting action here with SOL as it sits at 123.24. The last 5-minute candles aren't painting a pretty picture, with two reds coming in, indicating some bearish momentum. But hold up. We've got a hammer candle flashing, suggesting buyers are stepping in after that selling pressure. Definitely a bullish reversal signal we need to keep our eyes on. With the price coiling around that support at 122.66, it's a crucial moment. Are we gearing up for a breakout, or is this just a pause before further downside? The momentum is accelerating down, but that hammer could mean something's brewing. Let's see how this unfolds, traders. We're seeing some bearish momentum here as those last two 5-minute candles just couldn't hold their ground. Definitely a tough ride. But wait, we just flashed a hammer pattern, indicating buyers are trying to step in after that selling pressure. Let's see if they can rally back and push through the resistance at 124.50. Alright, folks, we're diving right into this action. We're seeing some bearish momentum here with the last couple of 5-minute candles flashing red, but wait a second, there's a glimmer of hope with that hammer pattern just appearing. Buyers are stepping in after that selling pressure, and they might be looking to turn this tide around. Now, looking at our position, we're currently hanging in the red at about $100 down, riding that long from 124.58. But keep your eyes peeled. Momentum is accelerating down, yet there's still life in this market, just waiting for that breakout. Let's see if this hammer can ignite some buying pressure and push us back towards that resistance at 124.50. Stay tuned, folks. We just filled on that buy order at 123.34, but it looks like the momentum is fading here as we just saw two red candles in a row. Definitely bearish action. However, hold on to your hats because we've spotted a hammer pattern forming, signaling that buyers are trying to step in and reverse the selling pressure. With the current price at 123.47, our position is still sitting in the red at about $100, so we need to see if we can hold above that support level around 122.66. Keep an eye on that RSI, it's hovering around 47, so we might need to see some buyers come back in to turn this around. Alright folks, we just saw that bullish hammer pattern flash on the chart, hinting at potential buying pressure after a tough couple of red candles. With the last 5 minutes seeing a slight dip of about 0.11%, it looks like price is coiling up here, possibly setting up for a breakout. Keep an eye on that support at 122.66, things could get interesting. We're seeing some intense bearish momentum here with those last few candles, but check this out, the hammer pattern just formed, signaling that buyers are stepping in to potentially reverse this trend. Volume is holding steady, but the RSI is sitting at a neutral 47, suggesting we're right in that battleground zone. If this reversal plays out, we could see a nice push towards resistance, but we need to hold above that support to manage risk effectively. We're in the thick of it, folks. SOL is currently dancing around that support level at $122.66 after a couple of red candles, and the bearish momentum is accelerating down. But hold up, we just flashed a hammer candlestick, indicating that buyers are trying to step in amid the selling pressure. Volume has been pretty normal, just hovering around 0.7 times the average. So, will we see a bounce off that support, or are we heading lower? Keep an eye on this price action, as we could be in for some serious volatility. Stay tuned. We just saw a bullish engulfing pattern flash on that last candle, signaling buyers might be gearing up to take control. However, with bearish momentum still holding strong, the pressure is on as we continue to test that support at $122.66. Can the bulls step in to turn this around, or are we fading down toward those open orders at $121.50? We just saw a bullish engulfing pattern flash on the chart, signaling that buyers might be stepping in despite the bearish momentum we've been facing. The price is coiling right around that $123.34 mark, but with momentum accelerating down, it's a nail biter to see if it can break free or if we're just watching for that exhaustion play. Keep your eyes peeled as we test that support at $122.66, folks. We just saw a little flicker of life with that bullish engulfing pattern popping up, signaling potential reversal as buyers are starting to step in. However, the last few candles are still showing some bearish momentum, with two red candles preceding that bullish flicker, so it's a bit of a mixed bag right now. As we hover around the $123.29 mark, we've got our open orders at $123.04 and $121.50 waiting to be filled. This could be pivotal if we see a bounce off that support level of $122.66. If you're on board with the strategy, this could be a key moment to keep an eye on. Don't forget to engage in the chat, let us know what you think about this price action. Whoa, we just saw a bullish engulfing pattern flash on the chart, signaling that buyers are trying to step in and overpower the sellers. But looking at the volume, we're seeing a pretty low ratio at 0.5 times the average, which tells me the buying strength isn't quite there yet. It's like a basketball team that can't quite find their rhythm. We've got some bearish momentum with those last two red candles, but keep an eye on that support level at $122.66, if it holds, we might get a chance to see some bullish action. Can these buyers rev things up? That's the question right now. We just saw that bullish engulfing pattern flash across the chart, signaling a potential reversal as buyers step in to challenge those sellers. Momentum may be accelerating down, but with price coiling around that support level of $122.66, it's setting up for an explosive move one way or the other. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, this could get wild. Alright, folks, we're getting a bit of a tug of war here with SOL priced at 123.40. The last few candles are showing some bearish momentum with two reds in a row, but hold up. We just spotted a bullish engulfing pattern that might signal a strong reversal, suggesting buyers could be ready to step in and overpower sellers. The volume is low, though, only half of average, so we'll want to watch how that plays into any potential breakout or fade setup as we approach that key support at 122.66. Keep an eye on those next few candles, they'll tell the story of whether we rally or continue fading. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, we're looking at some action here as SOL has dipped to 123.40 amid a bearish momentum. Just two red candles in the last 5 minutes, but hold on tight because we're seeing a bullish engulfing pattern flash on the chart. That's a strong signal that buyers might be gearing up to take control and push us back up. We filled that buy order at 123.34, which could give us a crucial boost, but we're still sitting in the red with a loss of over $100. How are we feeling about that? The RSI is at 48, so there's still room for a potential bounce. Keep your eyes peeled on that support level at 122.66, we're close. Can we hold that and rally back, or will we see more pushing downward? Let's find out. We're seeing some interesting candle action here as we just lit up with a morning star and a dragonfly doji, indicating strong bullish reversal potential. The price is holding steady around 123.36, but with momentum shifting, this could very well be a breakout setup if those buyers step in. Let's watch closely as we approach that resistance at 124.50. Could be a thrilling ride ahead. Alright folks, we're seeing some interesting action here on SOL as we close out the last few candles. That last 5-minute candle just ticked up, giving us 2 green candles in a row, signaling that bullish momentum is building. And check this out, we've got not 1, but 3 bullish reversal patterns lining up, the morning star, the morning doji star, and even a dragonfly doji. Talk about a trifecta of bullish signals. However, let's keep an eye on this volume. It's pretty weak right now, sitting at just a fraction of the average. That could definitely put a cap on this upward move unless buyers step in with some serious conviction. So we're currently holding a long position at a loss, but with this strong pattern recognition, it could be a turnaround time if we can blast through that resistance. Keep your eyes peeled, traders. We've just seen a beautiful morning star pattern set up here, signaling potential bullish momentum as we approach the upper resistance. The last few candles show 2 green bars, but volume is still dead, just 0.1 times the average. Definitely something to watch. Our position is holding right around 123.40, still in the red, but the momentum seems to be reversing nicely. We just saw those last 3 candles close with some bullish conviction, but right now, it looks like momentum is slightly fading as we approach that support at 122.72. The volume is pretty much dead, just a fraction of average, which isn't giving us that explosive push we're looking for. The morning star and doji patterns are encouraging, but we need to see a surge in buying to really capitalize on this potential reversal. Volume is dead, barely a pulse, running at just 1/10 of the average. That's telling me this move up is lacking some serious conviction. It's not like we're seeing a flood of buyers coming in, and that's making me wonder if this rally has the legs to keep going. The bullish momentum is there, no doubt, but it's just not being backed up by the volume, and that's a concern. We're diving into some intriguing price action here. The last 3 candles show 2 green ones, hinting at bullish momentum, and we just spotted a morning star pattern forming. That signals a potential trend reversal. Folks, the bulls might be gearing up for a charge. But hold on, volume is pretty dead right now at just a fraction of the average, so we need to keep an eye on that. As we approach that support level at $122.72, will it hold, or will we see a breakout? The RSI is sitting at 47, indicating we're still in that neutral zone. We've got those open buy orders waiting in the wings, and if the price breaks resistance at $124.50, we could really see some fireworks. Keep your eyes peeled, this chart's about to make some moves. We're seeing some serious bullish action as the price just dipped to $123.36, but that last 5 minutes has shown a nice plus 0.02% gain. The bullish Maribozu is definitely signaling strong buying pressure, and volume might be low, but that doesn't seem to be stopping the bulls from taking control. If we can break through that resistance at $124.50, it could trigger a nice reversal that's overdue, but we need to keep an eye on that $122.89 support. A slip below would be a big red flag. Price just dipped a bit, testing that support at $122.89, but the bulls are showing some serious strength with a bullish Marubozu and a bullish engulfing pattern in play. The momentum is shifting as we see these green candles stack up, so there might just be a coiling action building up for a breakout here. Watch out for that resistance at $124.50. It could be the game changer we need. We're seeing some interesting action on the chart as we're hovering around $123.49, with some bullish momentum kicking in. The last 3 5-minute candles show two solid greens leading into a red, and it looks like the bulls are really showing their strength. We've got a bullish Marubozu and a bullish engulfing pattern lighting up our chart, indicating that buyers are in full control. However, despite that bullish sentiment, we're still holding on to a position that's currently in the red at a loss of around $98.10. With the RSI sitting at 46 and the MACD just under 0, it feels like we might be at a turning point, so keep your eyes peeled as we reevaluate our risk/reward here. It's all about timing, folks, and the action is heating up. Alright, folks, we're seeing a slight reversal here as SOL pushes back towards that $123.50 mark after a solid bullish run with those strong candlestick patterns lighting the way. With the current risk/reward ratio looking favorable here, we could be gearing up for a push towards that $124.50 resistance, but we're still in the red. Let's keep an eye on that momentum. Buyers are stepping up, and with the bulls showing their strength, this could turn in our favor any moment now. Alright, folks, we're getting an exciting setup here on SOL as we watch these 5-minute candles unfold. The last 3 candles have been energetic, with 2 solid greens showing that bullish momentum, and what's even more exciting is that we've just detected a bullish Marubozu, indicating strong buying pressure. The bulls are definitely trying to take control here. We just filled that buy order at 123.34, adding to our position while still holding on to that open order at 123.04. Now, let's keep an eye on that volume. It's been pretty dead at just 0.3 times the average. We need that volume surge to push through resistance at 124.50 and make our way back to the green. Keep in mind, we're still in the red with a loss of $107, but with that bullish engulfing and the bullish belt hold patterns backing us, there's potential for a turnaround. Are we? We're watching some intense action here, folks. SOL just filled at 123.34, and we've got bullish momentum on our hands with 2 green candles in the last 3. That bullish Marubozu is really showing strong buying pressure, folks. Bulls are absolutely in control right now. Just remember, we're currently holding a long position from 124.58, and we're seeing a bit of red at the moment, down $107. Let's see if this newfound strength can reverse that PNL. Volume is a bit on the low side, pulling in only 30% of average, but with those powerful candlestick patterns, we may be gearing up for a push towards that resistance at 124.50. Keep an eye on that momentum, because if these buyers keep up the pressure, we could see a breakout soon. Let's go. Alright folks, we're seeing some impressive bullish action here as the last 3 candles have been flashing green. The recent bullish Marubozu shows there's strong buying pressure, and with that bullish engulfing pattern, buyers are really overwhelming sellers right now. However, we're still in the red with our position, down about $100, but the momentum looks like it's reversing. If you're loving this action, don't forget to hit that notification bell so you don't miss a beat with our AI-powered trading technology. Folks, we're seeing some bearish momentum here with the last 2 candles flashing red, and we just dipped to 123.53. Volume is practically non-existent, so we're consolidating, definitely testing that key support at 123.05. Remember, we're holding a long position, currently in the red at -$100, and the momentum is showing signs of reversal. What do you think about this trade setup? Are you seeing a bounce off support, or is it time to re-evaluate? Let's hear your thoughts. We're watching SOL right now as it tests that key support at 123.05, and it's showing some bearish momentum with 2 consecutive red candles. The volume is absolutely dead, only a fraction of the average, indicating that this move is definitely fading rather than accelerating. With the RSI sitting at 47 and the MACD negative, we could see a reversal, but for now, it's looking like the bears are in control. We just saw a fill on that buy order at 123.34, but the last few candles are giving off some bearish vibes with consecutive red bars. The volume's been nearly non-existent, and with that support level at 123.05, we're testing the waters here while momentum looks to be reversing. Might be a fade setup rather than a breakout. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, this could either bounce back or slip further. Alright, we're in the thick of it here with SOL trading at 123.41, and it's looking like we're facing some bearish momentum as we've had 2 red candles in the last 5 minutes. There's a lot of consolidation going on with the volume practically non-existent, only at a ratio of 0.1. We're still holding that long position, but it's tough out there with a loss of 99 right now. The AI-powered trading bot we use is on top of it, working its magic even in these quiet moments. Our first buy order is still open at 123.04 while we just filled another at 123.34. Keep your eyes on that support level at 123.05, if we hold here, we could see a potential reversal, especially with the RSI lingering around 47. And don't forget, let's keep the chat alive. How do you see this playing out? Alright folks, we just saw a filled order at 123.34, but the last 3 candles aren't looking too hot with 2 red and only 1 green, signaling some bearish momentum. We're hovering near that key support level at 123.05, and it seems like volatility is contracting as we consolidate here. If you're enjoying the action, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. What are your thoughts on this price action? Are we due for a bounce back off support? Alright folks, we're looking at some critical price action on SOL right now. We're currently holding a long position from 124.58, and it's tricky as we're staring down a bearish momentum with 2 red candles in our rear view. Notably, we just filled that buy order at 123.34, but with the current pause and the volume sitting at a woeful 0.1 times the average, it's a real game of patience here. Now, we're testing that support at 123.05, and if it gives way, it could spell trouble for our position. The RSI is hanging around neutral territory at 47, suggesting we could see some pushback soon, but with volatility contracting, we might be in for a bit of a consolidation phase. Keep an eye on that resistance at 124.50, as a break above could give us a solid chance to start clawing back into the green. What are your thoughts? Are we ready to? We're seeing some bearish momentum here as the last 3 candles tell the story, 1 green and 2 red, suggesting this move is fading rather than accelerating. The volume is dead at only 0.1x the average, and we're teetering right on that support at 123.05. With our position currently in the red, it's crucial to watch for a reversal or a potential bounce off that support level. We're in the heat of the action as a new buy order just went through at 122.89. It's a strategic play, looking to catch a bounce right at that support level of 123.02. With the last few candles showing some bullish momentum, this could be the turnaround we're hoping for, even though we've got some bearish patterns on the chart. However, we also saw that sell order go bye-bye at 127.20, which suggests some profit taking or a shift in sentiment. The bears have been strong with that bearish Maribozu and Evening Star, but with volume so low at just 1/10 of the average, any spike in buying could bring some life back to this market. Keep your eyes peeled, we're right at that critical support, and the next few minutes will be key. Alright folks, we're seeing a tense battle at that support level of $123.02 as we just touched it, with the price currently lingering around $123.20. The last few candles showed mixed price action, but we're now staring at some pretty bearish signals with those patterns: bearish Marubozu, evening star, and bearish belt hold. That's three powerful bearish patterns stacked against us, and volume is dead in the water, really giving the bears the upper hand right now. We've got that momentum shifting and the RSI is hovering around 41, suggesting we're approaching oversold territory, but we really need to see a reaction here. If we can't hold this support, it might be time to re-evaluate our strategy. Eyes peeled, traders. This is a crucial moment. Whoa, we just saw a significant move as that sell order shifted down from 124.60 to 123.60. Looks like there's some serious pressure coming from the bears here, especially with that bearish Marubozu and evening star pattern solidifying the trend. Now, we're sitting right at support at 123.02, this is a crucial moment. Are we going to see a bounce or a breakdown? The volume is pretty dead right now at a ratio of just 0.1 times the average, which makes it hard to gauge the strength of this move. We've got our eyes peeled on those candles. If we see any signs of buyers stepping in, it could shift momentum back in our favor. Let's keep watching this price action closely. We're testing that support level of 123.02, and I'm watching to see if we bounce or break down from here. The bears are in control with that bearish Marubozu and evening star pattern, but the lack of volume is a concern. It's a dead market right now, only 0.1 times average volume, so I'm not convinced this move is going to accelerate. It's more likely to just fade away. We are really at a pivotal moment here, folks. With price sitting right at that support level of 123.02, we could see a significant bounce or a breakdown. This is the kind of action that traders live for. The last three candles show two greens, but that red candle looms large with the bearish Marubozu pattern indicating strong selling pressure. And let's not forget about that evening star formation, it's a classic sign of potential reversal. The volume is definitely lacking, sitting at just 0.1 times the average, which tells us traders might be waiting for the next big move. Are we going to see buyers step in, or will sellers dominate? Keep those eyes glued to the chart. Alright, folks, we're in the thick of it here with SOL trading at 123.23, and things are heating up. The last three 5-minute candles just gave us two green ones followed by a red, but the pressure is on with those bearish signals. I'm seeing a bearish Marubozu along with an evening star pattern. The bears have clearly taken control. We just hit support at 123.02, so all eyes are on whether we can bounce back from this level or if we're headed for a breakdown. Volume remains pretty low, barely pushing a tenth of the average, so it's crucial to watch for any sudden shifts. Remember, we are currently holding a long position from 124.50 and sitting in the red. Let's hope for a bounce here to turn things around. And hey, if you're enjoying this action, make sure to hit that notification bell so you don't miss any of our live trading updates powered by our cutting-edge AI. We're watching SOL at $123.12, just testing that critical support level at $123.02. Over the last few minutes, we've seen some bearish pressure with a bearish Marubozu and an evening star pattern that indicates sellers are in control. We're currently holding a long position and feeling the pain at $126.25, but the momentum is shifting. Will we see a bounce off this support or breakdown? And hey, if you're enjoying the action, smash that subscribe button and let me know in the chat how are you playing this. Here we go, folks. We're currently testing that key support at 123, and we've just seen a bearish Marubozu come through, indicating the sellers are really holding the reins. With this evening star pattern forming, it's crucial: are we going to see a bounce or a breakdown? Our position is currently in the red, sitting at 123.12, and with that dead volume, the pressure is definitely on. Keep your eyes peeled, we need to see if this support holds. We've got a volume situation here that's looking pretty sleepy, folks trading at a dead ratio of 0.0 times average. With such low volume backing this bearish action, it tells us the sellers might be running out of steam, but that doesn't mean we're safe yet. As we sit right at that support level of 123, it's make or break. Are we gonna bounce or break down? Stay locked in. Alright folks, it's heating up here with SOL as we're right at that key support level of 123. We just saw a bearish Mariposa candle flash, indicating strong selling pressure, and it's clear the bears are taking control. With that evening star pattern showing up too, we might be staring down a potential trend reversal. The last few candles have painted a picture of bearish momentum, with that lone green candle in between a couple of red ones definitely a sign to keep our eyes peeled. Will we see a bounce off support or a breakdown? That's the big question hanging in the air right now. If you're enjoying the action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. What do you think? Are we going to hold this support, or is it going to crack under pressure? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. Alright, folks, we've got an interesting situation here with SOL currently sitting at 123.14. The last three candles have been a mix of red and green, but those bearish patterns are showing serious selling pressure. We just formed a bearish Mariposa and an evening star, signaling a potential trend reversal. Right now, we're testing that critical support at 123, and with our short-term momentum reversing, it's going to be a nail-biter. Will we see a bounce here, or could we break down further? Let's keep our eyes on the price action over the next few minutes. And hey, I've got to ask, what do you all think about this trade setup? Is it time to hold strong, or do we need to rethink our strategy? Drop your thoughts in the chat. And here we go, folks. We're watching SOL currently sitting at 122.97, testing that crucial support level at 123. The last three candles show a bit of bearish momentum, with a strong bearish Mariposa indicating that sellers are really pushing down hard. We also got that evening star and bearish belt hold patterns flashing, suggesting a real possibility of a trend change here. Now, our open buy order sitting at 122.89 is still waiting to fill, but with this bearish sentiment, we might see a breakdown instead. The RSI at 44 is hinting at a potential reversal, but right now, it's looking like bears are firmly in control. What do you all think of this setup? Are we gonna bounce off support, or is the downside in play? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. We're seeing a solid bearish trend here, folks, with that last 5-minute candle closing red and confirming the evening star pattern. This is a strong signal as the bears are clearly in control. The volume is practically non-existent right now, which is adding to the pressure as we test that key support level at 123. Keep an eye on that, a breakdown could send us tumbling further down. We're at a critical juncture here with SOL, folks. The price action just dipped to $122.61, testing that key support level of $123. We've just seen a bearish Mariposa and an evening star pattern flash on the charts, signaling some serious selling pressure as the bears are fully in control. With the last 5 minutes showing a slight dip of 0.09%, momentum is clearly reversing, and we need to pay attention here. The candles are looking heavy, and the dead volume indicates a lack of enthusiasm from the bulls. It's all about whether we hold this support or see a breakdown. If we do drop below that support, we could see it get real ugly. Keep your eyes peeled, folks. A bounce could mean a reversal, but a breakdown puts us in a tough spot. What are your thoughts on this action? Are you leaning towards an exit, or are you waiting to see if we can hold this level? Oh, we're right at the edge of that support level at $122.84, folks. The last three candles have painted a bearish picture with that bearish belt hold pattern signaling strong selling pressure right from the open. We just saw a quick dip, losing about a percentage point in the last 5 minutes. Keep your eyes peeled. Will we see buyers step in here for a bounce, or are we talking about a breakdown through that critical support? The momentum's really accelerating down, so this is a pivotal moment. Let's see how this plays out. Whoa, we just saw that bearish belt hold pattern flash as sellers really took control right at the open. The last three candles have been a real grind with one green followed by two red, showing this bearish momentum is holding strong. We're sitting right at that critical support level of $122.84 now. Will we see a bounce here, or is this price ready to break down? With that last candle closing red, it's going to be an intense watch. Keep your eyes peeled, folks. Alright folks, we're watching SOL take a dip here at the crucial support level of $122.84, and it's just tested that level with some serious bearish momentum. The last three candles paint a picture of indecision, but the bearish belt hold pattern suggests sellers are firmly in control right now. We're currently long from $124.42 and in the red by about $172.85. Definitely not the situation we wanted to be in. One key insight here is that if we can't see a bounce off this support soon, it might trigger a further sell-off, and we could consider a stop out or re-evaluating our strategy. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get volatile. Alright folks, we just filled 3 buy orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34. It looks like the sellers have really taken control here, as we've got a bearish belt hold pattern flashing on the chart, definitely a sign of strong bearish sentiment right from the open. We're currently testing that support at 122.84, so all eyes are on this level. Will we see a bounce, or will we break down further? Volume's been pretty quiet, too, sitting at only 30% of the average, which isn't helping our long position at all. If you're enjoying the stream and want to keep up with this price action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Let's see if we can turn this ship around. Alright folks, we're deep into the action here with SOL sitting at $122.81, and it looks like we just got filled on those buy orders at $122.89, $123.04, and $123.34, but things aren't looking too rosy right now. With that bearish belt hold pattern flashing on the chart, sellers are definitely in control, and we just saw a drop of about 0.28% in the last 5 minutes. Price is now testing that support at $122.84. This is crucial. We're either going to bounce off that level or break down hard. We've got super low volume right now, just 0.3 times the average, so it feels like all eyes are on whether this support can hold. RSI is sitting at 38, hinting we're in the oversold territory, but momentum is accelerating down. Can the bulls step up to the plate, or are we looking at a fade here? Keep your eyes glued. Oh, we just hit that support level at $122.84, and it's looking tense. The last few candles have painted a bearish picture with that bearish belt hold pattern really setting the tone. Sellers have been dominant here, and with volume pretty much non-existent at just 0.3x the average, you've got to wonder if we're going to see a bounce off support or a continuation lower. Momentum is definitely accelerating down, and we could be in for some action real soon. Eyes peeled, folks, this could get interesting. If you're enjoying the stream and want to keep up with this AI-powered trading adventure, make sure to drop a comment and let us know your thoughts. We're seeing a volume surge here, ripping through 122.97 on high volume. That's a big move, and with the momentum accelerating down, It's a bit concerning, but the bullish momentum from the last two green candles is still in play. The risk reward on this setup isn't looking great, we're already in the red, and the support level at 122.57 is a ways down, so we need to see some buying come in here to turn this around. One key insight is that we're seeing a potential bullish engulfing pattern forming on the chart, which could be a reversal signal if it plays out. Alright folks, we're looking at some intense action here on the 5-minute chart for SOL. After filling those recent buy orders, we're currently sitting at 123.11, just above support at 122.57. The last few candles show some bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, but watch out, the momentum is accelerating down. One key insight here is that we're nearing that resistance level at 124.02 but facing strong selling pressure with the RSI hovering around 40. If we break through that support, it could trigger a deeper dive, so keep your eyes peeled. Will we see a bounce back or a breakdown? Let's see how this plays out. Wow, we just saw a big volume surge over the last few minutes, really ramping up the action. Candles are showing 2 green and 1 red, indicating some bullish momentum, but the trend is still testing that support level at 122.57. The price is currently hovering just above 123, but we need to watch how this plays out as we're sitting in the red right now. The momentum is accelerating down, so traders will be eyeing that resistance at 124.02 as the next critical hurdle. Keep your eyes peeled, this one's heating up. We're seeing a slight bounce here as we touch that support level at $122.57, but momentum is still leaning bearish. With the RSI hanging around 40, it could be an interesting moment to watch for a potential reversal or a fade back down. If we can break above the resistance at $124.02, it might just ignite some buying pressure. Keep those eyes peeled, folks. We're seeing some serious action as that volume just spiked higher, hitting 1.6 times the average. The last few candles show that bullish momentum trying to push through, but we're still below that key resistance at 124. If we can break above that level, we might see a nice rally, but right now it's all about holding strong near that support at 122.57. Keep your eyes peeled, we're at a critical junction. Alright, folks, we're seeing some serious action in the last few candles here. The price has been holding strong around that support level of $122.57, and it looks like buyers are stepping in as we've just filled those buy orders at $122.89 and $123.04. The last two candles are looking bullish, but we need to break through that resistance at $124.02 to really gain some momentum. Let's keep our eyes on this price action. We're seeing some action on the chart here. The last three candles just revealed a minor bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, giving us a flicker of hope as we approach that key resistance at 124.02. The price whipped up to 122.96 but has pulled back slightly, and you can feel that momentum accelerating down as we test support at 122.57. And don't overlook that volume surge, which is outpacing average levels. This can really shake things up in this last stretch. Keep your eyes peeled, the next few candles could definitely set the tone for our trading strategy moving forward. Alright, folks, we just had that buy order fill at 122.89, and it's starting to look like we've hit a bit of a wall here. Those last three candles show a bearish Harami cross forming, signaling a potential reversal point. There's definitely some indecision with that doji hanging around, and our momentum just shifted into reverse. Now, being long at 124.42 and feeling that pain at 122.91 puts us in the red, looking at a loss of 150. We're testing that support level at 122.57. If we break below that, we could see more downside pressure. Keep an eye on how this plays out. What's your gut telling you? Would you hold through this bearish momentum or look to exit to preserve some capital? Alright folks, we just watched some action-packed price movement here. We filled on those buy orders at 122.89 and 123.04, but it looks like the momentum has shifted with two red candles following that single green. We've also got a bearish Harami cross flashing on the chart, definitely a strong reversal signal, and that's putting some pressure on us. The market seems to be caught in a bit of indecision, as indicated by that dodgy candle, so we could see a turn here or further continuation down. Remember, our current position is in the red at a loss of $139.85, so we're eager to see if we can hold that support level at 122.57. The momentum is reversing, and with volatility contracting, it feels like we're in a consolidation phase. Let's keep an eye on these next candles, they could be crucial. We're currently seeing some pressure on SOL, with the last three candles showing a bearish momentum shift. We just filled on those buy orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34 as we look to capitalize on what might be a reversal here. However, the chart is flashing a bearish Harami cross, signaling a potential reversal, and we're currently in the red at about $150 down with our long position from 124.42. Volume's been practically dead at a ratio of just 0.2 times the average, indicating this consolidation phase. Are we coiling for a breakout, or are we just exhausted? The support level at 122.57 is looking crucial right now. Let's keep an eye on how this all plays out. We just had a couple of fills on those buy orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34, but the recent price action is showing some bearish momentum. That last 5-minute candle ticked down by about 0.14%, and we're seeing a bearish Harami cross on the chart, definitely a strong reversal signal that has traders on edge. Volume is practically dead, coming in at just 20% of average, which is not helping our case here. We're currently holding a long position from 124.42, but we are in the red by about $151 with the price sitting at 122.90. We're approaching that support level at 122.57, so it's a critical moment. If we break through that, it could get rough, but if we hold, we could see a bounce back. Keep an eye on this. We just had a bit of a rough patch here, folks, with the last three candles showing some bearish momentum, 2 red and only 1 green. The volume is definitely telling a story as well, it's practically dead at a 0.2 times below average, suggesting a lack of conviction from traders right now. That bearish Harami cross is a strong reversal signal, and with the market oscillating around that neutral doji, it's clear we have some indecision at play. We're currently testing that support at $122.57, so we'll need to watch closely how this plays out. With our position down about $150.85, we need a solid push if we're going to swing back into the green. Stay sharp. Alright, folks, we just filled those buy orders down at 122.89 and 123.04. But it's been a tough ride as we're seeing some bearish momentum here. The last three 5-minute candles show 1 green, followed by 2 red, and we just flashed a bearish Harami cross that's signaling potential reversal. We're sitting in the red right now with our long position from 124.42, showing a loss of $158. As we consolidate here, volume is dead, only at 0.2 times the average, so it looks like traders are waiting for direction. Keep an eye on that support level at 122.57, if we break that, we could see a deeper dip. Now, if you're enjoying the action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. What do you think, will we hold this support or are we heading lower? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. We're witnessing some real tension in this price action, folks. The last 3 candles show a green followed by 2 reds, hinting at this bearish momentum. And just look at that bearish Harami cross signaling a potential reversal. It's like the market is holding its breath right now. Volume is as quiet as a library at just a fraction of average, which gives us that feeling of consolidation. Price is coiling tight, and the momentum looks like it's about to snap one way or the other. We're currently sitting in a long position from 124.42, but we're in the red at a loss of 146.85. Support at 122.57 is looming nearby, while resistance is holding strong at 124.02. The RSI at 42 suggests we're not quite oversold yet, and with the MACD creeping at 0.17, we could see a bounce or further pressure down. What do you think? Is this? Here we go, folks. The chart is heating up as we're currently sitting at 123.03, working off a recent long position from 124.42. We're in the red right now at a loss of $138, but don't count us out just yet. The last 3 candles show us some bullish momentum with 2 greens and just 1 red. We're approaching that crucial support level at 122.57, and you can feel the tension building. Will we hold this level, or are we set for a bounce back to test resistance at 124.02? Volume has been pretty weak, hovering at 0.2 times the average, so we're consolidating here. Keep your eyes peeled, the next 5-minute candle could bring some excitement. Will we see a breakout or a breakdown? The RSI is at 43, suggesting we might have some room for further upward movement. Stay tuned. Alright folks, we just saw those last few candles light up with 2 green and 1 red, showing some bullish momentum creeping in, but don't be fooled, volume is still dead at just 0.2x the average, indicating that this move could be on shaky ground. We're currently testing that support level at 122.57, which is critical for sustaining any upward push. With the momentum pointing down and the volatility contracting, we're in a consolidation phase, which means a breakout could happen soon in either direction. Keep an eye on those resistance levels at 124.02, if we can break through there with increased volume, it could signal a strong rally. For now, we're still sitting in the red on our long position. Let's see if we can turn this around. Alright folks, we just saw some action in the last few candles with 2 green bars pushing up against that resistance sitting at 124.02, but we're still feeling a bit of weight coming down from the red candle earlier. It looks like we're sitting at a key juncture here with support holding strong at 122.57, and the RSI is hovering around 43, indicating we could be getting a bit oversold. But watch out, we've got that momentum showing signs of contraction, with volatility tightening up, which usually means something's brewing. We're about 30% up the range, so if this starts to push towards that resistance, we could see a nice lift. Keep your eyes peeled, anything can happen in this consolidation phase. Price is hanging in there, currently 123.24, and we're seeing a bit of a pause after those 2 green candles. The momentum's down but the bulls are still holding on, and with volume being extremely light, just 0.2 times average, it's a real muted move, and now we're waiting to see if we'll test that support level down at 122.57 or if we'll make a push towards resistance at 124.02. Alright, folks, we're watching some intense price action here with SOL currently sitting at 123.19. We just got filled on those buy orders, which is some nice stacking, but it's still a bit of a bumpy ride. The last 3 candles show 2 green and 1 red bullish momentum trying to fight through. Now, all eyes on the chart as we're hovering close to that support level at 122.57. With the momentum currently down, could we see a test of that support, or will buyers step up and push us back towards resistance at 124.02? It's going to be a close call. Watch those candles closely, this could get exciting. Alright folks, we're coming into the last few moments here and SOL is making some interesting moves. We've just seen that bullish Mariposa flash on the chart, indicating that bulls are really taking charge with strong buying pressure. The last three candles are stacking green with a solid bullish belt hold, suggesting buyers have dominated from the open. We're currently sitting at 123.20, and while we're still holding a long position from 124.42, we're in the red, down about $121. The price is coiling up nicely here, and with momentum accelerating, we might be on the brink of something exciting. Just keep an eye on that support level at 122.57, if we hold above there, we could be gearing up for a breakout toward that resistance at 124.02. Let's see which way this action unfolds. We're seeing some solid bullish momentum here as we just had that bullish Mariposa flash on the chart. Buyers are clearly in control, and the last few candles confirm that with 2 green and just 1 red. We're currently testing that $123.30 mark, which could set us up for a move towards our resistance at $124.02. Volume is holding steady, not spiking too high, which suggests consolidation is in play right now. Remember, we are positioned long, so let's keep an eye on how these next few candles unfold. This could be the moment for a breakout. If you're enjoying the ride and want to keep up with our AI-powered trading bot strategies, don't forget to drop a comment below. How do you feel about this bullish setup? We're seeing some real action here as SOL just bounced off that support level at $122.57, and the momentum is definitely picking up. We've got a strong bullish Mariposa flashing on the chart, signaling that the bulls are absolutely in control. Those 2 green candles in the last few minutes tell us buyers are stepping in, but watch that resistance at $124.02, it's going to be a big test. Now, how do you feel about this bullish trend? Do you think we can break through that resistance on our next push? If you're enjoying the stream, smash that like button and let's get this community rolling. Alright folks, we just hit a strong bullish momentum here with a bullish Mariposa and a bullish belt hold lighting up the charts. Buyers are clearly in control, and with the last 3 candles showing 2 green and only 1 red, it's all systems go. We've seen a little bounce back from our recent fill at 123.45, but the current price is hovering just below at 123.49, still in the red on that position, but that acceleration in momentum tells me we could be setting up for a bigger push. Let's keep an eye on that resistance at 124.02 as we inch closer. Will we break through, or are we consolidating here? The excitement is palpable. Wow, we just saw a real flurry of activity with those filled orders. We're getting some solid bullish momentum here, thanks to that bullish Mariposa and bullish belt hold pattern. Bulls are definitely taking charge. The last 3 candles have all shown some fight, with 2 in the green and that red trying to stifle the rally but failing. Price is really testing that $123.34 level right now, and with the momentum accelerating up, it feels like we're gearing up to break through that resistance line at $124.02. Keep an eye on those candles, if they keep this pace, we could see some fireworks soon. How are you feeling about this surge? What a whirlwind we have here. Price just zoomed past 123.33, and we're seeing that bullish momentum really taking shape. We filled those orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34. Talk about a strong entry. The last 3 candles are telling a powerful story, with that bullish Mariposa indicating the bulls are firmly in control, and that bullish belt hold showing they opened with authority. Now, we're currently trading at 123.39, But don't let that red in our position fool you. Momentum is actually accelerating here as we test that resistance at 124.02. It feels like a potential breakout is brewing, keep those eyes peeled. What a game we have here. The last 3 candles are all green and we're witnessing a strong bull run with 4 of the last 5 showing solid upward momentum. However, we've got a spinning top forming right now, indicating some indecision in the market, an intriguing moment as buyers and sellers battle it out. Now, looking at the volume, it's pretty lackluster at just a fraction of the average. While we're seeing momentum trying to reverse direction, the volatility is contracting, hinting at some consolidation. Are we gearing up for a breakout or a retreat? Keep an eye on that resistance at 123.98. If we can clear that, we might just reignite the bulls. Let's see if any players step up their game here. We just saw 3 consecutive green candles, really showing that bullish momentum here. But hold on, a spinning top just formed, signaling some indecision from the bulls. It's a tug of war. We're holding steady around 123.25, testing that resistance at 123.98, while the momentum seems to be reversing. Keep an eye on this action. Alright folks, we're sitting at 123.33, and it looks like we've got some serious bullish momentum coming off those last 3 candles, all green. We just saw a strong bull run with 4 out of the last 5 candles showing bullish strength. However, we've also got that spinning top pattern indicating a bit of indecision creeping in. Now, while our position is currently in the red at negative 116.85, I want to highlight the key level we're approaching. If we can break through that resistance at 123.98, we might just see a breakout setup take shape here. Keep an eye on that support at 122.57 as well, it could be crucial if we start to see any fading action. Let's see how this plays out. Alright, folks, we're really looking at a critical moment here as we approach that key resistance level at 123.98. With 3 strong green candles in the last 15 minutes, the bulls are certainly trying to make their move, but we just flagged a spinning top, indicating a bit of indecision creeping in. Remember, we're sitting in the red right now, and our long position from 124.42 is still feeling the heat. We've got some bullish momentum, but that contracting volatility suggests the market is consolidating before making its next big push. Are we about to see a breakout or a fade back down towards support at 122.57? Let's keep our eyes glued to the chart as the tension builds. Alright folks, we're watching some exciting price action here with SOL hovering around 123.38. The last 3 candles have been all green, showcasing this strong bull run. 4 out of the last 5 candles have been bullish, which is definitely a good sign for momentum. But hold on, we've also got that spinning top pattern indicating some indecision creeping in. As we're coiling here in the range, it looks like the market might be gearing up for either a breakout or a reversal. With resistance looming at 123.98, eyes are on that level. Will the bulls find their strength, or are we going to see a fade here? Hold on to your seats, this could get interesting. Alright, folks, we're seeing some real action on the SOL chart as those last 3 5-minute candles lit up green. It looks like we're in a strong bull run with 4 of the last 5 showing bullish momentum, but hold on, there's also a spinning top forming, which indicates some indecision creeping in. We need to keep an eye on that resistance level up at 123.98 because the price is currently testing those upper bounds. Meanwhile, take a look at that volume, it's pretty much dead right now, we're sitting at just 20% of the average. That's not the kind of surge we want to see fueling this bullish move. So, are we ready for a breakout or is the market just biding its time? Keep your eyes on that support at 122.57 as we navigate this consolidation. We're watching SOL holding steady at 123.50, and it's been quite the ride. The last 3 5-minute candles have all printed green, showing strong bullish momentum, but we've also got that spinning top on the chart suggesting some indecision in the market. Volume is pretty dead right now at just 0.2 times the average, which is pointing toward a potential coiling situation here. As we hover around that key resistance at 123.98, traders are really going to be watching how we respond. Are we gearing up for a breakout, or is this a sign of exhaustion? Keep your eyes glued to that price action. Alright folks, we just had 3 solid 5-minute candles roll through, 2 green and 1 red, showing some bullish momentum, but hold up, the volume is absolutely flat. It's like trying to play a full court game with no one in the stands. That low volume ratio means the bulls might be tiring out here, even with those strong candlestick patterns we've got on display. We're looking at a bullish Marubozu and a bullish belt hold, indicating strong buying pressure and dominance from the buyers, yet that fading momentum suggests buyers are losing a bit of steam. As we approach that resistance at 123.97, the question is, can the bulls muster enough strength to push through, or are we in for a tough battle against that barrier? Keep your eyes on the chart, folks, this could be a pivotal moment. Oh, we just saw some action on the 5-minute chart with SOL. The last few candles have given us some strong bullish signs. We're looking at a bullish Marubozu and a bullish belt hold pattern. That's buyers controlling the action right out of the gate. But hold on tight as we face some fading momentum. It seems like the buyers are losing steam, and volume is practically non-existent. We're still testing that resistance level around 123.97, and with our position currently in the red, it's a critical moment to see if we can break through or if sellers will step in to fade it. The pressure's on as we approach that resistance, and traders will be watching closely. This is where the action gets exciting. We're seeing a bit of a tug of war in the last few candles, with 2 green ones followed by a red one, but the bulls are still in control, as evidenced by that strong bullish Marubozu pattern that just flashed on the chart. The price is holding around 123.35, but what's concerning is the complete lack of volume. It's dead, 0.0 times the average, which could be a sign that this move is losing steam, and with momentum fading, we need to keep a close eye on this to see if the bulls can regain their footing. We're in a bit of a tight spot here with SOL, currently sitting at 123.41 and down about $100. The last few candles showed some bullish signs with a bullish Marubozu and bullish belt hold, but momentum is fading and we're contracting into a tighter range. This could be a breakout if we clear that overhead resistance at 123.97, but right now, it feels like we could be setting up for a fade if the buyers can't keep the pressure on. We're currently watching SOL at 123.39, and the action is heating up. We just filled 3 buy orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34, showing some solid support there. The last 3 5-minute candles are telling a bullish story with 2 greens and a red, and that bullish Marubozu pattern is a strong signal that the buyers are in complete control. However, let's keep an eye on that fading momentum. RSI sitting at 52, indicating we might be losing steam here. Plus, the price is hanging out comfortably at 63% of the range between our support at 122.57 and resistance kicking in at 123.97. While we are currently in the red at about $100, it'll be all about how these bulls hold up with this consolidation. Let's see if they can muster the strength to push through that resistance. Alright folks, we're back and the action is heating up here. SOL is currently standing at 123.45, and we're holding that long position from 124.42, but we're seeing a bit of red with almost $100 in the negative at the moment. Let's see how this plays out. Just look at those last 3 candles, 2 green and 1 red, showing some bullish momentum, especially with that bullish Marubozu pattern flashing, which signals strong buying pressure. The bulls are clearly trying to take control. But watch out, we're running into a bit of resistance at 123.97, and the momentum is starting to fade. What are your thoughts on this trade setup, folks? Are you feeling bullish with those candles, or do you think we're due for a pullback? Let's hear it in the chat. Alright, folks, we're sitting at 123.31, and the momentum seems to be fading as we just printed a bullish harami on the chart could be a sign that selling pressure is weakening. We've seen two solid green candles followed by a slight pullback, but with volume this low, it's a tight game here. Remember, we're holding that long position from 124.42, currently down about 95 bucks, so eyes wide open as we test that support level at 122.57. If you're enjoying this ride with us, drop a comment below and let's hear your thoughts. We're seeing a bit of fading momentum here as the price is struggling to hold its gains, currently sitting at 123.35. The recent bullish harami pattern suggests a potential reversal, but with volume at a crawl, we need to see some real buyers step in to ignite this move. We're still well above that support level at 122.57, but the pressure is on to see if we can break through resistance at 123.97. Let's keep an eye on those candles. Alright, folks, we're currently down about $100 on this position, but let's break down the risk/reward here. We're sitting at support around $122.57, which gives us a solid floor to work with, while resistance at $123.97 could provide that nice upside. With the bullish harami pattern flashing on the chart, it's looking like momentum could shift back in our favor. Let's see if we can catch that bounce. Alright folks, we're currently sitting in a long position at $124.42, and with the price now at $123.34, we're looking at a risk-to-reward ratio that could really shift if we can hold above that key support at $122.57. The bullish harami pattern suggesting selling pressure is starting to weaken, so keep your eyes peeled for that potential reversal moment as we test these waters. With momentum fading and the price range tightening, it's critical to see if buyers step in here. It's a pivotal moment. We're seeing some interesting action here with SOL, currently hanging at 123.35. Just filled 3 buy orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34, so we're building our position as we ride this bullish momentum reflected by those two green candles and the bullish harami pattern signaling a potential reversal. However, it looks like the momentum is starting to fade a bit as we consolidate, and with volatility contracting, traders might be holding their breath to see where this goes next. If you're enjoying the stream or have thoughts on the chart, drop some comments below and let's get the conversation going. Remember, we're leveraging that AI-powered trading bot to make data-driven decisions, so stay tuned. Alright, folks, we just filled all our buy orders, and we're currently holding a long position in SOL at $123.47. The last few candles had a nice bullish harami pattern forming, signaling a potential reversal as selling momentum weakens. But hold up, momentum is fading right now, and volume is practically non-existent, which could indicate that this bullish move might struggle to gain more traction. Are we looking at a breakout setup or is this a fade setup? With the current consolidation and contracting volatility, it's tough to say if we can push through resistance at $123.97 just yet. Keep an eye on that support at $122.57, if we break below, things could get tricky. What do you all think? Is it time to hold or look for an exit? Alright folks, we've got some interesting action on the chart as we close in on this critical level. We're currently sitting at 123.56, and although we're in the red, we've got some bullish momentum starting to take shape. With that last 5-minute candle just turning green, it looks like we might be trying to break out here. Now, keep your eyes on that resistance at 123.97. If we can push through that, it could spark some serious buying interest. But remember, we have support looming down at 122.57, so we're well within a consolidation phase right now. Watch for any breakout signals as we monitor the candles closely, folks. This could heat up quickly. Alright folks, here we are, looking at that recent price action on SOL, currently sitting at 123.53. We've had a bit of a mixed bag with the last 3 candles, 1 green and 2 red, indicating some bearish momentum creeping in. But I'm telling you, the momentum is accelerating up, and even though we're in the red on our position, things could turn around quickly. As we're holding tight, keep an eye on that support at 122.57. If we test that, it could be a make or break for our setup. Now, let me hear from you. What do you all think about this trade? Is there potential for a bounce back, or are we looking at more consolidation here? Let's build that community discussion. We're hanging out at about $123.53, but that bearish momentum from the last few candles is raising some eyebrows. We need to watch that support at $122.57 closely. If we start testing that level, it could trigger a move to add to our position. On the flip side, if we can break past resistance at $123.97, that could really ignite a bullish run. Alright, folks, we're in an interesting spot here with SOL hovering around 123.39. The last few candles show a bit of bearish momentum with 1 green candle and 2 red, indicating a struggle to gain ground. What's really standing out, though, is that volume just dead right now, barely scraping the average, which tells us traders are sitting on their hands, waiting for a clearer signal. We're in a consolidation phase, as volatility is contracting, but keep an eye on that support level down at 122.57. If we can hold above here, the momentum might just pick up again. Right now, it's a tug of war, and the market is holding back, but with the RSI sitting at 52 and MACD at 0.2, we could see a shift if the buyers decide to step in. Let's see how this plays out. We're seeing some real lack of conviction in the volume, folks, registering at a dead ratio of 0.0x average. This indicates a consolidation phase as momentum tries to find its footing. The last 3 candles are showing bearish momentum, yet the price is barely moving. We've got to keep an eye on how this plays out as we test those crucial support levels. If buyers step in, we could see a breakout, but right now, it's all quiet on the volume front. We're hovering right at 123.40, and it's a critical moment as we test that resistance level up at 123.97. The momentum is picking up, but with the last few candles flashing red, traders are clearly feeling the pressure, and volume is almost non-existent. It's like we're in a standoff. If we can break through that resistance, potential reward is looking solid against our current risk, but that support at 122.57 is looming close. Watch for any sharp moves. Alright, folks, here we are with SOL trading at 123.38, and it looks like we're sitting in a bit of a bearish trend with those last 2 red candles leading the charge. We filled those buy orders down at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34, but we're still holding onto a position from 124.34, which has us in the red right now with about $88 to get back. We're testing that support level at 122.57, and it's crucial we hold here as the momentum is starting to pick up. The RSI is sitting near neutral at 52, while MACD is showing some positive divergence at 0.20. If we can get a breakout above that resistance at 123.97, we might see the bulls step in. Keep an eye on that chart. We could see some volatile action coming up depending on how it reacts to these levels. Alright, folks, we just saw some mixed action in our last few candles here. The last three have consisted of one green and two red, hinting at a bit of bearish momentum as we sit at 123.35. But don't be fooled, the momentum is actually accelerating upward despite that recent dip, which could mean a potential bounce is on the horizon if we can break that resistance at 123.97. As it stands, we're currently holding a long position from 124.34, and yeah, we're feeling the heat with a loss of about $88. But with support sitting at 122.57 and the RSI hanging around 52, it looks like we might be consolidating before a breakout. Keep your eyes glued to this chart. Alright, folks, we're watching some intense action here on SOL as it struggles at 123.35. The last few candles have not been kind, featuring not one, but three bearish patterns: the bearish Marubozu, bearish engulfing, and bearish belt hold, all hinting at a strong grip from the sellers. We're currently long from 124.34, but it's a tough scene here with the position in the red at $88. The momentum is reversing, and with bearish sentiment outweighing buyers, we need to keep an eye on that key support level at 122.57. Are we going to break below and test that support? Let's see how this unfolds. We're seeing a clear bearish trend unfolding in the last few candles, with two red candles sandwiching a lone green one, and the momentum is reversing downward. One key insight that jumps out is the string of bearish candlestick patterns that have formed, including a bearish Marubozu, bearish engulfing, and bearish belt hold, which all point to strong selling pressure and a potential continuation of this downtrend. Alright folks, we're taking a closer look at this action on SOL, and it's been a wild ride with those last few candles. We just witnessed a sharp drop as bears came in strong, with a bearish Marubozu and a bearish engulfing pattern signaling complete control from the sellers. The selling pressure has been relentless, and it looks like they're not letting up. The volume, though, is pretty much non-existent right now, hovering at that dead level. We're testing the support at $122.57, and with that bearish momentum kicking in, it feels like the sellers are still in command. Let's keep our eyes peeled. These candles are shaping the narrative, and we need to see if buyers can step in to reclaim some of that ground. Stay tuned. We've got a tough scene here as the candles are showing strong bearish momentum with that bearish Marubozu and bearish engulfing pattern signaling a serious sell-off. Even with our recent fills down at 122.89 and 123.04, we're still trailing in the red at 95.50. Looks like the bulls are getting squeezed out with volume lethargic and testing that support level at 122.57. Alright folks, let's break down the action right now. SOL is currently sitting at 123.29, and it's been a bit of a struggle. Our last few candles are showing some real bearish momentum, with that latest 5-minute candle reflecting a solid 0.09% drop. We've got some significant bearish patterns on the chart, including a bearish Marubozu and a bearish engulfing, indicating the sellers are in complete control here. With our position in the red at nearly $100, we're definitely feeling the pressure. Right now, we're hovering dangerously close to that support level at 122.57. Are we about to test that level? It's looking like consolidation is on the horizon, but we really need to watch how these next few moments play out. Keep your eyes peeled, things could shift quickly. Alright folks, we're in the thick of it here with SOL currently at 123.33, and it's looking like a tough battle for our longs as that last 5-minute candle just closed red. We filled all our previous buy orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34, but that bearish momentum is not giving us a break. We've got a bearish Marubozu on the chart, which indicates strong selling pressure, and paired with that bearish engulfing pattern, the sellers are clearly in control right now. We're also approaching key support at 122.57, so keep your eyes peeled, this could be a pivotal moment. The momentum is reversing, and with our position currently showing a loss of 95.50, we're definitely holding our breath here. Are we about to see a consolidation breakout, or will the bears continue to dominate? Let's watch this closely. We're catching some intense action here as SOL hovers around 123.50. The last three candles show a bullish sentiment taking shape with two green bars, but we just hit a little red, indicating some hesitation. The bullish belt hold pattern is in play, suggesting buyers really stepped up at the open, but it looks like they're testing those waters now. We've got our positions filled at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34, but currently, we're sitting in the red with a loss of 79.35. Volatility is tightening up, and with volume at just a fraction of the average, it feels like we're in this consolidation phase perfect for the next big rip or fade. Keep an eye on that support at 122.57, it could be a crucial battleground here. We just had a wild few minutes on SOL. The last three candles gave us two greens and one red, showing some strong bullish momentum as we spotted that bullish belt hold pattern indicating buyer dominance right from the open. We're currently hovering around 123.50, but watch out, we are now very close to that critical support level at 122.57. Our long position from 124.34 is still in the red, down about $79, so we're going to need a little push here. Volume has been dead, just a fraction of the average, which makes me wonder if the market is consolidating before making its next big move. Keep your eyes peeled as we potentially test that support. This is where the action's at. We're seeing some interesting action here, folks. With SOL currently priced at 123.44, we've just completed a bullish belt hold pattern. That's a strong sign that buyers dominated the open. However, watch out because we're testing that support level at 122.57, we could see some pressure building here. The last 5 minutes showed a slight dip of 0.06%, but, with two green candles preceding it, the momentum seems to be shifting. Volume is still pretty low, just 1/10 of the average, so we're in this consolidation phase. Could this be the calm before the storm? Stay alert, this market has a way of surprising us. We just had a bullish belt hold flash on the chart, and you can really feel that buyer dominance right from the open. The last three candles have given us two green ones, showing some solid bullish momentum, though it looks like we're seeing a bit of a pullback right now with that last 5-minute candle dipping down just slightly. But hang tight, folks, because we're sitting at $123.44 and testing that resistance level at $123.83. It's been a tight range lately, hovering around 60% in that zone between support and resistance. With the momentum starting to reverse direction, all eyes are on how we play this out in the coming candles. Let's see if we can regain some ground here. Alright, folks, we're diving into the action here with SOL sitting at 123.52. We've just seen three solid fills on our buy orders, all executed perfectly at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34. The last three 5-minute candles put us in a bullish position, with two green and one red, and we just detected that bullish belt hold pattern. Buyers clearly stepped up early on. Now, even though we are seeing some red on our current position, momentum seems to be reversing direction as volatility contracts. It's a true battle at this level with support holding strong at 122.57 and eyes on that resistance at 123.83. Let's keep our eyes peeled for any quick shifts as the buyers look to dominate this rally. We just saw a nice bullish belt hold pattern form, indicating some strong bullish sentiment right out of the gate. That definitely suggests buyers are stepping in, despite the recent dip. We're currently trading at 123.52 with resistance looming at 123.83. It looks like we're testing that support level at 122.57, and with the momentum beginning to reverse, it's shaping up to be an interesting battle here. Keep an eye on those candles, this could break either way. We're entering an exciting moment here as we see some strong bullish momentum on the chart. The last 3 5-minute candles have shown 2 greens and 1 red, and we've just flashed a bullish Marubozu, indicating serious buying pressure with the bulls in total control. We're also seeing a bullish belt hold pattern, which means buyers came out strong right from the open. What a powerful combination. Now, price is consolidating just above our support level at $122.57, but we're bumping up against some resistance at $123.79. We just saw a slight shift in momentum as the candles are tightening up with volatility contracting. With our current position being in the red at $84.10, it's crucial to keep an eye on how this is playing out. What do you all think about this current trade setup? Are you feeling bullish or cautious? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. Alright folks, we're deep into the action and it's heating up. SOL just bounced back to 123.32, but check this out, our last 3 candles are showing some impressive bullish momentum with 2 greens and just 1 red. We've got a bullish Marubozu forming, indicating strong buying pressure with the bulls taking full control here. Now, we're also seeing that bullish belt hold pattern, which tells us buyers really dominated from the opening. With our position currently in the red at $84, it's critical to keep an eye on that resistance level at $123.79. If we break through that while maintaining this momentum, we could see a potential breakout, especially with the RSI hanging around 52. Stay tuned, traders. Alright folks, we just filled all our buy orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34. That sets us up nicely as we watch this action unfold. The last 3 candles show a bullish trend with 2 green and 1 red, and we've got a bullish Marubozu staring us down. Strong buying pressure means the bulls are definitely in control. But hold up, we're currently sitting at 123.28, and with that long position from 124.34, we're still in the red by about $100. Volume is incredibly light right now, so we're in a bit of a consolidation phase. We're testing that support at 122.57 closely. If we hold that, we might see some fireworks up towards the resistance at 123.79. This price action is getting interesting. Let's see where it goes. Alright, folks, we're in the thick of it with SOL currently sitting at 123.39. We've got a bullish Marubozu and a bullish belt hold on the chart, signaling strong buying pressure and that the bulls are firmly in control here. Last 3 candles show solid momentum, but we're seeing volume really taper off, just dead in the water right now. We're approaching that resistance level at 123.79. And with our position currently sitting at a loss of $89, it's critical to watch how we handle this resistance. If the momentum can hold, we could see those buyers really step in to push us higher, but right now, it's a wait and see game. Will we break through or test the support at 122.57? Stay tuned. Alright folks, we've got some exciting action on SOL. The last few candles were all about that bullish momentum as we just spotted a beautiful bullish Marubozu, indicating strong buying pressure with those bulls in complete control. What's more, we also have a bullish belt hold pattern showing that buyers have dominated right from the start. Now, while we saw 2 green candles and 1 red in the last 3, it looks like momentum is reversing just a touch, but let's keep an eye on that support level at $122.57. Plus, volume is pretty dead at the moment, sitting at a ratio of 0.0 times. The average traders are taking a breather before the next big move. We're sitting at $123.24 now, closely testing that resistance at $123.79. Will we break through, or will the market consolidate a bit more? Stay tuned, and let's see how this plays out. We're seeing some serious bullish momentum here as we just flashed a bullish Marubozu on the last candle, signaling strong buying pressure with bulls absolutely in control. That bullish belt hold pattern earlier just confirms the dominance of the buyers right from the start. Prices are hovering around 123.21, but volume is still quite dead, so we might be looking at a consolidation phase. Keep an eye on that support at 122.57 as we navigate these waters. By the way, how's everyone feeling about this bullish action? Let us know in the comments. And if you're enjoying the stream, make sure to smash that like button. Price is coiling here, just testing 122.98, and we've got a volume surge detected. That's a big tell, folks. The market's getting ready to make a move, and with that bearish 3 inside down pattern confirmed, I'm thinking we could see a breakdown. The momentum's accelerating down, and we're seeing some exhaustion in the bulls. That spinning top pattern's a sign of indecision, but with the volume pouring in, I think we're gonna see a resolution to this soon. Will it be a bounce off support at 122.57 or a continued slide? The next few candles are gonna be huge. And we're rolling here as we see SOL hovering at 123.12. The last 3 candles tell quite the story, with 2 red bars showing that bearish momentum rearing its head, highlighted by that confirmed 3 inside down pattern definitely signaling a potential reversal. Now, keep your eyes peeled, folks, as we're approaching that crucial support level at 122.57, a break could bring some serious action. The volume's been running high, which means traders are active, and with that spinning top on the chart, we're in a bit of a tug of war between the bulls and bears here. Watch closely for any signs of strength as we approach that support area. We're seeing some serious action on the chart as we just confirmed a 3 inside down pattern, signaling a bearish reversal ahead, definitely a red flag for bulls. The last few 5-minute candles are giving us a bearish momentum, with indecision showing in that spinning top. We're holding right at the support level, but the pressure is building as momentum accelerates down. Let's see if we can hold above that key area at 122.57. What are your thoughts on this trade setup, community? Are we bracing for a bounce or riding the wave down? Wow, things are heating up here with SOL. We just saw those 3 inside down candles confirming a bearish reversal, and it's looking like momentum is really accelerating downward. We're sitting at 123.08, and the last few 5-minute candles have definitely shown some bearish pressure, with 2 red and just 1 green. Volume is ripping at 1.6 times the average, which typically signals that traders are really engaged right now. We've got our long position from 124.34 in the red, and with that spinning top forming, there's a serious battle between buyers and sellers happening. This one's showing indecision. Keep your eyes peeled as we approach that support level at 122.57, it could be a crucial test for this move. Wow, we just saw a flurry of action here with those filled orders at 122.89 and 123.04. But hold on tight, because the last few candles are painting a bearish picture. That 3 inside down pattern has been confirmed, suggesting a reversal is in play, and with momentum accelerating downward, it's looking dicey for the bulls. We're holding a long position from 124.34, but we're currently in the red at about $116, definitely not what we want to see right now. Keep an eye out for that support at 122.57, if we can't hold it, we may need to reassess our strategy. What do you think, folks? Is it time to hold strong or start planning for a fade? Let me know your thoughts. We're in an interesting spot here with SOL, folks. That last green candle may signal a flicker of hope, but those 2 red candles are showing some serious bearish momentum, and we've just confirmed a 3 inside down pattern, a classic bearish reversal. The volume is running high at 1.6 times the average, and with that kind of action, it really feels like we might be testing support at $122.57 here shortly. Our position is taking a hit, currently down $100, but it's all part of the game. With RSI hanging around 47 and MACD just over 0, it feels like we're in the trenches, right in the middle of the action. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get wild as we approach that support. We're seeing some serious bearish action here, folks. That bearish Marubozu signals strong selling pressure, and with the last 3 candles in the red, the bears are clearly in control. Price is coiling right around that $123 level, but with momentum accelerating down and volume practically dead, this could either be a setup for a breakout or just pure exhaustion. Stay sharp, everyone. We're seeing some serious bearish action here on the chart with those last 3 candles all painted red, and it looks like the bears are in complete control, no question about it. Those bearish Marubozu patterns are signaling strong selling pressure, definitely not what we want to see as we sit in this long position from 124.34. The momentum is accelerating down with the last 5 minutes showing a slight dip of 0.02%, not a reassuring sign for our current holdings. With the momentum contracting and volume dead, this looks more like a fade setup rather than a breakout situation. We're testing that support at 122.57. Let's see if it holds. And just to remind you, we're currently holding that position at a loss of 113.55, so we're really hoping for a turnaround here. Buckle up, traders, this could get interesting. We're seeing extremely low volume here, just a fraction of the average, which tells us this downward move isn't backed by strong conviction. With the bears in control, as indicated by that bearish Marubozu, it looks like they're pushing the price down while the bulls sit on the sidelines. Keep your eyes peeled for that support at 122.57, it could be a critical level if the selling pressure continues. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here, and it's been a wild ride as the last 3 5-minute candles have painted a clear picture, 3 straight reds. That bearish Marubozu indicates that the bears are holding strong, really pushing this price down. We just saw another retest of that $123 level, and with our long position sitting at a loss of $111.65, we're definitely feeling the pressure. Now, with that support lurking just below at $122.57, if we break that level, we could see a cascade effect. The momentum is accelerating down, and unless we see a shift, it might be time to consider tightening our stop losses or even taking a hard look at exiting if we breach support. That said, if we could get a reversal signal, or maybe even a strong volume spike, we might rethink our strategy. Let's keep our eyes peeled and see if we can catch a break in this consolidation. Alright folks, we're really feeling the bearish pressure here as we've got 3 consecutive red candles, and that bearish Marubozu suggests the sellers are firmly in control. The last 5 minutes have been a slight dip down, and with volume pretty much dead at 0.2 times the average, it's clear the market's in a bit of a lull even as it tries to accelerate downwards. Now, we're right on the edge of support at $122.57. Will we test that level next? It's looking like we might have some serious selling action lined up if we break through. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get interesting with those last few orders we have waiting to see where the dust settles. Let's see if the bears can push us through this support. We're seeing some real bearish pressure here, with 3 red candles in a row and that bearish Marubozu pattern signaling strong selling. Looks like the bears are firmly in control, and with the price hovering around 123.23, we might be gearing up to test that key support level at 122.57. Keep an eye on this action, it could get explosive if we break down further. Alright, folks, we're looking at some serious bearish pressure here with those last 3 candles all red, and that bearish Marubozu definitely indicates strong selling. The momentum is accelerating downward, and volume is pretty much flat, suggesting we might be coiling for a move here rather than exhausting. We need to keep an eye on that support level at 122.57, a break could see more downside action. Alright, folks, we're diving into some intense action over the last few candles. We just saw a strong bearish Marubozu, which tells us the sellers are really in control right now, and with 3 consecutive red candles, that momentum is clear. We're currently stuck in a tough spot, with our long position from 124.34 looking a bit grim as we're down $105. The price is hovering around 123.23, testing that key support level at 122.57. If it breaks down, we could see some more selling pressure coming in. Keep your eyes peeled. It looks like dealers are taking charge, and volatility is contracting. This could get spicy as we approach the next moves. It's a crucial moment for our strategy, so let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, we're watching some intense action here with SOL trading at 123.20. The last 3 5-minute candles have all gone red, and boy, has the bearish momentum been fierce. We've got a bearish Marubozu flashing on the chart, indicating strong selling pressure with the bears firmly in the driver's seat. The price is currently coiling in a tight range, hanging around that key support level at 122.57. We just filled those 3 buy orders at 122.89, 123.04, and 123.34, definitely trying to catch that downtrend, but right now, our position is feeling the heat, sitting at a loss of $105. The momentum indicators are showing signs of a potential reversal as the MACD hovers just above 0 and the RSI is right at 48. Could this be a moment of consolidation before a breakout, or are we just primed for more downward action? Here we go. The last few candles have been all about the bears, folks. We just printed 3 straight red candles, and it's clear the selling pressure is strong. Check out that bearish Marubozu, indicating the bears are in complete control. Price is right at $123.08, but we're only inches away from that critical support around $122.57, and you can feel that tension in the air. With our current long position sitting in the red at $101.20, we really need to see some bullish momentum kick in soon. The RSI is hovering around 48, so we might see a reversal if bulls decide to step in. Keep an eye on that next candle, it's going to be pivotal as we approach these key levels. Whoa, folks, volume is absolutely dead in the water right now, just a ratio of 0 to average. That tells us the bears are in complete control, but without strong selling pressure, we might just be in for a pause as they consolidate their gains. Keep an eye on that support level at 122.57. If we break down, it could get ugly, but a bounce here might ignite some buying interest. Alright, traders, we're really feeling this bearish pressure as the last 3 candles have all closed red, showcasing a strong bearish Marubozu here. Sellers are absolutely dominating this chart. This is no surprise with the last 5 minutes showing a slight gain of just 0.07%, but overall, the last 20 minutes are telling a different story, down a slight 0.06%. We're approaching that key support level at $122.57, and given the strong bearish run we've seen, it's going to be crucial to monitor if the price can hold here. We've got momentum that's looking to reverse, yet volatility is contracting, some signs of potential consolidation before the next big move, but whether that's upward or downward remains to be seen. What do you think? Is this price coiling for a breakout, or are we just seeing exhaustion? We're looking at a serious bearish trend here with that bearish Marubozu signaling strong selling pressure. The last 3 candles have been red, and the momentum is definitely shifting as we're seeing a strong downward push. With the price coiling right around that support level of $122.57, it's a critical moment. Are we gearing up for a snapback, or is exhaustion setting in? Keep your eyes peeled, this could get interesting. The momentum reversal is really starting to take hold here, folks, and it's a crucial one as we're still in the red with a loss of 91.70, so we need this bullish momentum to keep pushing, the risk-reward setup is looking a bit tight with the RSI at 50 and the MACD flatlining at 0, which could lead to a breakout or breakdown, and the contracting volatility is just adding to the tension. Will we see a squeeze higher or a drop lower? The next few candles are going to be huge. The bullish Marubozu and kicking patterns detected earlier are still fresh in our minds, and if we can build on those, we might just see a strong move up, but the strong bear run pattern is still lurking, so we need to be cautious. The MACD being at 0 is a key level, a move above or below could trigger a big move, and with the RSI at 50, we're right at the midpoint, anything can. We're seeing some serious action on the chart with that bullish Marubozu signaling strong buying pressure, but the last few candles keep fading, which is a bit concerning. It looks like we might be in a tug of war between the bulls trying to push through and the bears holding down the fort. With momentum reversing, this could be a classic setup for a breakout if those bulls can maintain control, but you've got to watch for any signs of further bearish sentiment creeping in. Alright folks, we've got a classic showdown here as SOL just teeters at 123.34, but right behind it, we can see some interesting dynamics playing out. We just filled those buy orders, so we're adding some juice to our position, and while the last 3 candles showed a mix with 2 red and 1 green, we've also detected a bullish Marubozu indicating that the bulls are starting to show some control. However, the bears are not backing down easily. We just saw a strong bear run kick in, emphasizing the momentum shifting against us. Look at that volume, it's practically ghost town levels. We need to see some serious buying volume ramp up if we want to turn this ship around. Right now, I'd say the risk/reward looks compelling given that we're really close to that support zone at 122.57. If we can hold above that, we might see a bounce, but we'll need to keep an eye on. The last few candles have been a wild ride, folks. We're seeing some strong bearish momentum here, yet those bullish Marubozu and bullish kicking patterns are saying, not so fast. It's like a boxing match with the bulls trying to land a clean punch while the bears are jabbing hard. We just filled our last buy orders, but with that recent bearish run, it looks like our long position is feeling the heat, currently down over $100. The volume is pretty dead, though, so that could indicate that we're in a consolidation phase, setting the stage for a potential breakout or breakdown. If we can hold above that support level at $122.57 and shake off this bearish sentiment, we might just see the bulls come back in strong. Keep your eyes glued to those candles as we watch for signs of a reversal. Alright folks, we're seeing some serious action here as we're caught in a tug of war between the bulls and bears. The last few candles flashed a bullish Marubozu and a bullish kicking, indicating that buyers are trying to step back in, but with that strong bear run still hanging over us, we've got a consolidation that's got everyone on edge. With volume hovering around a whisper at 0.1x average, it's tough to say if this is a breakout setup or a fade setup. This market could tip either way. Keep your eyes peeled as we approach that critical support at 122.57. We just saw a fresh sell order drop in at 123.57. Looks like someone's trying to capitalize on that resistance level, which is sitting pretty at 123.67. Meanwhile, we had a buy order get cancelled up at 125.30, which shows some hesitation in buying pressure as we currently sit in the red with a nice bearish backdrop. That bullish Marubozu pattern is showing strong buying pressure, but we're also facing a formidable bear run with 4 out of the last 5 candles bearish. Eyes on that support at 122.57. Let's see if the bulls can muster up some strength to hold. Alright, we just saw some action with that new sell order popping in at 123.51, and right behind it, another sell order at 123.57. Looks like we're prepping for some profit taking. But hold on, we also had those buy orders at 125.30 gone just moments ago, So traders are bailing on that higher range. Now, despite the recent bullish patterns like the bullish Marubozu and bullish kicking giving a glimmer of hope, we're still feeling that bearish pressure with 4 out of the last 5 candles pushing lower. Our position is currently in the red, but we're holding on. Let's see how this plays out as we edge closer to that support level at 122.57. Here we go. We're hovering right at resistance at $123.67, and after seeing that bullish Marubozu pattern, the bulls are definitely trying to take control. We've got that morning star and morning doji star signaling potential reversals, but with the last couple of candles in the red, will they hold up? This is a crucial moment. Are we breaking through for a rally, or are we setting up for a fade back down? Whoa, folks. We just saw those last few candles flash some impressive bullish patterns, starting with a bullish Marubozu indicating some strong buying pressure. Looks like the bulls are trying to take control here. Now, we're right up against that resistance at 123.60, testing it hard. The momentum is up, so if we can break through, we could see a nice surge. But let's keep an eye on that morning star and morning doji star signaling potential reversals. They might mark the turning point if we stall here. With the current PNL in the red, it's all about managing that risk/reward ratio. If we can push through this resistance, we could be setting up for a solid bounce back. Let's see how this plays out. Alright, folks, we're locked in on this action as price is testing that resistance at 123.65. We just filled those sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57. Smart moves there as we ride this wave. But look at this, we've got a bullish Marubozu flashing on the chart, indicating some strong buying pressure with the bulls really stepping in. That morning star pattern is also giving us a nice signal for a potential reversal here. We're seeing some bullish momentum trying to push through despite those last 2 red candles, but can it hold? The candle action is tight, and the momentum is up. This could accelerate if we break that resistance. Let's watch closely. Alright folks, we are right at that critical price point testing resistance at 123.67. The last 3 candles have shown some bearish momentum, but hold on tight, because we just saw a bullish Marubozu flash on the chart, signaling some strong buying pressure. That's right, the bulls are stepping in and trying to take control despite those red candles. And check this out, alongside the Marubozu, we've spotted a morning star and a morning doji star, indicating a potential trend reversal. It's like a perfect storm of bullish patterns lining up here. Let's see if we can clear that resistance and get a nice breakout. This is where the action is heating up. Keep your eyes peeled, team. This could be a pivotal moment on the charts. We're sitting tight at 123.65, right at that resistance level of 123.67. Those recent candles are showing mixed signals, with a red-green combo, but we just flashed a bullish Marubozu, indicating strong buying pressure. The bulls look like they're trying to take control, especially with that morning star pattern setting up a potential trend change. We could see a breakout here if the momentum holds. But keep an eye on our position. We're currently sitting in the red at -46.60 from that long entry at 124.20. The indicators are looking decent with the RSI at 55, but the MACD is slightly negative, suggesting we need to watch for either a decisive push through that resistance or a rejection back down. What do you all think? Are we ready to break out, or is this a false alarm? Alright, folks, we're right at that resistance zone as price tests 123.60, and the stakes are high. The last few candles have shown a bullish Marubozu and a morning star pattern, signaling some serious buying pressure despite being in the red on our position. We've got to keep an eye on how this momentum plays out. Are we breaking through and accelerating, or will we see a rejection off that resistance? Price is hovering right at that key resistance level of 123.67. With the last 3 candles showing some bearish momentum, it looks like we might be coiling for a move. But with volume dead at 0.1 times average, this could either lead to a breakout or a strong rejection, definitely a setup to watch closely. Alright folks, we just punched right up against that resistance at 123.67 and it's crucial now, are we going to see a breakout or a rejection? With the momentum accelerating but volume sticking at a crawl, it's a true test of strength here. Keep an eye on those candles. If we can break through, we could ignite some serious buying pressure, but if it fades back down, well, we might have some serious fireworks on the sell side. Alright folks, we're sitting at that critical point testing resistance at 123.67. The last few candles have shown some bearish momentum, but there's been a bit of acceleration in the price action, so it's a real nail biter. Will we blast through or face a rejection here? Stay tuned as this tension builds. Here we go, folks. We're right at that critical resistance level of 123.67, and it looks like the bulls are trying to push through. The last few candles have shown some bearish momentum, but with that accelerating momentum, we've got to keep an eye on how this one plays out. Will it break through, or are we headed for a pullback? Buckle up, because things are heating up. Alright folks, we're right at the edge here, pushing against that $123.67 resistance. The last 3 candles showed mixed action, with 1 green but 2 reds, indicating some bearish momentum trying to creep in. The RSI is sitting at 56, which suggests we might have a little room to run, but volatility is contracting, it's a tight squeeze. What do you think? Are we going to see that breakout above resistance, or is it time for a rejection? Drop your predictions in the chat. And if you're enjoying the action, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Alright, folks, we're right at that critical juncture with SOL at 123.76 and testing that resistance at 123.67. The last 3 candles showed a green followed by 2 reds, signaling some bearish momentum creeping in, but we could still see a breakout if buyers can step in. Our position is currently in the red, sitting at a loss of $37, but with the momentum accelerating upwards, there's potential for a turnaround. Keep an eye on that RSI sitting at 56, if we see it push above 60, that could ignite some buying activity. That volatility is contracting, indicating a consolidation phase, so the next few moments will be crucial. Are we going to see a bullish push, or will we get rejected here at this level? It's all about timing, team. What do you think? Are we staying in, or do we need to adjust our strategy? We're holding just below resistance at 123.57, this could be a crucial moment for our long position, and I'm watching the wicks on these last few candles, seeing if we can muster up some momentum to push through. The fact that we've got 2 red candles in a row is a bit concerning, but the RSI is still relatively neutral at 56. If we can't break out here, we could be looking at a test of the lows from earlier, which would put our position even deeper in the red. We're right at that pivotal spot, folks. SOL is testing resistance at $123.67 and the momentum is definitely accelerating. The last 3 candles showed us a mix, with 1 green candle igniting some hope, but those 2 reds hint at some bearish pressure creeping in. Volume is still pretty lackluster, barely hitting 0.1 times the average, definitely something to keep an eye on as we look for a breakout or a rejection. If we can push through that resistance and get buyers stepping in, we could see a nice move, but for now, it feels like we might be consolidating before the next big play. Let's stay locked in and see if this momentum keeps building. Alright, folks, we're sitting tight at 123.58, right at that resistance level of 123.67. We just had a green candle pop up, but don't let that fool you, the last 2 candles were red, pointing towards some bearish momentum. The volume is pretty much dead right now, just hanging at 0.1 times the average, which really means we're in a consolidation phase. Now, With this momentum accelerating upwards, we're definitely on the edge of our seats here. Can we break that resistance, or are we going to see a rejection? If you're watching, keep those eyes on the charts as we test this level. What do you think? Are we breaking through, or are we getting turned around? Drop your thoughts in the chat. We're seeing some serious bearish pressure here, with that bearish Marubozu and bearish belt hold lighting up the chart. The last few candles have been choppy, but that momentum is definitely fading as we approach resistance at 123.76. Watch closely. Are the bulls going to step up, or will the bears keep it contained? Alright folks, we're right at that resistance level of 123.76, and you can feel the tension in the air. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum with 2 green and 1 red, but it looks like we just printed a bearish Marubozu and a bearish belt hold, signaling that the sellers are really stepping up to the plate here. We're currently holding a long position from 124.20, and it's slipping a bit into the red at a loss of about $47. The momentum is definitely fading as we approach that resistance, and with volatility contracting, this could lead to a consolidation phase. Now, keep your eyes peeled. Are we about to reject this resistance or break through? That's the big question right now. If you're feeling the excitement, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. Alright, folks, we're in an interesting spot here with SOL trading at 123.64. We just filled on those sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57, adding to our position management. However, we're currently staring down a bearish Marubozu on the chart, indicating strong selling pressure. The bears are definitely in control right now. We've seen 2 green candles followed by 1 red, but that bullish momentum seems to be fading as the last few moves have shown a lack of energy. The bulls might be running out of steam, and we're approaching that critical resistance at 123.76. If we see a rejection here, it could signal a further dip toward support at 122.57, where we'd want to keep our eyes peeled for potential entries. Let's keep that strategy tight and see how this plays out, because right now, it's all about whether those bulls can push through or if we're getting a. Alright folks, we're watching some intense action here with SOL as we hit that critical price at 123.76. The last few candles have shown a bit of bullish momentum, but don't be fooled by those 2 green candles. The bears are still in control with that bearish Marubozu and bearish belt hold pattern flashing on the chart. Just look at that volume, it's practically dead at a ratio of 0.1 times the average. That's a clear sign that momentum is fading, and with volatility contracting, we're seeing a consolidation phase here. Are we going to see a breakout or a rejection? Stay tuned because the next few candles are going to be crucial. Alright, folks, we're seeing some serious action here with SOL priced at 123.62. The last 3 candles show 2 green, but don't let that fool you. There's a bearish Marubozu and a bearish belt hold indicating that sellers are still flexing their muscles. Right now, we're right at resistance, so we need to keep an eye on whether we see a breakout or if this price is just going to get rejected back down. The momentum is starting to fade a bit, definitely losing steam. What do you all think? Are we primed for a breakout here, or do you see this as a good opportunity to short? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. Alright, folks, we're in the thick of it here with SOL trading at $123.69, and oh my, the action is heating up. We've just seen some bearish pressure with a bearish Marubozu on the chart, signaling that sellers are firmly in control right now. The last few candles are showing us 2 green and 1 red, but the momentum seems to be fading as we approach that key resistance at $123.76. We're right at that resistance level, folks. This is a pivotal moment. Are we going to see a breakout here, or will the bears push us back down? It's all about patience and watching these candles closely. With the momentum losing steam and volatility contracting, all eyes are on how this plays out in the next few minutes. Stay tuned. Alright, folks, we're in the heat of it here with SOL holding at 123.83 and staring right at that resistance level of 123.87. We've got that bearish harami printed on the chart, hinting that buying momentum might be starting to weaken, definitely something to keep an eye on. The last few candles are showing some indecision with 2 green and 1 red, so we could see this price coiling up, potentially gearing up for a breakout or that dreaded rejection. With volume spiking 1.9 times the average, traders are clearly active in this zone, which can really shake things up. Will we see a break of that level or will it fizzle out? Stay tuned, the next few minutes are going to be critical. Alright folks, we're coming in hot as SOL just treads dangerously close to that key resistance at $123.87. The last few candles showed some bullish momentum, but that bearish harami pattern has raised a red flag. We could see some buying pressure weakening. The momentum indicators are hinting at a reversal, so it's going to be critical to watch how this unfolds in the next few minutes. With high volume on the last surge, traders are definitely making moves, and it's all about whether we can push through that resistance or face a hard rejection. Buckle up. Alright folks, we're currently hovering around that resistance level of 123.87, and the pressure is on. The last 5-minute candles show a shift in momentum with 2 green followed by a red, indicating some potential selling pressure brewing. We did just see a volume surge, almost 2 times the average, definitely something to keep an eye on. And it looks like we've got a bearish harami forming here, which suggests that buying momentum is weakening. Could this be a setup for a fade rather than a breakout? The bulls need to step up and show us they can push through this resistance or risk facing a pullback toward that support at 122.57. Keep your eyes glued to those candles. Alright, folks, we're seeing some action on SOL as we're just a hair under 124. The last 5 minutes, we've dipped just slightly, but keep your eyes peeled. This candlestick pattern is showing a bearish harami, signaling potential weakness in that buying momentum. That volume just surged, though, at nearly 2 times the average, which adds some intrigue to the scenario. Now, with that current position from 124.20 down to 123.73, we're definitely feeling the heat, sitting at a loss of about $40. But hey, this market can turn on a dime. The momentum indicators are hinting at a potential reversal here. We could see that resistance hold tight, or we might be gearing up for a breakout. It's all about how this candle closes, so hang tight. We're seeing a serious volume surge here with the ratio at nearly 1.9 times the average. This indicates that traders are ramping up their activity, and we might be on the verge of a decisive move. As we hit that resistance at 123.87, the tension is building. Will we break through, or could we face a rejection with that bearish harami pattern looming? Stay sharp, folks. Alright, folks, we're locked in on SOL trading at 123.63, and we're just testing that resistance level at 123.87. The last 5 minutes have shown a slight dip, but keep an eye on that bearish harami pattern. We could see a potential reversal brewing here. With the momentum shifting, it looks like the buying pressure is starting to weaken. We just had a volume surge, so that could indicate some traders are getting a bit anxious around this resistance point. Will we break through or face a rejection? This is the moment to watch. Drop your thoughts in the chat. How are you guys feeling about this price action? Alright folks, we're in the thick of it with SOL currently sitting at $123.68. We just filled those sell orders down at $123.51 and $123.57, and while we've got the momentum swinging with those last 2 green candles, we've also detected a bearish harami pattern here. Could signal a reversal in the air. The volume's on fire, spiking at almost twice the average, which indicates some serious interest in this price zone. We're right up against that resistance at $123.87. Eyes on the chart, because it's crunch time. Will we break through or fade back? Our position is feeling the heat here at a loss of $44.05, so the next few candles are crucial. Are we ready to make a move, or are we letting this one ride? Let's see how this plays out. Here we go, folks. We've got price sitting right at $123.58, and it's testing that resistance at $123.87 like a champ. The momentum is trying to reverse after those last few candles, but we've got a mixed bag here with a dragonfly doji and a hammer indicating potential bullish moves, while that hanging man is flashing a warning sign. We just saw some orders get filled, but with us in the red right now at about $52, we're definitely on our toes. Plus, with volume hanging low at just 0.7 times the average, it'll be crucial to see if buyers can step in to break this resistance. What are you all thinking? Are we going to see a breakout or a rejection here? And if you're loving the action, smash that like button. We're testing that key resistance level at 123.87, and the momentum is reversing, which could be a sign that we're due for a breakout or a fierce rejection, and with that dragonfly doji and hammer pattern showing up on the chart, it's definitely looking like the buyers are trying to step in and take control. The low volume is a bit concerning, though, as it's only at 0.7 times the average, which might not be enough to sustain a breakout, so we're watching closely to see how this plays out. Alright folks, we're in the thick of it here as SOL trades at 123.55, just testing that key resistance level at 123.87. The last 5 minutes have been a tight battle with a tiny move up, but let's not forget the dragonfly doji and hammer we just spotted on the chart. Those are bullish signs that buyers are trying to push back after that selling pressure. However, volume is looking pretty low right now, just at 0.7 of the average, which suggests that while buyers are stepping in, they might not have the firepower to break through resistance. With our long position suffering a bit down $55, it's crucial to see if we can build some bullish momentum here, or if that hanging man formation is going to signal a rejection. Stay tuned, this could get exciting. Alright folks, we've got some action here as SOL is flirting with that $123.50 mark, testing resistance at $123.87. Last few candles showed those mixed signals, first a green one, then two red, giving us a bearish feel, but we're seeing some bullish patterns emerging with that dragonfly doji and a hammer. Volume's low at 0.7x average, so we'll keep an eye on whether buyers can step in or if we see a rejection here. Momentum's definitely reversing. We're hitting that resistance at $123.87, and with those last two candles showing bearish momentum, we're on the edge of our seats. The dragonfly doji and hammer could signal buyers are ready to step back in, but the hanging man pattern is a warning that sellers are lurking. Risk/reward looks tight right now. We could either bounce off resistance or dive down towards $122.60, so keep an eye on this price action. We're seeing some interesting price action here at 123.52, with a bullish Marubozu and a bullish belt hold pattern flashing on the chart, signaling strong buying pressure from the bulls. But with that bearish momentum in the last couple of candles and volume coming in lower than average, it's a delicate dance as price consolidates. Let's keep an eye on that support level at 122.83, if we hold there, we could see a resurgence. What do you all think about the current price action? Are we ready for a reversal, or is this consolidation just the calm before the storm? We just filled on those sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57, but the price is holding below 124 as we see some bearish momentum with two red candles. However, we've also got a strong bullish Marubozu and bullish belt hold forming, indicating that buyers are trying to take control. Definitely an exciting setup here. Are we looking at a potential breakout from support at 122.83, or will it fade back down? Keep your eyes peeled. Whoa, folks, we're seeing some intense action here with SOL at 123.62. The bears are trying to take control, but don't count out those bullish signals we just picked up with that bullish Marubozu and bullish belt hold indicating strong buying pressure. It looks like the bulls are making a stand, despite that recent momentum fading downwards. We're still hovering around that key support level at 122.83, testing it like a playoff game. With our long position currently sitting in the red at -$49, it's a crucial moment for us. Can we bounce off that support and rally toward resistance at 123.87? The tension is electric as we wait to see if these bulls can turn the tide. Keep your eyes peeled on those candles because every tick counts. Let's see how the next few minutes play out. We're seeing a bit of an interesting scene on the 5-minute chart as that last candle closes with a strong bullish Marubozu pattern, indicating that buyers are really stepping in here. Even though we've had some bearish momentum in the previous candles, it looks like they're trying to shift that tide. The volume is a bit low, only hitting 0.7 times the average, which could signal some hesitation in this move. However, with that bullish belt hold pattern earlier, the bulls certainly took charge right from the start. Things are getting exciting here. This could be a moment where the momentum potentially reverses, so keep your eyes peeled as we navigate through this. Are we about to see a breakout, or will the bears push back again? Here we go, folks. The last few candles just showed us some mixed action with one green and two red, keeping that bearish momentum in play, but hold on, look at that bullish Marubozu popping up on the chart. That's a strong sign of buying pressure with bulls stepping in and taking control, which could mean a reversal is brewing. We're currently sitting at 123.59, still in the red with that long position from 124.20. It's getting tight out there, and the volume is low, only at 0.7 times the average, which suggests we might be in a consolidation phase. Keep your eyes peeled as we approach that support level at 122.83, the action could heat up fast. Alright, folks, we're watching some action here on the 5-minute chart for SOL at 123.60. The last few candles show a bit of bearish momentum with two red and just one green, but wait. We just spotted a bullish Marubozu and a bullish belt hold pattern, indicating some strong buying pressure lurking beneath the surface. While we're currently in the red, the momentum is accelerating down, but that could change quickly if buyers step in with some volume. Right now, it's a tight battle between bulls and bears, and with the volume sitting just below average, we're in a bit of a consolidation phase, definitely one to keep an eye on. What do you think? Will the bulls take control, or are we heading lower? We're seeing a slight dip as that last 5-minute candle closed red, but hold up, check out that bullish Marubozu forming. It's a strong sign of buying pressure, and buyers are stepping in hard right now. Although we're in the red, the momentum could shift if we break out of that consolidation. We might be setting up for a breakout. Stay tuned as we approach that resistance at 123.87. Here we go. We've got some exciting action here on the 5-minute chart with SOL currently at 123.59. The last few candles have painted a bit of a bearish picture, but don't let that fool you. Check out that bullish Marubozu we just saw. That's a strong sign of bullish control, indicating that buyers are still lurking around despite the recent red. The action has been pretty tight with volume staying low, but we might just be setting up for a breakout after this consolidation. It seems the momentum is still accelerating down, yet those bullish candlestick patterns suggest that if the bulls can muster enough strength here, they might just reclaim dominance. Looks like the market is taking its time, but keep an eye on that pressure. This could get heated as we approach the support level down at 122.83. Stay tuned. Alright folks, we've just hit the 5-minute mark here, and it looks like that last candle turned green, but we've got 2 red candles before that, signaling some bearish momentum. The price is currently holding at 123.59, and the momentum indicators are starting to show a potential reversal. Now, with the RSI sitting at 56, it's giving us a hint of some buying pressure, but that MACD is slipping into negative territory. We're deep into the consolidation zone with volatility contracting, so any quick moves could lead to a sharp breakout either way. If we see a solid push above 123.87, we might want to consider adding to our position, but on the flip side, if price dips below that support at 122.83, it might be time to reassess our strategy. Stay sharp, traders. Alright folks, we just saw some action with our orders getting filled at 123.51 and 123.57, and now we're sitting at 123.61. Those last 3 candles are telling a bearish story with 1 green and 2 red, signaling some potential weakness. But take a look at that RSI sitting at 56, it might just be indicating a reversal brewing. The momentum is reversing direction, and with volatility contracting, we could be in for a breakout soon. What do you think about this setup, traders? Are we ready for a push back up toward that resistance at 123.87, or is the bearish trend going to hold? Let's hear your thoughts. Alright folks, we've just filled those sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57, but the last 3 candles are giving us a bearish vibe with 2 reds in a row. Momentum seems to be reversing. We're currently holding a long position from 124.20, and it's not looking too rosy at the moment, down $50. But hey, if you're enjoying the action here, smash that subscribe button and let me know in the chat what do you think will happen next. Alright, folks, we're in the thick of it with SOL trading at 123.60, and it's been a bumpy ride here. We've got a bit of bearish momentum with the last 3 candles showing 1 green and 2 red, indicating some indecision in the market. Right now, we've filled those sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57, so we're lightening the load a bit as we watch this action unfold. Volume is dead flat, almost non-existent, which often means the market is consolidating, so keep your eyes peeled for that potential breakout setup. The momentum looks like it's trying to reverse, and with our position sitting in the red at a $50 loss, we need to see a shift soon. Remember, the RSI is sitting at 56, so we might just be at a pivot point. Let's see what happens next. Alright folks, we're watching SOL at 123.66, and the action's been pretty muted lately with volume practically dead, just a flat 0.0x average. That tells us that traders are on the sidelines, waiting for a signal to jump back in. Recent candles show 1 green, but we have 2 red in a row, definitely pointing to some bearish momentum here. Now, we're holding a long position from 124.20, currently down 39.80. The price action is in a tightening range, testing that key support at 122.83. With the RSI hanging around 56, it's gonna take a strong push to break out of this consolidation phase. Keep an eye on those levels, because if we break support, it could get a bit dicey. What are you all thinking? Are we about to see a bounce back, or will we test that support? Alright, folks, we're coming into the final stretch here with SOL hanging at 123.73. We just filled those sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57, while our buy order at 122.89 is now safely in the books. Look at that last 5-minute candle, it barely budged, just a measly 0.1% gain. But check this out, 2 red candles in a row are signaling some bearish momentum, and the volume is dead as a doornail, barely registering. It's like the market is holding its breath, coiling tightly for a big move or just exhausted from this consolidation. We're sitting near that support level at 122.83, and with our current long position in the red at -39.80, we need to see a break soon. Key resistance looms at 123.87, so keep your eyes peeled. Will we see a reversal, or are we? We're seeing a clear shift in momentum here, folks, with 2 red candles in a row, indicating some bearish pressure, and that last candle's wick is a decent size, suggesting some selling interest is creeping in. Price is currently holding just above 123.70, but we're still well off the recent highs, and with volatility contracting, it's looking like we're in a consolidation phase. The RSI is sitting at 56, not overly bearish just yet, but the MACD is in negative territory, so we'll be keeping a close eye on how this plays out. We've got a lot happening right now as we approach that critical resistance at $123.87. The last 3 candles have been solidly green, showing some bullish momentum, but there's a catch: volume is dead, barely registering at 0.0x average. That lack of buying pressure may mean we're just coiling for a potential breakout or a swift rejection here. With our position currently in the red at $38.10, we're keeping a close eye on how this price action unfolds. If we can break through that $123.87 level with some strong volume, it could really ignite a rally, but if not, we might see some profit taking or a fade back down to support at $122.90. Let's see how it plays out. We're watching some serious action on the chart right now. Those last 3 5-minute candles are all green, signaling some bullish momentum. But now, as we approach that resistance level at 123.87, the real test begins. Will we break through, or is this rally going to fade? Volume remains pretty low, which could mean this move is a bit precarious. Without strong volume behind it, we might just consolidate here instead of accelerating. It's crucial to keep an eye on that support at 122.90 as we navigate through this potential breakout. Let's see if the bulls can keep this momentum alive. We're watching SOL here at 123.51, and it's a nail biter as we approach that resistance at 123.87. We're seeing a solid 3 green candles in a row, signaling that bullish momentum is definitely in play, but will it break out or reject at that key level? Remember, we're in a bit of consolidation with volatility contracting, so it's all about how the buyers react now. And hey, if you're enjoying the insights and action, make sure to smash that subscribe button. What do you think? Will we break through or see a pullback here? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. Alright folks, we just hit that resistance at 123.87 and we're watching for a potential breakout here. The last 3 5-minute candles were all green, signaling some serious bullish momentum, but we're facing a crucial test right now. If we can break through that level, it could really open the floodgates for a rally. Consolidation is tightening up as volatility contracts, so keep your eyes peeled. This could be the calm before the storm. If you're in the chat, what do you think? Are we breaking out, or are we due for a pullback? Let's hear your thoughts. We're sitting at $123.52, and with that resistance looming just above at $123.87, the risk-reward is getting interesting. If we break through, we could see a nice pop, but if we stall here, we might be in for a pullback, especially with momentum reversing. Holding on to our long from $124.20 is definitely testing our resolve right now. We're seeing some serious consolidation here as the volume remains dead at a ratio of 0.0x the average. This lack of intensity suggests traders are holding their breath, waiting for that big breakout or a potential rejection at this resistance level. With 3 green candles but no volume support, we might need to brace ourselves for a volatile shift if the momentum decides to kick in. We're seeing some interesting action on the chart here, folks. SOL just dipped down to $123.36, and we've had a mixed bag of candles, 2 green followed by 1 red, but that red one is packing a punch. We just flashed an evening star and a bearish belt hold pattern, signaling sellers are stepping up, and it looks like momentum is shifting toward the bears. As we approach that support level at $122.90, we could be in for a little test here. Keep an eye on that volume, it's normal but could really ramp up if there's a breakout or breakdown. The momentum's reversing, so let's see if those buyers can hold strong or if the sellers take over. How's everyone feeling about this setup? Are you ready for some action? Alright folks, we're watching some critical price action here with SOL currently at 123.48. The candles have shown 2 greens followed by a red, indicating some bullish momentum, but hold on tight because we've just spotted an evening star and a bearish belt hold. Those bearish patterns are flashing warnings that a trend change could be on the horizon. The volume is hanging around normal levels, not exactly bursting, but it's enough to keep us on our toes. We're sitting right near that support level of 122.90, and with the momentum reversing, it's going to be interesting to see if price can hold on or if it tests that support hard. Is it coiling for a breakout or showing signs of exhaustion? Let's keep our eyes peeled as we dive deeper into the action. Alright folks, we just witnessed a significant shift in the last few candles. The last 5 minutes saw that price creep down about 19 cents, and it's no surprise the charts are showing an evening star pattern, signaling a potential bearish reversal. Add to that a bearish belt hold, and sellers are definitely taking the reins early on. We're currently testing the $122.90 support level, and right now, we're coiling up, which has got to make you wonder, are we gearing up for a major move or just running out of steam before another push? Keep an eye on that volume, too. It's sitting at a normal level, but it could pick up if this bearish momentum continues. The pressure's on, traders. Alright folks, we're witnessing some solid action on SOL at 123.47 as we look at the last few candles. We've got 2 green candles followed by a red one, but that evening star pattern is looming large, signaling a potential reversal here. Just as we're discussing that, the price is flirting with support at 122.90, and volume is coming in at a normal rate, just not enough to break through that resistance at 123.87. Keep an eye on this momentum shift, we could be testing support soon as sellers seem to be taking control with that bearish belt hold pattern. Stay tuned, it's getting interesting. Alright folks, we've got quite the showdown here with SOL currently rocking at 123.45. We've just filled those sell orders, locking in some gains, but don't let those bearish patterns fool you. We've got an evening star and a bearish belt hold both flashing right now, definitely indicating some strong selling pressure coming in. Looking at the last few candles, we've seen a couple of green ones, but don't let that momentum distract you from this slight pullback. Price action is testing that support at 122.90, and with us sitting in the red at 61 bucks down, it's getting tense. Watch closely, are we going to see a bounce off that support, or is this a fade setup looking to push lower? Right now, the momentum feels like it's reversing, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see more selling action in the next few minutes. Keep your eyes on those candles, folks, they're about to shape the next move. Alright, folks, we just saw that price tick down to 123.43, and it's looking like we might be coiling up here after that bearish setup with the evening star and bearish belt hold pattern signaling a reversal. The last 5 minutes brought a slight dip of 0.19%, so momentum could really flip if we break that support at 122.90. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get exciting as we test that level. Alright, folks, we just saw a wild few minutes here on SOL. The price is currently hovering around 123.43, and we're in the red, down 65 bucks on our long position from 124.20. Now, check this out, we've got both an evening star and a bearish belt hold pattern flashing on the chart, signaling potential for a reversal, which is definitely something to keep an eye on. With bearish momentum kicking in and the price testing that support at 122.90, it could be time to consider tightening those stops or even thinking about an exit if this trend continues. We've filled our sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57, locking in some profit on the way down. The next key level to watch is that resistance at 123.87, but right now, it feels like sellers are in control. Are you ready to adjust your strategy with this shift in momentum? Let's see how it plays. Alright folks, we're looking at some interesting action on the chart as we dive into these last few candles. We just printed a bearish evening star pattern that's signaling a potential trend change, and with that bearish belt hold, sellers are definitely stepping in. We're seeing some momentum shifting here as the price is testing that key support level around $122.90. If it can hold above, it might give us a fighting chance to turn things around from our current position, which is showing a red PNL of about 65 bucks. Stay tuned, this could get spicy as we watch further price action unfold. Whoa, folks. We just saw some exciting action here on the chart as those last 3 candles showed a strong bull run with 4 of the last 5 bullish. But hold on, we did just flash a spinning top, indicating a bit of indecision creeping in there. The price is hanging around 123.43, and with momentum reversing, it's crucial to see whether we're setting up for a breakout past resistance at 123.87 or if this is just a fade setup before another dip. Keep those eyes peeled as we push through this consolidation phase. Alright, folks, we're diving back into the action here at SOL, currently trading at 123.50. We just filled some sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57, but we're still holding onto that long position from 124.20. Now, we've got a strong bullish run on our hands with 4 out of the last 5 candles green, but the last one turned into a spinning top, classic indecision between buyers and sellers. You can feel that momentum starting to reverse just a bit, and with volume at a dead ratio of 0.1x, it's clear the market's in consolidation mode. As we hover around support at 122.90, we're looking to see if those bullish buyers can rally back toward resistance at 123.87. It's all about that risk/reward setup right now. If we break below support, we might need to reassess. Can those buyers step in, or will the bears take? We're back with some intense action as SOL is currently sitting at 123.53. We just filled those 2 sell orders at 123.51 and 123.57, locking in some nice gains while we're still watching this market unfold. Keep an eye on that strong bull run. 4 of the last 5 candles are bullish, but we just saw a spinning top indicating some indecision. Volume is practically non-existent at 0.1x the average, which is adding to that consolidation, and with support holding at 122.90, we might see some activity if we touch that level. The momentum is reversing, so let's not count out a bounce back towards resistance at 123.87. Can the bulls take it back? The tension is palpable. Price is coiling like a spring here, folks, as we're seeing a tight range between 122.90 and 123.50, volume is dead, just a trickle, ratio is 0.1 times average, it's a waiting game. Will we break out of this consolidation or continue to fade? The bullish momentum from earlier seems to be losing steam, and with the spinning top pattern detected, it's clear neither the bulls nor bears are winning this battle just yet. Whoa, folks. We just saw an incredible surge in volume here, hitting about 1.8 times the average. That's telling us there's strong interest in this price action around 123.52. Looking at our last few candles, we've got a bullish Marubozu pattern forming, signaling that the bulls are definitely in control here. With two green candles back to back, it feels like we're gearing up for a potential test of that resistance level at 123.87. And don't forget, we've also got a morning star pattern in play, which usually indicates a strong bullish reversal. Things are heating up as we approach that resistance zone, so let's keep an eye on how this unfolds. Alright, folks, we're watching some exciting action here on the 5-minute candles for SOL, currently trading at 123.26. We've got a strong bullish Marubozu flashing, which means the bulls are firmly in control with some solid buying pressure pushing the price higher. Volume is coming in hot, at 1.8 times the average, so we've definitely got some momentum behind this move. Just look at that price action. We've seen two green candles in the last 5 minutes, hinting at a potential continuation of this bullish run. However, we're approaching that key resistance level at 123.87. Will the bulls break through, or are we setting up for a test of support at 122.90? Currently, we are in the red with our long position from 124.20, but remember, this is part of the game. Let's see if we can turn this around as momentum shifts. Keep an eye on those candles. Alright, folks, we're coming off the last few candles here, and what a ride it's been. The volume is really telling a story, spiking to 1.8 times the average. This indicates that strong buying pressure is back in play. We just flashed a bullish Marubozu, showcasing that bulls are firmly in control here. With two green candles and a morning star setup, we're looking at some serious bullish momentum trying to establish itself. Now, we're sitting at a critical juncture, right at that support level of $122.90. If we can stay above that, we might just see that run up to resistance around $123.87. Keep your eyes glued to the chart, things are getting exciting. Alright, folks, we've just seen a strong bullish run here with that bullish Marubozu lighting up the chart. Strong buying pressure has the bulls in complete control, and we've flipped two green candles in a row after a brief pause. The volume surged 1.8 times the average, so the market's clearly heating up as we approach that resistance level at 123.87. If you're enjoying this action, make sure to hit that notification bell to stay updated on every pulse of the market. We're seeing some serious bullish momentum here with that bullish Marubozu lighting up the chart, indicating strong buying pressure. The morning star pattern confirms a likely trend change is on the horizon as those last few candles show bulls stepping in. With price coiling up around that $123.25 level and just above our support at $122.90, it seems like we've got some tension building, and it could snap either way soon. Keep an eye on how we test that resistance at $123.87, looks like a critical battleground ahead. We're seeing some bullish momentum here, folks. The last few candles are showing strong buying pressure, highlighted by that bullish Marubozu. These bulls are really taking charge. With a morning star pattern forming, we could be looking at a potential reversal. Now, we're currently sitting at 123.14, but keep your eyes peeled as we approach that resistance at 123.87. Our position is still in the red at -$88, but that doesn't mean we can't turn this around. That high volume signal means traders are getting active. Could we be gearing up to break through resistance? Let's keep the energy up and watch what happens next. We're staring down some serious bearish momentum right now, folks. With that bearish Marubozu and the 3 outside down pattern confirmed, the sellers are absolutely in control, pushing the price down to test that support level at $122.90. Right now, the risk to reward looks shaky as we inch closer to that support, making this a nail biter for any long positions. We're seeing some serious bearish action here on the 5-minute candles, folks. That last 3-candle formation is looking ominous with a bearish Mariposa taking the spotlight, showing that the sellers are really in control. And to add to that, we've confirmed a 3 outside down pattern, indicating a strong reversal. That's a 1-2 punch for the bulls. The price is currently testing that support level at $122.90, which is the last line of defense before we sink deeper into the red. Now, with our position long from 124.20, we're feeling the heat sitting at a loss of $82. If this momentum keeps fading, we may have to rethink our strategy here, so keep your eyes on those candles. Are we going to hold that support? Stay tuned. Alright, folks, we're in the thick of it right now with SOL trading at 123.24, and you can feel the bearish momentum on the charts. The last 3 candles are telling a clear story with 2 red ones, and that bearish Mariposa is showing strong selling pressure totally in the bear's control. We're also seeing the 3 outside down pattern confirmed here, suggesting a strong reversal. The sellers have really dominated from the get-go. And with volume dead at just a ratio of 0.2 times average, it feels like we're in a waiting game, especially as we're testing that critical support level at 122.90. Now, if you're looking at the risk/reward ratio, it's certainly skewed towards the bears right now, with resistance looming around 123.87. Keep an eye out as we navigate through this range. It's going to be crucial to see if we can hold above that support. Looking at the last few candles, we're seeing a definite bearish momentum here. The last 5 minutes just ticked down another -0.15%, and that bearish Mariposa is telling us the bears are firmly in control. The 3 outside down pattern confirmed a reversal, and we are really feeling that pressure as volume remains flat, only 20% of the average. Support at 122.90 is looming just below us. Can it hold? With that strong bearish open from the bearish belt hold, it looks like sellers are dominating right from the get-go. Keep your eyes peeled on that support level, it's going to be crucial in this downtrend. Alright, folks, we just witnessed a strong bearish showing here with that last 3 candle sequence, 2 red and 1 green, and it ain't looking pretty. That bearish Mariposa pattern confirms that the sellers are truly in control, hammering down the price right from the open. The last 5 minutes have seen a slight dip of about 0.15%, and volume is practically non-existent, just 0.2x the average, a dead zone for trading. We're testing that key support level at $122.90 now. It's going to be critical to see if we hold here or break below. Hang tight, because this momentum is definitely leaning downwards. Alright folks, we're seeing some serious bearish momentum here as the last 5-minute candles just painted a red picture. The recent bearish Mariposa signifies strong selling pressure, and the 3 outside down pattern confirms that reversal. It's clear that sellers are dominating right now, pushing us further away from that resistance level at 123.87. With volume still dead at only 0.2x the average, things are looking a bit sluggish, but don't be fooled. Price is testing that critical support level at 122.90 just ahead. If it can't hold, we might be in for a deeper slide. Keep your eyes peeled, traders. This market is all about momentum right now, and it's definitely heading down. We've just seen a strong bearish shift here as that last candle closed, and it's looking like the bears are really in control with that bearish Mariposa pattern flashing on the chart. The last 3 candles tell a clear story, 1 green followed by 2 solid reds, and just as we suspected, we're seeing strong selling pressure manifesting with the 3 outside down pattern confirming a bearish reversal. Now, momentum is clearly down, and we're currently sitting at 123.24, which is putting us deeper in the red at -81.45. Those support levels just above at 122.90 are going to be crucial for us. Let's see if we can hold above that. But with the market coiling like this, are we gearing up for a more significant move down, or are we just running out of steam? It's going to be an interesting few minutes ahead. We're seeing some bearish momentum here as that last 5-minute candle closed red, and wow, the bearish patterns are stacking up. The bearish Marubozu is showing us that sellers are in complete control, while that 3 outside down pattern confirmed a solid reversal. With our position currently in the red and testing that support at $122.90, it's looking more like a fade setup than a breakout. Let's keep a close eye on how this develops. Alright folks, we're rolling into some intense price action on SOL right now, trading at 123.27. Just look at those last 3 candles, 3 red lights flashing, signaling some serious bearish momentum here as the price is pulling back. We're currently in the red on our long position from 124.20 with a loss of about $78, but we've got our eyes locked on that support level at 122.90. If it holds, we could see a bounce here. The momentum is definitely accelerating downwards, and with volatility contracting, it's looking like we're in a bit of consolidation. What do you all think about this setup? Are you expecting a reversal, or are we just testing the waters before more downside? Let's hear it in the chat. And we're back with some intense movement on SOL, currently sitting at 123.21. We've seen 3 consecutive red candles here, giving us a solid bearish momentum as the price is testing that support level at 122.90. The pressure is building as we're still holding a long position from 124.20, and right now, we're down $83. If you're enjoying the stream and want more insights like these, smash that subscribe button. What are your thoughts on the current trend? Do you think we'll bounce off that support? Here we go. The candles are showing a bearish momentum as we just printed 3 consecutive red bars, definitely a sign of that selling pressure accelerating down. We're sitting down at 123.25, and our position is in the red by about $80. With volume barely holding its ground, at only a third of average, it looks like the buyers are stepping back, and this could be consolidating before a bigger move. We're testing that critical support level at 122.90, if it gives way, we could see more downside. Keep an eye on this action, folks, as volatility is contracting, but that doesn't mean we can't get a surprise swing. What do you think? Is it time to add to the position or hold tight? We're seeing a real battle here, folks, as price continues to fade, now down 3 candles in a row, and we're trading at 123.23, the momentum is accelerating to the downside. Our long position from 124.20 is still in the red, down $80.60, and it's looking like the sellers are trying to push us towards that support level at 122.90. The volume is dead, only at 0.3 times the average, which tells me we're not seeing any real conviction from the buyers or sellers, so I'm wondering, are we coiling for a move, or are we just plain exhausted? Alright, folks, we're watching some pretty lackluster volume here at a ratio of only 0.3x the average, signaling a real lack of conviction in this bearish move. The last 3 5-minute candles have shown 0 green, and it's all red as momentum accelerates downward, definitely not what we want to see. With volatility contracting and price hovering around that support at $122.90, we might be in a bit of a consolidation phase here. Stay sharp. Alright folks, we're seeing some serious bearish momentum here with 3 consecutive red candles and prices struggling to hold above that support level at $122.90. The MACD is in the red, and that RSI sitting at 43 suggests we haven't quite hit oversold territory yet. If we break through that support, we might need to consider trimming our position or even flipping to a short if those sell orders get us a favorable entry. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, folks, we're looking at some intriguing price action here with SOL currently sitting at 123.08. We just recently saw a spinning top candlestick shaping up, signaling a bit of indecision in the market. Neither the bulls nor the bears seem to be taking full control. The last few candles show us a bearish momentum with two red ones trailing behind a single green, and that's reflected in our slight dip overall. We're hanging right above that support level at 122.90, which is crucial if the bulls want to make a comeback. Keep your eyes peeled as we navigate through this consolidation phase. Anything can happen. We're seeing this price action fading as those last two red candles suggest some bearish momentum, but it's holding around that support at $122.90. The spinning top indicates indecision, so it's really a waiting game now. Volume's been normal, but keep an eye on that volatility. It's contracting, which could set us up for a breakout or a further fade. We're seeing a bit of indecision on the chart here with that spinning top candlestick. The last three candles show some bearish momentum, with two reds following one green, and it reflects the tighter price action we're witnessing. The volume's normal, but it's still a bit concerning as momentum continues to trend downwards. We're holding a significant long position from 124.20, currently at 123.08, which puts us in the red by about $84. It's crucial to keep an eye on that support level around 122.90, if we break below that, we could see further downside. And hey, if you're enjoying the analysis, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. What's your take on the current momentum? Are you leaning more towards a bounce or a further drop? Let us know in the chat. We're sitting here at 123.08, and the last three candles are telling a bit of a story. We've got one green candle followed by two reds, a clear indication of bearish momentum creeping in. And look at that spinning top pattern on the chart. It screams indecision right now, with neither bulls nor bears gaining the upper hand. Momentum is pointing down, and we're seeing that reflected in our position, currently sitting in the red at a loss of $93. It's a tough spot, but consolidation often precedes a big move, so we'll want to keep an eye on how that plays out. Keep your fingers crossed as we test that support level down at 122.90. We just saw a new buy order come in at 122.97, and that's got us dialed in. With that fresh fill, we're looking to capitalize on this setup. The sell order that was sitting at 126.25 has disappeared, taking away a potential exit point, so it seems like there's some real action happening right now. The chart is showing a spinning top candlestick, indicating indecision in the market, and we just had two red candles in a row, which is a bit concerning. We're approaching that key support level at 122.90. Will it hold? Keep your eyes on this one as we're definitely in the thick of it. Alright folks, we're watching SOL at $122.87, and things are heating up with that recent price action. We've got a spinning top on the chart, signaling some indecision as neither bulls nor bears seem to be taking control right now. The last three candles showed one green amidst two reds, suggesting a bearish momentum, but the action has been pretty tight with volatility contracting. This looks like a consolidation zone. We're hovering just above that crucial support level at $122.90, which we need to hold to avoid further downside. Remember, with the current momentum down and the RSI sitting at 44, it's definitely a watch and wait scenario. Are we going to see a breakout soon, or is this move fading? Keep those eyes peeled on the charts. Alright, folks, we're diving right into the action and it's heating up. SOL just hit that critical support level at 122.84, and we've got a strong bearish run in play with the last five candles showing serious downward momentum, four of them bearish. The last three candles, one green, two red, which indicates some serious selling pressure. And wow, Look at that volume surge, 2.1 times the average. This is a clear signal that traders are making moves. We're at support now, so keep your eyes peeled. Are we about to see a bounce or a continuation of this breakdown? The AI-powered trading bot is working hard to assess all this data, so drop your thoughts in the comments. What are you expecting next? Are we trading this bounce, or is the momentum just too strong? Let's keep the momentum rolling. We just hit that critical support level at $122.84, and the pressure is on. Last 3 candles have shown a strong bearish trend, really giving sellers the upper hand. With volume surging at 2.1 times the average, you can feel the intensity in the market, and those bearish patterns are not giving us any signs of a reversal just yet. The RSI is sitting at 36, indicating we may be oversold, but with momentum accelerating downwards, it's a tough call right now. Are we going to see a bounce off that support, or is it going to break down further? Keep your eyes on those next few candles. This is where the action is happening. Alright, folks, we're at a pivotal moment here with SOL battling right at that support level of $122.84. The last few candles have been quite the ride, 1 green but 2 red, confirming that bearish momentum we're seeing. We just had a huge volume surge, ripping through at a 2.1 times average, highlighting the urgency on the selling side. Check this out, we've detected a bearish belt hold pattern, and with our current position at a loss of $101.70, all eyes are on whether we can bounce off support or if we're heading for a breakdown. Momentum is definitely accelerating to the downside, and with the RSI chilling at 36, we could be looking for a reversal, but right now, it's a tough spot for bulls. Let's keep an eye on these candles, because if we break that support, it could get rough. We're really seeing some action here as price is testing that support level at $122.84, with a strong bear run taking over the recent candles. Looks like the sellers have really taken control, especially with that bearish belt hold pattern signaling a dominant open. The last 5-minute candle just closed red, adding to the bearish momentum. Definitely not what we want to see for our long position. With volatility expanding and those candles getting bigger, it feels like we could either be coiling for a big move or on the verge of further exhaustion. The pressure is on. Will we bounce off support or see a breakdown? Keep your eyes glued to the chart. We're zooming in on the action as SOL has just dropped down to $122.97, right at that critical support level of $122.84. The last few candles are showing some serious bearish momentum, with 4 out of the last 5 candles pushing us down. That recent volume surge indicates traders are really stepping in. It's a showdown between the bulls and bears here. We just saw a bearish belt hold pattern unfold, signaling a strong open dominated by sellers, and with that accelerating momentum, it's do or die for support here. Are we going to see a bounce off this key level or a breakdown? The next few minutes are crucial, folks. Keep your eyes glued to the chart, this could get wild. Alright folks, we're on the edge of our seats here as SOL is currently testing that critical support level at $122.84. The last few candles have painted a strong bearish picture, and we've seen a bearish belt hold signal that indicates sellers are in control right from the open. With momentum accelerating down and volatility expanding, it's clear that this price action is anything but sleepy. We're in the midst of a strong bear run with 4 out of the last 5 candles printing red, and with that surge in volume, all eyes are on whether we'll see a bounce off support or if it's going to break down further. This setup is definitely coiling for a potential move, and given the current momentum, it's a crucial moment for anybody watching. Stay tuned as this could get really interesting. Alright, folks, we just saw some action in the order book. We placed a fresh buy order for 1 at 122.60, while we've also cancelled our previous order up at 125.62. It seems like the strategy is adjusting to this bearish momentum, looking to capitalize on a potential bounce at that support level of 122.84. Now, we're sitting at that support right now, and with a strong bearish run dominating the last few candles, it's crunch time. Will the price hold here, or are we going to see a breakdown? Those recent bearish belt hold patterns are telling us sellers are in control as we test this critical level. Keep your eyes peeled, this is where the action is. Alright folks, we're deep in the action here with SOL currently sitting at 122.74, and things are looking pretty bearish. We're coming off 3 red candles, and the last 5 minutes show a slight dip of 0.17%. Not only that, we just saw a bearish Marubozu, a strong signal of selling pressure with bears absolutely in control. We just filled on that buy order at 122.97, but we're also holding a long position from 124.13, which has us sitting in the red right now, down 121.50. Keep an eye on that support level at 122.80, are we going to bounce back or see a breakdown through it? This market is testing our nerves. Stay tuned. The volume is telling me that this move down is lacking some serious conviction. It's a low volume push, only 0.3 times the average, which makes me wonder if this is just a faint attempt to take out our support level at 122.80. One key insight that catches my eye is that we're seeing a perfect test of this support level, and with the momentum accelerating downward, it's going to be interesting to see if we can hold here or if we're going to see a breakdown. That bearish Marubozu candlestick pattern is definitely adding to the bearish case. We're currently hovering right at that key support level of $122.80, and it's critical to see if the buyers can step in here to avoid further losses. The last 3 candles have been a relentless series of red, showing strong bearish control with that bearish Marubozu pattern signaling that sellers have really dominated the action. The momentum is accelerating down, and with an RSI sitting at 34, we could be primed for a bounce. If not, we might just see a breakdown here. Buckle up, folks, this is a pivotal moment for SOL. Oh, we're really feeling the pressure here, folks. The last 3 5-minute candles have all been red, and we just saw that bearish Marubozu slam down, signaling strong selling pressure with bears fully in control. And look at that, price is testing the $122.80 support level right now. This is a crucial moment. Are we going to see buyers step in for a bounce, or will they let it break down? Keep a close eye on that, because it could dictate our next move. With momentum accelerating downwards, the tension is palpable. We're seeing a strong bearish momentum here, and with that bearish Marubozu flashing, the sellers are absolutely in control. The last 3 candles have been red, and with that accelerating downside, it's a nail biter as we sit right at support. Keep your eyes glued to that $122.80. Will we see a bounce or is a breakdown imminent? Whoa, we just saw that bearish momentum intensify with a strong bearish Marubozu candle printed on the 5-minute. Sellers are absolutely dominating this action, pushing price down as the volume remains surprisingly low, indicating a lack of strong buying interest. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, we're at support here, and it's decision time. Will we see a bounce or a breakdown? Alright, folks, we are in a tight spot here as the price is hanging around $123.16, and we're getting squeezed between that key support at $122.80. We've got some serious bearish momentum, with the last 3 candles all red, and they painted a bearish Marubozu on the chart, indicating strong selling pressure. It's worth noting that the bears are absolutely dominating the action right now, pushing this thing down consistently. And, with volume sitting low, it tells us there's not much buying interest to counter the sell-off. Keep an eye on those open orders we have at $122.60. They're looking to get filled if this breakdown continues. Can we hold at support, or are we about to breach it and accelerate further down? Stay tuned. We're in a tough spot here with SOL hitting that support at $122.80, but those bearish signals are really piling up. Check out that bearish Mariposa dominating the charts. If we see a bounce here, potential to exit the red could open up, but we need that momentum to shift fast, or we could be looking at a breakdown. Keep an eye on those candles, folks, they're telling a story of strong selling pressure. Alright folks, we're seeing some bearish momentum in the last few candles, with the price testing that support level at $122.76. Definitely something to watch closely. Our position is still in the red at $87.30, but with volatility expanding, anything can happen. I want to hear from you. What do you think about this current trade setup? Are we poised for a bounce back, or is the selling pressure going to push us lower? Let's get those thoughts rolling in the chat. Alright, folks, we're sitting at $123.14, and the last few candles are showing a bit of bearish momentum with 1 green and 2 red in the mix. Looks like we're testing that support at $122.76, but we just had a filled buy order at $122.97, which was a solid move. Now, the momentum is looking like it's trying to reverse direction, but with that volatility expanding and those bigger candles forming, we could see some wild price action. Our current position is in the red, down $87.30, but we're holding steady and waiting to see if we can push back up toward that resistance at $123.87. Keep your eyes peeled. This could turn into a breakout setup if we can reclaim the upward momentum. Let's see how this plays out. We just saw 2 red candles after that brief green flash, indicating some bearish momentum as the price dances around $123.39. Volume's been normal, but we're starting to see some bigger candles, suggesting volatility is expanding. This could get spicy. With momentum reversing, eyes are on that $122.76 support, so let's see if it holds up. Oh, we just saw a sell order pulled down from $125.25 to $123.36. That's a strategic adjustment, likely looking to capitalize on this bearish momentum. With that order moved down, it signals some caution in the market, especially as we're currently holding in the red, sitting at $123.31. The volatility is expanding, folks, so stay tuned as we might see some quick swings. Alright folks, we're seeing some momentum shifting here as prices are drifting down to that support level at $122.76. The last few candles have been red, indicating some bearish strength, but keep an eye on that volume, it's still sitting at a normal level. We just filled on that buy order at $122.97, but with our position currently down $57, we need to see some action soon. Don't forget, we've got our AI-powered trading bot in play, helping us navigate this wild ride. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Whoa, we just saw some action with that sell order moving down to $123.36. That's definitely a strategic adjustment, possibly signaling some bearish sentiment in the air. It looks like they might be anticipating further downside here, and with our long position still in the red, this could get interesting. Now, we're holding at $123.36 with that last candle showing a bit of bearish momentum. Remember, we're sitting at the support level of $122.76, so the next few minutes will be crucial. If we can't hold this, we might see some more aggressive selling. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, as volatility is ramping up with these bigger candles. Alright, we're currently sitting at $123.24 on SOL after some choppy action with the last 3 candles showing 2 reds and only 1 green. It looks like we're facing some bearish momentum here, and that's got us testing the support level at $122.76. We just filled on that buy order at $122.97, which sets us up nicely, but being in the red at $65 right now really puts pressure on us. The volatility is expanding with those bigger candles forming, so we'll want to keep a close eye on how it reacts to that support level. With resistance looming at $123.87, it's crucial to see if we can turn this around. The RSI is hovering around 46, so we might be on the verge of a reversal if the buyers step back in. Don't forget, our position is currently at 40% of the range. This is a key area to watch. Alright, folks, we're seeing some action here on the 5-minute candles for SOL, currently sitting at 123.20. The last few candles have been throwing a serious bearish signal with that bearish Mariposa pattern indicating strong selling pressure. It seems like the bears are firmly in control with 4 of the last 5 candles flashing red. Now, let's talk volume. It's low at only 0.4 times the average. This low volume means we might be in for a consolidation phase, and with our current position showing a loss of 71.80, we need to keep a close eye on the support level at 122.76. If that holds, we could see a potential bounce, but right now, the momentum is clearly reversing, and volatility is tightening. Let's see if we can break through that resistance at 123.87 to regain some ground. We just saw a bearish Mariposa flash across the chart, signaling strong selling pressure as the bears take control here at 123.26. It's looking like a tough day for our long position, currently down $65 as we hold from 124.03. The last few candles have been a battle, with 2 red and 1 green, but we're also seeing some serious consolidation with low volume at just 0.4 times the average. We're now testing that support level at 122.76, it'll be crucial to see if it holds. Let's hear from the community. What do you think about the current trade setup? Are you feeling bullish or bearish from here? We just saw a filled order at 122.97, but the bears are dominating this price action with that bearish Mariposa showing strong selling pressure. The last 3 candles are telling a clear story. We've got 2 red and only 1 green, and momentum is reversing, definitely seeing some bearish continuation here. We're currently sitting in the red at about $70 down on our long position from 124.03. If you're enjoying the stream and want to keep up with this action, smash that subscribe button. What do you think? Can we hold that support at 122.76? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. We're seeing some significant action here. Right now, SOL is sitting at 123.15, but the last few candles are bringing some bearish vibes with that bearish Mariposa pattern showing strong selling pressure. We've got the bears firmly in control, with 4 of the last 5 candles painting red and the volume really low, only 40% of average. We're currently sitting in the red on our long position, down 72.65. We've got that key support level at 122.76 looming below us, so keep your eyes peeled. The momentum seems to be reversing, and volatility is contracting, which indicates some consolidation might be on the way. If you're enjoying the insights and want to keep up with this tech-driven trading journey, hit that notification bell so you never miss a moment. Alright folks, we're taking a closer look at SOL, currently sitting at 123.16, and the last few candles have been quite the story. We've seen 2 red candles followed by a green one, but that bearish momentum is real, especially with that bearish Mariposa pattern signaling strong selling pressure out there. We're down about 10 basis points in just the last 5 minutes, while volume is coming in pretty low, only 0.4 of our average. Bears are definitely in control, and with our long position from 124.03 now in the red, sitting at a loss of $74, we're really feeling the squeeze here. We've got a couple of key levels to keep an eye on. Support is at 122.76, and resistance is looming just above us at 123.87. With that consolidation in volatility, the market seems to be gearing up for a move. Is it a breakout setup we're waiting? Alright folks, we just filled that buy order at 122.97, but heads up, we're currently sitting in the red with a position down $70. The last three candles are showing some serious bearish momentum, and we just spotted a bearish Marubozu on the chart, which means the bears are definitely in control right now. With the price testing that support level at 122.76, we need to keep an eye on how the price behaves here. Are we going to bounce back or break down further? Let me know in the chat what's your take. And if you're enjoying this live action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. We're seeing some bullish momentum building in the last few candles, with two green candles following a red one, and the price is currently testing 123.06. The volume is still pretty dead, with a ratio of just 0.2 times average, but the bullish Harami cross and bullish Harami patterns are hinting at a potential reversal, and the momentum is reversing direction, which could be a sign of things to come. The RSI is sitting at 46, and the MACD is at 0.17, so we'll see if this momentum can keep building and push us through the current resistance levels. Alright folks, we're sitting right on the edge here at $123.14, and we've got some intriguing action going down. We just saw a buy fill at $122.97, that's got to feel good, and it's coming off the back of a bullish Harami cross pattern suggesting we might be reversing from that recent red candle. The last 5 minutes have shown a slight uptick in price, gaining 0.02%, but overall, volume has been pretty dead at just 0.2 times the average. That makes this moment even more critical as we test that support level at $122.76. Are we holding strong, or are we heading down? Alright, folks, we just filled that buy order at 122.97, which adds some fire to our position. We're currently holding a long position in the red at 123.24, so let's see if this bullish momentum can push us back into the green soon. We've got some exciting candlestick patterns here, with a bullish Harami cross flashing on the chart, definitely a strong reversal signal as we see a doji forming inside that previous bearish candle. The last few 5-minute candles are showing us two greens and one red, indicating the bulls are making a push. But with volume hanging around like it's on a coffee break at only 0.2 times the average, we need some action there to confirm this momentum. We're testing that critical support level at 122.76 now, and if the price can hold above that, we could be gearing up for a potential breakout instead of a fade. Let's keep watching the charts and we just watched the last few candles light up with some bullish momentum, two green and one red, and it looks like the buyers are stepping in. That bullish Harami cross pattern is a strong reversal signal, and the bullish Harami is hinting at a weakening sell-off, which could lead to a nice bounce here. We're currently holding a long position from 124.03, but we're in the red at about 64 bucks, so let's see if this bullish momentum can carry us higher. We're testing the $123 range, right now at around 123.28 with some support at $122.76. It's all about holding that range and seeing if more buyers come in. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, this could get interesting. Alright, folks, we're seeing some interesting action here on the 5-minute chart. SOL is currently holding at 123.18, and we've just filled on that buy order at 122.97, positioning us a little better despite being down 64 bucks on our longer position. Now, here's the key insight, we've come across not one, but two bullish patterns first, a bullish harami cross signaling a potential reversal, and then a standard bullish harami showing selling momentum is weakening. This tells us that buyers might just be gearing up to take control. What ya think, traders? Are we ready to break through the resistance at 123.87, or will we test that support at 122.76? Keep your eyes peeled. Alright folks, we're in the final stretch, and it's looking like this move is fading. Just take a look at those last three candles, we had one green flash, but the two reds came in hot, hinting at some bearish momentum building up. We're sitting at $123.08, but it's crucial to keep an eye on that support level hanging tight at $122.76. Volumes normal but slightly elevated at 1.4 times the average, so we're seeing some action but not enough to break this consolidation. We just filled on that buy order at $122.97, but right now, our long position from $124.03 is in the red by about $73.50. Let's see if we can find some traction, but be ready, it looks like this momentum is losing steam. What's your take, team? Alright folks, we're sitting at $123.05 and the last three candles are painting a bearish picture with two red and one green, signaling some fading momentum. With that recent fill at $122.97, we're in the red at $1.73.50 PNL, and you've got to think about those open buy orders, especially that $122.98 level coming up close. If we break below $122.76 support, things might get a bit dicey, but if we can push towards $123.87 resistance, we could see some fireworks. Let's keep our eyes glued to these moves. Alright folks, we've got some action brewing on SOL at 123.06, but it's looking a bit shaky. We've just seen two red candles in the last 10 minutes, indicating that bearish momentum is creeping in. The last 5 minutes have been flat, but that fading momentum is definitely something to watch closely. We're hovering near that support at 122.76, and with our long position currently sitting in the red at negative 73 bucks, you've got to wonder if we'll see a bounce here or if it's time to reconsider our strategy. The volume's normal but a little above average, so we might need to see a surge to break through resistance at 123.87. Keep an eye out on those open buy orders as well, especially that limit at 122.60, if it fills, it could change the game. We're currently watching SOL at 122.99, and it looks like this move is definitely fading. The last few candles show a mix of red and green, but with that bearish momentum, it's clear we're losing steam here. The volume is normal, but it hasn't picked up like we hoped, with a ratio of just 1.4 times the average. As we test that support at 122.76, it's crunch time. Our long position from 124.03 is in the red sitting at -83.70 with 43% of the range. Can we bounce back off that support, or are we going to get pushed down further? Keep your eyes on those candles as we approach these critical levels. Momentum is definitely fading as we approach those key levels. The last couple of candles are telling us that the bears are stepping in. We just saw a red candle close, and with price hovering at 122.99, it's looking like the buying pressure is losing steam. We're testing that support level at 122.76, eyes on that as we wait for potential action. Alright folks, we're diving into some action with SOL currently sitting at 122.99, and the bears are certainly taking control. With the last three candles all flashing red, that strong bearish run is making its presence known. The momentum is definitely bearish, 4 out of the last 5 candles have been down, and we're seeing a drop in price to 123.08. Now, looking at our current position, we're sitting in the red with an unrealized loss of 81 bucks. But here's the kicker, we're approaching that support level at 122.76. If we can hold above that, we might just see a reversal back up toward that resistance at 123.87. Keep an eye on that consolidation we're witnessing, it could just be the calm before the storm. Let's see if that volume can pick up and give these buyers a chance to step in. Alright, folks, we're in the thick of it as we watch SOL hovering right around 122.98. The last few candles have been anything but friendly, 3 in a row showing red, signaling that bearish momentum is strong right now. We've got a noticeable strong bear run with 4 out of the last 5 candles pushing down, and that push is backed by a volume that's a solid 1.5 times the average, definitely something to keep an eye on. Key support is looming at 122.76, and boy, we sure need it if we want to stabilize here. The current momentum looks like it's trying to reverse, but with volatility contracting, we're in a consolidation phase, which could either lead to a breakout or further sliding down. We're locked in and ready to react as the tape continues to unfold. Let's see if we can catch a bounce off that support. Alright folks, we've just seen 3 straight red candles, and the bears are really holding the momentum here with a strong downward move. The last 5 minutes have brought us a slight dip of 0.02%, but with that volume ratio at 1.5 times the average, there's definitely some action happening. Keep an eye on that support level at $122.76, we might be testing it soon if these bears keep charging. We're watching a strong bear run here as the last 5 candles have shown us 4 red, with momentum clearly favoring the sellers. The price is sitting at 123.13 right now, just above our support level at 122.76, but it's looking a bit shaky. The last few candles have been indicating a consolidation phase. Volatility is contracting, which often leads to a big breakout or breakdown. Keep an eye on that RSI sitting at 45, it could hint at a reversal if it creeps back up. And don't forget, we're utilizing cutting-edge AI-powered trading technology to fine-tune our strategy. Feel free to drop your thoughts in the comments as we navigate this price action together. Alright folks, we're watching some serious action on SOL as it's been trending down for the last few candles. Those last 3 5-minute candles all printed red, and we're staring down a strong bear run with most of those candles just slamming down. Definitely not what we wanted to see. The price has dipped to $123.20 now, and we've just seen a recent fill at $122.97, adding to our buying pressure. However, the momentum is shifting, and with RSI sitting at 45, we might be gearing up to see if this consolidation can turn into a bounce off that support at $122.76. We're still holding a long position from $124.03, which puts us in the red by about 69 bucks. With the volatility contracting, it feels like we're in a bit of a holding pattern. Let's see if the bulls can step in and reverse this downtrend. Keep your eyes on this chart, traders. We're seeing a strong bear run take hold, with 4 of the last 5 candles bearing down on our long position, and the current candle looking like it's going to be another red one, which is not what we want to see when we're already in the red. The risk reward of this setup is getting more precarious by the minute, as we're now testing the lower end of our range, just a stone's throw away from that key support level at 122.76. If we break through that, things could get ugly, so we need to see some bullish momentum kick in soon to turn the tide. Alright, folks, we're looking at some intriguing action here on SOL at 123.14. We just filled that buy order at 122.97, and we have a couple more orders open, so things are shaping up nicely. The last 3 candles gave us 2 green and 1 red, highlighting that bullish momentum, but we've got to be cautious with that. We're still sitting in the red on our long position at 124.03. Now, here's the kicker, we're testing that key support level at 122.76, and the momentum's reversing direction with volatility expanding. We could see some bigger moves if we breach that support on the downside or bounce back up. With low volume at just 0.4 times the average, it's quiet but could explode at any moment. Keep your eyes peeled on those resistance levels at 123.87, that's going to be critical to watch. What's your next move, folks? Are you looking to enter more here, or? Alright folks, we are locked into SOL at 123.06 and it's a bit of a roller coaster. We've just filled on that buy order at 122.97, and it's crucial to note we're currently seeing 2 green candles in the last 5 minutes. That bullish momentum is definitely getting some attention. But hold up, we're sitting in the red at 76 bucks, and that volatility is expanding with bigger candles rolling in. We've got to be careful here. The support level at 122.76 is looming, and if we test that, it could be a pivotal moment for our position. Keep an eye on the volume, it's low at 0.4 times the average, which isn't giving us the oomph we need right now. The RSI is hanging around 47, suggesting we could either see a resurgence or face some serious headwinds. So, let's see if this reversal in momentum holds as we test those key levels and. Alright folks, we just got a fill on that limit order at 122.97, bringing our exposure up a notch. Now, watch as this price action is really starting to show signs of life. We've had 2 green candles in the last 3, and bullish momentum is building. However, despite the nice green, we're still facing a bit of resistance up at 123.87. Volume is low right now, only at about 40% of the average, but keep an eye on the expanding volatility. Those bigger candles could really shake things up. With our long position currently sitting at a loss of $76, will we see this momentum accelerate or fade as we approach that crucial support level at 122.76? Let's see how it plays out. Alright, folks. We've got some action heating up here on the 5-minute chart for SOL, currently sitting at $122.94. Looks like we just filled on 2 buy orders at 122.98 and 122.97, which is fueling that bullish momentum we've seen with 2 green candles in the last 3. The last 5 minutes showed a slight uptick of 0.11%, but with volume still low at only 0.4 times average, we need to see that pick up if we're going to break through resistance at 123.87. What's interesting here is the price is testing that support level at 122.76, and volatility is expanding with those bigger candles flashing. We've got a long position from 124.03 that's currently in the red by 77.75, so keep a close eye on those indicators. The RSI is hovering at 47 and the MACD is just above 0, suggesting we might be in for a reversal. We just placed a slew of new buy orders, folks, with prices ranging from 120 to 128.83, looks like we're trying to get filled at these various levels, particularly that 122.02 and 123.44, which are just above our current price of 122.91. The chart's still looking a bit bearish with two red candles in a row, and we're currently testing that key support level of 122.76, so a bounce or breakdown is on the horizon, and with our current position in the red, we're definitely watching this closely. We're sitting right at that critical support level of $122.76, and the price action is getting tight. Looks like it's coiling up for a potential move. The last couple of candles are flashing bearish momentum, but with volume dead as a doornail, we're in a classic consolidation phase. Keep your eyes peeled, this could pop either way. We've got an interesting situation brewing here with SOL at $122.92, but man, the volume is absolutely dead right now, barely making a ripple at a ratio of 0.0x average. This is definitely indicating some consolidation as we're seeing bearish momentum take hold. Two red candles in the last 15 minutes show a little fading action, and now we're testing that critical support level at $122.76. Will it hold, or are we looking at a potential breakdown? We're currently sitting in the red with that long position from $123.98, down about 96 bucks. It's all about whether we see a bounce off support here. The momentum is looking down, but you know the market can shift at any moment. Keep your eyes peeled, folks. We just hit that support level at $122.76, and it's a critical moment here. Are we going to see a bounce or a breakdown? The last few candles showed some bullish momentum, but that fading volume isn't giving us the juice we need. Keep your eyes peeled as we're testing this key level. This could get exciting. We're sitting right at that critical support level of $122.76, and this is where it gets interesting. Are we going to see a bounce or a breakdown? With our current long position down 91 bucks, the risk is palpable, but if we can break past that resistance at $123.85, the reward could be solid. Keep your eyes peeled, folks, as we're definitely in a pivotal moment here. Alright folks, we just filled on that buy order at $122.98, and now we're right at support, keeping our eyes peeled for a potential bounce off $122.76. Those last few candles are showing some bullish momentum with two greens, but we're still battling against resistance at $123.85, and our current position's underwater by about $91.45. What do you think about this setup? Are we poised for a rebound, or are we going to see a breakdown? Let's hear your thoughts in the chat. Here we go. We just saw a little blip of red followed by two green candles, indicating some bullish momentum pushing up from that support level at $122.76. However, price is still flirting with this zone, testing to see if it can hold and bounce back, or if we'll see a deeper breakdown. Volume is pretty low right now, just 0.5x the average, but sometimes that can signal a build-up for a breakout. Let's keep an eye on those candlesticks as they form. We're looking for signs of strength here. Who's feeling confident? Wow, we've got some action brewing on the charts as we slide down to that support at $122.76. The last three candles show us two green ones, which is a nice sign of bullish momentum, but we've just seen a red candle trying to take the wind out of our sails. Volume is on the lower side right now, just half of average, which suggests we might not have the buying power to push back up just yet. With our filled buy at $122.98 and our sell order still waiting at $123.30, it's a tight race to see if we can bounce off that support or if we'll slip down further. We're currently sitting in the red, holding our long position from $123.98, so let's keep a close eye on these next few minutes. Can we turn this ship around? Alright, folks, we just witnessed some interesting price action here. The last three candles showed some bullish momentum with two greens and one red, but let's not forget we're currently hovering right at that support level of $122.76. It's a nail biter right now. Just filled that buy order at $122.98, which adds some fuel to the fire as we look for a potential bounce off support. With the momentum currently down, the question is whether we're setting up for a breakout above resistance at $123.85 or if we're looking to fade this move and slip below that support. Keep your eyes peeled, this could get exciting. If you're enjoying the tension, don't forget to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any of the action. Alright folks, we're hitting a crucial moment here as we test that support level at $122.76. The last three candles have shown some bullish momentum with two green and one red, but we're still navigating that downward pressure. With price hovering right above support, it's a make or break situation. Are we about to bounce higher or are we facing a potential breakdown? Keep your eyes peeled on those wicks, they could tell us a lot about the buyers stepping in. This is where it gets exciting. Alright folks, we're seeing some real tight price action on the SOL chart here. The last few candles have shown a mix of green and red, signaling potential bullish momentum, but we need to keep our eyes peeled. We're right at that support level of $122.76, and it's do or die time, either we bounce here or risk breaking down. The RSI is sitting at 40, showing we're in neutral territory, but with MACD above zero, there's still a flicker of bullishness. It looks like momentum is fading a bit, and that could be crucial as we make our way through this consolidation phase. Let's see if the bulls can step up and push us through that resistance at $123.85. Keep your fingers crossed, traders, it's about to get interesting. We just saw some movement as that last candle closed red, and the momentum seems to be fading. We're sitting right at that crucial support level of $122.76, and all eyes are on whether we're going to see a bounce here or a breakdown. The volume is practically dead, just 0.1 times the average, which is really emphasizing this consolidation phase. If we can get some energy back in the next few candles, it could wake this trade up, but for now, it feels like we're just sitting in the weeds. We're hovering right at support, folks, with the price currently at $122.86, and it's all eyes on whether we see a bounce or breakdown here. The last few candles have shown some bullish momentum, but that fading volume at a 0.1x ratio suggests traders are holding back. The momentum is contracting, indicating we might be coiling for a significant move soon. Watch those candles closely. If we break that support at $122.76, we could see this thing drop, but if it holds, we might just set up for a nice reversal. Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're deep in the action here as we're testing that crucial support at $122.76. Just in the last three candles, we've seen some mixed signals with two green and one red, but momentum appears to be fading right now. Volume is dead, barely hitting 0.1x of the average, which isn't helping our case as we look for a bounce off support. This is a pivotal moment. We're right at support, and with our orders lined up, it really feels like the calm before a storm. Will we see a breakdown or a bounce? Keep your eyes focused on those candles. Every wick is telling a story here as we navigate this consolidation phase. If it can hold here, we might just rip back up toward resistance at $123.85. Alright folks, things are heating up here. We've just seen that price dip down to $122.96, holding right at that key support level of $122.74. This is a pivotal moment. Will we see a bounce or a breakdown? Over the last 5 minutes, we've flashed a hammer pattern indicating buyers are stepping in after that selling pressure, but don't forget about that dark cloud cover we saw earlier signaling sellers may be trying to take control. The momentum's been accelerating downward, and with volatility expanding, we're witnessing some bigger candles forming. We've got normal volume here, but the ratio is 1.4x average, suggesting some traders are still active in this range. Keep an eye on that $123.30 sell order. If we can get a nice push back up through resistance at $123.60, it could set us up for a great opportunity. Let's see how this unfolds. Price is hovering right at that key support level of $122.76, and with the momentum fading, we're watching to see if it's going to bounce off this level or break down further. The last two green candles gave us a bit of a hint that the bulls might still be in control, but the dead volume is a concern. It's like the market is holding its breath waiting for the next move. The contracting volatility is also telling us that we're in a period of consolidation, so a breakout or breakdown could be looming. Alright folks, we're witnessing some intense action here as SOL hovers just above that critical support level at $122.74. We've got two green candles giving us a glimmer of bullish momentum, but hold on, don't forget that last red candle indicating some seller control with that dark cloud cover pattern. Volume's been normal, but we're seeing volatility expand with those bigger candles, which means traders are getting restless. The AI-powered anticipator is definitely on high alert, and we're right around that support as we wait to see if buyers step in for a bounce here. Keep your eyes peeled on that $123.30 sell order. If we can break that resistance at $123.60, it's game on. This setup has an interesting risk/reward, but with our current P&L in the red, we need to strategize carefully. How are you feeling about this bounce potential, traders? Let's get that discussion going. We're in a tight spot here as price is testing the support at $122.74, and it looks like buyers are stepping in after that hammer pattern signaling a potential reversal. But watch out for that dark cloud cover pattern lurking in the background. Sellers could still take control. With volatility expanding and momentum accelerating down, it's critical to see if we bounce off this level or if we're gearing up for a breakdown. We're seeing some exciting price action here as we're testing that support level at $122.74, and the last few candles have set up some interesting dynamics. The hammer pattern is indicating that buyers are stepping in after that selling pressure, which could signal a potential bounce. However, don't forget about that dark cloud cover we just spotted, hinting that sellers are still lurking around, which makes this a critical moment. With the volatility expanding and candles getting bigger, we could see some sharp moves in either direction. Keep your eyes peeled, this setup is definitely worth monitoring. How do you all feel about the chances of a bounce off that support? Let's hear your thoughts. We just saw a nice hammer candle forming, signaling some bullish action as buyers stepped in after that selling pressure. But hold on, we also got hit with a dark cloud cover, indicating sellers are trying to take control. Currently, we're hovering right at that support level of $122.74, looking for a bounce here, but momentum is accelerating down, definitely a nail biter. Alright folks, we're seeing some solid bullish momentum here with 3 consecutive green candles lighting up the chart. The last 5-minute candle just nudged us up a bit, plus 0.08%, and that's off the back of a strong bull run pattern we've identified. Buyers are clearly in control from the start, as indicated by that bullish belt hold formation. Now, our most recent order just got filled at 122.98, which is adding to our long position. However, just a reminder, we're currently in the red, down about $82 from our entry at 123.98. With the RSI sitting at 47, we should keep an eye on momentum reversing here, as we test that resistance up at 123.53. What do you all think about this current trade setup? Are we set for a breakout, or is the momentum fading? Engage with the chat, I want to hear your thoughts. What a wild ride we're witnessing in this 5-minute candle action. SOL just ripped through that $123 mark, and we've seen 3 solid green candles in a row. It's looking bullish out there. The last few minutes showcase a strong bull run, and you can't miss that bullish belt hold pattern. Buyers are dominating right from the open, folks. But hold on, we're still in the red on our long position from $123.98, down nearly $70. Can we gain some momentum to close that gap? Keep an eye on the volume, it's low right now, so we'll need it to pick up if we want to break through that resistance at $123.53. Things are getting tense as we watch this momentum shift. Will it accelerate or fade? Let's keep those eyes glued to the charts. Alright folks, we're seeing some serious bullish momentum here. The last 3 candles are all green, and we've got a strong bull run with buyers stepping up right from the open. That bullish belt hold pattern is telling us buyers have full control. Looking at the price action, we're currently sitting at 123.20, and while we're in the red on our current position, there's still opportunity here with that recent buy order filled down at 122.98. Now, the volume is a bit low, sitting at only half of the average, which means this strong move could use a little more conviction. Watch for that to change, because if it spikes, we could see a further push towards the resistance level at 123.53. Keep your eyes peeled. Alright, folks, we're riding the wave here on SOL as it's holding tight around 123.29. The last 3 candles are all green, showing some serious bullish momentum, but keep an eye on that low volume. We could be coiling for a breakout or possibly getting a bit exhausted here. We just saw a bullish belt hold pattern flash, indicating the buyers jumped in right from the start, but with momentum now slightly reversing, it's crucial we monitor this closely. The chart's looking promising, but those key resistance levels are lurking just ahead at 123.53, we need a strong push to break through. If you're with us on this journey, drop a comment with your thoughts on whether SOL is gearing up for a big move or if it's time to watch out for a pullback. We're seeing some strong bullish momentum here on those last few candles, 3 green in a row. The buyers really took charge with that bullish belt hold pattern, which is a great sign. Price is currently hovering at $123.31, just a couple of ticks away from our filled sell order at $123.30. Now, with that low volume and the momentum starting to reverse, it's getting interesting. Are we approaching a breakout at the resistance level of $123.53, or could this set up a potential fade? Keep your eyes peeled and let's watch how the market reacts as we test those levels. We've got a strong bull run on our hands, folks. The last 3 5-minute candles are all green, pushing the buyers into the driver's seat. But let's take a closer look at that volume. It's low, just half the average. That suggests this momentum might not have the firepower to sustain itself, which could lead to a quick fade if we're not careful. Now, we're testing that key resistance at 123.53, pushing up from our support level at 122.74. Keep an eye on those wicks, a false breakout could hit us hard. If you're watching this action, it's definitely a zone to pay attention to as we approach those levels. Let's see if the buyers can keep this momentum alive or if we see a pullback with that low volume. Alright, folks, we just saw those sell and buy orders feel like a well-executed play. We've got a strong bull run going with 4 out of the last 5 candles turning green, showing some solid upward momentum here. Price is sitting at 123.11, and I'm eyeing that resistance at 123.53, can we break it? The momentum is definitely accelerating, but we've got our position in the red at 63 bucks. It's a nail biter, as volatility is contracting and we're seeing some consolidation. Keep those eyes peeled for the next move. And if you're enjoying this action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button and share your thoughts in the comments below. We're all about that AI-powered trading bot tech, and it's only getting more exciting from here. We're seeing some serious bullish energy here with 3 green candles in a row and that strong bull run pattern flashing on the chart. Right now, we're testing that resistance at 123.53, while our position is still in the red. The momentum is reversing, but if we can break that resistance, we might just see a breakout setup taking shape. Alright, folks, we're locked in on SOL at $123.27, and the energy here is palpable. Just filled on that sell order at $123.30, which is a great way to capture a little profit while we wait for the next move. The last few candles have shown a strong bull run, with 4 out of the last 5 bullish, hinting that momentum is on our side. We're currently holding steady in this range 61% toward resistance at $123.53. And keep an eye on that support down at $122.74, it could be a pivotal point if we start to fade. Volume's holding steady, but we're seeing some nice acceleration up. Let's see if this momentum can push us through that resistance. And hey, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. What do you think, are we headed for that resistance or will we see a pullback? Let's keep the discussion rolling. We just saw a nice sell order get filled at 123.30, but now we're testing that critical resistance at 123.53 after a strong bull run with 4 out of the last 5 candles in the green. Watch that momentum, it's accelerating up, and we're sitting at 61% in range. Will it break through or pull back to support at 122.74? Keep your eyes peeled, this action is heating up. We're seeing normal volume here, just a hair above average at 1.1 times the norm, and that's telling me this move isn't getting too much fuel from the bulls just yet. Price is holding at 123.34, but we're not seeing that massive surge in volume that would really confirm this bullish run, It's almost like the market is waiting to see what's next, and with our position in the red, we need to see some conviction from the buyers to get us back on track. Alright folks, we're seeing some intense action here at the $123.36 mark as we just filled that new sell order at $123.41. That's a strategic play as we've got the price pushing right into resistance at $123.50. Meanwhile, we just saw a sell order disappear at $128.25. Could this be a sign of a larger player pulling back? Now, looking at the candles, we've got 5 straight green bars. This is a serious strong bull run we're witnessing, and while the momentum is definitely on our side, volume is looking pretty dead at only 0.2 times the average. So we need to watch closely. Are we going to break through that resistance or see a rejection? With volatility contracting, we're in a bit of a consolidation phase here. Keep your eyes peeled, traders. Alright, folks, we've just seen some serious action unfold. We placed a new sell order for 4 units at 123.41, right after cancelling a previous sell order at 128.25. This is dynamic trading at its finest. It looks like we're adjusting our strategy in real time to capitalize on those price movements. Now, let's talk about this chart setup. We're witnessing a strong bull run, as 4 out of the last 5 candles have been bullish, pushing our price action upward. The momentum is accelerating, and we're currently testing that resistance level at 123.53. If we can break through, we could see a solid continuation of this uptrend. Keep your eyes peeled, because this could get exciting. Alright, folks, we're sitting at $123.20 with some serious bullish momentum shining through. Looks like we've strung together 5 straight green candles, and we're really testing that resistance at $123.50. The pressure's on, and it's all about whether we can break through or face a rejection here. Now, keep an eye on that RSI at 60. It's showing us we're not yet overbought, but with this strong bull run, we could see a shift at any moment. We've got our long position from $123.53, and while we're feeling a bit of heat in the red, the potential for a breakout is palpable. Are we going to see this move accelerate, or is it going to fade back? The next few minutes will be crucial, so stay tuned. What a spectacle we've got here. The last 5 minutes have been electric, with 3 consecutive green candles pushing that price right up against resistance at 123.50. It's a strong bull run, no question about it, but remember, we're right at that critical level. Will we see a breakout or a rejection here? Now, we're currently holding a long position from 123.53, and we're sitting in the red by 19 bucks. This is the moment to watch closely. If we break through that resistance, we could see this momentum carry us higher. The RSI is nearing that key level, just hovering around 59, so we could have more upside if the bulls keep charging. Stay sharp, traders. We're in the midst of some exciting action here with SOL hovering at 123.80. We've just filled those sell orders at 123.30 and 123.41, so we're locking in some profits, but we're still sitting on our long position from 123.53, currently in the red at a loss of 24.20. The last 3 candles have painted a strong bullish run, 5 in a row green, but we're at a crucial point now, testing that resistance level at 123.50. Will we see a breakout or a rejection? Volume's a bit quiet though, sitting at only 0.2 times the average, which could lead to some consolidation here. And hey, if you're enjoying the stream and want to keep up with all this action, don't forget to smash that subscribe button. What do you think? Will we break that resistance? Let me know in the comments. We're watching a tight battle at resistance here with SOL hitting that $123.50 mark. The last three candles all flashed green, signaling some strong bullish momentum, but volume is way below average, just at 0.2x, which makes you wonder if this rally can sustain itself. We're currently sitting with a long position from $123.53, and although we're in the red right now by about 24 bucks, we're seeing some nice upward pressure. The RSI is sitting at 59, so momentum is building, but with volatility contracting, it feels like we're in a consolidation phase. Are we gearing up for a breakout or a potential fade here? Keep your eyes glued to that chart, the next few minutes are going to be crucial. We're right at that resistance level of $123.50, folks, and the last three candles have been pure green. We've got a strong bull run with 5 consecutive bullish candles pushing us higher, but with volume sitting dead at a mere 0.2 times the average, we need to keep an eye out for potential rejection here. The momentum is certainly up, but this consolidation might be a sign that a breakout is on the horizon, or we could see a fade back to support at $122.74. Don't sleep on these levels, it's do or die time. We're seeing some serious bearish momentum here, folks. That last 5-minute candle just confirmed a bearish Marubozu, and we've got a 3 outside down pattern locking in that reversal. With pressure mounting, it looks like we're heading straight for that support level at 122.74. Let's see if the bulls can step in or if the bears crush it. Alright folks, we're seeing some serious bearish pressure on the chart with that bearish Marubozu and the 3 outside down pattern confirming it. We're sitting in the red at a loss of 30 bucks as this price action is testing support at $122.74, but the momentum is reversing, so keep your eyes peeled. A drop below that level could trigger a sell, while a bounce might provide an opportunity to average down on our current position. The volatility is contracting, indicating consolidation. This could mean a big move is brewing. We've got some live action here, folks. A new buy order just dropped for 2 units at 122.95. Looks like we're trying to catch the bounce right above support, which sits at 122.74. Meanwhile, we saw a sell order clear out at 127.92, indicating someone was looking to take profit earlier. Now, check out the last few candles. This bearish momentum is really showing through, with that bearish Marubozu and the 3 outside down pattern capping our upside. We're hovering just above our support zone, and with momentum reversing, it'll be interesting to see if buyers step in here. Keep your eyes on that price action, it's a tense moment. We're sitting at a critical juncture here as SOL hovers around 123. With a bearish Marubozu and a confirmed 3 outside down pattern on the chart, sellers are flexing their muscles, and risk is starting to mount. At this point, our risk reward is looking tight, with resistance looming at 123.50, while a break below support at 122.74 could spell trouble. We need to watch closely as the volatility contracts. Are we set for a breakout or a breakdown? We just saw that last 5-minute candle close red, and it's painting a bearish Marubozu. Strong selling pressure has the bears in control right now. Combine that with the 3 outside down setup we spotted earlier, and it's clear sellers are stepping in aggressively. Volume is practically non-existent, just a fraction of the average, which can often lead to a breakout once things get moving. Our long position is currently in the red, losing about 31 bucks. It's a bit of a nail biter here. Remember, this is the time for our AI technology to shine as we analyze these patterns. Make sure to hit that notification bell so you don't miss the action. We just watched some intense price action as we're sitting at 123.05, and wow, those last 5-minute candles are telling a story. The bears are clearly in control with that bearish Marubozu, showcasing strong selling pressure and confirming the 3 outside down pattern. The momentum is reversing, and you can see that reflected with those 2 red candles weighing heavily on our position. We've got those open buy orders at 122.95 ready to snap up if we dip further, but right now, the volume is pretty much dead, barely scraping 0.1 times the average. It's consolidation central, folks. We're currently in the red with a loss of 31.70, and with the RSI hovering around 49, it feels like we need a spark here to shake things up. Let's keep our eyes peeled for any sudden changes in the next few candles. Alright folks, we're watching SOL here at $123 and the tension is building. We just filled those buy orders at 122.95 and 123.01, but it's not looking good here with that last 3 candle set showing a strong bearish momentum. The charts are giving us a serious signal with that bearish Marubozu, and the 3 outside down pattern sellers are definitely in control, pushing us down and holding that downward momentum. We just saw a tiny dip of 0.08% in the last 5 minutes, and volume is basically flatlining at 0.1 times average. With the current position at a loss of $38, we need to keep an eye on that support level at 122.74 because we could be heading down to test it. If we break through, things could get even more interesting. Let's see how this plays out. Alright, we've got quite the situation here with SOL hovering at 123.05, and those last 3 candles, all red, showing strong bearish momentum. It's like we're witnessing a classic 3 black crows pattern, indicating sustained selling pressure, definitely not what we want to see if we're looking for a bounce. The volume is practically non-existent, just creeping along at a 0.1 ratio. This market feels like it's consolidating, but with momentum accelerating down, it's a critical moment. We're testing that support at 122.74, and all eyes are on whether it'll hold or break down. With us currently holding a long position, we're in the red at $27, so let's see if we get a turnaround here or if this fade continues. Any thoughts on whether we're looking at a breakout setup or more fading action? We've been watching these last few candles closely, and it looks like that bearish momentum is really taking hold with a clean 3 black crows pattern flashing on the chart. Definitely indicates that sustained selling pressure is in play. We're currently priced right at support, watching for a potential bounce here around $122.74, or if it breaks down further. Volume has been pretty dead, which isn't helping the situation as we see this consolidation. Let's keep an eye on this key level. Any shift could set up an exciting opportunity. Price is testing that key support level at 122.74, and we're watching for a bounce or a breakdown. This is the moment of truth, folks. Will we hold here or give way to more selling pressure? And with that 3 black crows pattern still fresh on the chart, the bears are definitely in control. Momentum is accelerating down, and we're seeing it in real time on this 5-minute chart. Oh, we just watched those last 3 candles flash a powerful 3 black crows pattern, definitely indicating some strong bearish momentum here. The price is testing that crucial support level at $122.74, and with the volume barely ticking above average, it seems like traders are holding their breath. We're down to $122.97, that's a tight squeeze. Now, the real question is the price coiling up for a potential bounce, or are we gearing up for a breakdown? Keep your eyes glued to that chart as we navigate through this volatility. It's a classic showdown brewing. Alright folks, we just had a classic case of 3 black crows on the chart, signaling some intense bearish momentum with sustained selling pressure. The last few candles have been all red, and we're currently testing that crucial support at $122.74. This is a nail-biter moment, as we're watching to see if we can find a bounce here or if we're headed for a breakdown. Keep an eye on that momentum, it's accelerating down, and the volatility is contracting, indicating a tightening range. This could set us up for a swift move, so stay alert. If we do see a flicker of buying interest, that RSI is hovering at 43, giving us a hint that we might be due for some movement back up. What are your thoughts? Are we bouncing off support, or is this the start of something more significant? Alright folks, we're in the thick of it here. SOL just hit that $122.95 level, and it's been a rough stretch with 3 consecutive red candles flashing a 3 black crows pattern. That's a strong bearish signal, and we've got some serious selling pressure right now. We're testing that key support at $122.74, this is the moment of truth. Will we see a bounce back or break down through this level? Our current position is holding at a loss, down $40 as we ride this wave. With momentum accelerating down and volatility contracting, it's looking like we're in a fade. Alright folks, we're diving into the action here with SOL currently sitting at 122.93. The last 3 candles have shown a bit of a struggle, 1 green amidst 2 red, hinting at some bearish momentum. We just saw that bullish belt hold, which typically suggests the buyers came in strong, but now we're watching as we hit that key support level at 122.74. We're right on the edge, folks. Will we bounce off this support or trade down further? The last 5 minutes ticked up just slightly, but the momentum is fading, and the price has dipped into the red for our position, showing a loss of 41.85. Keep your eyes peeled on the chart as we approach that resistance level at 123.50. There's definitely some tension in the air. Alright,